This is a tale of a traveler who has traversed dimensions, embarking on the path of a wizard in a world of sorcery, in a post-apocalyptic realm. He hunts for crystal cores in the world of the ancestors, he extracts bloodlines, and in the realm of the gods, he slays deities. Possessing the ability to traverse worlds, he roams through infinite realms, plundering knowledge and resources to forge his own path as a wizard. Chapter 1. The Crossing. On a desolate path, the crimson sun radiates light and warmth beneath the vast sky, illuminating the surrounding land in a lush area. A faint sound gradually approaches from the distance. Crack! A lengthy procession advances ahead, with the wheels of the wagon occasionally colliding with the stones by the roadside, producing a series of clattering sounds that cause the wagon to jolt. The helm of the wagon, a middle-aged man, his hands calloused, cautiously glances back at the wagon after feeling it shake from the stones, seemingly wary of waking the person. Behind him, the rear of the wagon, a boy lies quietly on a bed of golden hay, several cracked wounds adorning his body. Although they have been crudely bandaged, blood continues to seep from them, staining the soft hay beneath him a deep crimson. As the wagon jolts again, the boy's wounds are disturbed, causing his previously tranquil expression to contort in agony, as if overwhelmed by excruciating pain. What is it? A low whinny from the horses is followed by a deep voice from a burly man. One of the knights accompanying the caravan, noticing the wagon is halted, rides over to inquire with the driver. "My lord, it seems the wagon's axle is broken and will require some time to repair," the driver responds, his expression troubled as he looks at the knight. Upon hearing this, the knight's brows furrow in annoyance. What a nuisance to that moment. It is precisely noon. The knight glances up at the sky, feeling the oppressive heat and hearing the weary breaths of those around him. Ultimately, he commands the caravan to temporarily halt and rest in a shaded area while they have their meal. With the order given, the surrounding warriors express their excitement, many eager to find a place to rest. However, despite their eagerness, their vigilance remains unwavering. After stopping, they send several knights to scout the area for potential dangers and traps. Yet, following the previous jolt of the wagon, the inhabitants within have begun to stir. Stimulated by the pain coursing through his body, Chunming gradually opens his eyes. Fatigue, pain, discomfort. As his consciousness clears, the agony and exhaustion from his body vividly resonate in Chun Ming's mind, jolting his awareness in a sharp focus, causing him to gasp in surprise. "Where am I?" Feeling the weariness and pain enveloping him, along with the searing sensation from his wounds, Chun Ming is engulfed by confusion as a flood of memories surges into his mind, completely overwhelming his current thoughts. These are the memories of a 13-year-old boy named Adair. In his recollections, Adair was born into an ordinary baronial family, the sole heir to a territorial baron. Displaying remarkable talent as a knight from a young age, he was sent 2 or 3 years prior to the castle of Count Borea, a relative of his father, for training. In this region, Count Borea is the undisputed ruler, a relative of the Count. Adair's father naturally sought to align himself closely with him, sending Adair to the Count's castle early on for superior training and education. While also demonstrating his loyalty, as the memories unfold, the fatigue that had been plaguing him begins to dissipate, replaced by a refreshing coolness following the heat, rejuvenating Chun Ming's beleaguered spirit. "Indeed, I have traversed once more." As he wipes his face, he discovers it is caked with dried blood, trickling from his right ear to his chin, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Not only is his face marred, but his chest, left arm, and right thigh bear several deep wounds, radiating intense pain. Blood has stained his entire body, with no cleansing in sight. This realization shocks him, and instinctively he attempts to rise, only to find himself utterly drained of strength. He manages to prop himself up with his relatively intact right hand against the edge of the wagon, barely sitting up. Curse it! What has happened to this world? Even a 13-year-old child is thrust onto the battlefield, fighting against beasts that appear far beyond ordinary human capability. Leaning against the wagon's edge, Chun Ming struggles to lift himself, feeling the relentless pain and exhaustion coursing through him, pondering helplessly. The remnants of Adair's memories vividly depict the scenes of battle against those beasts. Although lacking in full steel armor, the orcs are fierce, their muscular forms towering at nearly 2 meters, exuding a terrifying aura. In reality, their combat prowess matches their imposing physiques. Even without training, their extraordinary strength and size allow them to rival fully armored warriors, and were it not for their limited numbers, they would be an unstoppable force against ordinary armies. Yet, in Adair's memories, these fearsome orcs are not insurmountable. The grievous wounds on Adair's body were inflicted during an onslaught by several orcs, but prior to that, he had dispatched at least a few of them himself, ultimately being surrounded due to his reckless advance. The root of it all lies in the presence of knights, possessing extraordinary abilities, the knight's breathing technique. Lord Adair, you have awakened? A voice suddenly interrupts Chun Ming's thoughts, filled with surprise that a middle-aged man clad in shining armor, sporting a beard and hair that appears unkempt, exclaims with delight upon seeing Chun Ming propped up. He seems to be the leader of the group, and upon noticing Chun Ming's pale complexion and the slightly cracked wounds, he hastily directs others to assist him, carefully lifting Chun Ming to his feet and guiding him down. The individuals here are either warriors or drivers, none particularly gentle or delicate in their approach, their rough handling causing Chun Ming's wounds to throb painfully. Hiss, feeling the sudden jolt of pain, Chun Ming inhales sharply, his previously dulled consciousness, clouded by exhaustion and blood loss, snaps back into clarity. Struggling to lift his head, with the assistance of others, he manages to stand and survey his surroundings. Several wagons are stationed in the shade of trees, avoiding direct sunlight. Behind these wagons, figures lie still, resembling corpses, each drenched in blood, utterly motionless, a chilling sight. Among these figures, Chun Ming recognizes a few from Adair's memories, not only fellow noble youths, but also young squire knights, individuals who, while not of great significance, are certainly not ordinary. As he observes the scene, a sense of understanding dawns upon Chun Ming. He notes that aside from his own wagon, the others are laden with multiple injured individuals. This is indeed good news, as it subtly indicates his esteemed position among this group, placing him among the elite. Adair, I shall henceforth refer to you by this name. Embracing local customs, Chun Ming repeated the name quietly in his mind twice before arriving at this decision. Ahead, several warriors retrieved provisions from the cart, handing them directly to Adair after a rudimentary cut. These rations were hard and unpalatable, their taste reminiscent of decaying flesh. Previously stored in the cart designated for transporting the wounded, they bore the stains of the blood from grievously injured individuals, causing Adair's countenance to darken. Adair grasped the ration with his uninjured right hand, saying little, merely nodding in understanding. The wilderness of this world is perilously treacherous, teeming not only with various ferocious beasts, but also with marauding bandits. Moreover, amidst the ongoing conflict, scattered orc patrols may lurk in the wilds. To ignite a fire could summon such dangers, potentially jeopardizing the safety of the group. With these thoughts in mind, and in pursuit of hastening his recovery from injury and fatigue, Adair forcefully suppressed his nausea, consuming the piece of ration stained with dried blood. The group rested quietly in the shade for a while, and when the sun appeared somewhat diminished, the leader, adorned with a coiled hairstyle, issued a command. Adair once again ascended into the malodorous cart, enduring the jarring journey as the landscape unfurled behind him. Chapter 2. The journey begins. The carriage continued its steady advance, and in the distance loomed a grand and formidable castle, its familiar banner fluttering high above. As they approached, a rider emerged from the ranks, hastening toward the castle, seemingly intent on notifying the inhabitants of their arrival. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of this rider, a contingent of guards emerged from within the castle, moving to greet the procession burdened with the wounded. Lord Gralu, a dignified figure clad in black armor, approached on horseback. His deep-set eyes and imposing stature accentuated by a crimson cloak billowing behind him, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Upon seeing this man, the leader beside Adair stepped forward, bowing slightly and speaking in hushed reverence. Gralla nodded, observing the leader's demeanor and the line of carriages behind him. His brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "So many of you. It appears the situation at the front is quite dire." After voicing this concern, he conducted a brief inspection and promptly commanded that the wounded be escorted into the castle. The lengthy procession advanced at a measured pace, surrounded by vigilant warriors who carefully escorted the injured within. Throughout this process, Adair remained in a state of hazy disorientation. His body had suffered grievous wounds on the battlefield, and despite some treatment, the toll of excessive blood loss rendered him far from well. As time passed, his consciousness began to wane. However, as the castle drew nearer, he summoned the strength to rouse himself, forcing his eyes open to survey the environment, both familiar and foreign. For one accustomed to a certain setting, being thrust into a new realm can evoke a profound sense of unease. Though Adair was a traveler from another world, he was not a warrior. Thus, he found himself in a state of tension, apprehensive of potential dangers along the way. Yet, upon reaching this place, despite its differences from his original surroundings, the echoes of familiarity from his memories and the secure ambience around him eased his mind, allowing the tension to dissipate as his consciousness slipped into darkness. Time eluded him as he drifted in slumber, but eventually, Adair's eyes fluttered open, awakening from a profound stupor. Before him lay a well-appointed chamber, adorned with animal pelts upon the floor. He found himself lying quietly on a wooden bed, his blood-stained garments replaced with a loose-fitting white robe, and the remnants of his injuries thoroughly tended to. With a soft groan, he struggled to rise from the bed, the sudden movement aggravating his wounds. The injury to his right leg was particularly severe, hindering his ability to stand steadily. As he glanced around, his gaze quickly fell upon an object resembling a cane resting by the bedside, which he grasped to support himself. Having taken a few tentative steps, despite the lingering pain coursing through his body, Adair began to adapt, no longer finding it intolerable as he had before. Before a wooden bed stood a somewhat murky mirror, and Adair approached it to behold his current reflection. He appeared remarkably handsome. Even at the tender age of 13, his striking features had begun to emerge, promising the makings of a truly exquisite young man in the years to come. Clad in a flowing white robe, his left hand and thigh were bandaged, and his dark hair cascaded untamed around him, exuding a unique charm. Yet, what captivated Adair's attention most were his slightly pointed ears, causing him to momentarily lose his train of thought. Suddenly, a series of vigorous knocks resounded from outside the door, as if someone were urgently rapping upon it. "Adair, are you awake?" A voice, filled with both surprise and delight, rang out from the other side. It belonged to a young man clad in a red robe, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with his right hand resting against the door and a large silver bowl in his left, steam wafting from its surface. Adair stared for a moment before recalling who this youth was. It was Elwa, the Count Borja's second son, one of the few friends etched in Adair's memory. "How are you feeling now?" Elwa inquired, glancing at Adair, who was struggling to maintain his balance. "I feel quite well," Adair replied, taking a deep breath as he leaned heavily on the cane, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "What is it?" Adair asked, puzzled by Elwa's expression. "News has just come in from the front lines. 2 viscounts leading a reinforcement army were ambushed by orcs in the wild, and all the troops, along with the viscounts, perished. The forces at the front are severely diminished, and there are no signs of the war coming to an end. It appears it will persist for quite some time." As Elwa moved closer, he placed the steaming silver bowl upon the table while swiftly explaining the situation to Adair. "Now, stop standing there and come see what I have brought you." Before Adair could fully process the distressing news, Elwa spoke with an air of mystery, gesturing towards the silver bowl on the table. Curiosity piqued, Adair instinctively turned his gaze towards the bowl. Within the silver vessel swam 3 small silver fish, gliding gracefully through the clear broth, which appeared pure and untainted. A rich aroma wafted from the bowl, its savory essence causing Adair and Apos' throat to involuntarily stir with anticipation. "This is silver bay thousand fish. It's exceptionally beneficial for healing wounds. I just happened to acquire these 3. They should help you recover more swiftly," Elwa said, patting Adair's shoulder with a smile that brimmed with pride. "Thank you," Adair responded. In response, Adair, following his customary recollection, expressed his gratitude directly to the other party. The individual nodded slightly, stating, "I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Adair, you may rest here." After exchanging a brief farewell, he departed with hurried steps. Once the other had left, Adair trudged to the door, closing it behind him before making his way to the wooden table. Within the silver bowl, 3 small silver fish appeared to swim playfully in the broth, chasing one another in a somewhat eerie manner. Despite the rich aroma of meat wafting from the broth, it possessed a clarity akin to pure water. This peculiar situation ignited a desire for inquiry within Adair. Regrettably, the chip was no longer present. Otherwise, he could have thoroughly examined the specific components. Sitting nearby, Adair pressed his forehead in distress, gazing at the silver fish before him. He extended his arm, lifting the large silver bowl to his lips and drinking deeply. The sweet taste of the pure broth, infused with a delectable meat flavor, compelled Adair to consume it all in one go. The three fish, sensing their impending fate, continued to swim but ultimately met their demise within Adair's mouth alongside the broth. Setting the now empty bowl quietly on the wooden table, Adair's expression suddenly shifted. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged through his body, accompanied by an intense heat that spread gradually throughout him. In that instant, it felt as though he were immersed in boiling water, his skin turning red as it underwent some peculiar transformation. Once this sensation subsided, Adair found himself drenched in sweat, large patches of his skin glowing a fiery red, accompanied by an uncomfortable feeling within, as if an unknown substance were coursing chaotically through him. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Large quantities of unidentified active substances have entered the body. Would you like to initiate chip detection? No, that can't be right, Adair thought. I recall that the 4th generation ultimate chip is said to be capable of implanting consciousness. Could it be that something occurred during my traversal that allowed the chip to accompany my soul? Or is it that my very soul is unique, enabling me to traverse twice and even bring the chip connected to my consciousness along with me? As he processed this information and confirmed it was not merely a hallucination, an array of thoughts and hypotheses surged within Adair's mind in an instant. His experience of traversal was not singular but rather occurred twice. Initially, Adair was an ordinary individual who, after perishing in an accident, found himself reborn in another world, a realm marked by advanced technology, where humanity had triumphed over the challenges of space, colonizing distant stars. In that realm, through the conscious awareness of adulthood and the innate talents bestowed by the powerful soul of the traveler, Adair emerged as a distinguished biologist. Ultimately, he met his demise in an unforeseen accident, leading him to this new world. Ding! A cascade of emerald light manifested before his eyes, and the entire universe seemed to fall into a serene silence in an instant. Everything, whether material or auditory, was continuously dissected into myriad pieces of information in Adair's perception. Ding! The chip has successfully rebooted and is now commencing an internal assessment. Chapter 3. The Knight's Breathing Technique. Ding! The chip reboot has been completed, and the internal condition check commences. For a fleeting moment, his body became rigid as if his blood had congealed, but it swiftly returned to normal. Adair was not surprised. This was a typical reaction upon activating the chip. Having undergone the process of chip implantation multiple times in his previous life, he was quite familiar with it. It wasn't long before a mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. Detection complete. Before Adair's eyes, a three-dimensional representation materialized, displaying the condition of various parts of his body, including the location and depth of injuries, the extent of damage sustained, and potential repercussions, all transformed into concrete information directly imprinted in his consciousness. This method significantly aided in understanding his physical state, allowing Adair to grasp his current condition in an instant. Detection has revealed a substantial influx of unknown active substances within the body. Shall we simulate the final reaction? The chip and Apos' mechanical voice echoed once again in Adair and Apos' ears. Yes, simulate the final result. Feeling the intermittent waves of warmth coursing through him, Adair, though confident that the bowl of soup sent by Elva posed no threat, decisively commanded, proceed. After a brief silence, the familiar mechanical voice responded once more. Task established. Data collection commencing. Almost instantaneously, the familiar voice reverberated in Adair's mind again. The unknown active substances entering the body have a high probability of enhancing the host's life vitality, facilitating rapid healing of bodily wounds. There exists a minimal chance of rejection, potentially leading to lethal toxic reactions, resulting in the host's demise. Damn it! Adair's lips twitched involuntarily, an indescribable emotion swirling within him. How small is this minimal chance? The probability of rejection reactions with the target substance is 1/23. Currently, a benign reaction has occurred. Upon reading this, Adair's anxiety subsided, and he turned to the silver bowl on the wooden table, his tone laced with trepidation. I swear, if I encounter such peculiar substances again, I will first utilize the chip for examination before any contact. As time passed, the intense heat emanating from Adair's body gradually diminished, transforming into a warm current that coursed toward his various wounds. This transition brought him immense comfort, and his previously feeble body seemed to regain some strength. Sensing a gradual restoration, he instructed the chip to conduct a thorough examination of his current physical state. The familiar three-dimensional image returned to his mind, now accompanied by additional data: name, Adair Farkas Strength 0. 6-2. 7. Agility 0. 4-2. 2. Constitution 0. 7-2. 5. Status: severe blood loss, limb injuries, minor infection of wounds, internal organ damage. A line of data flashed in Adair's mind, each decimal followed by a lengthy series of numbers, which had now been rounded off. The figures within the parentheses represented his condition when fully intact. Gazing at the lengthy data before him, Adair found himself utterly astounded. If memory served him correctly, according to the standards of his previous life, an ordinary adult and Apos, various metrics would hover around 1. Yet, the statistics of his current body, when intact, astonishingly exceeded twofold. As a biologist from his former existence, Adair understood that such figures signified far more than mere doubling. They represented a comprehensive transcendence, encompassing enhanced organ function, bodily reflexes, and immune capabilities, essentially rendering him akin to a diminutive superhuman. The prospect of possessing double the strength, speed, and physical constitution of an average person meant that unleashing such power could effortlessly send an adversary flying with a single punch, transcending the bounds of humanity. This level of physical prowess was unattainable through mere training, and it was particularly remarkable that such qualities resided within a mere 13-year-old boy. In his previous life, Adair could scarcely conceive of any means to achieve this without intensive bodily augmentation. Yet, in this world, it had been accomplished with apparent ease. A chip, designed to extract all memories of knighthood from his mind, flashed in his thoughts. With a spark of determination in his eyes, Adair commanded the chip. Knights, a term denoting the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm, held an esteemed status. According to Adair and Apos' recollections, the strength possessed by knights was formidable. A fully fledged knight could single-handedly contend against dozens of warriors, serving as a terrifying instrument of destruction. However, it appeared that not everyone in this world was deemed worthy of becoming a knight. One must possess the potential to activate the life seed to qualify for the knightly breathing technique and ascend to the ranks of knightly power. Those lacking potential could not practice the knightly breathing method. Even if they attempted, it would yield no results, relegating them to a lifetime of ordinary existence in this perilous world. Yet, Adair felt a wave of relief wash over him, for his current body possessed the requisite qualifications and seemed to exhibit commendable talent. Being renowned in the vicinity as a prodigy capable of taking lives on the battlefield at the tender age of 13, it was only logical. Had he not been a genius, Count Pollier would not have permitted his younger son to forge a friendship with Adair. The status of knightly warriors appeared exceedingly high in this realm. Even those of humble origins could attain a knightly title and at least one estate as their domain, should they choose to ally themselves with any nation. Contemplating this, Adair's gaze gradually brightened. Despite having traversed worlds once before, the previous 2 realms could be deemed relatively peaceful. Although life may not have been ideal, safety was never a concern. In stark contrast, this world thrust him directly from the battlefield into chaos and danger, leaving him in a state of critical injury. Adair had long grappled with a sense of insecurity in this tumultuous and perilous environment. Yet, the prospect of becoming a knight promised the ability to survive in this world, perhaps even thrive. As these thoughts coalesced, a torrent of information surged into his mind, abruptly halting his reflections. After reviewing these memories, Adair stood still, his brow furrowing deeply. The knight's breathing technique necessitated extensive high-intensity training for mastery. It appeared that commencing this endeavor in the near future would be impossible. He activated the chip to assess the time required for bodily recovery. 97 days? Adair's brow furrowed once more. Was there any method to expedite his healing? He pondered. Names flashed through his mind: Nay grass, Chihuahua flower, dark nareroot. The chip enumerated a plethora of names from his recollections, some being legitimate herbs while others were merely common weeds from the mountains, all of which the chip suggested could be beneficial to him. Sensing the information swirling in his mind, Adair hesitated not a moment longer. He grasped his cane firmly in his right hand and, whilst limping, began to support his body as he ventured outside. Upon opening the door, a rush of fresh air enveloped him, invigorating his senses. In Adair's memory, there existed a quaint garden nearby, home to various flora intended for admiration, among which should lie materials advantageous to his recovery. The area appeared to be sparsely populated, and he ambled forth at a leisurely pace, encountering few individuals along the way, merely the occasional servant passing by. He paid them no mind, continuing his journey until a sudden sound caught his attention. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a platform that led to a vast training ground, typically utilized by knight apprentices like himself for practice. The training arena sprawled extensively, equipped with an array of training weapons and apparatuses, attended by several servants standing respectfully nearby, ready to assist the apprentices at a moment and Apos' notice. The space was generally unoccupied. And upon surveying the training ground, Adair noted that only 4 or 5 individuals were present, all significantly older than he. The youngest among them perhaps 15 or 16 years old, yet their training proficiency seemed inferior to his own. "Chip, scan target data," Adair commanded quietly, refraining from greeting those present as he observed them in silence. A task was being established. The human body is a complete cycle composed of countless subsystems, wherein each part does not exist in isolation but rather influences the others. By observing certain data points of another's physique and conducting detailed comparative calculations, one could ascertain various aspects of their bodily condition. Chapter 4. Improvement. Unnamed character, strength, 1. 7. Agility, 1. 5. Constitution, 1. 5. Condition, good. Unnamed character, strength, 1. 8. Agility, 1. 9. Constitution, 1. 8. Condition, good. Unnamed character, strength, 1. 6. Agility, 1. 8. Constitution, 2. 0. Condition, good. In the training grounds ahead, several knight apprentices were fervently honing their skills. Although there was a rough comparison in memory, it paled in directness and clarity compared to the data comparison. Each of the apprentices before him was a warrior trained from a young age, with the youngest among them being 2 or 3 years older than Adair, and the oldest surpassing him by over a decade. However, in terms of physical prowess, despite their superiority over ordinary individuals, they fell far short of the 13-year-old Adair. This underscored Adair's innate talent, placing him among the elite, even among those gifted with the knightly aptitude, truly deserving of the title of genius. Adair shifted his gaze to a corner of the training ground, where a young man, approximately 20 years of age, was training. Clad in a form-fitting black suit and wielding a massive sword, he swung it with abandon. His movements were methodical, every action purposeful. As he wielded the sword with remarkable speed, generating a pressure that could be felt even from several meters away by Adair. Unnamed character, strength, 2. 7. Agility, 2. 4. Constitution, 2. 3. Condition, good. This individual and Apos' physical strength was the most formidable among the 5 present, even before Adair and Apos' injury. Determining a victor would have required a contest. Ding. Basic swordsmanship movements have been recorded. Once the stranger completed a set of sword training, a familiar voice echoed in Adair's mind. The individual appeared engrossed in his training, and due to Adair's somewhat concealed position, he remained unnoticed. He stepped aside, contemplated briefly, and commenced his own training. However, this time, he was not practicing swordsmanship. It resembled a unique training method that Adair could not identify. It was the knight's breathing technique. Adair's heart raced, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he commanded the chip to document the stranger and Apos' movements. Chip, deduce the knight and Apos' breathing technique from the opponent and Apos' actions. As he observed the training, Adair instructed the chip. Task established, analysis template initiated. A torrent of data flowed forth, dissecting and decelerating the opponent's movements and breathing, striving to unravel the essence of the knight and Apos' breathing technique. However, the outcome left Adair somewhat disheartened, despite extracting some insights from the movements. A significant portion of the critical components was lacking, rendering it of little utility to him. Yet, this was anticipated. The reason the knight and Apos' breathing technique was termed a breathing method was precisely because its practice necessitated an intricate coordination of internal bodily movements, breathing frequency, and even stimulation of the life seed, among other complex elements, to continuously invigorate the body and foster strength. If mere observation could lead to analysis, then these knight apprentices would not so brazenly train in public. Upon detecting incomplete data regarding the knight breathing techniques, the question arises, should improvements be made? 2 versions of the knight breathing techniques now unfolded in his mind, their differences meticulously highlighted by the chip, indicating potential for enhancement. Indeed, the chip possesses formidable computational power. With sufficient data, it can continuously deduce and refine even the knight breathing techniques. However, this necessitates the collection of more data to ultimately perfect the knight breathing techniques, yielding superior results. Reflecting on this, Adair's gaze gradually shifted towards several others. Those training in this arena are predominantly knight apprentices, largely from noble families, each possessing their own family's knight breathing techniques. These individuals represent significant resources. From their movements, it is entirely feasible to extrapolate portions of the original breathing techniques. Though incomplete, this foundational data suffices for improvement. With this in mind, Adair compelled himself to remain calm. These knight apprentices frequently train here and do not venture out unless tasked. The pressing concern remains. He must find a way to restore his health swiftly. As he pondered this, his heart grew quieter, suppressing the desire to linger and instead directing his steps away. As he moved, the cane in his right hand occasionally struck the ground, producing a faint sound that caught the attention of someone above. Adair felt somewhat helpless. Glancing at the young man and recalling his name from memory, "Dear, I've merely been inside for too long and wish to take a stroll on the training grounds." Upon hearing Adair's words, the young man offered no reply, merely nodding before resuming his practice with a large sword. A waft of floral fragrance drifted from ahead, mingling with the fresh scent of greenery. Adair glanced across, observing numerous plants standing still, gently swaying with the breeze. He shook his head, noting the absence of the usual florist who tended this garden. The garden boasted a plethora of plants, not solely various flowers, but also an array of beautiful or rare specimens, all gathered and cultivated in this space. Adair recalled that Countess Polia seemed to have a fondness for diverse flowers and plants. This exquisite garden might very well be her creation. Without further contemplation, Adair laboriously advanced, as the chip within him fervently analyzed the characteristics and potential benefits of these plants. However, to conduct a precise analysis, mere observation would not suffice. Knowledge of the internal components of these plants was essential to discern their specific properties and the effects they could have on the human body. In the past, Adair could gradually analyze various substances through a series of experiments. However, the current circumstances are far from ideal. He can only chew the flora, relying on this direct contact to facilitate a close examination of the chip's components. The agave, rich in beneficial constituents for the body, when steeped in hot water for 10 minutes and consumed directly in its petals, 10 blossoms daily for over 30 days, can enhance agility by 0.1. After traversing a few meters and experimenting with several unique herbs, a mechanical voice emanated from the chip in his mind, momentarily halting Adair's movements. A surge of joy filled his heart as his gaze fell upon a golden flower. The golden agave appeared stunning, meticulously cultivated in this serene environment, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air, providing a delightful experience. In Adair's memory, this was merely an ornamental flower, even possessing slight toxicity, and he was astonished to discover its additional properties. Contemplating this, he pondered, does it affect only me, or does it hold the same influence on others? The chip responded, indicating that the structural disparities in your physiology render this effect unique to you. Almost instantaneously, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Indeed, Adair absent-mindedly touched his ears, which differed from those of ordinary humans, feeling a tinge of surprise. In his recollections, his father was an average human, albeit significantly stronger due to his status as a squire, yet he should not have diverged from human anatomy. Thus, this peculiarity must stem from his mother, whom he had never seen. Throughout his life, although his father had showered him with affection and provided him with anything he desired, he had never spoken of his mother, concealing her identity and seemingly wishing to keep Adair in ignorance. This silence led Adair to contemplate the underlying issues at play. However, in this moment, such matters were of little consequence. He turned to gaze upon the garden, trudging forward in search of the agave that might be hidden within. The garden appeared relatively expansive, covering at least 7 or 8 acres. Yet Adair's hopes dwindled as he discovered a mere handful of agave plants, only a few dozen, far from sufficient for his needs. Yet this was to be expected. While agave is not an exceptionally rare species, its cultivation is challenging. Moreover, being neither a medicinal herb nor a popular commodity, there is little incentive for mass planting. The few dozen plants present were a commendable sight for ornamental purposes, given the requirement of 10 blossoms daily for 30 days. And the fact that each agave blooms only once, at least 300 plants would be necessary. Thus, the current quantity barely sufficed. Could the chip suggest using wild agave as a substitute? Standing still in thought, he inquired of the chip in his mind. Wild agave is not particularly scarce, as it flourishes abundantly in nature. However, due to the variations in species and growing conditions, the flowers here are far superior. Not only do they lack aesthetic appeal, but their growth is inconsistent, and even their fragrance may be unpleasant, resembling that of wildflowers. At this realization, Adia felt a sense of relief. As long as it serves its purpose, it is inconsequential if it is not as exquisite as the flora in this garden. For such plants abound in the wild. With this thought in mind, he gazed at the myriad flowers and grasses surrounding him. Extending his right hand to pluck a leaf from a black-hued plant, initiating a series of experiments one by one. Chapter 5. Restoration time had become an elusive concept as Adair found himself amidst a tangle of flora, appearing somewhat disheveled. His movements were peculiar, despite his numerous injuries. He occasionally bent down to pluck leaves or roots, chewing them with an odd demeanor. Fortunately, the secluded garden was devoid of onlookers, sparing him the embarrassment of being observed in such a state. Although the garden was not overly expansive, encompassing 7 to 8 acres, it boasted a diverse array of plants. Given his current physical limitations, it would be rather challenging to sample every botanical variety present. He recalled the existence of individuals who specialized in the procurement and care of plants. He could simply request them to gather a selection of these specimens for him. Glancing around, Adair felt a twinge of resignation, yet he was relieved that what he had already gathered sufficed for his needs. This was, indeed, the fruit of his labor. As a scion of nobility and an apprentice knight, Adair's training extended beyond mere combat. He had dabbled in the realm of herbalism and the formulation of common potions. Though his knowledge was not exhaustive, he possessed a foundational understanding. Armed with this cognitive inventory and the analytical capabilities of his chip, he could discern the characteristics and constituents of the plants before him, thereby devising a viable potion. Ding! By utilizing the roots of Ney and the leaves of Madwa as primary ingredients, and through a series of specific steps, a complete potion can be achieved. Expected effects include accelerated wound healing and the expulsion of particular toxins. It shall be named the healing elixir. With a decisive thought, Adair christened the concoction before surveying the garden once more, selecting ample materials from the plethora of plants. He wrapped the gathered items in a piece of cloth, awkwardly clutching it with his injured left hand. Supporting himself with his right arm, Adair felt no inclination to linger and promptly made his way outside. The kitchen staff, both servants and cooks, were somewhat bewildered, yet they dared not defy Adair's orders, swiftly vacating the premises and leaving him alone. He set down the bundle, extracting its contents, and glanced at the array of prepared utensils nearby. The process for creating the healing elixir was not overly complicated, as the kitchen was well equipped with the necessary items. Adair meticulously processed the ingredients according to the chip's directives before commencing the potion's formulation. The chip then assessed the potion's quality. The target potion deviates from the expected results by more than 10%. Formulation is deemed unsatisfactory. Unfazed by the outcome, Adair commanded, identify the cause of the discrepancy. Excessive quantities of certain materials were added, and during the boiling process, some components failed to activate in a timely manner. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Adair once again retrieved materials from the side, resuming his formulation. Usage, to be taken orally. The chip's alert resonated in his mind as Adair gazed at the dark potion before him. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped forward, seized it, and swallowed it whole. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged through his body, compelling Adair to suppress a rising urge to vomit. Leaning against the wall with his right hand, he forced himself to endure the discomfort, maintaining a stoic expression. The healing process accelerated. With usage every 3 days, his anticipated recovery time was reduced to 33 days. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed in his mind, igniting a flicker of joy within Adair. The healing potion had remarkably shortened his recovery by 2 full months, indicating its efficacy. With this thought, a certain trait from his past life instinctively urged him to explore the potion's greater value. In this world, despite the knight's formidable strength, the field of medicine appeared rather primitive, relying heavily on robust physical endurance. In such a realm, a potion with such pronounced effects would surely garner immense popularity among warriors, particularly among the aspiring knights who, as nobles, possessed ample wealth. With this realization, Adair's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Time swiftly passed, and over half a month had elapsed. One morning, a middle-aged man clad in light brown garments, his attire muddied, cautiously approached, carrying a large leather bag. His demeanor exuded humility and caution as he lowered his head, careful to avoid drawing attention or incurring reprimand. Upon reaching a designated spot, he exhaled softly, glancing apprehensively at the room ahead. "Lord Adair, are you present?" he whispered, clearly wary of disturbing anyone. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a pale-faced youth clad in black attire, Adair himself. Compared to half a month prior, his physical condition had markedly improved. Most of his wounds had healed, and he could now walk unassisted, though his complexion remained somewhat off. "Come in," Adair beckoned, gesturing for the man at the door to enter. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement, bowing his head as he stepped into Adair's chamber. He then unfastened the leather bag, revealing its contents: 3 smaller pouches. One contained wriggling insects, a sight decidedly repulsive. Another held various wildflowers and plants. The last pouch contained several specimens adorned with golden blooms. Adair cast a cursory glance at the materials before frowning. "Why has the quantity of agave decreased again? Did I not instruct you to bring 100 specimens last time?" The bag contained golden agave. However, in stark contrast to those meticulously tinted specimens in the garden, these agaves were far from aesthetically pleasing. Their stems and leaves were marred and incomplete, and they generally appeared stunted, lacking the grace of their predecessors. Yet, for Adair, these superficial differences mattered little. What concerned him was the quantity of agaves before him, which fell significantly short of his expectations. "I apologize, my lord." Upon hearing Adair and Apos' discontent, the middle-aged man's legs weakened instinctively, nearly causing him to collapse. A look of fear and unease spread across his rough, dark visage. "Although wild agaves are abundant, we are still far from the peak blooming period, and very few meet your requirements. Please grant me 2 more days, and I shall ensure you receive an adequate quantity." With trepidation etched on his face, he hastily promised Adair, anxious to avoid incurring his wrath. Observing the man's demeanor, Adair's previously stern expression softened slightly. He recognized that he had been somewhat presumptuous. The abundance of wild agaves did not guarantee that suitable specimens would be easily found. "Very well. Coupled with what remains from before, these should suffice for now." With this thought, Adair retrieved a small pouch filled with golden coins from his side and tossed it to the man. "Consider this oversight forgiven for the moment. But should there be a next time, I suspect many will be eager to seize this opportunity." Watching the man's face light up with delight as he clutched the pouch, Adair did not neglect to issue a warning, his icy gaze fixed upon him. This individual was, in fact, one of the local hunters, employed by Adair to regularly supply the materials he required. He understood that, given the terms Adair had offered, numerous individuals would be keen to capitalize on his mistakes in order to take over his position, thus he could not afford to let them succeed. In an instant, a sycophantic expression crossed the man's face as he repeatedly offered assurances in a blend of local dialect, continuing until Adair finally dismissed him. Once the man departed, Adair closed the door and began to sample some unfamiliar materials from the large bag, testing each one in turn. Only after evaluating all the new substances did a look of disappointment settle on his face. None of these materials could enhance his physical attributes. He gazed despondently at the array of materials before him, then reflected on his own physical condition. Name: Adair Farkas. Strength 2, 4-2, 8. Agility 1, 9-2, 3. Constitution 2-2, 5. However, at this juncture, the black plant had ceased to be of any benefit to him. It seemed Adair had developed a resistance. And no matter how much he consumed, he could no longer gain even a modicum of strength. Conversely, while the agave had indeed increased his agility by 0.1, the chip's readings indicated that he had not yet reached the limit, suggesting that continued consumption might still yield some benefits. Chapter 6. Training. The effects of the agave were nearing their limits, necessitating the swift discovery of new materials to substitute. After consuming the golden petals steeped in hot water, a warm current flowed within him, only to dissipate shortly thereafter, prompting a frown from Adair, who felt somewhat helpless about the matter. Following more than half a month of recuperation, he no longer required a cane to walk and confidently opened the door to step outside. "Adair, you've come again?" A voice rang out from the training ground across the way, where several apprentice knights, upon spotting Adair, greeted him from afar. "Indeed," Adair replied, his countenance adorned with a gentle and bashful smile, resembling an ordinary young boy, shyly acknowledging his fellow apprentices. To speak candidly, Adair possessed commendable qualities. His father was a landed baron in the vicinity and a relative of Count Borea, renowned in the area. As the sole heir of this baron, coupled with his reputation as an exceptional knightly prodigy, he was likely to attain knighthood in the future. Such remarkable attributes naturally attracted many who sought to curry favor with him in this locale. The apprentice knights before him, however, bore no ill intentions. They regarded Adair with a degree of reverence, generally adopting a friendly demeanor towards him. Adair himself maintained a congenial attitude. Despite embodying the appearance of a 13 or 14-year-old boy, his aura of distinction sufficed to elicit warmth with merely a hint of initiative. After exchanging pleasantries with the apprentices, Adair and Apos' gaze drifted to a corner where a young man caught his attention. It was Deer, clad in training garb of stark black, wielding a massive sword with vigorous determination, creating sharp, swift gusts of wind around him, exuding a commanding presence. Observing the training session in silence for a while, Adair fell into contemplation, his focus shifting elsewhere. In his mind, fragments of data occasionally surfaced. Task 1. Improvement of the knight's breathing technique. Remaining time, 87 hours. As time progressed, the remaining duration steadily diminished, appearing both resolute and gradual. 3 more days, is it? Gazing at the progress, a fervor ignited in Adair's eyes, and he instinctively mused. Perfect, in 3 days. My injuries should be nearly healed, and then I can attempt to practice. With this thought, a sense of urgency blossomed within him, and as he observed the training of those around him, his eagerness intensified. The current situation was becoming increasingly perilous. This series of developments left Adair instinctively uneasy, amplifying his desire to regain strength. He scrutinized the apprentice's training before him, forcibly suppressing his anxious sentiments to regain his composure. Not yet. His body had not fully recovered, and pushing himself too hard could lead to hidden injuries. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he glanced at the others, exchanged greetings with acquaintances, and then departed without hesitation. 3 days later, at dawn, Adair donned a loose-fitting black robe, standing solemnly in the expansive training ground, quietly observing the progress bar in his mind as it steadily diminished. Ding! The night breathing technique simulation has been completed. The mechanical voice of the chip resonated in Adair and Apos' mind, sounding exceptionally familiar in that moment. Suddenly, a faint, muffled rumble surged through his consciousness. An overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, indelibly etched into his memory. He rubbed his temples and vigorously shook his head, standing still for a minute or two before regaining his composure. The night breathing technique, post-simulation, bore significant differences from its original form. It not only encompassed a wealth of additional content, but also rectified many previously illogical aspects, enhancing its efficacy. Mastery of this new technique would minimize the likelihood of sustaining internal injuries during training, as numerous movements that could potentially lead to muscle strains had been meticulously refined by the chip. The chip designated the newly devised breathing technique as the Adair breathing method. Embracing this technique's essence, Adair unapologetically named it after himself. Naming complete. In an instant, the chip's mechanical and rigid voice echoed in his mind. Adair surveyed his surroundings, retrieved a long sword from the weapon rack behind him, and commenced a series of movements based on his recollections. His mind was imbued with the intricate motions of the night breathing technique, accompanied by simulated visual data transmitted alongside the chip's information. With the images vividly present in his mind, Adair could train independently, even in the absence of a mentor's guidance. An error in his arm movement was detected. His action deviated 3 centimeters to the right of the intended trajectory, as Adair executed a downward slash with his right hand. The chip and Apos' voice promptly alerted him to the mistake. This was one of the advantages of having a chip, unlike others who relied on experienced elders for meticulous instruction. Each movement had to be cautiously learned to avoid ingraining incorrect habits. Adair, equipped with the chip, could swiftly identify and rectify any errors, vastly enhancing his efficiency compared to his peers. In terms of mastering the night breathing technique, which necessitates a harmonious coordination of internal and external actions, even the most seasoned instructors might miss certain mistakes, leading to the gradual development of erroneous movements. Such oversights could accumulate over time, potentially resulting in hidden injuries and jeopardizing one and Apos' physical well-being. Adair, however, faced no such dilemma. After executing several sequences, aided by the chip and Apos' continuous prompts and trial-and-error feedback, Adair finally completed a series of movements accurately. His body glistened with sweat, and his handsome visage was drenched, droplets trickling down his face. The Adair breathing method had been successfully mastered. Completing it 100 times could enhance strength by 0.1, agility by 0.2, and constitution by 0.2. In his mind, the chip's notification chimed in. Such a significant improvement? Adair felt a surge of astonishment. Previously, Adele had utilized a chip to simulate the ultimate effects of the night breathing technique. The results revealed that it required over 1,000 repetitions to achieve a mere 0.1 increase in agility and an almost imperceptible enhancement in other attributes, rendering it incomparable to the current outcomes. He pondered, at this pace, it seemed he would soon attain the rank of knight. The initial practice of the night breathing technique yielded the most remarkable results, however. As his body gradually acclimated and his muscles strengthened, the effectiveness began to wane. In an instant, the mechanical voice of the chip echoed in his mind, countering this notion. Reluctantly, Adele shook his head and resumed his calculations. Each correct execution of the breathing technique, even at the quickest pace, necessitated at least half an hour. To complete 100 repetitions would entail a minimum of 50 hours of training. In that fleeting moment, he calculated this figure in his mind, and a surge of determination coursed through him as he grasped the sword beside him, recommencing his training. Time slipped away as Adele tirelessly practiced, with the chip providing constant feedback, reducing his errors and accelerating his progress. When the sun finally ascended in the sky, a robust young man clad in a black cloak approached the training grounds, preparing for his own practice. Upon seeing Adele in the midst of his training, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Adele, have you already recovered from your injuries? Is it wise to resume training so soon?" Adele's countenance brightened with a warm smile as he regarded his companion. "Dill, I sense my injuries have healed sufficiently, so I came to test my limits. I did not expect to encounter you so soon." After exchanging pleasantries, Dill moved to a nearby corner and immersed himself in diligent training. Observing Dill and Apos' unwavering dedication, Adele silently marveled. Indeed, those who excel in this world possess extraordinary qualities. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the sword, disregarding the beads of sweat cascading down his body, and embarked on a new round of training. As time elapsed, several knight apprentices arrived at the expansive training area. Upon noticing Adele, they expressed their astonishment. He greeted them with a smile before continuing his relentless practice, allowing the perspiration to flow freely. Chapter 7. Tranquility. When one is engrossed in their pursuits, time often slips away unnoticed. As Adair observed the training ground, he noticed that several apprentices had already departed. He glanced at the sun hanging in the sky, feeling its fervent warmth, and realized that much time had indeed elapsed. Most of the remaining apprentices had left, leaving only Deer, who continued his training, his shirt thoroughly drenched in sweat. "Adair, are you still training?" Deer inquired, seemingly sensing that his own training was nearing completion. He gradually ceased his exertions, retrieving a cloth from a nearby servant to wipe away the sweat, watching Adair with a hint of surprise as he persisted in his practice. Responding to Deer's call, Adair completed a set of movements, pausing to catch his breath while smiling and conversing. "I haven't trained in quite some time due to my injury, so today I feel particularly invigorated and decided to extend my practice." "Indeed," Deer replied with a hearty grin. "However, even with your body restored, one should not overexert oneself in such endeavors. A careless misstep could lead to lingering injuries. If time permits, refining your swordsmanship would also be beneficial." Adair paused, then quickly regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his face. "You're right." They exchanged a few more words before Deer left his sword behind and departed. Standing alone on the training field, Adair gazed at Deer's distant figure, a contemplative expression settling upon his face. "Chip, assess my physical condition," he silently commanded the chip within him. Subject's physical condition is stable. Knight and Apos' breathing technique training has not yet reached its limit, a mechanical voice echoed in an instant. As expected, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Adair's eyes. The process of mastering the knight's breathing technique itself stimulates the body, imposing significant strain and potential injury through continuous practice. Thus, even the most seasoned knights have a limited capacity for training within a single day. Exceeding this limit can yield adverse effects instead of beneficial ones. The determination of this threshold relies entirely on the practitioner's experience and bodily awareness. In this regard, Adair possessed a natural advantage over others. With the chip, he could monitor his physical state at any moment, ensuring that his training reached an optimal level. Moreover, the modified Deer and Apos' breathing technique significantly alleviated the burdens on the practitioner, allowing Adair to train effectively more often than his peers. However, this advantage necessitated discretion. He could not train excessively in the presence of others, lest his peculiarities draw suspicion. In an instant, Adair contemplated this dilemma. No one is a fool. Should they notice any anomalies, while they may not directly confront Adair, suspicion would inevitably arise, leading to unwarranted complications. With this thought, Adair shook his head, feeling a sense of resignation. "It seems I must exercise greater caution in my training from now on." A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he surveyed his surroundings. Though few remained, he chose to abandon his intention to continue practicing the breathing technique. He approached the weapon rack ahead and exchanged his sword for a lighter longsword. Standing still, he contemplated before calling out to the chip within his mind. Chip. Transmit the basic swordsmanship movements. In that very moment, a mechanical voice resonated within his consciousness, and a torrent of memories pertaining to fundamental swordplay flooded his mind. Guided by a familiar instinct, Otto took a step forward, thrusting the longsword ahead. Thrust, upward cut, horizontal slash. Each movement flowed seamlessly from his hands, exhibiting the proficiency of a seasoned warrior. From a young age, Otto had undergone rigorous training, practicing this set of basic sword techniques countless times. A certain innate familiarity had long since been ingrained in his body. As he executed each strike, his body responded instinctively, devoid of any awkwardness. He continued this cycle of practice, revisiting the basic swordsmanship and striving to reacquaint himself with all the skills this body had once mastered. Time swiftly passed. To avoid drawing attention, Otto refrained from resting on the knight's breathing technique throughout the afternoon. Instead, like the others, he honed his swordsmanship, exercising his body through various means. This training area typically saw little foot traffic, with fewer than 10 knight apprentices, including Otto, usually training here, the rest being servants. During wartime, many apprentices had been dispatched on missions, leaving the grounds desolate at night. Moreover, this world contrasted sharply with the two previous ones Otto had experienced. Gone were the days of inexpensive, convenient electricity. In this realm, costly oil lamps provided illumination at night, casting a dim and unclear light. Even if someone were to approach with a torch, the vast expanse of the training grounds made it nearly impossible to discern Otto's actions from afar, allowing him to practice without fear of being discovered. With this in mind, he quietly moved to a secluded corner, grasped his longsword, and resumed his training. Perhaps due to the lineage coursing through his veins, Otto found his vision remarkably keen. Even in the depths of night, he could perceive his surroundings clearly. Coupled with the chip's assistance, training in darkness posed no challenge. This time, he focused not on swordplay, but on the knight's breathing technique. The glimmer of the longsword was concealed beneath the cloak of night, the rush of wind generated by his strikes and his heavy breaths resonating in the tranquil evening air, yet overshadowed by the persistent chorus of chirping insects. When his physical training reached its zenith, a mechanical voice from the chip signaled Otto to cease his movements. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where a silvery moon hung amidst a sea of stars, casting a faint, ethereal glow. Days later, in the early morning, Otto stood quietly on the expansive training field, the attributes of his body as detected by the chip materializing in his mind. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 2, 9. Agility, 2, 5. Constitution, 2, 7. Chapter 8. Investigation. Strength, agility, and constitution have all increased, yet the time required for further training has significantly escalated. Observing his attributes, Adair couldn't help but sigh. He once again picked up his sword and practiced the knight's breathing technique in place. Upon completing a full session of the technique, Adair was drenched in sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor as he panted, attuning himself to the data swirling in his mind. A mechanical voice echoed in his thoughts. Continued practice for 323 times could enhance strength by 0. 1. Agility by 0. 2. And constitution by 0. 1. Adair shook his head, somewhat resigned. While tripling the time required was manageable, the increasing duration and diminishing returns as one progressed further were disheartening. Even in the most ideal circumstances, over 300 repetitions would necessitate training for more than 20 days, and should any unforeseen events arise, it would not be surprising for it to take over a month. Though such time may seem trivial in ordinary circumstances, it now felt rather pressing. Regrettably, contemplating the recent information he had gathered, Adair sighed once more. It was no surprise, this world was inherently unsafe and discordant, rife with beasts and bandits lurking in the wilderness. Without a certain level of martial prowess, maintaining local order was virtually impossible. In light of this, as a custodian of some semblance of order within this region, Count Pollier had naturally taken action to uphold stability and security. In the past few days, the remaining apprentices had gradually departed, leaving only 2 or 3, including Adair, still present. Adair's continued presence here was likely due to his previous injuries sustained on the battlefield, which warranted him additional time for recovery. With this thought, he set aside his long sword and donned a different weapon intended for training. Days later, as Adair had anticipated, Count Pollier issued orders for him to be dispatched, sensing that his injuries had sufficiently healed. In a desolate mountain forest, Adair rode a black steed, accompanied by several mounted attendants. Is this the area? Upon reaching a designated location, Adair dismounted and swiftly scanned the surroundings with a keen gaze, inquiring of his attendants behind him. Indeed, my lord, they replied. According to prior intelligence, there had indeed been reports of mountain bears in the vicinity, which had recently attacked several nearby villages, claiming numerous lives. As they arrived, an eerie and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area, affecting the demeanor of the attendants, one of whom silently relayed the information. When mentioning the mountain bears, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, betraying a palpable dread of such creatures. Adair, however, remained unfazed. The mountain bear was a terrifying creature within this world. In a wilderness teeming with perilous beasts, some particularly formidable beings lurked, posing significant threats. The mountain-dwelling violent bear is indeed one of the formidable sovereigns of the terrain. Legends whisper of its capacity to single-handedly annihilate a small army. Its might described as nothing short of terrifying. In the region where Adair currently resides, there have been rumors of sightings of this fearsome creature, prompting his dispatch to investigate. However, this mission serves merely as one of the explicit objectives. Recently, with the front lines mired in stalemate, this area has seen an influx of marauding brigands, wreaking havoc across the domains of various nobles. Hunters in the vicinity have previously reported encounters with large bands of these outlaws, who seem to have taken refuge in the area, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Adair's assignment entails not only the search for the ostensibly elusive mountain-dwelling violent bear, but also the pursuit of these brigands' whereabouts. Each task presents its own formidable challenges, fraught with peril should he cross paths with them. The exact number of brigands remains unknown, yet their audacity to brazenly plunder noble territories marks them as true desperados, often banding together to wield considerable strength. The mountain-dwelling violent bear, too, is a formidable adversary. Such a creature transcends the capabilities of ordinary individuals, requiring either a military engagement or the intervention of elite knights to even stand a chance against it. Fortunately, Adair's mission is solely reconnaissance, sparing him the obligation of confronting these threats directly. As the group advanced a few paces, Adair swiftly scanned his surroundings, observing the landscape with a seemingly casual demeanor. In reality, however, the presence of his chip enabled him to glean comprehensive insights with merely a cursory glance, employing data analysis and comparison far more effective than conventional methods. Different residual synths were detected, and through data analysis, the similarity to the mountain-dwelling violent bear was determined to be 74. The mechanical voice of the chip resonated in his mind. Adair and Apos' gaze fell upon the horizon, where a massive tree lay prostrate, its canopy bowed toward the earth. This tree, towering at least 10 meters high and requiring 2 individuals to encircle its trunk, bore a clean break at its midsection, causing the upper portion to tilt ominously downward. Approximately 4 meters above the ground, a substantial indentation marred the trunk, deeply gouged and resembling the claw of a beast. This was unmistakably a sign of the mountain-dwelling violent bear's previous activities. As Adair scrutinized the fallen tree, a pallor washed over the face of a middle-aged man behind him. Adair's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he meticulously analyzed the markings on the tree, contemplating the sheer power of this creature. The capability to nearly sever a towering tree with a single blow suggests that if such force were to strike a human, it would likely reduce them to a mere mass of pulp, obliterating their form into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. Even Adair, should he be caught directly in the path of the mountain-dwelling violent bear and Apos' strike, would be grievously injured, leaving him no chance to contend with such a beast. Ding. The analysis concluded, indicating that the target's strength attribute exceeded 5.7. In his mind, the voice of the chip resonated simultaneously. A strength of at least 5.7 is undeniably a terrifying figure. An ordinary individual, unless they are a knight or a remarkably strong knight apprentice, would likely succumb to a mere brush with such power. A pallor of dread washed over Adair's face. This strength surpassed the limits of what he could contend with, even for a seasoned knight. He raised his gaze, earnestly surveying his surroundings, while the chip in his mind scanned the vicinity through his eyes, incessantly gathering information to unveil any lurking dangers. The chip continually relayed the analyzed data back to his consciousness. He directed his attention forward, where, 5 meters away, a verdant protrusion was cleverly concealed amidst the surrounding scenery. Yet it was easily discerned through the chip's comparative analysis. Adair refrained from advancing. Instead, he gently lifted his arm, quietly aiming a crossbow at the target ahead. Calculate wind resistance. Please shift the arm 3 centimeters to the right. This necessity for a crossbow stemmed from his extensive training as a knight apprentice, endowing him with remarkable stability, and coupled with the chip's ability to analyze data and compute resistance, he need not worry about the accuracy of his aim. With a soft click, the The crossbow string quivered as an arrow shot forth rapidly, striking a target several meters away. It was a slender, emerald-hued serpent, approximately 1 meter in length, nearly indistinguishable within the forest. It appeared to be venomous, yet at that moment, an arrow had pierced its head, rendering it motionless. This was the green-eyed snake, known for its potent venom. Even a lion, if bitten, would succumb within an hour. Behind Adair, a hunter serving as a guide recognized the species of the snake and, with trepidation, explained to Adair. Adair nodded, extracting his arrow before seizing the serpent and Apos' body. As if jolted by electricity, the previously inert snake suddenly writhed, its jaws snapping fiercely towards Adair. His companion gasped, rushing forward to intervene. In a swift motion, an arrow, tainted with the serpent's green blood, plunged downwards, the fearsome force cleaving the snake's head cleanly from its body, which fell to the ground. Adair and Apos' expression remained unwavering as he calmly dissected the serpent and Apos' body, uncovering a solid green substance within. Chapter 9. An unusual silence in the tranquil embrace of the mountain forest. Adair stood still, clutching a verdant solid in his right hand. This green entity, extracted from the body of a green-eyed serpent, resembled stone, smeared with the serpent's emerald blood, which rendered it somewhat repulsive. As he contemplated the serpentine stone, Adair wiped away the blood, ensuring it bore no toxicity before cautiously placing a small fragment into his mouth. Ding! Effective substance detected. After consuming 100 pieces, physical constitution increases by 0.1. The information resonated delightfully within Adair's mind. How prevalent are these serpents in the vicinity? He pondered before turning to the hunter trailing behind him. The middle-aged hunter, donned in a fur cloak, appeared momentarily startled, seemingly unprepared for Adair's inquiry. He quickly regained his composure and replied, "There are quite a number of these green-eyed serpents around here, frequently spotted. However, to find more, one must venture deeper into the forest, where they truly thrive." Glancing at the serpent stone in Adair and Apos' hand, the hunter tentatively asked, "Are you seeking this serpent stone, my lord? If so, I can assist in procuring some for you." Despite their venomous nature, the flesh of these serpents is remarkably delectable, and the serpent stone serves as a valuable medicinal ingredient, prompting seasoned hunters to capture them frequently. The hunter elucidated, "Should you offer a handsome price, many experienced hunters nearby would be eager to assist you, and I trust they could swiftly procure some." "Then I shall trouble you with this task," Adair responded without hesitation. Contemplating the proposal, 100 serpents is no trifling number. Relying solely on his efforts could delay the acquisition indefinitely. Having assistance in procurement was indeed a boon. They conversed for a while, swiftly reaching an agreement. Adair proposed a generous price of 1 gold coin per serpent, prompting the hunter to assist in the acquisition. In this world, life is arduous for the common folk. A single gold coin, if managed prudently, suffices for a family's basic sustenance for a month, making it a considerable sum for the hunters. As the heir to a barony, Adair received monthly remittances from servants to sustain his lifestyle, amounting to roughly 100 gold coins each month. Once the transaction was settled, the hunter beamed with joy, while the expressions of the accompanying attendants hinted at their envy. It was predictable that when the hunter engaged in trade with others, he would undoubtedly extract a commission from that gold coin. However, Adair remained unconcerned. Such behavior was merely human nature. His sole desire lay in the materials he could obtain, indifferent to the means by which they were acquired. "Very well. We have thoroughly examined this area. Let us proceed to the next location." After a careful search of the surroundings, Adair addressed the others accompanying him. Having scoured the area for an extended period, he noted that apart from traces of the mountain beasts, no other notable occurrences had transpired. According to the analysis from the chip in his mind, the traces observed were predominantly from a week or two ago. Given the nature of the mountain bears, they may have already wandered off to other locales. As he gently stroked the black horse, Adair and Apos' gaze suddenly sharpened, the mechanical voice of the chip resonating in his mind. Dinging. Unknown molecular presence detected, analyzed as that of 3 adult male humans. Someone has recently passed through. A tremor ran through Adair's mind as he instinctively turned his gaze toward the right. There lay a patch of grass, with low shrubs flourishing in a seemingly natural manner, devoid of any signs of human intervention. Yet, this was merely a superficial disguise. The chip and Apos' analysis revealed faint footprints and potent scent molecules extending into the distance. Upon discovering this, Adair maintained an impassive expression, swiftly redirecting his attention to the horses, appearing to have merely cast a casual glance. However, His right hand discreetly rested on the cross-sword at his waist, his thoughts wavering. This hesitation did not linger for long. Soon, he resolved within himself. And the sword he had tightly grasped was lowered with ease. He was not the original owner of this body, nor was he a die-hard loyalist to Count Borja. Harboring no intent to lay down his life for another, routine tasks were acceptable, but engaging in life-and-death confrontations held no advantages for Adair. He quietly caressed the black stallion beneath him, while subtly using the chip to assess the horse and Oppo's condition. Dinging. The horse and Oppo's health is stable, no abnormal reactions detected. The chip's prompt provided a slight relief to Adair. Let us proceed. He mounted his horse, feigning ignorance of the recent discovery, and led the group forward. Preparing to scout the next location. Clad in form-fitting emerald green attire, they moved with agility and swiftness, blending seamlessly into the surrounding scenery, making detection difficult. Why didn't Oppo's we strike them down just now? Observing Adair and Oppo's retreating figure, a bearded man among the three expressed confusion, turning to a youthful companion beside him. This young man, also dressed in green attire, was markedly more handsome, his expression calm. Besides, even if we had acted, with just the three of us, the outcome would have been uncertain. After explaining, the youth gazed solemnly in the direction Adair had departed. Surely not. The bearded man replied incredulously. A few ordinary individuals, and a noble child still nursing at his mother and Oppo's breast? I alone could vanquish them all. That is no ordinary noble child. At this point, another spoke up, his expression equally grave. That is Adair Farkas, a renowned knightly prodigy in this vicinity. This is no exaggerated claim. He is a genuine genius who has seen the battlefield. Half a year ago, it was rumored that the standards for promotion to knighthood were nearly met. It is likely that the activation of the life seed is not far off now. At this point, a hint of apprehension crept into the speaker and Oppo's tone. Such strength could only be retained if a true knight appeared. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hold the opponent, let alone the three of us. Well, let us conclude today's matters here. The paramount task now is to establish the forward base to facilitate the arrival of subsequent personnel. When the three individuals appeared from the rear, Adair was leading his group back along the path they had come. As the sun approached its zenith, its rays were particularly fierce. Adair surveyed the surroundings and commanded his companions to seek out an abandoned village where they could rest for a while. Upon entering, Adair tethered his horse beneath the shade of a tree and then stepped inside to survey the interior. Though labeled as an abandoned village, the structures within appeared quite new. The accumulation of dust was minimal in certain areas, and remnants of habitation were evident, suggesting that people had recently resided there. Surrounding them were dilapidated buildings, seemingly ravaged by some colossal beast, leaving a scene of disarray. In the corners, remnants of dried blood, not thoroughly cleaned, added a subtle yet unsettling sanguine atmosphere to the surroundings. Standing in this place, Adair scanned the area with vigilance. His keen vision, coupled with the prompts from the chip in his mind, enabled him to detect anomalies in the vicinity. Once assured that there were no hidden dangers, they selected a spot to rest. A nearby hunter skillfully unearthed usable cookware, such as a large pot and some utensils, which could be utilized after a brief cleaning. The others quickly joined in to assist, and soon, within a relatively intact dwelling, a pot filled with rich stew simmered, releasing an enticing aroma of meat that made those present involuntarily swallow in anticipation. The stew contained various game captured by Adair and his companions, including a skinned green-eyed serpent, which had been added to the mix to simmer alongside the other ingredients. As per tradition, one of the attendants presented the finest serpent meat to Adair, subsequently taking a seat in silence, eagerly watching him. Let us dine together, Adair remarked casually, noticing the gazes of those around him. The group visibly relaxed, hastily retrieving their utensils to partake in the meal, though their movements remained delicate, wary of disturbing Adair. After finishing their lunch, they rested briefly before preparing to depart for the next location to continue their patrol. Just before leaving, as if sensing something amiss, Adair suddenly furrowed his brow. In his mind, the mechanical voice of the chip resonated. Ding. Known molecular signatures detected. Analysis indicates 3 adult males. The chip's alert caused Adair to pause in his movements. Chapter 10. Boundaries. Previously, those individuals had traversed this place. Standing still, absorbing the information conveyed by the chip in his mind, a fleeting thought crossed Adair's mind. He instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet. Master, what is the matter? Behind Adair, several attendants followed, observing his furrowed brow with curiosity. Nothing, Adair replied, shaking his head upon hearing their inquiries. Let us proceed. He led the group to the location where they had previously tethered their horses, mounting first. And under the guidance of a scout, they departed towards an undisclosed destination, poised to investigate anew. Thus, Adair diligently explored the area for several days. However, aside from the initial sight, no abnormalities were detected elsewhere. Time swiftly passed, and several months elapsed. Within a dense wilderness, a group of individuals cautiously navigated the underbrush. Their attire varied, and they exuded a mingling scent of sweat and blood, resembling desperate fugitives, yet their expressions betrayed a palpable tension, even fear. They hurriedly traversed the terrain, seemingly evading an unseen menace. Suddenly, a sharp twang pierced the air as an arrow soared forth, instinctive terror flickering in their eyes. The lethal projectile struck one man in the throat, pinning him to a large tree behind him, crimson blood cascading forth. "Run!" a terrified voice cried out. As they glimpsed something horrific, their faces contorting in sheer dread, they scattered in haste, striving to distance themselves from the source of their fear. In an instant, several more arrows rained down from afar, accurately and swiftly piercing the chests of a few. Ahead, a youthful figure stood beneath a large tree, wielding a horn bow nearly 2 meters long. He appeared strikingly handsome, no more than 13 or 14 years of age, clad in a black leather armor, advancing gracefully like an aristocratic youth. However, to the onlookers, he resembled a demon, despair rising in their eyes, their bodies trembling. "We cannot flee. He is but one. Let us confront him together." Among them, a man who seemed to be the leader gritted his teeth and shouted to the others. In the next moment, an arrow shot forth, piercing his chest and silencing him forever. Damn it! Witnessing this, some took refuge behind the surrounding trees, preparing to unite against Adair. These individuals were true outlaws, well aware of what needed to be done. As a surge of blood welled in their throats, they grasped their weapons, ready to charge at Adair. Of course, there were those who, heedless of the danger, continued their frantic escape. Yet, it was this group that perished most swiftly. To prevent the escape of those individuals, Adair swiftly seized his bow, unleashing a flurry of sharp arrows imbued with formidable strength that struck down several who attempted to flee. At that moment, the remaining individuals congregated, brandishing weapons and roaring as they charged towards Adair. Without hesitation, he relinquished his bow, drawing the cross sword from his waist in a heartbeat, and with a fierce sweep, severed a head from its body, which fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving a headless corpse to collapse beside it. The skirmish concluded swiftly, with Adair and Apos' physical prowess nearly thrice that of an ordinary man. His movements were imperceptible to his adversaries, who he dispatched with ease. Withdrawing his sword from one of the fallen, Adair's expression remained unchanged as he advanced forward. Some of those previously struck by arrows still clung to life, writhing instinctively on the ground, the most unfortunate of whom had been pinned to a large tree by Adair's arrow. Adair approached, delivering lethal blows to end their suffering before casting his gaze towards the distant horizon. Amidst the earlier chaos, a few had managed to escape, evading Adair's grasp. Given his speed, pursuit would have been effortless, yet he ultimately dismissed the notion, choosing instead to remain in place, awaiting the arrival of his companions to manage the aftermath. After a brief moment, footsteps began to approach. "My Lord Adair," called out a familiar voice from behind, as a middle-aged man clad in leather armor, accompanied by a group of soldiers, arrived, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the numerous corpses strewn about. "Tend to the bodies here," Adair instructed calmly, his demeanor unflinching. Following his command, the soldiers commenced their grim task. Although termed cleanup, the primary objective was to gather the spoils of war. The clothing, leather armor, weapons, and the wealth plundered by the deceased formed a considerable fortune, which the soldiers meticulously collected and amassed to one side. Adair merely cast a cursory glance at the proceedings, paying little heed. By convention, the majority of these spoils would belong to him. However, being alone, he found no use for the bloodied scraps of leather armor and rudimentary weapons. Thus, he opted only to take the easily transportable gold coins and other items of worth, distributing the rest among the soldiers. Aware of this practice, the soldiers diligently scoured the area, unperturbed by the bloodstains as they stripped the armor and garments from the corpses. Once the spoils had been gathered, only the lifeless bodies remained. There was no need for further cleanup. In a few days, the scent of blood would attract wild beasts to this site, who would naturally consume the remains. "Adair, did you catch up with those bandits?" A familiar voice resonated in Adair's ear, causing him to pause momentarily. It was Adair, clad in leather armor and wielding a mighty sword, who looked upon Adair with concern. Observing him, Adair's face broke into a smile as he remarked, "Dr. You've come as well? Deer nodded, expressing a hint of resignation. There's no choice. Recently, the borders in this vicinity have been besieged by an increasing number of bandits, and the situation at the front grows ever more precarious, compelling us to be dispatched here. It's not entirely unexpected, Dr. continued casually. This area serves as the boundary between the Kingdom of Arya and the Kingdom of Bode, a historically tumultuous region rife with savage tribes and a plethora of criminals and bandits who have fled here over the years, rendering it exceedingly difficult to manage. Although chaos reigned in the past, it remained relatively stable under the command of Count Polia and his noble forces. Despite their lawless nature, these individuals dared not act recklessly. However, as you are aware, with the front lines entangled in stalemate, the nobles are unable to spare their men, leading these ruffians to grow restless, each intent on venturing southward to plunder. Dr. sighed, then slowly elucidated to Adair beside him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Adair offered a gentle smile. Taking a seat beside Dr., he drew forth his cross-sword, meticulously wiping away the blood that clung to its surface with a clean cloth. After a brief interval, a soldier approached Adair with a respectful demeanor, inquiring, "My lord Adair, there is someone outside seeking your presence." The soldier nodded respectfully, stepping aside swiftly, and before long, a middle-aged hunter arrived at Adair's side, clad in a thick fur cloak and carrying a large cloth bag. The hunter bore a humble smile as he stood quietly before Adair. Before Adair, he unfastened the bag to reveal several green-eyed snakes within. There appeared to be a dozen or so of them. To mitigate the risk of venom, the heads of these green-eyed snakes had been severed and placed in a separate small pouch. Upon gazing at the snakes, Adair's brow subtly furrowed. The snakes had not yet been cleaned, emitting a peculiar stench. Furthermore, amidst the dried green blood of the snakes, Adair discerned traces of red, desiccated blood, indicating that someone had been bitten while capturing these serpents. Given the potency of the green-eyed snake's venom, a single bite spells certain death for an ordinary person, leaving no room for luck. The loss of a laborer represents a catastrophic blow to the families reliant upon them. Reflecting on this, Adair sighed softly. Concerning this predicament, he felt both powerless to effect change and disinclined to do so, regardless of the initial motivations. Those who choose to embark on such perilous ventures must be prepared to face the potential consequences. Whatever the outcome, it remains their own choice. He retrieved a pre-prepared pouch of coins from beside him and tossed it to the hunter opposite him, offering no further words, merely gesturing for him to depart. The middle-aged hunter wore a humble expression upon his face, secretly gauging the weight in his hands, which brought him a sudden sense of joy. He promptly departed with utmost respect. He extracted the serpent stones from the snake meat before instructing others to cleanse the meat thoroughly and set it aside for further processing. Chapter 11. The Unexpected. What do you need so much snake meat for? A curious voice emerged from the side. As Dill looked at Adair handling a large sack of snake meat. Would you like to try some? A smile spread across his face as he gestured towards Dill. Sure. Dill chuckled, taking a skewer of roasted snake meat from Adair and Apos' hands and biting into it. Instantly, his eyes lit up as he raised his hand to Adair. Indeed. It tastes delightful. The lunch soon came to a close. Adair spared no effort in consuming the snake meat, devouring 7 or 8 pieces in total. The physical prowess of a knight apprentice surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and consequently, their appetites tend to be larger as well. Moreover, as Adair was in a period of growth, it was imperative for him to consume more nutritious food. Of course, more importantly, the snake meat contained trace beneficial components. According to the Chip and Apos' analysis, long-term consumption could enhance certain bodily attributes, making it all the more regrettable to waste. After lunch, Adair stepped aside, retrieving a green snake stone and chewing on it for a while before swallowing it whole. Though resembling a stone, the green snake stone was far less hard and could easily be crushed. However, its taste left much to be desired, marked by an intensely bitter and foul odor that could provoke nausea, rendering it difficult to swallow. Adair grimaced, forcing himself to swallow despite the overwhelming repulsion. As the snake stone slid down, an uncomfortable sensation surged through Adair and Apos' body. Initially mild, it intensified rapidly, accompanied by a searing heat that felt as though he were being scorched by fire. After a while, this discomfort gradually subsided, transforming into an extreme sense of acidity and numbness, seemingly inducing a paralyzing effect. Stifling this sensation, Adair reached for another snake stone from the pouch at his waist, placing it to his lips. The familiar feeling returned, even more potent than before. This process continued for an extended period until the mechanical voice in his mind resonated once again. prompting Adair to halt. Ding. The host's rejection response has reached its limit. Further consumption will lead to irreversible organ failure. Upon hearing the warning conveyed by the chip, Adair ceased his actions and instructed the chip to assess his physical condition. In an instant, the chip responded, projecting the data into his mind. SI. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 2, 4, 3, 1. Agility, 2, 3, 2, 9. Constitution, 2, 5, 3. Status, weak, minor organ damage. Compared to 4 months prior, Adair and Apos' attributes now appeared significantly improved, with not only his strength and constitution peaking above 3, but even his previously weakest agility reaching approximately 2, 9, greatly enhancing his overall combat capability relative to just a few months ago. For over 4 months, Adil has diligently practiced the Knight and Apos' breathing technique without faltering. In addition to the Serpent Stone he had previously discovered, he has come across several other materials in the vicinity that have proven beneficial to him, each yielding varying degrees of effectiveness. This has enabled him to significantly enhance his physical prowess in such a short span of time. However, the Serpent Stone's efficacy is beginning to wane. Adil, sensing the enhancement of his physical capabilities, feels a tinge of helplessness. Among the materials he has utilized, the Serpent Stone stands as the most effective, still providing him with some benefits even after 4 months of use. Yet, as his physical condition improves, his body adapts to and tolerates the effects of the Serpent Stone more robustly, leading to a gradual diminishment of its potency. At this rate, it is likely that after a few more uses, the Serpent Stone will lose its effectiveness entirely. This thought flitted through Adil's mind. Due to his recent extensive use of the Serpent Stone to stimulate his body, he currently finds himself in a state of weakness and numbness. After standing still for a moment, allowing his condition to slightly improve, he steeled himself against the intense discomfort and made his way towards the camp behind him. Upon entering the camp, Adil's brow furrowed. In the center, a dozen corpses lay quietly, their appearance quite tragic. Most of these individuals were ordinary guards, though a few were knight apprentices, faces familiar to Adil, now lying lifeless on the ground, draped in linen cloths to conceal their bodies. Surrounding these corpses, the others remained silent, enveloped in a somber and oppressive atmosphere. What had transpired? Adil approached Deer, who was seated nearby. Observing his grim expression, how could so many fall at once? Deer, initially taken aback by the voice, turned to see Adil, his previously somber demeanor lightening slightly. Something occurred up front. Alati and his group were ambushed. Over 50 individuals perished, and we have only recovered a few bodies, Deer explained. His expression darkening as he gestured toward the corpses, his emotions visibly stirred. Hearing this news, Adil furrowed his brow. Though he managed to maintain a calm facade, have we determined who was responsible? It remains unclear. However, the traces at the scene suggest the involvement of orcs. It is possible that some orc marauders from the front line have wandered over and seized the opportunity to ambush Alati and his group, Deer replied, shaking his head. Orcs? Adil mused to himself instinctively, then turned his gaze back to the bodies. Despite the linen cloths covering them, Adil's keen eyesight and observational skills allowed him to discern the grim state of the corpses. Their leather armor and clothing had been stripped away, taken as spoils of war. From a corner revealed by the individual corpses, it was evident that these bodies were far from intact. Some had their entire heads a gruesome mess, seemingly having been gnawed upon by wild beasts after death. This predation had obliterated any potential traces that might have remained on the corpses, leaving only scant clues to surmise the circumstances of their demise. The only discernible fact for Adair was that these individuals had likely perished about 5 or 6 days prior, and it appeared that they had all met their fate at the hands of the same group of assailants. To glean further information, one would have to engage in close proximity to these bodies, or even resort to dissection. As Adair pondered the possibility of dissection, his companion, Deer, glanced over, mistakenly believing he was troubled by some concern. He spoke up. Adair, there is no need to worry. When our people first discovered these bodies, they dispatched someone to Lord Boria's castle. I am certain reinforcements will arrive shortly, so there is no cause for alarm. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, Deer added, moreover, I have just heard that a true knight may be coming this time. Knight? Instinctively, Adair felt a surge of interest and turned to inquire, is there concrete information? Which lord is leading the party? It remains unclear, Deer replied casually, but the lords still residing in the castle are few. That is true, Adair nodded in agreement. The status of knights in this world was exalted. They were not only powerful but also scarce. Even among Count Boria and Apos' retinue, there were but a handful remaining, most having been dispatched to the front lines to combat the orcs. To Adair's knowledge, only 3 knights remained in the castle, one of whom was likely leading the current expedition. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Adair's eyes. Since his arrival in this world nearly 6 months ago, he had experienced significant improvements in his physical capabilities. Yet, he remained at a loss regarding how to activate the seed of life, feeling a frustrating sense of untapped potential. The nightly breathing techniques merely stimulated life force to enhance physical prowess, offering no precise guidance on truly activating the seed of life, save for vague references. In this predicament, Adair felt an urgent need to find a genuine knight, whether to seek their counsel directly or to observe through a chip, believing such an encounter could yield valuable insights. With this hope in mind, the days swiftly passed. 7 days later, outside the tranquil encampment, a long procession approached from the distance, arriving just as midday struck. This contingent comprised approximately 30 to 40 individuals, all clad in uniform leather armor and wielding standard weaponry, their formation markedly more disciplined than that of ordinary guards. Yet, it was the figure at the forefront of the procession that drew the most attention. A middle-aged man clad in dark armor rode a white steed, his back adorned with a flowing crimson cloak. The combination of his resolute and commanding visage, complemented by his golden hair, rendered him an imposing figure. His countenance bore an air of indifference and determination as he surveyed the welcoming party in the encampment, offering a slight nod before proceeding forward. Flanked by the soldiers behind him, only after their passage did the assembled welcome party dare to utter a sound. Chapter 12. The Limits of Life. To his astonishment, it was none other than Lord Fueler who had arrived. Observing the imposing middle-aged knight from afar, a peculiar expression crossed Deer's face. Beside him, Adair mirrored this sentiment, contemplating the stern visage of the knight in the distance. Indeed, this situation was quite extraordinary. The knight, etched in Adair's memory, served as the guardian of the Count of Polia's castle, commanding the elite guards responsible for the fortress's protection. Despite the fierce conflict raging at the front, he had never been reassigned. Among the numerous knights under the Count's command, he belonged to an elite cadre, reputed for having personally slain 3 formidable adversaries during the early conflicts against the Kingdom of Bode, thus earning the Count's esteem in the duty of safeguarding his castle. With the sole offspring's remains untraceable, it was no wonder the knight wore a grim expression, even departing from his post to personally lead a contingent to this site. The atmosphere was bound to grow tumultuous. Adair sighed inwardly, pondering the implications of yet another top-tier knight entering this chaotic fray. The unfolding situation was indeed unpredictable. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards the retreating figure of the knight, then followed Adair into the camp. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of a knight wielded undeniable influence. After Lord Fueler's arrival, the camp, previously rife with unease, settled into a state of calm. This was the result of the knight and Apos' power and authority. In a perilous world such as this, stability is unattainable without strength. The might of a knight can easily dominate a territory, ensuring the stability of a region, symbolizing power in the hearts of the people, particularly in such treacherous times. The advent of a formidable knight suffices to quell the unrest and dispel the pervasive anxiety. Having accomplished this, he maintained a stern demeanor as he, accompanied by several aides, approached the corpses laid out in the center of the camp, seemingly preparing to examine them. Fueler displayed no particular reaction. His expression remained impassive as he gazed upon the decaying bodies, even going so far as to touch the wounds with his bare hands, undeterred by the grotesque sight. The corpses, now in various stages of decomposition, revealed little. Even the gaping wounds, ravaged by beasts and decay, were barely recognizable. Chip, display the subject's biometric data. Adair commanded after the knight had departed. Name, Fueler. Strength, 4-7. Agility, 4-4. Constitution, 4-5. Ding. This life form poses significant danger should conflict arise. The survival probability is below 8.7. It is advised to maintain distance. The data transmitted by the chip left Adair gasping in astonishment, his mind reeling. How could this be possible? This extraordinary physical prowess has shattered the physiological limits of humanity. He felt a jolt within, his gaze fixed intently on the knight who gradually receded into the distance, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. As a biologist from a past life, he understood that in this world, all forms of life possess inherent limitations. Humans, as sentient beings, are no exception in this regard. These limitations are rooted in both physiological structure and genetic composition. Under natural conditions, barring countless years of effective evolution, transcending them is nearly impossible. In the technologically advanced world of his previous existence, genetic modifications were employed to artificially breach these genetic confines, creating genetically enhanced warriors who surpassed the limits of human capability. Is this the effect of activating the life seed? To transcend the natural genetic boundaries of the human body, allowing physical strength, once thought to be at its zenith, to ascend anew, thus engendering a profound transformation of life itself. Rather than merely breaking limits, this could be described as a unique form of evolution. Contemplating this, a surge of exhilaration gleamed in his eyes, his gaze towards the night imbued with fervor. Regrettably, he lacked the means to conduct research. Had he access to the corpse of a knight who had activated the life seed, dissection and analysis could potentially unveil some mysteries. The instinct of his former profession ignited within him an undeniable yearning for exploration. He shook his head, momentarily dismissing those impractical thoughts, and made his way to a quiet corner, preparing to train alone for a while. That night, under the command of the noble knight, the bodies that had been laid to rest in the camp were dragged out and cremated. The blazing flames roared at the center, casting flickering light upon the silent faces of many, their shadows dancing upon the ground. Compared to the previous leaders, this knight exhibited a markedly heightened aggression and formidable strength. After several days of initial reconnaissance, he personally led a fierce campaign against the troublesome tribes in the area, severing their heads and displaying them at the camp entrance to instill fear in the hearts of nearby adversaries. Such brutal practices were prevalent in this world, yielding effective results. In a remarkably short span, nearly all the troublemakers in the vicinity became aware of the knight's presence, rendering the area momentarily hushed, as the once chaotic situation began to show signs of suppression. Chapter 13. The orcs. As dawn broke, the sun once again ascended into the sky. Bathed in its golden light, Adair rode upon a steed, accompanied by several individuals, as he quietly surveyed the surroundings. He instinctively furrowed his brow and halted a passerby to inquire about the situation. The combatants within the camp had largely assembled, comprising not only the elite warriors brought by Flairel from the castle but also some trainee knights who were originally stationed there. Observing this formidable gathering, Adair sighed inwardly, hesitating not a moment longer as he spurred his horse forward. Ahead, he spotted Flairel, who stood vigilantly over the assembled troops, clad in his dark armor, exuding an aura of authority. Sensing Adair's gaze, Flairel turned slightly and acknowledged him with a subtle nod. Adair, feeling compelled, moved to join the line of trainee knights, who stood as he did. He scanned the ranks and noticed Dr, whose countenance bore an unprecedented seriousness, betraying no hint of relaxation. The mission at hand was to quell the orc uprising, and from the intelligence gathered thus far, the strength of these orcs was formidable, necessitating a significant mobilization of forces. Days later, amidst a desolate wilderness, Adair followed the advancing troops, gradually making their way forward. Upon reaching this region, Flairel suddenly commanded, "Let us hasten our pace. We must arrive there by day's end." With that directive, the pace of the procession quickened. However, Adair felt a twinge of concern. Traversing unknown terrain at such a rapid speed would undoubtedly tax the warrior's stamina. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it could prove disastrous. Not all within the ranks were cavalry. Many of the soldiers were on foot, while warriors in this realm possessed considerably greater physical prowess than those of his former life. Prolonged exposure to the sun would inevitably lead to fatigue. Through his keen hearing, Adair began to discern the labored breathing of those around him, occasionally echoing from the weary soldiers. He silently hoped that no mishaps would occur. Mounted upon his horse, he gazed ahead at the rugged path, contemplating their journey. As they approached midday, nearing the base of a mountain, an unusual silence enveloped the area, drawing the attention of the entire company. Reacting instinctively, Flairel furrowed his brow, his lips parting as if to speak. Suddenly, an ominous sound pierced the air. Adair's eyes widened in recognition. It was the unmistakable sound of arrows slicing through the air. In that fleeting moment, his mind registered the danger, and instinctively, he raised his head to behold the arrows descending from the sky. His formidable physique and years of training kicking in at that critical juncture. With a swift motion of his left hand, he propelled the shield he held forward, deflecting several arrows that threatened him. Only then did he take a moment to survey his surroundings. The horse that had once been seated nearby was now gone, pierced by a dozen arrows, lying on the ground in anguished cries. Others fared similarly. The apprentice knights, though prioritized in their treatment, displayed significantly greater resilience. Their reflexes were commendable, with only a few unfortunate souls succumbing to the onslaught. In stark contrast, the ordinary soldiers found themselves in a far more dire predicament. Compared to the apprentice knights, these common warriors were not only slower to react but also bore inferior armor. Some lacked even the most rudimentary leather gear, making them particularly vulnerable to grievous injuries. Adele noticed that the tips of the arrows were tinged with a sinister shade of green, likely steeped in some form of poison. At the forefront of the group, Fueler, with a stern countenance, had already drawn his longsword, his piercing gaze fixed firmly ahead. A low rumble disrupted the previously tranquil surroundings. From the silence of the forest emerged towering orcish figures, clad in crude animal skins, their faces contorted with ferocity and standing nearly 2 meters tall, emanating an aura of bloodthirsty rage. Unlike humans, these orcs possessed gray skin and displayed a robust physique, wielding heavy weaponry that instilled a sense of dread. A guttural roar, incomprehensible yet fierce, erupted from their throats. Without the luxury of dialogue or delay, the orcs brandished their weapons and charged forward with brutal intent. The ground trembled under the weight of their advance, seizing the moment while Adele and his companions were still reeling from surprise, leaving them no time to strategize. In an instant, panic washed over the warriors, including Fueler. Something was amiss. A jolt of realization struck Adele. Such a multitude of orcs could only signify a small orc tribe. How could they arrive here without any forewarning? The social structure of the orcs differed markedly from that of humans, typically organized into tribes that only united during critical moments, excluding the elderly, women, and children. A standard orc tribe could muster only a few hundred competent warriors. Yet before Adele stood a veritable throng of at least 300 to 400 orcish fighters. With little time to ponder, the orcs roared in a language Adele could not comprehend, brandishing their weapons as they charged. Faced with this overwhelming situation, regardless of their prior thoughts, Adele and his fellow apprentice knights had no choice but to draw their weapons and engage in battle. It was evident that these apprentice knights were being specifically targeted by the orcs. Compared to the ordinary soldiers, the apprentice knights posed a significantly greater threat, adorned with superior armor and weaponry that made them more conspicuous on the battlefield. Even though Adele appeared somewhat frail among the aspiring knights due to his age, he found himself surrounded by several towering orc warriors, their faces twisted in malevolence as they glared at him. Unperturbed by the imposing figures before him, Adele maintained his composure, gripping a silver shield measuring 1 meter in width with his left hand, while his right hand instinctively reached for the cross sword at his waist. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering pierced the air, leaving a crimson streak in its wake. Before Adele, the formidable orc warrior stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to comprehend his swift demise. A massive metal battle axe descended menacingly towards Adele, but was met with unwavering resistance from his shield. As Adele absorbed the force transmitted through his left hand, the tension that had once gripped him dissipated entirely. These orcs, while undeniably robust and powerful, were still inferior when compared to Adele. He estimated their strength to be around 1.5, with agility and constitution slightly surpassing that of ordinary humans. Although their physical prowess could rival that of elite human warriors, they fell short against the aspiring knights, and even more so against Adele himself. A glint of cold light sliced through the air as tremendous force manifested, severing a massive orc head from its body. Without hesitation, Adele pivoted, delivering several swift strikes to thwart the advances of the remaining orc warriors beside him. He charged forward, catching the orcs off guard. They remained oblivious to his approach as he pierced their chests with his cross sword, sending their lifeless forms crashing to the ground behind him. A low growl resonated from behind Adele, accompanied by the swift, whistling sound of a weapon slicing through the air. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to shield himself, colliding his shield with a colossal sword. The impact reverberated violently, a surge of force crashing into him. Adele felt a sharp ache in his hand, stumbling backwards several steps before turning to face his assailant. It was a towering orc warrior, significantly larger than the average orc, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. Clad in rough leather armor, he knelt on the ground, appearing to have suffered some setback from their earlier clash. This was an orc champion, a formidable individual among their kind, with combat prowess equivalent to that of an aspiring knight. Seemingly spurred by Adele's remarkable performance, several orc champions, weapons in hand, began to encircle him cautiously. Chapter 14 Confrontation. What shall we do now? With a deft sidestep, Adair evaded a powerful strike from the orc warrior before him, his peripheral vision surveying the tumultuous battlefield. While he engaged with several burly orc combatants, his mind wrestled with the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the initial cause, The reality had become starkly evident. Hundreds of orc warriors surrounded him, with a disproportionately high number of orc champions among them, clearly well prepared for this encounter. Though the apprentice knights possessed greater strength than ordinary individuals, these orc champions were equally formidable, and their numerical advantage was overwhelming. Even the esteemed Sir Fuller, at this moment, found himself thwarted by three exceptionally towering orc figures, unable to extricate himself to assist others. Each apprentice knight was besieged by several orc champions, relentlessly assaulted without any opportunity to breathe. This dire circumstance caused Adair to furrow his brow. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Adair raised a massive shield in his left hand, forcefully deflecting the weapon swung by the orc warrior before him. He glanced behind, his mind's chip rapidly calculating angles, all while feigning a struggle against the orc warriors in front, slowly inching toward the perimeter. With the chip's assistance, he even had the capacity to observe the battlefield ahead. The fighting in front was intense. Sir Fuller wielded a colossal sword, his stern visage radiating an aura of formidable authority, exuding an aggressive demeanor even without a word. Surrounding him were three exceptionally robust orc warriors. Unlike their kin, these three bore crimson skin and towered over 3 meters tall, appearing like diminutive giants beside Sir Fuller. These were bloodthirsty orc champions, rare mutations among the orcs. Upon reaching adulthood, each could contend with a true knight, and now 3 had emerged. The trio of seemingly colossal bloodthirsty orcs encircled Sir Fuller, their every swing of weaponry generating a fierce gale that could reduce an ordinary man to mere pulp with a single graze. Sir Fuller's combat prowess was equally remarkable. His movements were far more agile than those of the bloodthirsty orcs, and his strength matched theirs. Each strike of his massive sword met with a direct collision. His fighting style was aggressively offensive. He never retreated a single step during the battle, each encounter a clash of sheer force. His terrifying strength forcing the 3 bloodthirsty orcs to yield ground, relying solely on their numbers to engage him and gradually wear down his stamina. This rapid and brutal combat style invigorated the surrounding warriors, who gritted their teeth and raised their weapons to charge at the orcs before them. None dared to hold back. Orcs and humans were entirely distinct species. While surrender might be an option against a human army, it was utterly inconceivable in the face of these orc warriors. Without mentioning the inherent animosity of the dual antagonism, even communication posed a challenge. These orcs would not regard one's noble status. Once captured, the fate was invariably grim. Amidst the fierce struggles of numerous warriors, the battle descended into a stalemate. Observing this scenario, Adair found himself engulfed in indecision. Should he depart or remain? This thought flickered through his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had already drifted to the fringes of the battlefield, and if he chose to leave, he could easily extricate himself from the conflict. The speed of these orcs would not suffice to catch him. His gaze inadvertently shifted towards the center of the battlefield, where the paladin of Flailor swung his colossal sword, forcing a bloodthirsty orc to stumble back. In that moment, determination surged within him. He could not leave now. Adair silently resolved. Though formidable, the orcs were far from an overwhelming force. Furthermore, an instinct whispered to Adair that even if all others perished, the paladin ahead would surely break through. Should his retreat be exposed, unless Adair chose to flee outright, he would inevitably face repercussions, perhaps even the ire of this fiercely aggressive knight. The option of fleeing had never been on Adair's list of choices prior to his elevation to knighthood. With his decision firmly made, a sudden transformation overtook Adair and Apos' demeanor, and in an instant, he surged forward. The orc warrior before him appeared astonished, seemingly unprepared for Adair's abrupt onslaught. With a swift motion, he swung his cross-sword forward with tremendous force, severing the head of the orc before him. Nearby, the remaining orcs exhibited a fleeting confusion, instinctively swinging their weapons. The clash of shields and weapons resonated through the air. Adair's left hand wielded his shield to deflect the incoming strikes, while his right hand unleashed a tempest of rapid swordplay, piercing downwards with relentless precision before the surrounding foes could react. A spray of crimson erupted as 2 more orcs collapsed to the ground. These orc warriors indeed possessed formidable strength, comparable to Adair's own, yet their speed paled in comparison. Once Adair became earnest in his efforts, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, merely receiving blows. To his left, 2 orc warriors, their eyes aflame with rage, charged at Adair with reckless abandon upon witnessing their fallen comrade. With a cunning angle, Adair thrust his sword, piercing through the leather armor of the opposing orc, impaling him through the chest. Adair's left hand forcefully shoved the other orc warrior aside, sending him crashing to the ground. A sword plunged downwards, piercing through the throat. Despite the orc and Apos' robust vitality, he did not succumb immediately, his body convulsing violently as his large eyes stared defiantly at Adair, filled with unyielding spirit. Ignoring the orc beneath him, Adair's gaze sharpened, turning towards the ongoing battle ahead. The struggle remained intense, as bodies continued to fall, both sides suffering losses. The living continued to fight fiercely, yet the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the orcs. After a moment of contemplation, Adair chose not to approach the battlefield where the knight-class warriors were engaged, but instead proceeded to other locations to assist the remaining squire knights. Chip, activate the auxiliary template, Adair commanded internally. He swiftly advanced, provoking a reaction from several orc warriors ahead. Some orc braves quickly diverted and charged towards him. He stepped to the right, delivering a shield bash with his left hand. The mechanical voice of the chip resonated in his mind. Instinctively, Adair moved rightward and forcefully struck with his shield to the left. A resounding crack echoed as, with all his might, he sent one orc flying. The crude weapon it wielded shattered upon contact with his shield, producing a terrifying clamor. Steadying himself, Adair hesitated not for a moment. His formidable physique allowed for rapid reflexes, and he continued to wield his cross sword with vigor. With the terrifying strength he possessed, augmented by the chip's capabilities, it would be difficult to find an equal unless a true knight-class warrior intervened. He entered the previously chaotic battlefield, and amidst the rapid and furious dance of his swordsmanship, orc lives were extinguished, each one felled at his hand. His fearsome combat prowess and efficiency in slaughter rendered him conspicuous on the battlefield, drawing the attention of certain observers. At the center of the fray, 3 towering bloodthirsty orcs swung their battle axes as they grappled with Frollar. Upon noticing the highly active Adair, they let out a furious roar. They exchanged glances, and one of the orcs broke away, hefting its battle axe and striding rapidly towards Adair. Witnessing this, Frollar and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, and he moved to intercept the approaching orc. 2 powerful gusts of wind surged toward him as he evaded 2 massive battle axes that carved a deep trench in the ground. The eyes of the bloodthirsty orcs blazed red, their frenzied gazes fixed on Frollar, who found himself ensnared and unable to assist others. Meanwhile, Adair had just ended the life of another orc with a single stroke and was about to charge forward when an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. His pupils constricted as he instinctively leaped back. Just after his departure, a colossal greatsword descended where he had stood, crashing into the earth and leaving a profound gash. Bloodthirsty orc, strength, 4, 1, agility, 3, 3, constitution, 4, 2. Ding. This life form poses a significant danger. It is advised to maintain distance. A mechanical voice suddenly blared in his mind, startling Adair. Before him stood a bloodthirsty orc towering over 3 meters, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Adair, radiating a palpable ferocity and bloodlust. Though the 13-year-old Adair stood at about 165 meters, considered tall among his peers, he appeared diminutive before the bloodthirsty orc, scarcely reaching half its height, merely a small figure in its shadow. Lowering his gaze upon the bloodthirsty orc before him, Adair witnessed the colossal sword in the creature's hand rise abruptly, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. It was impossible to withstand. As he beheld the shadow before him expanding ominously, feeling the intense gust of wind that prickled his skin, a thought flickered through Adair and Apos' mind. He harbored no intention of resistance. Instead, he leapt backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Boom! The sword collided with the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered a massive stone beneath, leaving a gaping pit 1 to 2 meters deep at his feet. He took 2 steps back and lowered his head. Before Adair could regain his footing, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Instinctively, he leapt backward, swiftly bowing his head. Above him, a chilling wind surged as another massive sword whistled perilously close, nearly grazing his hair. One can only imagine that had he failed to evade just moments earlier, he would have met a swift and brutal demise. Chapter 15. The Seed of Life stepped back 2 paces. The mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Adair swiftly retreated to the right, narrowly evading a powerful strike from the bloodthirsty orc before him. He found himself entangled in a deadly dance with this savage creature, relying solely on the chip in his mind to dodge its relentless attacks, utterly incapable of countering. The orc's strength and physique were overwhelmingly formidable. Although its agility was somewhat inferior, it was still not significantly weaker than Adair. This was an all-encompassing suppression. Adair could only persist in evading the onslaught, knowing that a single blow would result in grave injury. As the standoff dragged on, Adair's own stamina was rapidly depleting. The disparity in power was so pronounced that maintaining the situation demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. A single misstep could lead to a fatal confrontation. He was drenched in sweat, and his movements, once nimble, had begun to feel sluggish. Opposite him, the bloodthirsty orc continued to strike with furious speed. The prolonged engagement had not diminished its ferocity but rather intensified it. A resounding crash echoed as a massive sword struck the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Adair barely dodged the blow when he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. Danger! The thought flashed through his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his shield with all his might toward the source of the sound. A fist, thicker than a man's thigh, came crashing down upon his shield, producing a deafening boom. Roar! The orc emitted a low, thunderous growl that reverberated through the air. Adair felt a terrifying force strike his arms, propelling him backward uncontrollably, as if he might be sent flying. His left arm hung awkwardly, having suffered a slight sprain from the impact, utterly unable to withstand the orc and Apos' overwhelming strength. Cursed be this fate. Feeling the weakness in his arm, Adair retreated desperately, regaining his balance before rolling to the side without a moment and Apos' hesitation. Just as he moved away from his original position, a colossal sword swept through the air, crashing down once more. This cannot continue. A thought flickered in Adair and Apos' mind as he narrowly avoided the orc and Apos' onslaught. The disparity in physical prowess was insurmountable. Not only did the orc and Apos' strength utterly overpower him, but its stamina far exceeded his own. If this persisted, he would ultimately succumb to the relentless assault. Resolute, Adair clenched his jaw, biting down on the hilt of his sword, while his right hand stealthily drew a short dagger from his waist. The dagger was a dark hue, interspersed with a sickly green tint that gave it an unsettling appearance. This weapon was crafted with care, imbued with potent toxins. Utilizing the venom of the green-eyed serpent as its primary ingredient, and augmented with a formula derived from the chip simulations, the dagger bore a terrifying venom. At one time, ADO had clandestinely experimented on certain bandits. A robust adult male, with just a mere graze from this short sword, would succumb to poison and perish within 3 minutes. A revelation that left Adair profoundly shaken. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze sharpened, his deep-set eyes fixating intently on the towering orc before him. A shadow swiftly expanded as a massive sword swept towards him once more. Adair narrowly evaded the strike, his body adjusting rapidly in that fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity as his opponent gasped for breath, he charged forward, his shield raised to the left. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the chip in his mind resonated. A deafening crash ensued, accompanied by the terrifying roar of the bloodthirsty orc. In the distance, Adair was sent sprawling, his left arm shattered from the force of the impact, hanging limply as it clearly could not bear weight for some time. He felt a pervasive ache all over, as if a speeding automobile had just struck him. Struggling to regain his footing, he gazed ahead feebly, where a towering orc was still bellowing. The colossal bloodthirsty orc remained rooted in place, emitting mournful cries as though enduring excruciating pain. Embedded in his side was a dark-hued short sword, piercing the unprotected area of his armor. The poison blade had penetrated his flesh, and the toxins clinging to it activated instantly, coursing through the orc and Apos' bloodstream with alarming rapidity. As the orc felt his body weaken and the intense pain surge through him, his already grotesque visage twisted into something even more horrific. Standing at over 3 meters tall, he loomed ominously, letting out low growls, his muscles quivering subtly. Adair struggled to rise, his right hand retrieving the fallen cross-sword, his penetrating gaze fixed resolutely ahead. The distant orc continued to emit pained roars, and observing his condition, Adair understood that the poison was taking effect. As the creator of the toxin, he was acutely aware of its potency, far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Although the orc and Apos' physiology differed slightly from that of a human, and his physical prowess surpassed that of the average man, allowing him to engage knights directly, he too was not immune to the effects of such venom. Before him, the towering bloodthirsty orc trembled, seemingly grappling with immense agony. Yet, despite the torment, under Adair's unwavering gaze, he remained standing, his enormous eyes locked onto Adair, filled with fury. To Adair's astonishment, the orc, with a trembling arm, yanked the short sword from his side and hurled it away. A trickle of blood streamed from the wound, now tainted by the poison and darkened to a repulsive black-red hue. A low, ominous whisper escaped the lips of the berserker orc, whose furious gaze burned with intensity. Despite the apparent fragility of his form, he seemed to draw forth newfound strength, hefting his colossal sword as he advanced towards Adair. Ding. The familiar voice of the chip resonated in Adier's mind. Target life, form activating bloodline talent. Bloodlust. In that moment, the realization struck him that the bloodthirsty orc was a rare breed among his kind, born from the slightest chance of emergence. The reason humans referred to them as bloodthirsty orcs was due to their innate talent for bloodlust embedded within their very bloodlines. In the throes of fierce battle, these orcs could awaken the latent powers of their heritage, entering a state of frenzy fueled by rage and combat. An orc in this state experienced a tremendous surge in strength and resilience, rendering them impervious to all negative conditions, unfeeling toward pain and fatigue, and relentlessly fighting until death claimed them. The bloodthirsty orc before Adio had undoubtedly succumbed to this frenzied state. The surge of bloodlust amplified his strength and vitality, allowing him to temporarily suppress the effects of poison. His towering form, originally exceeding 3 meters in height, now swelled to an imposing 4 meters. The wounds that marred his waist healed instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. As he approached with deliberate strides, a soft sigh escaped Adier and Apos' lips. He remained unfazed at this juncture. His gaze was eerily calm. Clutching his crossed sword tightly in his right hand, he focused on the advancing orc. His left arm, nearly incapacitated and in need of prolonged recovery, was of little use now. His legs, battered from being hurled against a large stone, bore severe injuries. Though still capable of movement, they could not keep pace with the battle. Adier and Apos' body was a tapestry of aches and fatigue, save for the strength still coursing through his right arm that gripped the sword. With the long sword in hand, a fierce determination ignited within Adier. He locked his gaze onto the towering orc as it drew closer, his grip on the sword tightening in preparation for the imminent clash. Before him, the massive orc's eyes glowed with a vivid crimson hue, brimming with anger, as he wielded his gigantic sword and advanced steadily towards Adier. Although his movements were sluggish, likely a consequence of the earlier poisoning, his resolve remained unyielding. As the orc closed the distance, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and pressure surged forth, instilling a profound sense of danger within Adier. The nearly 4-meter-high orc loomed above him, raising the massive sword with alacrity, feeling the terrifying presence emanating from his foe. Adier and Apos' eyes momentarily turned crimson. The oppressive force weighed heavily on his heart, a manifestation of the bloodlust radiating from the orc, imposing a ferocious pressure upon him. Adier strained to open his eyes, attempting to lift the crossed sword in his right arm, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. Thud, thud, thud. Time seemed to stand still. In that moment, Adair felt as though the very blood within him had congealed, enveloped by an eerie silence. Save for the resounding cadence of his own heartbeat, a surge of newfound strength suddenly surged forth, emanating from his heart and radiating throughout his body and limbs, bestowing vigor upon his once weak frame. In the next instant, the world reverted to its normal state. Before Adair and Apos' eyes, a colossal sword descended slowly, expanding in his vision. When the massive blade was but half a meter from his head, a glimmer of determination flashed in Adair and Apos' eyes. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, tightening his grip on the sword, poised to strike fiercely. Suddenly, an enormous shadow loomed, and the towering figure of the bloodthirsty orc collapsed abruptly, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the sword that was meant to strike him to veer off course and land elsewhere. Had the time of bloodlust passed? Adair stood transfixed by the scene before him, his sword still poised for the strike that never came, as a tumult of complex emotions welled up within him. He had mentally prepared himself for death and battle. Yet the unexpected turn of events left him speechless, uncertain of what to think or say. At that moment, the mechanical voice in his mind resonated once more. Ding! An unknown active force has been detected within the body, with a similarity to the activated life seed state of 91. 4. Chapter 16. The Knight and Apos' secrets. Listening to the sound and feeling the sudden surge of power within his body, Adair was momentarily taken aback. The seed of life. Was that sensation just now the process of awakening? Reflecting on the recent experience, a bitter smile crept across Adair's face. That was indeed perilous. He had come dangerously close to meeting his end in battle. Chip analyzed the conditions required to activate the seed of life. Almost instantaneously, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! According to the recorded data, a detailed analysis of the primary life seed reveals that activating the seed necessitates formidable physical attributes, with strength, agility, and constitution all exceeding 2. 5. Following this, one must undergo intense stimulation to have a chance of activation. The higher the physical attributes, the greater the stimulation experienced. Thus increasing the likelihood of success, the mechanical voice continued to resonate in his mind. The primary life structure is beginning to change. Physical attributes are undergoing significant enhancement. A soft green glow of data enveloped Adair's vision. A three-dimensional model of the human body materialized before him, with certain altered areas highlighted by the chip. While the fundamental structure of his body had not undergone drastic changes, there were subtle modifications that had been meticulously optimized, rendering it more perfect than before. Particularly at the heart, where the seed of life resided, the chip had marked it as significantly altered compared to its previous state. Indeed, after activating the seed of life, the essence of existence had transformed. The intricate structure of his body had evolved, allowing his already exceptional physical attributes to be further enhanced. Gazing at the revealed body model, Adair remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, directing his attention to his physical attributes. Name: Adair Farkas. Strength: 1, 4, 3, 4. Agility: 0, 9, 3, 3. Constitution: 2, 1, 3, 5. Within Adair's body, a force flowed, accelerating the healing of his wounds and rapidly restoring his dwindling strength and stamina. While this pace was not exceedingly swift, it was certainly superior to relying solely on his body's natural recovery, and it could also confer immunity against minor ailments. Adair surmised that, compared to before, the activation of the seed of life had likely extended his lifespan considerably. Chip, designate this force as life energy, he commanded within his mind. Once this was accomplished, he reached for his waist and retrieved some black ointment, biting down on it. This was a salve crafted from healing agents, potent in treating injuries and capable of neutralizing some mild toxins. Adair had brought a substantial supply with him. The bitter taste flooded his mouth, yet Adair paid it no mind as his gaze shifted toward the distance. Earlier, to enhance his combat effectiveness and avoid being surrounded by other beastmen, Adair had deliberately lured them away from the battlefield, skillfully evading them. And now he had distanced himself from the fray. No one believed that Adair could emerge victorious. The bloodthirsty orcs possessed an innate ferocity, and their physical prowess surpassed that of many knights, making it unsurprising for them to dispatch an apprentice knight who had not even activated their life seed. This perception, coupled with the ongoing stalemate on the battlefield, resulted in few orcs coming to disrupt their combat. Adair glanced down at his legs, which were stained with a gruesome crimson, appearing as a mangled mass of flesh. Such injuries had rendered him nearly incapacitated, forcing him to advance with great caution. Given this circumstance, Adair wisely chose not to re-engage in battle, but instead sought a concealed spot to observe the conflict ahead. He had never been one to rely on others for his safety, and he certainly would not wait for assistance after a victory was claimed by another. Should there be any sign of an Orcish triumph, Adair would flee without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, the situation before him had not deteriorated to that alarming extent. Taking refuge behind a large tree, aided by his keen vision and the analysis from a nearby chip, Adair was able to clearly witness the scenes unfolding on the battlefield. As it stood, the battle remained fiercely contested, with both sides suffering heavy losses, corpses littering the ground. To Adair and Apos' relief, the orcs were not gaining the upper hand. Rather, they were being pushed back by the desperate efforts of the apprentice knights, engaged in a fierce struggle. The stalemate was largely attributed to Fuller, a middle-aged knight, who swept through the battlefield like a humanoid beast, vividly demonstrating the terrifying power of a peak knight. Previously, it had taken 3 bloodthirsty orcs to contend with this knight. But after Adair lured one away, the remaining 2, while able to momentarily engage him, began to falter as time wore on. Knight Fuller maintained his stoic demeanor, wielding a massive sword over 2 meters long, adhering to an aggressively offensive combat style, colliding head-on with the bloodthirsty orcs before him. He charged forward, bringing his sword down with tremendous force, driving the 2 orcs back before unhesitatingly plunging into a crowd of scattered orc warriors, wreaking havoc among them. Roar. Witnessing this, the 2 bloodthirsty orcs seethed with rage, intent on pursuing him. However, despite their innate strength and robust physiques, they were considerably slower than knights of equal rank, barely managing to keep pace with Fuller's movements, completely powerless to halt his advance. As their pent-up fury reached its zenith, their faces contorted in anger. Their already towering bodies began to swell, rising to nearly 4 meters in height. Was this bloodlust? From a distance, observing the scene, Adair, who had just endured a fierce battle, swiftly turned his gaze toward the distant flow Ural. Sensing the fury surging behind him, Floyurl took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His physique began to swell. Although not as exaggerated as the bloodthirsty orc in the distance, his aura significantly intensified in an instant. Ding! The mechanical voice in his mind proclaimed, "Target's physical attributes are rapidly enhancing." This caught Adair by surprise. Crash! A resounding collision echoed, so powerful that even Adair, positioned far away, could faintly hear it. Struggling to fend off the assault of two orcs before him, Floyurl inhaled deeply. The massive sword in his hand gradually drooping as the life seed within him vibrated rapidly, drawing forth its life energy. Empowered by this life energy, the colossal sword in his grasp glimmered with a faint green luminescence before he swung it forcefully downward. Heavy slash. A subtle green radiance flashed. And then the enormous sword descended swiftly, cleaving through the incredulous gaze of the orc before him. Roar. The orc's low growl erupted, filled with madness and intense resentment. The arm of a bloodthirsty orc wielding a weapon was severed cleanly, crimson blood gushing from the wound. The loss of an arm meant a significant reduction in combat capability. Facing a formidable adversary like Floyurl, the outcome was all but sealed. Was that a knight and Apos' secret technique? Adair, concealed in the distance, suddenly brightened with realization. The knight and Apos' secret technique is a skill exclusive to knights, only usable by those who have activated their life seeds. Adair's own nightly breathing technique contained records of these secret arts, yet he had not activated his life seed previously, rendering him unable to harness life force and consequently unable to utilize them. Chip, analyze the current state of the opponent. Adair commanded the chip in his mind. Instantly, the mechanical voice resonated again. Ding! Target's life energy is erupting. The similarity to the recorded life seed eruption was calculated at 89. 5. Absorbing the chip's information and observing his opponent's current strength, Adair pondered. Simulate the final outcome of the life seed's eruption. No wonder, Adair realized. Continuing to observe the arena, upon the eruption of his life seed, Floyurl's strength surged once more, proving no weaker than the bloodthirsty orc in its frenzied state. In contrast to before, both bloodthirsty orcs were now injured, one having lost an arm, appearing utterly tragic. Such a condition rendered them incapable of contending with Floyurl, who swiftly dispatched them one by one. Having accomplished this, Floyurl turned his attention to the battlefield nearby, charging forward without a hint of hesitation. With his prowess, after vanquishing the two bloodthirsty orcs, there were hardly any who could stand in his way. Even the mightiest orc warrior cannot endure for long in the presence of a peak knight awakened by the seed of life. Chapter 17. Vigilance silently and unceremoniously. An unexpected battle gradually drew to a close, with the presence of a knight who had activated the seed of life. The outcome of this conflict was sealed the moment two bloodthirsty orcs fell. Sensing the collapse of their comrades around them, despair flickered in the eyes of the orcs. Yet, rather than disbanding, they were spurred to unleash their inherent ferocity, launching a desperate assault against the surrounding troops, inflicting significant losses on the soldiers led by Floyurl. By the time the battle concluded, only a handful of warriors remained standing. Undoubtedly, this band of orcs was formidable, equivalent to the combined might of a small tribe. Bolstered by three particularly savage orcs, achieving victory had proven exceedingly arduous. A multitude of warriors lay defeated upon the ground, with the survivors primarily consisting of the more powerful apprentice knights. Hailing from noble lineage, they donned the finest armor and wielded the best weapons, their physical prowess surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, making their survival until the end all but inevitable. Observing the grim scene around him, Floyurl fell into a contemplative silence, gradually raising his gaze towards the opposite side, where a fierce glint illuminated his eyes. That was the direction of Adair. Previously, had it not been for Adair and Apos' desperate effort to hold off that bloodthirsty orc, the outcome might have been radically different. Even with Floyurl and Apos' formidable strength, being surrounded by a multitude of orc warriors would have necessitated his retreat, abandoning the main force. Reflecting on this, he sighed softly, feeling a surge of anticipation within him as he grasped his sword and strode forward. The earth was stained red with blood, now dried and caked upon the land. A towering orc corpse lay still, and beside it stood Adair, his legs a gruesome sight, appearing severely injured. Witnessing this, Floyurl and Apos' eyes widened in shock, his previously stern expression faltering. You? He stared blankly at Adair, and after a prolonged moment of realization, his voice quivered with excitement. You activated the seed of life? Hearing the distant voice, Adair weakly lifted his head, his pallor exacerbated by significant blood loss. He remained silent, allowing a flicker of life energy to emanate from his being, spreading that familiar essence into the air. Upon witnessing this, and sensing the unique aura of the life seed, Fulrul was momentarily rendered speechless. The battlefield behind them was swiftly cleared. This area still belonged to the wilderness, teeming with wild beasts, having just endured a fierce confrontation. The lingering scent of blood would likely attract these predators. The soldiers stripped the fallen warriors of their armor and weapons, collecting them, while the severely injured were placed in the carts previously used for transporting supplies, with Adair among them. Once they departed, several unfamiliar figures emerged on the battlefield. Clad in light green uniforms that blended seamlessly with the mountainous terrain, they appeared, quietly observing the direction from which Adair and the others had retreated. Initially, one might have thought that this encounter was merely with an ordinary knight, yet it turned out to be none other than Fuller, renowned as the Mad Lion. A tall, albeit gaunt man gazed into the distance, his expression remarkably placid, reflecting on the unfortunate fate that awaited the orcs when faced with Fuller and his elite guard. Indeed, another individual displayed a look of resignation. 300 intact orc warriors, supplemented by 3 bloodthirsty beasts, would have sufficed to handle an encounter with any other 2 knights. However, no one anticipated that Fuller, the captain of the guards, would personally take the field. With his formidable prowess, even without his elite soldiers, it would be impossible to detain him. His strength was likely approaching that of a grand knight. Unless the commander intervened personally, these orcs stood no chance of restraining him. The frail man shook his head, a fervent confidence igniting in his eyes at the mention of the commander. In truth, if we had struck first, it may not have been impossible to capture him. Beside them, a tall, expressionless woman furrowed her brow. Confronting a force equivalent to an entire tribe of orc warriors could be deemed a mere coincidence. However, should several opposing knights appear immediately after the orcs, even a fool would recognize the complications, not to mention a cunning strategist like Fuller. Should he become suspicious, their carefully laid plans could be jeopardized, introducing an unnecessary peril. What a pity. The woman sighed, her brow still knitted in contemplation. Meanwhile, lying quietly in the carriage, Adair sensed something amiss. Moments ago, he had detected someone lurking nearby. The thought flashed through his mind. Chip, transmit the recent visuals. Adair commanded the chip within his consciousness. The figures moved swiftly, far exceeding the pace of an apprentice knight, clad in garments designed for concealment. Without the chip's alert, Adair would have failed to notice anything unusual under normal circumstances. Upon analysis, the target's speed surpassed human limits, with a 78 for probability of being knight class. All knights? A shiver ran through Adair's lips as he glanced at Fuller before him, a sudden apprehension gripping him. What would have been the consequences had I chosen to depart instead of staying? This question loomed in his mind. The coincidence of encountering them in the wilderness while they silently observed the slaughter of the orcs indicated that these individuals were undoubtedly foes, perhaps even orchestrators of the orcs' actions. With the utmost malice, one might speculate that they had laid in wait to ensnare them entirely, eliminating any chance of escape. As for why they allowed the orcs to break free, Adair surmised it was likely a miscalculation of Fuller's capabilities, ultimately leading them to retreat into the shadows. Realizing they could not detain every last one of them, although the intentions of the other party remained unclear, an innate sense of urgency compelled Adair to make this decision. During their journey, at intervals of rest, Fuller would occasionally engage in conversation with Adair, sharing personal experiences and tactical insights, displaying a notably amicable demeanor. This shift in attitude stemmed from a change in status. Adair had now activated the Seed of Life, becoming a knight at the tender age of 13, nearly shattering the promotion record for this region, with a promising future ahead. Not to mention, Adair had previously risked his life to assist him in repelling enemies. These 2 factors combined were the true reasons behind the change in disposition. Naturally, Adair welcomed this newfound camaraderie. To ensure Adair's safety, an additional elite squad of soldiers was dispatched to safeguard them from robbers and beasts along the way. As he absorbed the exhilarating cheers resonating around him, Adair quietly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. The castle loomed tall and sturdy, much like it always had, with groups of soldiers wielding weapons stationed atop its walls. In the distance, a contingent of cavalry approached, escorting the injured forward. However, this time, due to his significantly improved physical condition and the activation of the Seed of Life, Adair's injuries were healing rapidly. He no longer required assistance to enter the castle as he had during his previous ordeal. As the carriage drew near the castle, Adair declined the aid of a nearby soldier, disembarking from the carriage unaided and following the lead of his companions as they made their way into the familiar castle. Chapter 18. Consultation in the early morning. Sunlight bathed the surrounding earth. Alone in the familiar training ground stood Adair, wielding a long sword designed for practice. Though initially accompanied by several attendants, Adair had dismissed them, finding their presence unnecessary. Having just concluded his training, he stood there, drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his form. Quietly, he wiped his brow with a piece of linen, frowning as he sensed the changes within his body. Indeed, following the activation of the Seed of Life, the efficacy of the Night and Oppos' breathing technique had nearly diminished. After assessing the results of his training with a chip, Adair sighed in resignation. The Night's breathing technique primarily aimed to stimulate the Seed of Life, fostering an interaction between the body and the seed to unleash life energy and activate its potential. However, once the Seed of Life was successfully activated, this stimulus lost much of its effectiveness, rendering it nearly futile. Of course, with prolonged training over time, some benefits could still be derived, albeit at a sluggish pace that stretched into years, a rate Adair found difficult to accept. According to the chip's analysis of his body, even with his multiple refinements to the Adair breathing technique, any attempt to enhance his attributes through training would require at least a year or more. Contemplating this, he shook his head, a sense of helplessness mingling with a flicker of curiosity. If the Knight's breathing technique had become ineffective post-promotion, how then did those legendary knights, renowned for their extraordinary prowess, achieve such heights? Adair glanced at his attributes. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 3, 8. Agility, 3, 7. Constitution, 3, 8. In comparison to before, his attributes were undeniably more splendid after activating the Seed of Life. The life energy unleashed within him gradually enhanced his physical form, resulting in a swift augmentation of his knightly capabilities within a short span. From Adair's observations, this process was essentially an adjustment of bodily structure. As the Seed of Life activated, a transformation ensued, refining and optimizing the body's composition. Once this meticulous optimization was complete, the explosive growth in physical capabilities would dissipate, and due to the enhanced bodily structure, the results of future training would also diminish. At this juncture, Adair had nearly exhausted the phase of rapid growth. Thereafter, his enhancement would proceed at a pace akin to that of other knights. Surely, there must be alternative methods. Within the castle, Adair recalled a chamber dedicated to the storage of books. He resolved to venture inside, hoping to uncover materials that might prove beneficial to him. This was one of the fruits of his elevated status. In this era, a knight held a position of great esteem, symbolizing not only status but also the formidable strength capable of ensuring the stability of a realm. Becoming a knight is the ultimate aspiration for nearly every ordinary individual in this world. Conversely, the elevation to knighthood signifies a profound transformation in Adair's status. As a knight, he garners respect in any nation, enjoying an inherent equality with the nobility. In this realm, even the act of taking a life is exempt from legal repercussions, naturally earning him the reverence of others. Unfazed by the gazes upon him, Adair maintained a serene expression as he approached a particular location. It was a spacious chamber, guarded by 2 sentinels at the entrance, who immediately adopted a formal demeanor upon his arrival. "I wish to enter. Here is my credential." "My lord, you jest." One of the guards replied respectfully, observing Adair's demeanor. "Given your stature, you may enter directly, provided you do not remove anything from within. You are welcome to return at any time." Taken aback by this response, Adair offered a simple nod of acknowledgement. "Thank you." The door before him swung open, revealing a meticulously arranged interior. The room was replete with an extensive collection of books, many of which appeared ancient yet remarkably well-preserved, devoid of any dust, suggesting regular maintenance. This was to be expected. In this world, books are treasures, typically found only among the nobility. Had this not been the castle of Count Polia, such a vast library would be unimaginable. As Adair entered this room resembling a small library, he began to examine the volumes. The books varied significantly in age, most appearing to be rare hand-copied editions, inscribed on materials such as animal hides, parchment, and coarse paper, each unique in its own right. He casually selected one, opening it to peruse its contents. This particular tome recounted a grand war through poetry, seemingly chronicling events from long ago in this region. Yet, much of the text was filled with what Adair deemed nonsensical drivel and glorifications, with only a scant portion actually relevant to the narrative, prompting his silent exasperation. "Chip? Please record the information from this book, eliminating any superfluous details for direct transmission," he commanded calmly. Before long, a torrent of information surged through Adair's mind. as if he had recited the contents countless times, indelibly etched into his memory. This was one of the chip's functionalities, enabling him to rapidly assimilate vast quantities of information and organize it effectively. With the chip's assistance, Adair's reading pace accelerated dramatically. He flipped through book after book, allowing the chip to log the information directly into his consciousness. Compared to traditional reading and memorization, this method proved exceedingly efficient, enabling him to swiftly review volume after volume. After an indeterminate passage of time, upon picking up a biography, Adair's interest was piqued by its contents, illuminating his expression. This is the autobiography of a formidable knight from the past, chronicling his life and the intriguing secrets worth recording, all meticulously inscribed within this biography. As he gazed upon the tome, Adair felt an eager anticipation to delve into its contents. Knights are those who have activated the seed of life within them. To aspire to become a knight, one must possess the rare talent to awaken this seed, an ability seldom found among commoners. The knightly talent can be inherited by descendants, which is why individuals of noble lineage often exhibit such abilities more frequently. With the aid of a chip, the book and Apo's contents were swiftly absorbed and etched deeply into Adair and Apo's memory. Within this biography, he indeed unearthed some answers. Was it true that the sole path to further advancement after activating the seed of life was through relentless combat? Reflecting on the information swirling in his mind, Adair pondered aloud. The Knight of Ur seemed immensely powerful and well-versed. In his narrative, he delineated all the qualities of knighthood, including the journey post-activation of the life seed and the powers that transcend knighthood. According to this knight, upon activating the seed of life and ascending to knighthood, the knight's breathing technique became nearly obsolete. Advancement could only be achieved through ceaseless battles. Amidst the intense life and death struggles, the knight's inherent potential would be unleashed, gradually fortifying the life energy within his body, thereby enhancing his physical prowess. The text revealed that the author of the autobiography had fought countless times, nearing his 40s when he approached the limits of knighthood, on the verge of becoming a grand knight. Regrettably, the autobiography ceased at this juncture, offering scant details about the grand knight's journey. Alas, it seemed that Adair's fortune had waned. The subsequent books he encountered were either poetry or miscellaneous notes, laden with little of substance, mere ramblings devoid of significance. Time flowed, and as noon approached, only half of the volumes remained unread. Such a pace, facilitated by the chip, would undoubtedly astonish those who heard of it. Rubbing his slightly swollen and aching head, Adair pressed onward, selecting another book, ready to continue his exploration. Despite the chip's assistance in information transfer, the rapid influx of vast knowledge left Adair feeling somewhat disoriented, his head throbbing painfully. Chapter 19. Heritage. Several days later, on a serene morning, as he traversed the attic, he reached a grand hall at its end. Surrounding him stood an array of guards, each clad in armor, their gazes sharp and vigilant, exuding an air of elite prowess. As he walked quietly, Adair's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixed upon the hall ahead, where someone awaited him. "Please follow me. The Lord is expecting you inside," a young man dressed in a black suit, resembling a servant, said with a courteous smile, respectfully guiding Adair forward. Adair nodded, his demeanor unaltered, as he followed the young man. "Please, my lord, you may enter. Lord Polia awaits you within." Upon reaching a junction, the young man glanced apologetically at Adair and spoke. "Thank you," Adair replied with a smile as he proceeded ahead. Inside, a tall middle-aged man stood quietly, awaiting his arrival. "My lord." Without hesitation, Adair offered a half-kneel in reverence to the man. "Rise," came a voice imbued with authority from the front. Sensing Adair and Apo's presence, the middle-aged man turned to speak. Only then did Adair stand, raising his gaze to discern the man's features. He was a commanding figure, appearing to be in his 30s, with a robust physique and a wide, authoritative face. Clad in a long black robe, his expression was gentle as he regarded Adair. This was Adair's first close encounter with Count Polia. Though he had often seen the Count during inspections, those instances were always accompanied by numerous guards. This direct exchange with Adair was a first in his memory. Upon seeing the Count's visage, Adair's body suddenly stiffened as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Name, Polia. Farkas. Strength, 5-7. Agility, 5-4. Constitution, 5-8. Ding. Target life poses significant danger. Recommendation, maintain distance. In an instant, the Count's physical data flooded into Adair's consciousness, causing a tremor within him. Such data. He was astounded, grappling with disbelief. Having been reborn in this world for half a year, The count before him was the most formidable individual he had encountered, even surpassing the illustrious Sir Flailor. If Flailor epitomized the pinnacle of knighthood, what level did Count Polia represent? Sensing Adair's tension, the count's face broke into a warm smile, resembling that of a benevolent elder. Do not be so anxious. Relax a bit. We share the same surname. Your father is my cousin. If we delve deeper into our lineage, you may even call me Endapos, uncle. Endapos. Adair was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, a friendly yet bashful smile gracing his face. Yes, Uncle Polia. Precisely. Seemingly satisfied with Adair's demeanor, Count Polier nodded with a smile and addressed him. Time truly flies. Even now, I vividly recall the charming and bashful child you were when your father brought you here 3 years ago. It is astonishing how swiftly you have ascended to knighthood. As he spoke, he moved behind Adair and retrieved a box, placing it upon the table before him. The box was large, its exterior a glossy black, yet immaculate, concealing its contents within. Open it. It is a gift from me, a token to celebrate your elevation tonight, he said gently, akin to a caring elder concerned for his junior. Adair stepped forward and, under the watchful gaze of Count Polier, unfastened the box to reveal its contents. Inside lay a sleek black long sword, its surface pristine, reflecting a subtle glow in the light. Is this a weapon forged from black-ray steel? Adair inquired, lightly caressing the weapon, its cold touch startling him slightly. Black-ray steel is a rare and exceptional metal found only in a few mysterious locales across this world. Weapons crafted from this steel are not only lightweight, but also remarkably durable and sharp, making them exceedingly precious. The long sword before Adair, if indeed forged from black-ray steel, could be valued at no less than 5,000 to 6,000 gold pieces, equivalent to a common baron's annual income. Indeed, Count Polier affirmed with a smile, acknowledging Adair's uncertainty. This is indeed a weapon of black-ray steel, one I fortuitously acquired during my youth on the battlefield, and I have preserved it ever since. Come, take it up and see how it feels in your grasp. He encouraged Adair warmly, without hesitation. Adair extended his right hand and lifted the black-ray longsword from the wooden box. To his surprise, the black blade felt even lighter than he had anticipated, almost weightless, as if a child could wield it effortlessly. Furthermore, he sensed that the flow of life energy within him seemed to resonate more freely with the sword. This is one of the characteristics of black-ray steel. It facilitates the transmission of life energy for knights, allowing them to execute their secret techniques with less effort. It feels just right, Adair remarked after a brief moment of acclamation. Then accept it, Count Polier replied with a nod, observing Adair with keen interest. After a moment, he casually added, I have heard you have been inquiring with your father about your mother's circumstances. Taken aback, Adair paused. In his memories, before his arrival in this world, the original owner of this body had indeed been quite fixated on this matter, persisting in his inquiries even after arriving at Count Polier's castle, frequently writing to his father for updates. Thus, Adair could only nod in agreement, feigning excitement as he responded. Might it be that you have information regarding my mother? Observing Adair and Apos' demeanor, Count Polia could not help but smile. I have heard tales of the events concerning your father and mother from years past. Your mother, in fact, hailed from a distant realm and was an elf. What? Adair's face registered genuine shock upon hearing Polia and Apos' words. While he had been somewhat prepared for such speculations, the revelation still caught him off guard. Elves, in this world, are indeed a tangible race, rumored to inhabit another continent, seldom appearing in this realm. Watching Adair's astonished expression, Count Polia contemplated for a moment before recounting a beautiful tale. The narrative revolved around an elf who wandered into a foreign land and fell in love with a young human lord. The story was profoundly moving, almost worthy of being crafted into a romantic epic. Throughout the telling, Adair listened intently, his face reflecting excitement as he absorbed every detail of the tale. However, as with any love that disregards societal norms, it inevitably attracted opposition. When you were very young, those who disapproved of your father's union with an elf attacked your mother, resulting in her tragic demise. You had a twin sister, who also perished in that fateful incident. Thereafter, your father was overwhelmed with sorrow and grew to despise any mention of your mother, which is why he refrained from sharing these matters with you. Now that you have matured, it is time you learn the truth. Since your father finds it difficult to speak of it, I shall convey the message on his behalf. With that, Count Polia concluded. Across from him, Adair and Apos' face bore an expression of sadness and emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing his turmoil. Slowly, he exited, maintaining a mournful visage until he reached his chamber. Once inside, he closed the door, and the sorrow and sentiment that had graced his features vanished without a trace. What a nauseatingly cliché and tedious love story. Adir muttered expressionlessly, voicing his inner critique of the tale Count Polia had just narrated. He held no belief in the account. In his recollections, his father had always been a tyrannical and brutal man. While he treated Adio with kindness, he was infamous for his lecherous and violent tendencies, often abducting peasant girls and, in fits of rage, killing those he had captured. Count Polia was likely reluctant to speak ill of Adir's father, thus opting for a more romanticized portrayal. As for Adir and Apos, as certainty, he had previously perused a volume extolling love, and upon reflection, the story within bore an uncanny resemblance to that which Count Polia had recounted, merely requiring a change of names to be identical. According to Adir's conjecture, the true circumstances of that time were likely that his father forcibly brought his mother into the territory. What was initially meant to be an act of mere desire ultimately resulted in Adir and Apos' mother becoming pregnant, giving birth to him, and possibly an elder sister. As the years passed, perhaps due to a lapse in vigilance, Adir's mother seized the opportunity to escape, taking Adir's sister with her. It remains uncertain whether they were killed or successfully fled. Adio speculates that the likelihood of a successful escape is greater, otherwise, his sister would have been more likely to remain behind. However, if that were the case, it would elucidate the extraordinary talent of this body and the significance his father placed upon it. Reflecting on this, Adir murmured to himself, "In this world, the union of elves and humans is, in fact, a rare occurrence when it comes to producing offspring. According to records, the coupling of elves and humans seldom yields progeny. Yet when it does, the resulting half-blood inherits all the merits from both parents, possessing formidable talents as if born geniuses. Nevertheless, despite the challenges faced by humans and elves in procreation, half-elves do not encounter such issues, being able to reproduce normally with either humans or elves, while also inheriting the remarkable talents of half-elves. Adir's father, in this world, belongs to a lineage of knights with waning talents, his knightly bloodline nearly extinguished and devoid of descendants. Thus, the sudden appearance of an heir like Adio is naturally regarded as a treasure, imbued with high expectations. On the other hand, for Adir's mother, a half-elf descendant is equally rare, prompting her decisive action to take Adir's sister. It is likely that she could not take Adir due to the intense scrutiny surrounding him as the heir, making it impossible to seize him. Chapter 20. Dream at Night. The moon illuminated the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the earth, as if draping it in frost. In the solitude of the night, atop an ancient skyscraper, several figures stood sparsely, resembling wild grass, their arms hanging limply at their sides. In silence, Adir wandered here, a glint of bewilderment lingering in his eyes. It seemed as though he had lost his senses, his awareness of the surrounding scene dulled, moving instinctively towards an unknown distance. He passed by an old edifice, weathered and worn, as if it had endured centuries of time's relentless passage. The once functional structures had become dilapidated, rendered useless. As he walked, the space behind Adir began to blur. A terrifying visage of a woman materialized upon the wall behind him, her face adorned with a sinister and enigmatic smile. She gazed intently at Adir, then slowly approached, a decaying arm reaching out as if yearning to touch him. "I and Apos, V caught you." Her lips, cracked and rotting, parted to emit a trembling, excited sound, akin to one encountering a supreme delicacy, her eyes brimming with greed and desire. Sensing faint screams and howls emanating from behind, Adir instinctively lifted his gaze backward. Behind him lay a profound darkness, the space appearing distorted, rippling with unseen forces. Amidst that darkness, a flicker of light gradually emerged. Under Adir and Apos' bewildered stare, pairs of eyes suddenly opened wide, filled with avarice and longing, exuding an aura of inexorable negativity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Strange sounds began to echo from the shadows, and a horrifying female face abruptly appeared before Adir. Darkness enveloped his vision, and in the next moment, his consciousness plunged into an abyss, leaving him devoid of any sensation. Again, this dream. In his chamber, Adir murmured to himself, remnants of confusion and trepidation lingering in his eyes. What were those terrifying phantoms, the unfamiliar skyscrapers, in the desolate earth? He whispered, grappling with an inexplicable uncertainty. Lately, he had been plagued by peculiar dreams. Within them, he beheld familiar yet alien towers, as if abandoned, ancient, and decayed. Upon the earth lay corpses and fearsome beasts, alongside those disquieting specters pervading the land. This was no ordinary dream. Contemplating the content of his visions, Adair spoke softly, the once dazed expression in his eyes gradually sharpening into clarity. If it were merely a nightmare, regardless of its vividness or complexity, it could be dismissed as mere chance. However, to experience the same dream for over a dozen consecutive nights transcended mere coincidence. Moreover, the sensation within the dream felt so authentic, as if it were not a figment of imagination, but rather a scene he had genuinely lived through. At this moment, the light from the outside world began to gradually rise, ushering in the dawn of a new day. Extending his arms, Adair gazed at the sky, a potent premonition surging within him. The truths of that dream, along with certain undisclosed matters, would soon unravel before him. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside, where the fresh air enveloped him. Adair swiftly made his way to the distant training grounds, preparing to commence his daily regimen. He had always been a creature of habit. Although ordinary training had begun to lose its efficacy, he still arose early each day, determined not to squander a single moment. After a half-day of training, Adair sensed a shift in his breath and the almost stagnant life energy within him, feeling a twinge of helplessness. The effectiveness of his routine had waned considerably. Monitoring his progress through the chip implanted in his body, he observed the negligible changes with growing frustration. The benefits of the night's breathing technique seemed to have reached their limit. If he wished to achieve rapid advancement, he would need to explore alternative methods. Should he actively seek out the battlefield? A fleeting thought raced through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. To venture onto the battlefield at this juncture would pose too great a risk. Unless absolutely necessary, Adair was reluctant to tread that path. As night fell, the surrounding lights dimmed, casting an eerie silence. Seated at his desk, Adair pondered various matters. In deep contemplation, time slipped away unnoticed until a sudden, piercing scream shattered his reverie. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound, only to be horrified to discover that his body had become utterly immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. From his right eye's vantage point, a shadowy figure began to approach, gradually revealing its true form. A grotesque, decayed visage emerged from the darkness, with black eyes filled with insatiable desire and jealousy, gazing malevolently at Adair. Under his scrutiny, the apparition emitted a chilling laugh, advancing towards him with deliberate yet unyielding intent. A wave of terror washed over Adair, his body freezing as if enveloped by a chilling force. Move, now. At that moment, as he beheld the terrifying specter approaching, Adair strained with all his might, as if to extract the last vestiges of strength from his body. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to budge even a fraction, as if ensnared by an unknown power. Before him, a massive claw descended rapidly, striking Adair's chest and leaving a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. Sensing the scent of blood, the ghastly figure and Apos' rotten face twisted into a mask of satisfaction and greed as it loomed over Adair, its maw widening ominously. In an instant, its jaw gaped wider than ever, aiming to devour Adair's very head. Ah! A piercing scream erupted suddenly. A faint green luminescence gradually emerged around Adair, allowing him to break free from his dire state at the last moment, pushing away the terrifying specter before him. His skin flushed slightly, and an icy aura enveloped him in an instant. This was the manifestation of the seed of life, which he decisively activated at a critical juncture, unleashing a surge of life energy that restored his ability to move in the blink of an eye. Adair felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Without a moment in Apos' hesitation, he swiftly drew the crossed sword from his waist and charged directly at the looming specter. A flash of sword light streaked through the air, slicing the terrifying specter before him in half, as though it were mere vapor, devoid of any mass. Yet, despite being cleaved asunder, the ghastly apparition showed no signs of injury, maintaining its previous form as it slowly reassembled in the air. No, this isn't right. Adair and Apos' mind finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Chip, scan my surroundings and relay the imagery directly to my mind. He commanded the chip. The results of the scan left Adair frozen in disbelief. The chip revealed that there were no specters around him. The empty room contained only his solitary existence. Is this an illusion? The thought flickered through Adair's mind just as the horrifying specter let out a dreadful howl and lunged ferociously toward him. Damn it! Adair swiftly evaded the strike, maneuvering within the confines of the small room to dodge the onslaught. Though he was now certain of the illusory nature of the specter, he dared not gamble on the consequences of perishing within an illusion. After all, even an illusion could potentially lead to death, especially in such a bizarre scenario. The specter's appearance was indeed terrifying, yet its speed was relatively slow compared to Adair. As he hurriedly dodged its attacks, an overwhelming sense of dread intensified within him. A faint sound of footsteps behind him caught Adair's attention. He turned to face the source, and the sight that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. Within the small room, countless faces had emerged, each one rotting and grotesque, exuding an aura of terror. Seemingly sensing Adair and Apos' gaze, the specters and Apos' attention shifted, all focusing intently on him in an instant, revealing an eerily cold smile. A shroud of darkness enveloped him, and before Adair could dwell further on the implications, his consciousness abruptly severed, plunging him into profound darkness. Where is this? In the midst of the nebulous void, Adair's awareness gradually stirred. Before him lay a shadowy expanse, veiled in a thick fog that obscured everything within. Yet, amidst this darkness, Adair stood as the solitary beacon of light. He radiated a resplendent brilliance, his entire being appearing crystalline and translucent, exuding an unparalleled purity and clarity. Is this the depths of my soul? As Adil awakened, the surrounding space emanated a subtle ripple, a peculiar resonance that instantly elucidated his current predicament. Chapter 21. Otherworld within the nebulous darkness of an alternate realm. A solitary glimmer began to ripple gently. A familiar aura enveloped Adair, gradually soothing his turbulent emotions. In the obscurity, an instinct surged within him, transmitting a fragment of information into his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, Adair comprehended the nature of his surroundings. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon. There, a luminous orb danced, suspended in the firmament of the shadowy expanse, resembling a radiant sun of ivory hue. As if sensing Adair's unwavering attention, the white sun undulated softly, creating gentle ripples in the surrounding void, conveying messages to the very essence of his soul through an enigmatic connection. Was this the coordinates of a world? In an instant, clarity washed over him. Here, he grasped the entirety of his situation. His soul appeared to possess a unique quality, capable of intercepting fragments of information from the void, capturing the coordinates of various realms, and establishing connections with them, thereby enabling his passage to other worlds under appropriate conditions. In his previous 2 lives, Adair, an ordinary individual, had transcended into 2 different worlds, relying on this extraordinary ability that resided within him. This power of traversal had always existed in his soul, yet it had only recently been fully awakened, leading him to this initial encounter with the dark expanse. Pondering this revelation, Adair found himself deep in thought. He recalled the moments when those peculiar dreams had surfaced, and an acute intuition stirred within him, revealing a pattern. Was it perhaps due to the activation of the seed of life? This thought flickered across his mind, just as the white sun before him radiated with brilliant light. This illumination was warm yet piercing, embodying the brilliance of existence without tangible heat. Instinctively, Adair extended his hand towards the celestial sun. A crystalline sound of shattering resonated within this ethereal realm, followed by the emergence of a colossal door before him, slowly swinging open and drawing him within. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an immense force from the opposite side compelled him forward, leaving him powerless to resist as he was drawn through the threshold. Beyond the door, a new world gradually unfolded before him. As his willpower began to reassert itself, light once again filled his vision. Adair suddenly opened his eyes, a piercing sharpness gleaming within them as he scanned his surroundings. The sight that greeted him rendered him momentarily speechless. Before him stood an ancient edifice, towering at least 8 or 9 stories high, yet in a state of disrepair, as though it had been forsaken for ages, ravaged by the relentless march of time. Vines entwined the weathered walls, while verdant moss flourished upon the gray surface. However, a subsequent sight compelled him to reconsider his initial impression. In the distance, the earth trembled, and from below, a colossal creature, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, emerged from the soil. The creature possessed 8 elongated legs, each adorned with sharp barbs that appeared quite menacing. Its overall structure bore a striking resemblance to certain insects, albeit on a vastly larger scale, rendering it considerably more terrifying. With keen eyesight, Adair observed the insectoid beast with clarity. Instinctively, he sidestepped to conceal himself behind the cover of the building. Typically, insects are not endowed with exceptional vision. However, Adair was certain that this particular creature did not adhere to the norm and might still detect his presence. He had just arrived in this place and had no desire to engage in an inexplicable battle with such monsters. As he watched the beast gradually retreat into the distance, a thought suddenly struck him. He quickly intoned within his mind, "Chip, initiate monitoring mode." assess my surroundings. The command had been issued, and a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, bringing him a sense of relief. Fortunately, the chip remained intact. Adair exhaled softly, taking a moment to assess his physical condition, discovering it to be unchanged from before. The power and life seed within him persisted, and the chip revealed no anomalies clearly. He was not ensnared in a hallucination. It seemed that this time, his essence had not merely traversed realms. His entire corporeal form had accompanied it. A fleeting thought crossed Adair's mind as he contemplated this revelation. With a sense of introspection, he gently placed his right hand upon his chest. As he concentrated, a peculiar sensation emanated from his soul towards him. Instinctively, Adair grasped the nature of this feeling and murmured to himself. The phenomenon of crossing over was not devoid of substance, even with an innate ability for such transference. One required energy to activate it. Shaking his head, Adair redirected his gaze forward. The world before him bore some semblance to that of his first existence. Though the level of technology appeared significantly less advanced, and the overall situation seemed dire, he found himself standing beside a towering edifice, with a street behind him that resembled a modern urban setting. Contemplating for a moment, Adair proceeded into the city ahead, alone in this unfamiliar realm. Armed only with a sword and a handful of coins, he recognized the challenge of surviving the next 7 days without food or water. Compared to the desolation of the wilderness, finding sustenance in a city would undoubtedly be easier. Moreover, Adair sought to uncover information within the city to better understand this world. The distant city was not far from him. With his speed, he traversed its expanse in mere minutes. However, upon entering the city, an eerie ambience caused Adair to furrow his brow. It was unnaturally quiet. The thought crossed his mind as he surveyed the lengthy street before him. The thoroughfare appeared somewhat antiquated. Although modern structures existed, many wooden buildings were scattered throughout, creating a disjointed appearance. The technological advancement of this world appears to be rather limited. As Adair strolled past a building, he chanced upon a photograph lying on the ground. It was a simplistic black and white image depicting a couple joyfully smiling alongside a little girl, approximately 4 or 5 years old. Beside the photograph lay 3 desiccated corpses, the remains of 2 females and 1 male, 2 adults and 1 child. One of the male cadaver and Appos' arms extended outward, firmly clutching the photograph, having become irreversibly adhered to it over the passage of time. Chapter 22. Reinforcement. Standing on the unfamiliar terrain, Adair slightly bowed his head, gazing at the 3 corpses sprawled on the ground, now mere desiccated remains. They had undoubtedly perished at least 3 or 4 years ago, he mused. The chip embedded in his mind was rapidly processing information, determining the time of death and the precise cause. After a moment, he shook his head and picked up a black and white photograph from the ground, cleaning it gently before tucking it away. At least someone will remember what you looked like, he murmured softly, before departing from the spot, making his way slowly down the street ahead. This city was peculiar. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. Such a phenomenon was rare. Under normal circumstances, even if the inhabitants of this city had perished, there would still be scattered remnants of life. Impossible for there to be absolute silence. This unusual stillness often signified a greater peril. Recognizing this, Adair treaded lightly, his footsteps nearly inaudible as he traversed the street. Before long, he found himself outside a towering edifice. The grand structure bore the marks of opulent construction, inscribed with characters from this world's language, unfamiliar to Adair. Yet he could surmise it was a public place. The entrance was littered with numerous remains. The corpses, once human, were now reduced to ghastly skeletons, their flesh largely absent. It was evident that at some point in the past, a sudden calamity had prompted these individuals to flee from within, resulting in a harrowing scene where the bodies lay sprawled outward. Yet, judging by their fate, they had evidently encountered something sinister, succumbing right at the threshold, unable to escape. Adair and Appos' gaze swept to the side. Centered around this building were many more bodies, scattered along the route. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the silence, capturing Adair and Appos' attention. He turned towards the source, his keen eyesight revealing a fresh corpse in the distance, evidently deceased not long ago. It was a female body, gruesomely mangled, reduced to a mere assemblage of flesh and bone. Among the remnants of flesh, there were signs of movement, accompanied by a slight sound. After a moment of contemplation, Adair advanced cautiously towards the corpse. Upon reaching the site, he was met with a repulsive sight. The decayed flesh was riddled with numerous tiny orifices, within which wriggled green worms, an utterly grotesque spectacle. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, alerting him, Target organism contains potent toxins. Avoid contact with its bodily fluids. This is a preordained program. Whenever something that may pose a threat to Adair appears, the chip will alert him to prevent any inadvertent contact. The visage of the corpse before him is unrecognizable, its flesh and skull grotesquely intertwined, a gruesome sight. Only the long hair scattered on the ground and a few remnants of flesh provide faint clues to discern the corpse's gender. Adair gazes at this scene with an impassive expression, devoid of sorrow or joy, and steps aside. He makes his way toward a building that holds numerous corpses, hoping to uncover something within. This world appears utterly bizarre, leaving one to ponder what calamities it has endured to arrive at such a state. In this moment, Adair yearns to find a survivor nearby to glean insights into the condition of this realm. Cautiously entering the building, Adair surveys his surroundings. Scattered about are several corpses clad in uniform, low-quality attire, likely the unfortunate workers of this place. As he advances, he notes the presence of dozens of rooms, each adorned with a sign. Approaching one of the rooms with vigilance, Adair and Apos' right hand glides to his waist, gripping the hilt of his sword before gently pushing the door open. A soft click resonates as the door creaks ajar. Contrary to his expectations, no unforeseen peril awaits him. The room is utterly vacant, devoid of even a single corpse, and appears remarkably clean aside from the layer of dust. Suddenly, a shrill squeak and the sound of a blade being drawn coincide, and an enormous creature launches itself from behind Adair, crashing into the wall. Unbeknownst to him, his sword had already been unsheathed. He turns to behold the creature he has just repelled. It resembles a rodent, approximately the size of a human head, with crimson eyes. Its body is nearly cleaved in half, innards spilling forth. Yet, astonishingly, it clings to life, writhing with considerable strength. Such tenacity of life. Observing the creature and Apos' relentless struggle, Adair furrows his brow and decisively advances to deliver a final strike. The creature is cleaved into several pieces, finally succumbing to silence. Just as Adair prepares to depart, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. An unknown force has enhanced the subject and Apos' physical attributes. He glances at his own physical condition, and indeed, a slight improvement is evident compared to before. However, this enhancement is marginal. Without the chip's constant surveillance of his bodily state, Adair would have remained oblivious to such a change. Could it be? He furrows his brow, lowering his gaze to the lifeless form of the creature, a hypothesis forming in his mind. Standing still for a moment, he gazes into the distance. As the creature struggled on the floor, other life forms within the room stirred, now hastening toward Adair. The speed of the approaching entities is alarming. In an instant, they are upon him, launching themselves fiercely from the walls, their mouths brimming with sharp fangs. Adair made no movement. With a single stroke of his right hand, he cleaved his opponent in two. Considering the formidable vitality of his adversary, Adair stepped forward and delivered several more strikes, reducing his foe to multiple fragments, thus concluding the encounter. Once the life force had entirely dissipated, the familiar chime of the chip echoed in his mind once more. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Reflecting on the sensation within his mind, Adair pondered the inexplicable phenomenon that occurred when life was extinguished in this realm. It granted him a modicum of unknown power, enhancing his physical capabilities. This augmentation was minuscule, almost imperceptible to the average individual. According to the chip's analysis, even a mere increase of 0.1 in physical attributes would require the demise of thousands of such beings, yet it undeniably existed. Contemplating this, Adair commanded the chip in his mind. Chip, can you discern the underlying principles? Insufficient data, unable to analyze. In an instant, the chip provided a negative response. Adair was not taken aback by this answer. Although the chip and Apos' analytical prowess was formidable, it was not omnipotent. Obtaining substantial results necessitated adequate data and support, and could not be achieved from thin air. Chapter 23 Encounter. Standing still, Adair pondered deeply for an extended period. After a while, unable to conjure any thoughts, he decided to abandon his musings and moved forward to thoroughly search the room. This chamber appeared to have been long abandoned, with dust strewn across the floor, suggesting it had lain undisturbed for several years. Here, Adair discovered a series of bookshelves adorned with numerous tomes and labels inscribed in an unfamiliar script. Casually, he selected a book, brushed off the dust, and opened it. Chip, establish a task to analyze the written language of this world, he commanded his inner chip. Ding. Task 1 has been established, a mechanical voice echoed. As Adair swiftly thumbed through the book, the chip in his mind rapidly scanned its contents, diligently recording the text into its database for future analysis and comparison. This place seemed to have once served as a library. Adair lingered for quite some time before finally exiting. The estimated time for completing Task 1 was 37 days and 8 hours. Upon finishing the data recording, the chip and Oppo's alert sounded, accompanied by a countdown. 37 days. It appeared that this would not be useful for the time being. Hearing the chip and Oppo's notification, Adair furrowed his brow, contemplating. However, he shrugged it off, shaking his head before ascending to the second floor. In stark contrast to the first floor, littered with corpses, the second floor appeared considerably cleaner, though a few bodies remained, their numbers significantly diminished. Numerous rooms awaited exploration. Adair cautiously approached one and opened the door. The room was eerily quiet, filled not with books, but with various pharmaceutical-like items. A peculiar odor wafted from within, momentarily catching Adair off guard. As he stepped inside, he noticed a severed arm resting on a shelf, already beginning to pallor. This dismembered limb appeared small, likely belonging to a young woman, severed cleanly by some unknown force. It seemed to have been cleaned, devoid of blood, merely taking on a whitish hue. Most crucially, this arm was remarkably fresh, likely severed only 3 or 4 days prior. Gazing at the pale limb, Adair analyzed the situation calmly. Observing the assortment of pharmaceutical-like items in the room, he reflected thoughtfully. This chamber was likely a storage space for medical supplies, indicating that someone had been here just days ago, leaving behind the severed arm. This suggested the presence of survivors nearby, not too far from this location. With this realization, Adair turned his attention to the other rooms, ready to investigate each one in hopes of uncovering additional treasures. He opened several rooms, making new discoveries. Within these spaces, he encountered a few small insects. Adair attempted to eliminate these creatures, but found himself devoid of the previous surge of power. Under the constant surveillance of the chip, his body underwent no discernible changes. This situation aroused a sense of doubt within him. Must one extinguish specific life forms to regain that former power? With this uncertainty lingering in his mind, he approached the threshold of the next room. It was a door forged of steel, secured by several locks, an unusual sight. As if there were a fear of the entities within escaping. The door bore numerous protrusions and marks, appearing quite chaotic, as if something had violently struck it from within, mangling the formidable barrier. Standing silently at the entrance, observing the traces on the door, Adair instinctively sensed something amiss. A profound aura emanated from within, instinctively invoking a sense of danger. After a deep glance at the scene, Adair chose not to open the door, nor did he proceed to the next chamber. Instead, he departed from this place. The atmosphere hinted at an unseen peril, and there were no signs of survivors dwelling here. He resolutely exited, raising his gaze to the sky, which had dimmed considerably compared to before. It was nearly nightfall, and as he looked into the distance, he distinctly felt the surroundings beginning to stir. The silence was shattered by the occasional chirping of insects and the haunting growls of beasts. In an instant, this place seemed to transform into a realm of danger. And with the passage of time, it was likely to grow increasingly terrifying. Contemplating this, Adair's initial intention to leave faltered. As night approached, the evident escalation of danger made leaving this place perhaps an unwise choice. With this thought, he departed from his spot and ventured into a nearby room that appeared relatively sturdy, preparing to spend the night there. He closed the steel door and secured it with some heavy objects, then quietly settled into a corner, refraining from further noise. The nocturnal world starkly contrasted with that of the day. With his keen senses, Adair heard distant sounds echoing. Not only the terrifying chirps of insects, but also the low growls reminiscent of beasts, resonating from outside. He could vividly imagine the scene beyond, which was undoubtedly far more perilous than during daylight. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sprang to his feet from the corner. From afar, a woman's anguished wail pierced the air, accompanied by faint footsteps. Someone was nearby. The thought flashed through Adair's mind as his right hand slowly reached for the sword at his waist. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately pushed the door open and stepped outside. The light had dimmed significantly, yet there remained enough illumination to discern his surroundings. In the distance, 3 figures were sprinting towards him, seemingly pursued by some unseen threat. "Run!" A frantic cry echoed from afar. The trio, upon noticing the silhouette before the building, initially froze in shock, but upon recognizing Adair's form, they breathed a sigh of relief and urgently shouted towards him. Their intention was to alert him. However, it ultimately proved to be a futile effort. Adair was utterly bewildered by the language of the world around him, unable to comprehend the frantic shouts of those nearby. However, observing their panicked demeanor, he could surmise the essence of their concerns. He chose not to flee. Instead, he calmly drew his longsword with his right hand. His penetrating gaze fixed intently on something in the distance. There loomed a colossal insectoid creature, reminiscent of a beetle, its body encased in a glossy black exoskeleton. While its claws and mandibles appeared dreadfully menacing, enough to instill a chilling fear. Chapter 24. The Strike in the Distance. The insect beast loomed large. Its speed surpassing that of ordinary humans, completely outpacing the three individuals. If this trend continued, it would not be long before the trio was caught. And the consequences were all too evident. With this thought in mind, Adair ceased to hesitate and swiftly advanced. To the astonished gazes of the three, Adair not only refrained from fleeing but boldly approached their direction. Instinctively, they wished to urge him to retreat, yet their bodies, spent from exertion, found it difficult to articulate their concerns. The earlier warning had already been a tremendous effort. Each of them was drenched in sweat, heat radiating from their bodies, indicating they had been running for quite some time and were on the verge of exhaustion. A gentle breeze swept by, and in a blur, Adair passed them, positioning himself behind. Boom! The sound of a powerful metallic clash resonated sharply. At that critical moment, under their horrified gaze, Adair, wielding his sword, met the insect's claw with a precise counterstrike, successfully thwarting the beast's assault. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of dread crossed their eyes. Had that strike gone unblocked, with the beast's formidable strength, the three would have surely been torn to shreds. Before them, Adair stood firm, frowning as he scrutinized the formidable insect beast. He was acutely aware of the force he had just exerted. The longsword forged from black ray steel had clashed with the creature's claw. Yet he had failed to sever it entirely, inflicting only minor damage. The intensity of this encounter was almost beyond belief. However, to the three onlookers, Adair's feat seemed even more astonishing. Who was this individual capable of facing an adult shellworm head-on? A middle-aged man among them stared at Adair, a mix of fear and shock evident in his voice, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Yet, what transpired next was even more unfathomable. Under their astonished gaze, Adair surged forward, his terrifying speed allowing the trio only a fleeting glimpse of his silhouette. Boom! The crisp sound rang out again as Adair, sword in hand, unleashed an explosive burst of speed. His velocity had transcended the limits of human capability. Even without exerting his full strength, it was beyond the perception of ordinary individuals. The colossal insect beast could barely raise its claw before colliding forcefully with Adair. In that impact, Adair exerted a slight force, effortlessly severing the creature's claw entirely. A tremendous force surged forth, and as the claw fell, the insect beast reacted instinctively, charging towards Adair. Without flinching, Adair's gaze sharpened as he delivered a powerful kick forward. The three behind him dared not watch any longer, instinctively closing their eyes, as if they could already foresee Adair's grim fate. The insect beast before them stood 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long, an imposing figure that seemed far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to confront. A resounding crash echoed throughout the surroundings, yet no cries of despair followed. With a glimmer of hope, they cautiously opened their eyes, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Adair stood resolutely in place, his right hand gripping a short sword, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. Before him, a massive insect beast was hurled into the air, emitting mournful low wails. Its strength was estimated to be around 3. Assessing the force that had just been unleashed, Adair calmly analyzed the situation. The speed of this insect beast was rather mediocre. Based on its prior actions, it was only slightly swifter than an average person. Far from remarkable. However, its strength was formidable, nearly comparable to Adair and Apos' own capabilities before he activated the life seed. As darkness enveloped the sky, ominous low growls reverberated, casting a palpable sense of danger in the air. Adair sensed lurking threats outside the surrounding structures, hidden in the shadows, biding their time. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the sword, and a faint green glow flickered along the blade forged from black roué steel. He charged forward, striking the creature's massive form before it could react. With a powerful slash, a gentle surge of life energy flowed through the sword, transforming into a radiant arc that struck the beast with ferocity. The creature and Apos' carapace cracked open, its sturdy defenses shattered, and a dark, viscous fluid oozed forth. Yet, despite this, it still did not succumb immediately, lying on the ground and emitting a series of low, mournful chirps. Adair was tempted to deliver a final blow to see if slaying such a beast could grant him access to that unknown power. However, as the sky grew ever darker, the ominous sounds intensified, reaching a crescendo. He sensed a colossal life form approaching from the distance, compelling him not to linger any longer. The scent of the insect beast's fluid had attracted other entities. At that moment, the expressions of the three individuals ahead shifted dramatically. They dared not glance back and fled forward. Observing their actions, Adair did not hesitate to follow closely behind them toward a specific location. To his astonishment, the path they chose led directly to the very building he had previously occupied. They hurried inside, finally releasing a collective sigh of relief. It was only then that they acknowledged Adair's presence behind them. Upon seeing him, the trio instinctively exchanged glances, each detecting surprise mirrored in the other's eyes. Earlier, due to the encroaching darkness and their distance, they had not discerned Adair's true appearance, mistakenly believing him to be a towering and formidable figure. The Adair before them appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, with a fair and gentle visage. Clad in an immaculate black robe, he presented an image of perfection, evoking an immediate sense of affinity. Such a young child. Utterly incongruous with the imagined image of a robust warrior capable of battling monstrous beasts, would leave one astonished if not witnessed firsthand. Who could fathom the terrifying power they possessed? Yet, amidst their astonishment, a sense of relief washed over them, alleviating some of the earlier trepidation. The order of this world had collapsed entirely. In such dire circumstances, human morality proved unreliable. One could not dismiss the possibility that such a formidable and fearsome warrior might harbor intentions towards them, leaving them utterly defenseless. Adair appeared merely as a child, both in visage and age, exuding an endearing charm that seemed at odds with the nature of such beings. Chapter 25, Night within the serene confines of the building. Upon glimpsing the figure of Adair, the three individuals exchanged glances, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. It must be acknowledged that Adair's appearance possessed a remarkable allure and warmth. Even though they were acutely aware that this young man bore the strength to contend with terrifying monstrous beasts, their initial trepidation and anxiety remarkably diminished. Among them, the eldest, a middle-aged man, stepped forward and respectfully inquired, "Greetings. We are locals in this vicinity. May I ask who you are?" His tone was cautious, betraying a fear of inciting the wrath of the youth before him. Meanwhile, the other two remained silent, their eyes fixed on Adair with a glimmer of anticipation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, a myriad of monstrous entities had emerged, inflicting grievous losses upon the inhabitants of the various kingdoms. A formidable warrior like Adair, capable of vanquishing such terrifying creatures with his bare hands, was an unprecedented sight for them. Establishing a rapport with him could undoubtedly ease their future endeavors. However, the words exchanged were utterly incomprehensible to Adair. The barrier of language was the paramount obstacle, one that could not be concealed. Observing the confusion and tension in the faces of the three, Adair made no attempt to mask his own bewilderment and spoke a few words candidly. The unfamiliar language resonated in their ears, instantly revealing the reason for their perplexity, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. "This is not the local tongue. Could he be from another kingdom?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. "It is possible he is one of the students sent here 3 years ago," remarked a slender young man standing behind him, equally astonished. "I recall a group of noble descendants from foreign kingdoms arriving here for their studies. He could be one of them. This boy must be a powerful knight. I have heard that the distant kingdom of Arid has a formidable knightly order, and they too sent many representatives to our lands 3 years ago," interjected a woman among the trio, her gaze upon Adair shimmering with intrigue. "Knights, who cannot even withstand gunfire, let alone confront monstrous beasts directly," the young man countered with a shake of his head. "Enough." A soft reprimand floated from ahead. The middle-aged man, noticing the hushed whispers of his companions, shot them a disapproving glance. As the eldest among them, his experience far surpassed that of the others, and he understood precisely what needed to be done. The youth before them possessed an alarming combat prowess. His past undoubtedly held great significance, and he might not tolerate their indiscretion. Furthermore, their whispered conversation, given the language barrier, could only heighten his vigilance. With this in mind, the middle-aged man gradually stepped back, unhesitatingly drawing a dagger from his cloak. He then knelt on one knee, presenting the dagger before Adair with both hands. Adair regarded this gesture with surprise. It appeared to be a form of etiquette in this world, the meaning behind it unmistakable. Kneeling on one knee, he surrendered his weapons, a gesture that universally signifies respect and submission, conveying his harmlessness. At this thought, Adair felt a twinge of admiration. He extended his left hand slowly to grasp the dagger offered by the other party, placing it at his waist. This action seemed to carry a particular significance. And at the moment Adair accepted the dagger, the three individuals across from him subtly exhaled in relief. Silence enveloped the scene as they stood motionless for an extended period, only stirring once the outside world was cloaked in darkness. "It is already night. Should we continue?" broke the silence, spoken softly by the young man among the trio. "We cannot proceed any further," the middle-aged man replied with a shake of his head. "There is said to be a creature confined in a room above us. If we ascend together at night, we are likely to encounter something strange. There is a palpable presence of that beast within this building. Ordinary monsters would not dare approach. If we endure the night here, we can depart directly in the morning." Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in silent agreement, offering no further objections. The middle-aged man, seemingly lost in thought, sighed quietly and turned his gaze towards the distant staircase, a flicker of fear glimmering in his eyes. While they conversed, Adair silently retreated to a corner, closing his eyes to meditate. Within his mind, the chip was rapidly deciphering the language of the three before him. However, due to the nascent nature of his exposure and the scant foundational data, even with the chip's full computational power dedicated to the task, the completion of the analysis remained a distant prospect. After a while, under Adair's watchful gaze, the middle-aged man approached him slowly, a small piece of dried meat in hand. He deliberately halted at a distance from Adair, a choice that was both subtle and strategic. Neither too close to incite wariness nor too far to prevent Adair from drawing his sword with ease. Standing there, the man cautiously tore a piece of meat and consumed it before presenting the remaining portion to Adair. Observing this act, Adair nodded slightly, refraining from unnecessary movements as he accepted the offering. Target food is non-toxic and consumable. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind, informing Adair. With that assurance, he hesitated no longer and began to slowly ingest the morsel. As time trickled by, a unique sensation roused Adair from his contemplation during the latter part of the night. Detection of an unknown force field. The mechanical voice echoed incessantly in his mind. This was a pre-programmed alert. Any irregularity in the surroundings would immediately awaken him. Throughout the night, Adair had been stirred multiple times, each instance proving harmless. Yet this time, the circumstances felt markedly different. Adair rose quietly, drawing his sword from his waist with silent precision. He approached the door, peering through the crack to observe the world beyond. A dim light quietly flickered at the other end of the door, surrounded by boundless darkness. At first, Adair could not comprehend what it was. But suddenly a wave of inexplicable trepidation washed over him. What is this? The eye of something. This thought flashed through his mind as he maintained a calm facade, fixated on the door, peering through the narrow crack to glimpse the outside. There, those eerie eyes still lingered, glimmering with a light of hatred and madness. Chapter 26. The corpse in a tranquil place. Darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Standing still, a chill crept into Adair and Apos' heart. Through the narrow crack in the door, his keen vision allowed him to discern the figure on the opposite side. It was a pale humanoid creature, bearing the visage of a woman, yet her countenance was ghostly, resembling that of a corpse. Within its eyes, an abyss of negative emotion surged forth, as if seeking to consume Adair whole. Ding! An unknown energy field has been detected. Immediate evacuation is advised. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed in Adair's mind, incessantly urging him to flee. He remained motionless. The room was completely sealed, constructed with formidable strength. While outside the door, the humanoid creature stood resolutely, showing no signs of permitting Adair and Apos' escape. Furthermore, even if he were to leave, the outside world might not offer greater safety. Adair sensed that as night fell, the world had transformed. An eerie atmosphere pervaded, accompanied by a palpable sense of dread. A wave of palpitations washed over him as he slowly reached for his waist, drawing forth his longsword, maintaining his stance as he unwaveringly met the creature's gaze. He dared not move or recklessly open the door, standing his ground in a silent standoff. The creature before him, resembling a corpse, remained unmoving, like a statue frozen in time. Moments stretched into eternity. After an indeterminate period, a faint sound wafted from behind him. A chill enveloped the space, stirring one of the three men behind Adair from slumber. It was evident that this man possessed the keenest awareness among them. Upon awakening and perceiving Adair before the door, he instantly sensed something amiss. As if he had stumbled upon a dreadful revelation, terror flickered in his eyes, his expression contorting as he glimpsed something horrifying. He swiftly covered his mouth with his right hand, his body rigid with fear, fearful of inadvertently making a sound that might awaken the lurking menace. Unbeknownst to them, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The previously audible sounds from outside gradually faded, leaving an oppressive stillness in the air. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside, their clarity amplified in the quietude. Facing the door, besides the sound of knocking, Adair discerned faint breaths emanating from beyond. Drawing ever closer, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The knocking grew increasingly pronounced and forceful. The door trembled gently, as if straining to withstand the force that threatened to burst through from the other side. Feeling the shift in dynamics, Adair sighed and took 2 steps back, gripping his long sword of black steel tightly. Behind him, the 3 individuals had awakened amidst this upheaval, all gazing in horror at the door, their eyes brimming with fear. Why? Why must one encounter such an eerie phenomenon at this precise moment? Among the trio, the woman gazed at the quaking door, her teeth clenched. A profound terror reflected in her eyes. Beside her, the middle-aged man, seemingly resigned to fate, sighed. It is the monster from upstairs that has emerged. 3 years have elapsed, and we all believe that corpse had long since perished. Yet, to our astonishment, it has somehow completed its transformation. Now it has been drawn down by our presence. Despair and fear filled their eyes as they grasped the true horror of the creature outside. Unlike the powerful, yet fundamentally flesh and blood mutated insects and beasts lurking beyond, this entity before them was a genuine aberration, an existence that humanity could never hope to conquer. This reanimated corpse was remarkably resilient, capable of rapid regeneration regardless of the injuries inflicted upon it, as if it were truly immortal. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering such a monster, even a gathering of hundreds would find themselves doomed, gradually slaughtered by the foe. In their cramped room, with terror lurking just beyond the door, their ability to remain composed was already a stroke of fortune. They had underestimated the situation. As the ominous sounds before the door grew louder, a thought flashed through Otto's mind. Sensing the familiar, uncanny aura emanating from beyond, he felt 90% certain that the monster outside was indeed the one previously confined within the upstairs room. He had sensed an inexplicable eeriness emanating from there earlier, but since it had shown no signs of emergence, he paid it no heed. Little did he expect that tonight it would break free, and judging by the current tumult, it was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a pallid arm burst through the door, flinging it wide open. There stood a female corpse, her entire form a ghastly white, her cold gaze sweeping over the surroundings, gradually fixating on Otto. A wave of dread washed over him, as if he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. An unknown force enveloped the target, rendering its physical data indecipherable. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed in his mind. At that very moment, a ghastly white arm suddenly loomed before Otto. Crack! A black longsword sliced through the air, striking the corpse and Oppos' hand with a sound akin to steel colliding. It felt as though he had struck solid metal, the sword becoming lodged in the creature and Oppos' arm. Even the blade forged from black steel could not sever it. Retreat 2 steps. The chip's warning resonated once more in his mind. Otto leapt back, narrowly evading the creature's assault. Then, without hesitation, charged forward. This time, he held nothing back, propelling himself with utmost speed as he swung the longsword down upon the creature's neck. A tremendous force struck him, sending him hurtling backward. On the opposing side, the creature's head was cleaved nearly in half, a mere shred of flesh remaining intact. A sliver of flesh continuously extruded, tethered to the surrounding skin. In an instant, the horrific wound on the opponent's neck healed completely, restoring it to its former state. A figure swiftly arrived at the scene, delivering a powerful kick that sent the adversary crashing against the wall, creating a massive indentation. A hoarse growl erupted from the corpse's mouth, its eyes brimming with malice. Despite the forceful blow, it seemed utterly unfazed, immediately charging forward once more. Chapter 27. Crystal core. Within the spacious chamber, 2 figures clashed and grappled, producing a cacophony of violent sounds. Before them, the pale corpse of a woman was once again hurled across the room, crashing forcefully to the ground. Observing the adversary sprawled on the floor, Adair refrained from advancing. Instead, he stood firmly in place, his expression marked by profound distress. After an extended period of fierce combat, he was drenched in sweat. His right hand, which wielded the sword, trembled slightly, while his left grasped the scabbard tightly. His demeanor was grave. Despite repeatedly sending the corpse flying, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Contrary to expectations, in the next moment, the woman's lifeless body seemed to rise unscathed, its wounds undulating grotesquely as fresh flesh sprouted, mending the horrific injuries. Witnessing this unsettling scene, Adair's expression darkened. The creature, born of the corpse, was peculiar. Not only was it endowed with formidable strength and speed, but it also appeared to possess boundless stamina, remaining vibrant and vigorous despite the relentless assaults. Seemingly unchanged from the outset. More terrifying was the entity's apparent immortality. Regardless of the injuries it sustained, it healed rapidly, exhibiting none of the characteristics of genuine life. Such an uncanny existence was something Adair had never encountered, neither in his previous life nor in any world he had known. Before him, the humanoid monstrosity roared once more, charging at Adair with wounds entirely healed, leaving no trace behind. Adair regarded the creature coldly, slightly adjusting his grip on the sword, shifting to a more efficient stance to thrust forward. The two figures once again entwined in a fierce struggle, wreaking havoc within the confines of the chamber. Meanwhile, the three onlookers, having witnessed this spectacle, were rendered speechless. The two inhuman creatures engaged in a fierce confrontation, each powerful blow resonating throughout the room, creating sizable craters in the solid earth beneath. Adair, reminiscent of the valorous knight sung of in poetry, battled the humanoid beast, each swing of his sword slicing through the air with a howling wind, leaving profound imprints around him. To avoid being caught in the crossfire of their fierce duel, the three were compelled to retreat to a small corner of the room, watching the clash from a distance. How remarkable were these warriors, capable of directly subduing a spirit of the dead. Among the trio, the young man's eyes sparkled with fervor as he observed the intertwined figures. How extraordinary it was that such terrifying warriors could emerge from humanity, capable of confronting unimaginable horrors head-on. This must be a prodigy from a prestigious knightly lineage. I have encountered similar descriptions in historical texts. It is said that certain formidable knights can single-handedly face 100 foes on the battlefield. I had always thought such claims were exaggerated or mere folklore, but now it seems they are indeed authentic accounts. Beside him, the woman's eyes gleamed with excitement as she gazed at Adair in the distance, as if she beheld a precious treasure. On the other side, observing the battle ahead, the middle-aged man at the forefront felt a surge of excitement. Yet a tinge of concern also arose within him. Among the three, he was the eldest and most meticulous, even in the midst of his own exhilarations. He did not forget to scrutinize the skirmish unfolding before him. Through his careful observation, he discerned that Adair and Apos' stamina was waning, and as time passed, he gradually ceased to be dominant. Regardless of his formidable prowess, at his core, he remained human, despite his strength being sufficient to engage in direct combat with the undead. He was still a flesh-and-blood being, subject to thirst, hunger, and fatigue. As the battle wore on, no matter how powerful a knight might be, he would eventually be exhausted, collapsing against the indomitable body of his adversary. Adair was acutely aware of this reality. With each passing moment in the fray, his strength dwindled rapidly, transitioning from an absolute superiority to a position where he could only marginally suppress his foe. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he watched the corpse before him spring into action. A faint green radiance enveloped his sword, and within him, the seed of life was bubbling, infusing its life energy into the longsword forged from black steel. As Adair lunged forward, the undead creature abruptly raised its head, its eyes swirling with a tempest of negative emotions, a chaotic blend of madness and brutality. Defying instinct, she did not evade but instead reached out, seemingly intent on seizing Adair and Apos' sword. A piercing scream erupted, reminiscent of a woman's terror as she faced her demise, resonating deep within the soul. A flash of pale green light struck viciously against the outstretched arm of the corpse, severing it cleanly. The undead stood motionless, her expression vacant yet sinister, her pallid form resembling that of a cadaver. From her right arm, where the forearm had been cleaved, a trickle of dark blood began to seep out. Throughout the prolonged battle, this marked the first instance of her wound failing to mend. Effective. Noticing this change in his opponent, a thought flickered through Adair's mind, and the weight upon his heart lifted momentarily. He raised his sword high, seizing the opportunity presented by his enemy and Apos' bewilderment to charge forward, the blade shimmering with resplendent light. The seed of life within him pulsated vigorously, and every ounce of life energy was drawn forth to empower this strike. A faint green sword light flickered in the air, and before him, the dazed figure of the woman began to topple, her grotesque head severed from her body, rolling away slowly. Witnessing this, Adair exhaled in relief. Even with his knightly endurance, the toll of this battle was becoming burdensome. Should the stalemate persist, he would have no choice but to activate the seed of life. However, the cost of such an activation was exorbitantly steep, and unless absolutely necessary, Adair was reluctant to resort to that option. Turning to inspect the lifeless body at his feet, He was suddenly struck dumb by a shocking sight. There, lying on the ground, was a pale, headless corpse, exuding an aura of terror. Under Adair's gaze, the body began to undergo a transformation. A faint glimmer of light gradually emanated from the corpse, akin to a flickering flame that blazed upon the lifeless form. As if intent on incinerating it entirely, a surge of warmth coursed rapidly through the body, slowly permeating its entirety. The vitality that had been depleted began to restore itself under the influence of some enigmatic force, replenishing his strength. Thud, thud, thud. The gentle cadence of a heartbeat resonated persistently in Adair and Apos' ears. Within his heart, a seed of life appeared to respond to some unseen stimulus, imperceptibly growing. Once all had settled, Adair glanced down once more. The once pallid corpse had undergone a transformation. The previously ashen flesh seemed to have been entirely consumed by the earlier flames, leaving behind only the skeletal remains of a woman, lying still upon the ground, devoid of any motion. Observing this scene, Adair furrowed his brow. He knelt down, meticulously examining the bones on the ground. Remarkably, there were no signs of scorching. The bones appeared aged and naturally weathered, as if they had endured the passage of time. His hand gently brushed over the skeletal remains, eventually coming to rest just beneath the chest. There, he felt a small protrusion, a black crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, glimmering faintly with an air of mystery. Clutching the crystal, the familiar voice of the chip echoed in Adair's mind. Analysis reveals the presence of unknown energy within the crystal. Direct usage may yield beneficial effects. Chapter 28. Wilderness. The familiar voice of the chip resonated within his mind. Listening to this sound, Adair instinctively glanced at the crystal he held in his hand. The black crystal appeared translucent, emanating a profound and enigmatic light under Adair's gaze. A gentle warmth gradually spread from his hand throughout his body. Under the chip's scrutiny, Adair's physical condition continued to improve, albeit slowly. Yet this time, the enhancement showed no signs of ceasing, seemingly poised to persist for an extended duration. The unknown energy would deplete in 3 days. Sensing Adair and Apos' curiosity, the voice of the chip echoed once more in his mind. Adair tucked the black crystal core away before rising to his feet, casting a weary glance over his shoulder. There, 3 indigenous inhabitants of this world gazed at him with excitement in their eyes. The fervor within their gaze was palpable, easily discernible even in the absence of verbal communication. Adair had little interest in acknowledging them. Following a fierce battle, he felt utterly exhausted and retreated to a nearby corner to rest. Observing this, the 3 individuals cautiously approached. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded the lifeless body on the ground. It was midnight, and the lighting was dim. Previously, their view from the shadows had been limited. Now, they ventured closer, eager to glimpse the true form of the corpse. Yet, despite their curiosity, a thread of fear lingered in their hearts, prompting them to tread slowly and glance back at Adair, wary of the possibility that the body might suddenly stir. Upon nearing the corpse, they sensed something amiss. The once pale woman's body had now been reduced to nothing but bare bones. The flesh had completely vanished, seemingly obliterated by some unseen force. This was indeed the essence of the uncanny. The leader, a middle-aged man, struggled to maintain his composure as he stood and spoke. This corpse, when alive, was merely an ordinary person. If it hadn't transformed into the bizarre, it wouldn't be surprising to see it in this state now. This marked his first encounter with the aftermath of a bizarre death, shattering his previous understanding. Until today, he had never heard of anyone capable of confronting the bizarre, let alone witnessing its demise firsthand. Since the world had undergone its cataclysmic shift, countless lives had been lost, contributing to the infamous reputation of the bizarre. Surviving even a bizarre incident was sufficient to grant immense renown to the survivors. Warriors like Adair were figures unheard of in the memories of these 3. To them, he seemed as if he had emerged from another realm entirely. The following day, as dawn broke, the group finally emerged from their room and stepped outside the building. At the entrance, a multitude of desiccated corpses lay still upon the ground, unchanged. Adair gazed into the distance, where the remnants of the insect beast from yesterday lay scattered. A pool of black ichor and debris marking its demise. Most of its body had vanished, likely devoured by other ferocious creatures. Peering further, he discerned a relatively fresh carcass, now reduced to a mass of shredded flesh and bones, accompanied by the remnants of dried crimson blood. Observing this scene, he shook his head, gaining a deeper understanding of the dire state of this world. Behind him, 3 individuals emerged from the building, their faces paling upon sighting the skeleton of the once vibrant creature. Had it not been for Adair's timely intervention the previous night, they might have met a similar fate, torn to shreds by the feral beast lurking outside. With no glimmer of hope for survival, Ader stood silently, and a middle-aged man approached him. After last night's events, they had grown slightly familiar with Ader and emboldened. They gestured for him to accompany them. Despite the language barrier, Ader comprehended their intentions and nodded in agreement. Instantly, the three men beamed with joy. The journey from the city to the nearby settlement was fraught with peril, but with Ader's presence, their safety was assured. They busied themselves gathering supplies, particularly from the remnants of the insect beast. Even after being gnawed upon by predators, there remained valuable materials to salvage, which they meticulously collected. Observing their efforts, Ader contemplated for a moment before joining them, carefully severing several claws from the insect beast to add to their haul. These claws were remarkably hard and sharp, rivaling the quality of black steel, rendering them of considerable value for Ader. "Ari, you should depart," the youth remarked, glancing around. Ari, the middle-aged man, nodded and, noticing Ader's stillness, respectfully gestured before leading the group away. The world bore no signs of what had transpired in the past. Both urban and wilderness settings were teeming with perilous creatures. They navigated the city with caution, managing to avoid several threats along the way. However, upon venturing into the wild, the situation escalated. The wilderness was rife with dangerous beasts, and within mere miles, Ader encountered several insect beasts wandering about. Thus, 3 days later, on a vast plain, Ader advanced slowly, his black longsword drawn at his side. His expression was calm, yet his gaze was icy, fixated on the horizon. There, 2 insect beasts, towering over 2 meters with menacing horns, were shrieking, their black ichor dripping onto the ground. Behind them, a human-like face marred their grotesque forms, the viscous liquid flowing from their bodies, creating a sight both terrifying and repulsive. This is a nest of insect beasts encountered in the wild, positioned directly in their path. To avoid complications, Ader took matters into his own hands. He swiftly advanced, generating a strong gust of wind as he covered several meters in the blink of an eye, confronting the 2 insect beasts. With a powerful swing of his sword, a dark blade of light flashed through the air, severing the heads of the creatures almost simultaneously, their black bodily fluid splattering onto the ground. Given the resilience of the insect beasts, this initial strike was insufficient to ensure their swift demise. Thus, Ader delivered several more strikes before they lay still. Under the influence of an unidentified force, Ader and Apos' physical capabilities began to enhance. At the moment the 2 insect beasts ceased their movements, a mechanical voice resounded in his mind once more. A familiar warmth coursed through his body, fleeting and nearly imperceptible. Behind him, a chorus of cheers erupted, a cacophony far exceeding the presence of just 3 individuals. Not far away, Ari and a group of 7 or 8 others watched Ader with expressions of exhilaration, their gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies of the insect beasts. Although this was not their first encounter, each instance left them in awe of the knight and Apos' remarkable prowess. Beside Ari stood a middle-aged man clad in armor, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he observed the scene. This man had been encountered on their journey, reputedly a true knight. He once held a noble title before the world was irrevocably altered. After being rescued by Ader, he chose to accompany them. The others in their company shared similar stories, either saved along the way or drawn to join in search of sanctuary after witnessing Ader and Apos' formidable combat abilities. These individuals were either knights or descendants of nobility, and Ari and his companions, being common folk, felt compelled to welcome them into their ranks. Though the world had been transformed drastically, leading to the collapse of several vast kingdoms in an instant, it did not signify the extinction of royalty and nobility. Due to their military forces, the noble class, despite their dire circumstances, much of their territory overtaken by various wild anomalies, managed to maintain a semblance of safety over portions of their lands. The noble order had not completely disintegrated, and all inhabitants of this world, including Ari and his companions, lived within the territories of these nobles, naturally fostering a sense of reverence towards them. In truth, as their numbers grew, so too did the dangers in the wild. Consequently, those of lower status were largely abandoned, left to fend for themselves. Chapter 29. The outbreak. The gentle breeze continued to linger in the air. Ader sheathed his sword, gazing silently at his body statistics as he stood still. Name: Ader Farkas. Strength: 4-9. Agility: 4-8. Constitution: 5. A series of numbers materialized before his eyes, and in comparison to before, there had been a remarkable surge in his statistics. This world remained oblivious to the events of the past. The wilderness teemed with perilous creatures, and their group traversed the treacherous terrain, encountering numerous dangers each day. Ultimately, all the mutated insect beasts they faced were vanquished by Adair. With each creature he felled, Adair reaped a measure of enhancement, though the gains were modest. Over the course of several days, the accumulation from dozens of insect beasts resulted in substantial rewards. Of course, the primary source of his strength was the crystalline core he had previously acquired. Reflecting on this, Adair's grip on his left hand eased slightly, revealing the black crystal within. It was nearing depletion. Feeling the subtle warmth coursing through him, Adair sighed inwardly, clenching his fist to conceal the black core from prying eyes. Behind him, footsteps approached. A group of 7 or 8 people, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, hurried over, exuberantly celebrating the sight of the 2 slain insect beasts. Adair, indifferent to their excitement, quietly stepped aside, allowing them to press onward. It was a pity for those 2 insect beasts. Had they been transported to the territories of other nobles, they would have been greatly valued. Before departing, the knight lamented the loss of the 2 carcasses, appearing quite reluctant to leave. Others shared the sentiment, collecting some precious materials from the remains before reluctantly moving on. Even the trio of Aerie displayed similar reluctance. This scenario had become commonplace over the past few days. Initially, they had eagerly descended upon the carcasses, but by now, they had grown somewhat desensitized. They continued onward in silence, and in the distance, signs of habitation began to appear, albeit still maintaining an air of desolation. Arriving at a crossroads, the armored knight addressed the others. To the east lies Count Aller, my distant relative. I intend to journey to his castle. Would you care to accompany me? He looked expectantly at Aerie and the others. Sensing his hopeful gaze, Aerie and his companions exchanged glances, feeling a sense of resignation. They understood that this expectation was not directed towards them, but rather towards Adair. Along their journey, Adair's formidable prowess had been evident. The terrifying insect beasts that had the capacity to annihilate entire villages had been systematically slain by this youthful knight, saving countless lives in the process. However, Adair's inability to communicate rendered him isolated from the group. From the outset, the 3 of them remained with Adair, and throughout their journey, they were the only ones capable of tenuously communicating with him, which naturally allowed them to influence one another. However, in their hearts, they did not wish for Adair to associate with others. Given the strength he had displayed, he was destined to garner attention no matter where he went. If he could remain here, the relationship they had cultivated would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits for them. Seemingly perceiving their intentions, the middle-aged knight across from them inwardly cursed while maintaining a stoic faade, continuing to persuade them. I understand your thoughts, but I still advise you to leave this place immediately. You may not realize it now, but this region is on the brink of an explosive period. That is impossible. In an instant, the faces of Aerie and his companions paled significantly as they gazed at the knight, a flicker of dread flashing in their eyes. Lord Alleril, please refrain from making such jesting threats. It has been a long time since this area faced any turmoil. Aerie's complexion was ashen, reflecting his distress. It is precisely because there has been no upheaval for so long that this sudden eruption comes as no surprise, does it? Alleril replied with a cold smirk. Otherwise, do you think I would abandon my own territory? This matter has already circulated among the remnants of the nobility in the kingdom of Bosch. Nobles from various lands have begun to evacuate, leaving only you commoners in ignorance. If you choose to follow me now, you may evade the impending turmoil. If you remain, you shall endure another apocalypse and see if you are fortunate enough to survive this time. In that moment, the trio's expressions turned ghostly pale, as if envisioning a harrowing scene that sent shivers down their spines. They remained silent for a prolonged period before finally reaching a decision. Aerie stepped forward and addressed the knight. We are grateful for your warning, my lord, but we cannot leave without our families. That is not an option. Alleril waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening. I have made myself abundantly clear. The explosive period is imminent, and the bazaar could descend at any moment. I cannot remain here to witness your demise. With that, he lost interest in further discussion and departed with several attendants. Watching the resolute figure of Alleril retreat, Aerie and Apos' countenance revealed a flicker of hesitation, which quickly vanished. Was he speaking the truth? Was the explosive period truly upon them? Fear and trepidation flickered in the young man and Apos' eyes as he turned to Aerie, seeking clarification. That was merely a scare tactic, scoffed a woman clad in tattered leather robes nearby. Aside from the incident 3 years ago, we have never faced any bizarre occurrences here. How could there be an abrupt eruption? Their intentions are clearly not aimed at us, even if we were to relocate our entire families. There is no guarantee we would gain their attention, and our lives may not improve. With the presence of that formidable knight, our current amicable relationship promises a much easier life ahead, devoid of the perils we once faced. She gazed excitedly at Otto, who stood quietly in the distance. However, the young man hesitated, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his objections. Chapter 30. The map standing quietly to the side, gazing into the distance, Adair's expression remained serene, leaving his thoughts shrouded in mystery. The chip in his mind tirelessly analyzed the language of those around him. After several days, though complete comprehension of every utterance was unattainable, he had no difficulty engaging in everyday conversations, albeit he chose not to reveal this ability. The sound of footsteps approached, and a middle-aged knight gradually made his way over. His pace was measured, his countenance perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, as he approached Adair and performed a universal knightly salute. Due to the language barrier, the knight refrained from excessive dialogue, instead gesturing for a nearby young scholar to step forward. The youthful scholar, with a respectful demeanor, slowly unfurled a detailed map and placed it before Adair. This map was meticulously crafted, vividly illustrating the surrounding terrain with remarkable clarity. Notably, 2 circles were drawn upon it, accompanied by meticulously sketched routes that were easily discernible. Adair's expression shifted as he gazed at the map, his eyes reflecting a gravity of thought. With his extensive knowledge, he readily recognized the invaluable nature of the map, which not only outlined the general topography of the area, but also marked several perilous zones nearby, highlighted in red for caution. Observing Adair's demeanor, the young scholar approached him, gesturing animatedly to convey the true essence of his message. "Lord Alaric, is this acceptable?" he inquired, concern evident in his tone. "What if something unfortunate happens to our knight?" "That will not occur," Alaric replied, his hair cascading down as he stood firm. "An anomaly does not manifest suddenly. Unless one encounters an exceptionally rare instance, there should be no issue departing before the anomaly escalates, given the knight and Appos, as previously demonstrated prowess. Furthermore, even if an unforeseen event arises, we stand to lose nothing," Alaric continued, shaking his head. "We possess numerous copies of this map, should it come to it. We can merely take the time to transcribe additional versions. Our foremost priority is to vacate this location without delay. The anomaly is on the verge of erupting, and the longer we linger, the greater the peril." He cast a glance at Adair in the distance, resolutely leading his companions away, a clear apprehension of the area evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, from afar, Uri and his companions hesitated, yet ultimately chose not to depart alongside them. In light of a potential danger, they preferred the tangible stability of their current existence. At that moment, they observed Adair gradually advancing, prompting them to suppress their thoughts and follow suit. Behind them, weary travelers trailed slowly, seemingly echoing the footsteps of Adair and his group. These are the individuals encountered along the journey, who, upon witnessing the prowess displayed by Adair, instinctively chose to follow in his wake. While this may increase the likelihood of exposure, in reality, it renders their situation considerably safer. With Adair leading the way, all the ferocious beasts along the route have been eradicated, significantly diminishing the dangers they would otherwise face. Even sustenance is readily available, as it can be gleaned from the carcasses of the beasts slain by Adair. Over the course of several days, a dozen individuals have gathered behind him. Adair remains indifferent to these followers, even exhibiting a degree of indulgence. The congregation of such a crowd attracts the attention of mutated creatures, conveniently facilitating Adair's hunting endeavors, thus eliminating the need for him to seek out these aberrations. Of course, the consequence of this is a significant boost to his reputation among these people. "My lord, this is our village," Eri said respectfully as they gradually approached the settlement. "Eri, don't waste your breath. This gentleman cannot comprehend," a nearby youth interjected, shaking his head. Initially, Adair not only lacked proficiency in their language, but also seemed unable to grasp their words, as if he had just arrived in this land. They speculated privately that Adair was likely a powerful noble scion from a distant kingdom, who may have just arrived in this country 3 years ago amidst the calamity, which could explain his current state. Although this explanation left some questions unanswered, it sufficiently clarified Adair's situation. Consequently, over time, Eri and his companions abandoned attempts at communication, opting instead for a gradual understanding. Suddenly, Adair halted, gazing toward the village ahead. From within, several warriors emerged, led by a frail man on horseback, who approached the group. "From whence do you hail?" he inquired, furrowing his brow at the sparse figures before him. As he posed his question, a cacophony arose from below, enveloping the area in noise. Observing this commotion, Eri wiped the sweat from his brow and, accompanied by 2 others, stepped forward. The three of them, being villagers, were familiar with the man before them, and they quickly clarified the situation. "My apologies, Lord Raman, though it is hard to believe. The truth is as such," Ares said, wiping his perspiration and sighing in front of him. "Allow them to enter," Raman shrugged, clearing a path behind him for the individuals to proceed, before leading them to Adair. Adair observed the scene with a calm demeanor, revealing not a hint of surprise, merely watching in silence. Unnamed individual. Strength, 1, 3. Agility, 1, 1. Constitution, 1, 3. As the individual approached within 5 meters of Adair, the mechanical voice of the chip resonated once more in his mind. "I have heard you are a formidable knight." Raman, mounted upon his steed, approached Adele with an air of superiority, halting just a meter away. "Indeed, I too am a formidable knight. Shall we engage in a contest?" Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated in the air. Observing the figure before him, Adele unsheathed his sword with unwavering composure and swept it to the right. A resounding clash echoed as the blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep scar of 3 to 4 meters on the stone pavement beneath. Raman's expression swiftly transformed from disdain to astonishment. Chapter 31. The events before Adair swiftly faded away. Upon witnessing the 3-meter-long scar left by a sword, Raman's expression crumbled instantly. The haughty demeanor that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a respectful smile, as though he were in the presence of a most esteemed guest. Observing this transformation, Adair subtly shook his head, his expression remaining inscrutable, leaving others unable to decipher his thoughts. He declined the horse offered to him and chose instead to walk alongside Raman, proceeding slowly forward. As the group advanced, the village gradually revealed itself, with buildings standing in various states of disrepair, most appearing quite ancient, as if erected many years prior. "Ari, take this esteemed guest to that house over there, and ensure it is tidied up to his satisfaction," Raman commanded, striding to the center of the village, directing Ari to properly accommodate Adair. Instinctively, Adair glanced in the direction Raman indicated, spotting a tall structure. Compared to the surrounding dilapidated dwellings, this building appeared considerably newer. Constructed not long ago with noticeably superior materials, making it a commendable residence within this modest village. In a bid to please Adair, Raman not only settled him there, but also dispatched several individuals to assist in cleaning and attending to various tasks. In the days that followed, Raman visited daily, undeterred by the language barrier that rendered communication impossible. 3 days later, upon level ground, Adair paused his sword training and stood aside to rest. The seed of life within him stirred with increasing vigor. It seemed he was nearing a significant breakthrough. Sensing the vitality coursing through him, Adair placed his left hand over his chest, contemplating his progress. The metamorphosis of his physical form paralleled the seed's relentless growth, both reaching a critical threshold. Poised for completion with just one further step. "A grand knight, perhaps?" Adair murmured to himself, then commanded his chip. "Chip, simulate the requirements for advancing to a grand knight based on existing data." Simulation task complete. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind in an instant. To ascend to a grand knight, the foundational requirement is for all physical attributes to exceed 5, followed by a specialized method to stimulate the body, enabling the seed of life to undergo transformation and enhance physical prowess. Stimulating the body? Adair pondered aloud. What methods might achieve this? Through high-intensity combat or by administering specialized potions, the chip's mechanical voice responded once more. At this revelation, Adair's focus sharpened as he assessed his physical attributes. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. 9. Constitution, 5. These were the fruits of his efforts over the past few days, bringing him ever closer to meeting the foundational conditions for advancement. Observing his attributes, Adair shook his head, drew his sword, and proceeded forward. In contrast to his previous experiences with knights in another realm, Adair possessed significant advantages in this world. He no longer needed to risk his life on the battlefield to invigorate his body. Instead, he could steadily advance by hunting the mutated beasts. Although progress was slow, it was undeniably safer. His walking pace surpassed that of an average person's sprint, and soon he reached the outskirts of the village. There, several warriors stood guard, their eyes filled with reverence as they watched Adair pass by. "Quickly, inform others. There will soon be corpses to collect," one of the guards exclaimed excitedly after Adair had moved on. One of them immediately rode into the village, returning shortly with a few companions who mounted their horses to follow Adair at a distance. Ding. Continuously hunting 17 night-level insect beasts will enhance all attributes by 0. 1. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed in his mind once more. Beneath a towering black tree, Adair stood quietly, delivering a powerful kick to the towering insect beast before him, sending it crashing into a large rock, its massive body impaled by the sharp edges, clearly mortally wounded. 17 more to slay. Hearing the voice of the chip, Adair sighed slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Although the wilderness was teeming with monsters, the majority were insignificant creatures. Unless he slaughtered thousands, the rewards would be meager. While formidable mutated beasts did exist, many posed a danger even to him at present, making the search for suitable prey a challenging endeavor. After an entire morning, he had only encountered these few insect beasts, yielding no further results. This slow progress left him feeling frustrated, reminiscing about the black crystal core he had once obtained. Compared to the arduous task of hunting mutated beasts, that core had been a substantial prize. Gradually, footsteps echoed from behind, and several figures on horseback approached. They were there specifically to collect the corpses, as the remains of these mutated beasts were valuable resources rarely enjoyed by the common folk. Adair paid them little mind, focusing instead on a direction, preparing to seek his next quarry. Nightfall in this world was far more perilous than the day, fraught with strange occurrences. And even Adair preferred to remain untainted by such dangers. Upon reaching the village entrance, Adair paused in surprise. Several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a large crowd, all bearing grim expressions. Observing the scene, he quickened his pace to investigate the fallen figures. They were corpses, likely hunters from this village, their attire suggesting they had met an unfortunate fate. What has transpired? In the distance, Raman approached from the village center, frowning at the sight of the bodies on the ground. Upon hearing this explanation, the expressions of those nearby instantly shifted. However, if it were a natural death, the bodies would undoubtedly not remain intact in the wilderness. Various creatures would have dismembered them overnight. Contemplating this, Raman's countenance also darkened, and his outstretched right hand began to tremble slightly. He suppressed the fears surging within him and proceeded to inspect the corpses alongside others. With a quivering voice, he finally declared, "There are no wounds on the bodies." At this pronouncement, those surrounding him turned pale, recoiling as though confronted by a plague, their eyes reflecting an indescribable terror. "Take these bodies for immediate cremation, and from now on, no one is permitted near the wooden cabin by the river," Raman ordered, his face ashen as he fought to contain his dread. Chapter 32. Discovery. Before the village, several corpses were swiftly dragged away for handling. It was eerie. Standing beside Raman, a middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. "This is undoubtedly the work of the supernatural, having stealthily spread to our vicinity." "Nonsense." Raman shot him a glare, observing the grim expressions of those around him. He felt compelled to step forward and declare, "Fear not, everyone. Our village is sufficiently populated. As long as we refrain from provoking those places, these malevolent spirits will not seek us out." With a stern face, he cast down these words before leading the others away, leaving the remaining villagers standing silently in place. In light of the unfolding situation, the villagers maintained their silence, gradually dispersing towards their respective homes. Adair watched them depart with cold indifference, his gaze lingering on the corpses being taken away, a hint of confusion apparent as he stood there, lost in thought. From the earlier scene, he sensed something was amiss, as if an ominous event had transpired. He reached for his waist, retrieving a map, which he unfolded before him. The map revealed several clearly marked routes for departure, illuminating the possibilities ahead. Recalling the night's departure, a flicker of insight ignited within Adair. The following day, as dawn approached, a peculiar sensation stirred him from slumber. Adair opened his eyes, sensing a world within his soul intertwining with him, emanating a distinct pulse. Compared to the previous realm, this world undoubtedly suited Adair far better, promising swift advancement that would spare him the slow progress typical of other nights. Contemplating this, his gaze deepened as he stared into the distance. Soon, excitement flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself. The previous night, he had distinctly sensed an unusual presence infiltrating their midst, one that lingered even now, seemingly lurking within the depths of the village. For the others, this heralded a crisis. For Adair, however, it signified prey and potential gain. The effect of that crystal core still lingered in his thoughts. As the day swiftly passed, approaching dusk, within a wooden cabin, a cacophony of discussion and argument erupted. "What shall we do?" Aerith's face was ashen as he addressed the two others in the room. Rumors of the supernatural have spread throughout the village. Before him, a young man wore a forced smile, his expression strained. "Surely, it won't be anything severe. As long as we do not venture into those forbidden lands, we should be fine." She spoke breathlessly, her right hand brushing away the sweat from her forehead. Her pallor evident. Listening to her words, Aerith fell silent for a moment, before slowly raising his head. What if the time of eruption has truly arrived? This statement seemed to invoke a taboo, causing the faces of the other two to drain of color. Surely, it cannot be, the young man stammered. His back already drenched in perspiration as he gazed at Aerie. Meanwhile, the woman fell into an abrupt silence, uttering not a single word. Observing this scene, Aerie sighed. You are all aware of what transpired yesterday, correct? The corpses. Were they not taken by Lord Raman for cremation? The young man inquired, puzzled. Cremation? Aerie's face contorted into a twisted expression, a blend of fear and sardonic amusement. If only they had truly been cremated. Do you know? Raman and the others have vanished. Just this morning. Not only have they disappeared, but their horses have also been led away. He addressed the two before him, stating, upon noticing their absence this morning, I immediately followed the trail to the site where those corpses were supposedly cremated yesterday. Do you know what I discovered? The flames were still alight. Amidst the scattered wood and fire, those corpses lay intact, their clothing burned away, but not a single shred of skin charred. Those corpses had mutated. They could not be incinerated. Raman and his group recognized the anomaly, and, upon realizing they could not resolve it, abandoned us and fled. In his fervor, Aerie and Apos' voice rose to a roar, his countenance twisted with a tumult of fear, resentment, and rage. What? The two before him were taken aback, their minds reeling as if struck by a sudden explosion. Now is not the time for doubt. Aerie, observing their bewildered expressions, inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumultuous emotions within him. The bazaar has erupted. It has even encroached upon our village. We can no longer afford hesitation. We must leave. Immediately gather your belongings. At dawn, we shall depart with our families. Seeing the two remain in stunned silence, Aerie decisively commanded, then strode toward the wooden door. Preparing to leave. Where are you going? The young man instinctively questioned, watching Aerie's actions. In a flash, he hurried away, leaving the two bewildered individuals in the cabin. Chapter 33. The long night, sir? Are you there? The voice of Aerui echoed outside a building. The fear that once graced his countenance had now given way to a calm demeanor as he persistently rapped on the closed door. Could it be that he was not within? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Despite their brief acquaintance, Adio had consistently exhibited impeccable manners during their previous interactions. If he were indeed inside, it would be illogical for him to ignore Uri and Apos' presence. He gazed upwards at the darkening sky within the room, forcing himself to suppress the rising anxiety as he lingered by the door, waiting until the twilight had nearly fully enveloped the world before he reluctantly decided to depart. Planning to return shortly. As Aerui and Apos' hurried footsteps faded away, Adir emerged slowly from a distant wooden cabin, watching the retreating figure with a visage marked by tranquility and indifference. Nightfall gradually descended, the sky dimming into obscurity while the surrounding world fell into a hushed stillness. At this hour, the local residents succumbed to slumber, save for a few households that remained wide awake, hearts brimming with trepidation and anxiety. Inside one wooden abode, several individuals paced restlessly within the hall, their eyes cast toward the encroaching darkness, betraying an inescapable fear. Just then, the door swung open, and Aerui's tall silhouette stepped inside, his expression somewhat somber. Did you find that knight? Several voices inquired simultaneously, their faces etched with worry. Observing the anxious countenance of those around him, Aerui solemnly shook his head. Burdened by the weight of his response, I went to the cleared area in front of the village, but found no trace of him. Damn it! A middle-aged man spat, his voice laced with venom. He must have abandoned us and fled with Raman and his lot. After all our efforts to care for him, that wretched foreigner. A coward devoid of worth. His expression twisted in rage, he stood there, unable to contain his fury, seeking to expel the tumult of fear and anger that swirled within him. Once their tirade subsided, a heavy silence enveloped the room, a palpable tension brewing in the air. Observing this scene, Aerui sighed, Do not despair. The situation may not be as dire as you presume. That knight is a good man, should he choose to leave. He would surely have the decency to inform us, rather than forsake us entirely. With those words, he opened the wooden door and stepped outside, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. The sound of sharp knocks reverberated through the stillness, starkly jarring against the serene backdrop. A chilling sensation crept upon him from behind, causing him to pause, sensing something was amiss. It was too quiet. A thought flickered through his mind. Though the hour was late, and the surroundings had been tranquil, there had still been the faint hum of insects. Yet now, all those sounds had vanished, apart from the rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat. There was an unsettling void. No, something was not right. A sudden shock coursed through him as he faintly perceived several soft breaths emanating from behind. A wave of horror surged within him, prompting him to turn and glance back, nearly causing him to faint at the sight before him. In the profound darkness of the night, several pallid corpses stood silently behind him, their eyes glinting with a ferocious and frenzied light. A chilling scream erupted abruptly from the vicinity, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving a fleeting impression that it might have been an illusion. I have arrived too late. In a distant corner, listening to the distant scream, Adair sighed and quietly approached. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the scene clearly, even from a distance of several meters. Before the house where he had previously resided, the corpse of Aerie lay quietly on the ground, its expression stiff and contorted, exuding an air of terror. Surrounding the body were several humanoid, ghastly figures, their faces smeared with blood as they voraciously devoured the flesh of the corpse beneath them, nearly pulling out the intestines from their own bellies. Sensing Adair and Apos as presence, the grotesque figures suddenly paused, then slowly turned to face him. These were several naked corpses, their garments long reduced to charred remnants, exposing their ghastly pale skin. As they beheld Adair approaching, their eyes gleamed with an intense thirst for blood. There were 4 in total. Upon observing the familiar, ghastly visages before him, Adair furrowed his brow and swiftly drew the sword from his waist, brandishing it with a fierce motion. In that instant, a white figure appeared before him, colliding with Adair's sword and being sent flying. A low growl echoed in his ears. Yet Adair remained unfazed as he delivered a powerful kick to the left. With a resounding thud, a white figure collapsed to the ground, agile and formidable. It was comparable to the creature he had encountered previously. Estimating the speed of the corpses before him, Adair thrust his sword toward a corner. Engaging in combat with the remaining 2 figures, a fierce gust of sword wind sliced through the air, striking one of the figures on the shoulder and severing an arm. However, in the next moment, flesh began to regenerate at the wound, and with a roar, the figure picked up its severed arm and reattached it, recovering in no time, causing Adair's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. In comparison to the various powerful monsters in the wilderness, these corpses were not particularly formidable. However, as a peculiar type of creature, they possessed boundless stamina and, to a certain extent, an undead quality, making them exceptionally troublesome. Without discovering a precise method to counter them, even those significantly stronger could only succumb to their relentless attrition. With this thought in mind, Adair channeled the life energy within him, gradually transferring it to the sword in his hand. As the life energy enveloped the black blade, a faint green aura began to cloak it, imparting a unique sharpness. Adair surged forward, and the surrounding space stirred with a fierce wind as he propelled himself ahead with great speed. Before the corpses on the opposite side could react, he had already dashed before them, his longsword slicing down fiercely. With a powerful strike, as the seed of life within him resonated, the might of his life energy erupted in full force, unleashing the complete power of the night and Apos' secret technique. Chapter 34, The Phantom with a Thunderous Crash. Adair cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body on the ground, refusing to halt his advance as he brought his sword down with ferocity. A chilling growl reverberated through the air as the corpse and Apos' ghastly face contorted in a grotesque snarl, lunging madly towards Adair. In an instant, it closed the distance, its pallid hands reaching out, seemingly intent on seizing him. A surge of force struck him from the front, prompting Adair to deliver a powerful kick to the creature and Apos' chest, leaving a deep, horrifying dent in its form. He pressed down with his foot, pinning the corpse to the ground, and swung his sword with precision, bringing it down with brutal intent. The dark, viscous blood of the deceased splattered forth, and under the invigorating influence of life energy, the humanoid monstrosity beneath him was utterly vanquished, unable to regenerate any further. Only one remained. Adair turned his attention to the final foe. There, the last humanoid creature lay, its limbs severed by his blade, its body still trembling as grotesque flesh buds sprouted from the wounds, evoking an unsettling sensation. He pondered whether severing its head would ensure its demise. With an impassive expression, Adair gazed at the fallen body, his sword slicing through the air with a whistling sound as he aimed downward. This time, he refrained from channeling the life energy within him, relying solely on the sword's inherent sharpness. The blade struck with a resounding clash, akin to striking solid metal, as it met the creature's neck, producing a crisp sound of impact. Though the sword penetrated the flesh, it became lodged, failing to decapitate the creature outright. Adair, with unwavering composure, withdrew his sword and, with renewed vigor, brought it down once more. This time, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, the full might of a peak knight unleashed in this singular blow. A sharp crack reverberated as the head of the corpse was severed, and without hesitation, Adair kicked it aside, denying any chance of regeneration. Having completed this task, he stepped back to observe the corpse's reaction in silence. The once human figure had lost its form entirely. Limbs and head lay severed, forcibly separated from the main body. From the jagged wounds, flesh buds continued to sprout, writhing as they transformed the remains into a grotesque mass, reminiscent of pliable clay. Even the severed limbs and head, rather than losing vitality, exhibited increased activity, enveloped by the proliferating flesh buds as they squirmed restlessly. Indeed, a true monstrosity. Observing this spectacle, a coldness crept onto Adair and Apos' face. The black sword in his grasp shimmered with the radiance of life energy as he stepped forward, piercing each mass of flesh with his blade. As the life energy spread through the grotesque tissues, their vitality quickly waned, softening until they resembled mere lumps of meat. With the demise of these bodies, a miraculous phenomenon began to unfold. A faint light flickered from the corpses, gradually expanding until it engulfed the entirety of the remains, blazing forth like a fire, illuminating the surroundings with its glow. In the imagery recorded by the chip, after death, the corpses seemed to be influenced by some unseen force, their flesh rapidly decomposing and vanishing, yet no light manifested. An illusion? The next moment, he shook his head, abandoning the pursuit of that question. Having arrived in this bizarre world, the myriad of uncertainties that had accumulated within a mere few days was already overwhelming, and no answers could be found in the short term. He proceeded forward, groping among the bones of several corpses, and discovered 4 black crystals. Compared to the singular crystal core he had obtained previously, these 4 were considerably smaller, each merely half the size of the earlier one. As Adair grasped these crystal cores, a faint warmth began to flow through his body, triggered by the direct contact. An announcement echoed in his mind: subject affected by unknown forces, physical attributes enhanced. Suddenly, in the distance, a woman's piercing scream shattered the silence, capturing Adair and Apos' attention. He stowed the crystal cores away, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he drew his sword and began to move towards the source of the sound. Previously, Adair had not intentionally delayed. Rather, he had been drawn away by other entities. The night before, he had sensed something peculiar infiltrating his surroundings, diverting his gaze and causing him to overlook the mutated corpses. He advanced cautiously, surveying his surroundings. The buildings around him were steeped in silence, devoid of sound or light, presenting an eerie stillness. This was decidedly abnormal. The village was not particularly vast, aside from the earlier shriek emitted by Aerith. The sounds generated during Adair's confrontation with the mutated corpses should have been audible to some of the villagers. A faint, lingering scent of blood wafted through the air, amplifying the terror of the night. Adair treaded carefully, as a long-forgotten sense of danger began to rise within him, a disquieting palpitation striking at his heart, as though warning him of impending peril. An unknown force field enveloped the area ahead. Immediate evacuation is advised. The mechanical voice of the chip urged him to flee. Adair suddenly paused, slowly lifting his gaze. Perched atop a tall building stood the silhouette of a woman, her long hair cascading down to her ankles, evoking a sense of dread. As if sensing his scrutiny, she gradually raised her head, revealing her visage. It was a decaying face of a woman, with white worms writhing across her features, grotesque and repulsive. Within her rotting countenance, blood-red eyes glimmered with endless negativity, filled with hatred and madness as they fixed upon Adair. She emitted a sharp and terrifying scream, reverberating through the surrounding space, imbued with a chilling malevolence that sent a shiver down Adair's spine. Was that scream she uttered earlier? Adair felt a jolt reverberate through his mind, as if the piercing scream of his adversary had ensnared his very soul. Leaving behind only this singular thought, a shadow darted swiftly towards him, a claw larger than that of an ordinary human's head reaching out to seize him, seemingly intent on crushing his skull in a single, merciless grasp. Chapter 35. Aftermath ripples danced through the surrounding space. Before him, a spectral woman emitted a piercing scream, infused with an eerie power that struck deep into the soul. Adair felt a resounding thrum in his ears, as if his head had been struck by some unseen force, plunging his consciousness into a state of chaos. Yet, despite the fog clouding his mind, the instincts honed through years of training remained intact. Sensing imminent danger, he instinctively slashed forward with his longsword, conjuring a blade of radiant light aimed at repelling the foe before him. 2 figures collided swiftly, accompanied by the sharp gust of the sword's wind. Adair's sword plunged directly into the opponent's form, devoid of any resistance. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Adair's face. The blade had pierced the figure, yet it encountered nothing tangible, as though it had struck a wisp of air. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of agony surged through him, coupled with an intense chill. Unknown force field detected. Please evacuate immediately. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed in his mind once more. With a sudden motion, Adair leaped several meters away from his original position. Breathing heavily, he cast a wary glance at the terrifying specter before him, haunted by the lingering sensation of dread. Had he not reacted in time, he would have surely perished. Moments ago, the entirety of his being had been enveloped by the entity's power, an icy grip of pain washing over him. As his consciousness began to blur, he would have stood there, dazed and vulnerable, had it not been for the chip's warning jolting him back to awareness, potentially saving his life from the ghostly apparition. Reflecting on that harrowing moment, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Physical attacks are ineffective. Is it not a corporeal being? A profound pain throbbed within him, not originating from his body, but rather seeming to stem from a mental torment. The air was filled with a haunting wail. The woman's shrill cry sending shivers down his spine. For an ordinary person, the mere sound could be lethal, rendering them a mere shell of existence. Compared to an average individual, Adair possessed a greater resilience to such auditory onslaughts, yet he still found it excruciating. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his willpower and began to move, narrowly evading a claw that lunged at him from the side. His black sword shimmered with a faint green hue as he summoned life energy, striking forcefully at the specter. A horrific scream erupted beside him as a slight wound manifested on the ghostly figure, dark vapors beginning to dissipate as though blood were seeping forth. Effective. Adair gritted his teeth against the cacophony ringing in his ears, swiftly darting aside. After sustaining a blow, the spectral entity seemed to go into a frenzy, relentlessly pursuing Adair's evading form. They pursued each other here, two fleeting shadows darting swiftly, traversing an immeasurable distance in mere moments. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the houses behind them, collapsing amidst the ghostly howls. Adil swung his sword backward, creating a gust of blade wind that deflected the debris threatening to topple upon him. However, this action momentarily halted his movements, allowing the specter before him to seize the opportunity and lunge forward. An explosive sound reverberated in the air as a deafening scream pierced through, causing the terrifying specter's form to recoil rapidly, a massive fissure appearing in its chest. Adil's aura surged dramatically as the seed of life within him erupted, unleashing a torrent of vital energy that invigorated his entire being. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed within his mind, announcing the activation of the life seed. In this state of eruption, Adil forcefully suppressed the intense discomfort coursing through him, transforming his mental anguish and fatigue into a subtle exhilaration. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a state would rapidly deplete his vital energy, and failure to conclude the battle within a certain time frame could yield dire consequences for his body. With this thought, Adil leaned forward and leapt, unleashing the immense life energy that blossomed in midair, culminating in a formidable strike. A terrifying sword radiance manifested beneath Adil's blade, propelled by an overwhelming force that sliced through the air with a sharp wind. This was a knightly secret technique, empowered by the eruption of the life seed. Its might transcended human limits. The piercing scream of a woman erupted before him, reaching a fever pitch. A fissure emerged in her chest, far more severe than the previous minor wound, as if her entire being had been cleaved open, revealing a void of darkness within. Tendrils of black mist seeped from the crevice, merging with the surrounding space. Yet, instead of succumbing to the blow, the specter grew increasingly frenzied. Her decaying visage expanded grotesquely, sharp fangs sprouting from her mouth, while black mist, resembling ink, oozed from her wounds, intensifying her horrific appearance. As the specter descended into madness, Adil felt an even greater pressure bearing down upon him. He dared not engage with her corporeal form, for the chilling aura persisted, becoming more ferocious as she succumbed to her rage, a force that even the eruption of the life seed could scarcely withstand. Nevertheless, bolstered by the life seed's surges, Adil experienced a significant enhancement of strength, granting him the capability to confront this enraged apparition. With his sword dancing through the air, he unleashed gusts of blade wind, while his life energy brewed within him, creating minute wounds upon the specter's ethereal form. In the course of this confrontation, Adair inevitably found himself grazed by his opponent and Apos' relentless onslaught, accumulating mental wounds that threatened to erupt at any moment. Both combatants had entered a state of attrition. The first to falter would be eliminated from the fray, leaving them utterly vanquished. The strain on his body had reached its critical threshold, and a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, advising an immediate withdrawal from the explosive state. Yet, Adair had long since lost the inclination to heed this voice. His condition was dire. While the seed of life temporarily suppressed all fatigue and pain, the chip's constant monitoring revealed the grim reality of his physical state, which had deteriorated alarmingly. Before him, the terrifying specter fared no better. After a protracted struggle, her form was riddled with wounds, her body fragmented, and dark tendrils of energy seeped from her injuries, spreading outward. Though her power was enigmatic, her combat awareness paled in comparison to Adair's. In an encounter where their speeds were relatively matched, her attacks were often evaded by him. Step left twice, then thrust right. The chip's guidance resounded in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Adair leaped to the left, narrowly avoiding the specter's pale claw, and then swung his sword fiercely to the right. A soft green energy of life unfurled, leaving a fresh wound upon her corporeal form. Seizing the opportunity, Adair swiftly retreated, engaging his adversary with calculated precision. With the chip and Apos' assistance and his own remarkable combat instinct, his movements were faultless, almost impeccable. Boom. After an indeterminate interval, a sharp sound of shattering filled the air, and the specter abruptly froze, unleashing a deafening scream. Within that cry resided despair, sorrow, and hatred, mingling before gradually subsiding. It seemed the damage she had sustained had finally reached its limit. Unable to maintain her form, she dissolved into a swirling mass of darkness, merging with the night. Witnessing this scene, Adair exhaled in relief, finally relinquishing the explosive state of the seed of life. A wave of intense dizziness and fatigue washed over him, the dual toll on his body and mind surging forth, threatening to overwhelm him into unconsciousness. Chip, assess my physical condition and analyze the outcome of this life seed explosion. Adair gritted his teeth against the pain and fatigue, his willpower forcing his body to remain combat-ready as he commanded the chip within his mind. After a few seconds, the chip provided its verdict. Life energy explosion concluded. The subject and Apos' organs are depleted, and cellular vitality is on the decline. Estimated reduction in lifespan, 10 to 15 years. Upon hearing this answer, Adair's lips twitched, a lifespan of at least 10 years. It is no wonder that knights, despite their formidable strength, often do not live long. Such repeated bursts of power, who could withstand them? In truth, a normal life burst, if concluded before the life energy within is entirely depleted, may inflict significant damage. Yet it pales in comparison to the severity of Adair's condition. The profound after-effects he suffers are solely due to the excessive harm endured. Life energy emanates from the body itself and is intricately linked to existence. In the state of a life seed's eruption, life energy invigorates the body, facilitating comprehensive enhancement within a brief span. However, should one maintain this explosive state beyond the exhaustion of life energy, the body becomes forcibly strained, leading to dire consequences, potentially incurring permanent damage. Cough. Standing still, Adair could not suppress a cough, spitting blood onto the ground. He remained there quietly for a moment, allowing his body to recover before directing his gaze forward, making his way toward the place where the terrifying phantom had collapsed. With the battle concluded, it was time to assess the spoils of victory. Chapter 36. Return. The protagonist, influenced by an unknown force, begins to experience an enhancement in his physical capabilities. A mechanical voice resonates within his mind. A warm current flows gently through Adair's entire being, alleviating the pain and fatigue he had been enduring. He stands still for a moment, reflecting that the power gained from vanquishing this ghost alone is equivalent to that of hunting several night-grade insect beasts. However, this is merely a fraction of his total gains. The true treasure lies ahead. With this thought, Adair suppresses the intense pain and exhaustion coursing through him and slowly advances. At the site where the ghost had fallen, he bends down and meticulously searches the ground, ultimately retrieving a crystal core. This core, roughly the size of a fingernail, emanates a faint red glow in the darkness, resembling a ruby. Red? Adair muses to himself upon holding the ruby-like core. Although modest in size, a tremendous power pulses through it, far surpassing any cores he had previously acquired. Adair estimates that this single pale red crystal core might be worth more than all his other acquisitions combined. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberates from the direction of the village, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Adair stows the crystal core and instinctively gazes toward the source of the noise. At the village entrance, a colossal shadow looms over a vast area, gradually advancing toward the center of the village. Thanks to his inherited keen eyesight from the elves, Adair discerns the true nature of the shadow. It is a giant, standing 8 to 9 meters tall, its body covered in fat, resembling an oversized, corpulent figure as it approaches the village. The sheer mass of the giant causes each step to leave an enormous footprint, the tremors echoing throughout the entire village. In its hand, it wields a massive white bone, swinging it forward with tremendous force. Crash! A deafening sound erupts as several buildings are swept away, leaving nothing but debris in their wake. Amidst the wreckage, the giant extends its right hand and retrieves several bloodied corpses, shoving them into its mouth. Crunch! The crisp sound of bones and entrails being crushed fills the air. Witnessing this scene, Adair and Apos' heart sinks. Against such a formidable monster, he muses. Not only is he grievously wounded now, but even at his peak, daring to confront this being would likely only serve to provide it with a meal. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence, and Adair quickly lifts his head, sensing an ominous premonition. The giant, seemingly aware of something amiss, turns and fixates its gaze directly on Adair's location, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes before it strides toward him. He walked at a languid pace, yet, given his immense stature, each step he took far surpassed the distance that an ordinary person could cover at a run. A sudden realization struck Adair as he perceived the footsteps echoing in his ears and felt the vibrations reverberating beneath his feet. The path ahead was utterly obstructed. He glanced back, where, under the cloak of night, an eerie cacophony filled the air, as if some creature lurked in the darkness, prowling just beyond the village. This unsettling situation immediately extinguished Adair's fleeting thought of unleashing the seeds of life to escape. He found himself ensnared in a hunting ground teeming with monstrous beings. A veritable dead end with no avenue of retreat. It appeared that he had no choice but to proceed as fate dictated. With a sigh, he reached into the depths of his soul, igniting a singular coordinate within. In his mind, a glimmer of light gradually emerged, transforming into a tangible door. As Adair willed it open, radiant beams enveloped his entire being, rendering him increasingly ethereal. A ferocious growl erupted from ahead. As the sound drew nearer, the giant finally detected Adair and Apos' presence, letting out a low rumble of exhilaration. In an instant, its speed increased tremendously, its massive thighs, thicker than those of an elephant, pounded the ground, leaving deep imprints in its wake. Upon reaching Adair, the giant extended its right hand, crashing down with force, seemingly intent on seizing Adair in its grasp. A potent stench of decaying flesh mixed with an overpowering odor assaulted Adair and Apos' senses as he beheld the giant and Apos' putrid body and the exposed white fat on its abdomen, his expression betraying no emotion as he slowly closed his eyes. With a thunderous clap, a colossal hand descended. In the next moment, the giant gazed quizzically at the black soil clutched in its grasp, letting out a roar that echoed through the night. In an uninhabited room, a figure materialized suddenly. As the terrifying presences around him dissipated, Adair opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The familiar scene before him left him in a state of disorientation. The crisp air carried a hint of fragrance from several pots of flowers outside the room. It was nighttime, and the subtle chirping of insects filled the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and ease, a stark contrast to the horrors he had just escaped. As a thought struck him, he reached for a pocket at his waist and retrieved a black crystal core. The familiar warmth spread from his palm, gradually enveloping his weary body, alleviating his fatigue. Effective. Confirming the core's potency, a flicker of joy illuminated Adair's eyes, and a weight lifted from his heart. He stood in place, muttering to himself, a spark of determination glinting in his gaze. With a mere thought, a coordinate began to materialize in his mind, though it appeared faint and unresponsive to his mental fluctuations. Upon contact, a wave of information resonated from the core of his soul. At least 5 more years are required to accumulate the energy necessary for a single traversal. As the information resonated within his mind, Adair's expression darkened considerably. The previous 2 journeys had depleted all the power he had amassed over his past 2 lives, leaving him to start anew should he wish to traverse again. However, this period of accumulation evidently exceeded Adair and Apos' psychological expectations. It felt interminably protracted. Standing still, Adair shook his head in resignation and sighed. Chapter 37. Injuries. The following day, as dawn broke, faint footsteps echoed outside the door. A middle-aged maid gently pushed the door open, broom in hand, preparing to enter, when she unexpectedly noticed a figure within. In the spacious room, a young man sat quietly at a wooden table, holding a pale blue cloth, diligently polishing a dark longsword. Upon seeing the maid outside, he turned to her and said, "You may enter." "Yes." The maid nodded respectfully, her initial apprehension somewhat alleviated, and she cautiously stepped into the room. Hearing his words, the maid felt a bit puzzled but nodded in agreement. Indeed, glimpsing a few gold coins before her, the maid's heart leaped with joy. She quickly bowed to Adair, swiftly took the coins from the table, and exited the room. Once her figure faded from Adair's sight, he rose, lost in thought, murmuring to himself. A total of 8 days have passed. It seems the flow of time in both worlds is quite similar. I must pay more attention to this in the future. He stood in silence for a moment until the sound of footsteps resumed outside the door. "Adair, my brother." A boisterous and familiar voice called from beyond the threshold. Under Adair's gaze, Count Borea's second son, Elwa, approached from a distance. Clad in a red shirt, with a long sword at his waist, he presented a meticulous appearance. His face bore a sincere smile as he hurried towards Adair. As Elwa drew closer, Adair could not help but display a warm smile. "Elwa, what brings you here?" The moment Elwa's hand rested on Adair's shoulder, Adair tensed instinctively, nearly reacting by shaking him off. However, Elwa seemed unconcerned by this tension and merely chuckled. "Next time you leave the castle, remember to inform the guards. The situation outside has become rather chaotic. Lingering too long outside can be perilous." Adair nodded, curiosity piqued. "Has the situation at the front escalated to such an extent that even the castle's surroundings are unsafe?" "Not quite," Elwa replied with a laugh. "Although the battles at the front remain stagnant, reports indicate they are nearing conclusion." After saying this, he patted Adair and Apos. "As shoulder again, take some time to rest here. In a couple of days, you may receive orders to lead a squad to suppress those scattered orcs." Adair nodded and accompanied Elwa to the door before halting. In the early morning light, Adair rode a white horse, quietly making his way to a clearing outside the castle. There, a group of warriors had gathered, lining up in formation. Among them, Adair spotted a familiar figure. At the forefront of the troop stood a tall and imposing middle-aged knight, clad in black armor, his stern visage adorned with a serious expression. "Lord Fuller." Upon recognizing the knight, Adair swiftly approached the front of the line and called out loudly to him. Hearing a familiar call, Fuller turned to face Adair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Adair, it has been quite some time." Indeed, it had been a while. Adair responded with a respectful smile, addressing him in kind. As they conversed, he silently commanded the chip within his mind. "Chip, analyze the physical data of the subject." Name, Fuller. Strength, 3, 3, 4, 7. Agility, 3, 1, 4, 4. Constitution, 3, 3, 4, 5. Gazing upon these figures, Adair let out a sigh. It had been over half a month since their last battle, and the after-effects of Fuller's life seed eruption had yet to fully dissipate. Excluding the impact of the life seed eruption, Fuller and Apos' current combat prowess was inferior even to that of a newly ascended knight. This, to some extent, reflected the dire straits of Count Boreas, who had to dispatch even a severely wounded knight, indicating a severe shortage of capable subordinates. Of course, Fuller's plight mirrored Adair's own. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 3, 5, 5, 1. Agility, 3, 3, 5. Constitution, 3, 7, 5, 3. These figures were a result of Adair and Apos' previous life seed eruption. While the data appeared more favorable, the reality was even grimmer than Fuller's. After all, his physical attributes were significantly superior, and to have fallen to such a state spoke volumes of the severity of the consequences. With this thought, Adair silently reached for his waist, retrieving a black crystal core, which he clenched tightly in his palm. A familiar warmth coursed through the core, gradually spreading throughout his body, enhancing his physical qualities while accelerating the healing of his injuries. Soon quietly stepping to the side of the group, Adair felt the changes within him and murmured to himself. He harbored a strong premonition that when his injuries were fully healed, it might also herald his ascension to the rank of a Grand Knight. Chapter 38. The adjustment period. The rain fell gently, and outside, a torrential downpour was gradually subsiding, nearing its conclusion. "The rain is about to cease," a warrior stationed in the camp exclaimed, gazing up at the clearing sky. Shortly after, as the rain diminished, a troop of cavalry emerged from the camp, galloping swiftly in a singular direction. Among them, Adair rode a magnificent white steed, silently trailing beside Sir Flairel, offering no words, merely forging ahead. The entire contingent comprised warriors mounted on horseback, their pace resolute and swift. Before long, a village came into view in the distance, nestled beside a forest. The village appeared modest in size, yet a plume of thick smoke rose ominously from its vicinity, hinting at potential peril. Stay alert. Prepare for battle. Flerel's countenance hardened as he observed the smoke ascending, drawing his sword from its sheath. In an instant, the sound of swords being drawn resonated, momentarily drowned by the thunderous clatter of hooves. They soon reached the outskirts of the village, witnessing the grim tableau within. The ground was littered with debris, flickering embers illuminating the wreckage. Outside the remnants, a band of marauders, clad in assorted garb, wreaked havoc, their retreat too hasty to execute. At first glance, they appeared to be a disorganized rabble. Upon spotting the advancing army in the distance, their instinct was not to mount a defense but to flee precipitously into the nearby woods, suggesting an intimate familiarity with the terrain. Soon, the skirmish came to a swift conclusion. In the center of the village, Adair entered a room. There, Flerel stood pensively before a wooden table, studying a map with great concentration. "My Lord Flerel, I believe I have gathered sufficient information," Adair remarked softly, regarding the imposing knight. "This village was attacked earlier today. According to the survivors, a band of roving orcs descended upon it, eliminating the stationed soldiers before the marauders arrived to pillage." Listening to Adair's report, Flerel instinctively furrowed his brow. Could it be a mere coincidence? It is likely, a voice interjected unexpectedly. A middle-aged warrior, standing beside Flerel, spoke. "According to reports from the surrounding area, those roving orcs have likely just crossed over from Baron Affluent's territory. The timing and distance align closely. Let us devise a strategy to locate the encampment of these orcs," Flerel said, rubbing his forehead in apparent frustration. "Recently, there has been an alarming increase in bandits and orcs crossing the border, and our forces are stretched thin. We must resolve this situation swiftly and move on to the next location to impose order." At this juncture, he seemed to recall something and inquired further. "Has there been any word from Lord Akadira at the front?" "That is reassuring." Keeler secretly exhaled in relief, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. "With the presence of the Black Knight Order, our burden shall not be so arduous." The Black Knight Order, reputed as one of the mightiest armies within the domain of Count Polia, is personally commanded by the legendary Knight Arcadia, known as the strongest knight of the North, and is tasked solely with external warfare. The only force within Count Polia and Apos' command that can rival this army is the Elite Guard, stationed permanently in the castle and directly overseen by the Count himself. However, the Elite Guard is bound to the castle's defense, with only the Count possessing the authority to mobilize them. Thus, in practical terms, the Black Knight Order serves as the paramount force within the territory, having been dispatched to the front lines to lead the noble coalition against the Orc Alliance in this campaign. Fueler, as the commander of the castle and Apos' Elite Guard, can only summon a handful of his finest troops, rendering his forces incomparable to the Black Knight Order. Time swiftly passed. As night fell, Adair sat quietly in an open space, contemplatively examining his physical data. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 4,255. Agility, 4,154. Constitution, 4,257. After several days, under the relentless influence of the crystal core, Adair's physical attributes had significantly enhanced, and under the nurturing of that unknown power, his bodily injuries were rapidly mending. According to Adair's estimation, in about 4 to 5 days, his wounds would heal completely. With this thought, he extended his left hand, opening his previously clenched fist to reveal a black crystal core within. The black crystal core was nearly depleted, having shrunk to the size of a grain of rice after days of continuous absorption. It was on the verge of exhaustion. Gazing at the diminutive core in his hand, Adair let out a soft sigh. In comparison to the one he had previously utilized, this core provided him with far less benefit. This was undoubtedly due to the significantly lesser energy contained within, but also because Adair's physical capabilities had ascended to a new echelon. Thus, greater energy consumption was requisite for further enhancement. Moreover, his injuries played a crucial role. Had it not been for the necessity to swiftly heal the aftermath of the Life Seed's eruption, the improvements he could have attained would have been substantially greater. Contemplating for a moment, Adair retrieved another black crystal core from his waist and clenched it in his left hand. The familiar warmth surged instantaneously, continuing to flow into his body. Standing resolute, he grasped a nearby sword and engaged in training, attuning himself to the changes within. During the Chip and Apos' examination, he discovered that new, intricate organs were gradually developing within him as the life energy surged, heightening his vitality, heralding an impending transformation phase. This was the adaptation process preceding a knight's breakthrough into a grand knight. as his body slowly adjusted, undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. Chip. Assess physical data and analyze the time required for the adaptation phase. Adair commanded the chip within his mind after concluding his training. Before his eyes, streams of data flickered, flowing rapidly and incessantly, ultimately coalescing into a three-dimensional graphic that detailed the various organs of his body along with comprehensive data analysis. The estimated time remaining for transformation was 6 days and 7 hours. After a while, the mechanical voice of the chip resonated in his mind once more. Chapter 39. Fighting Spirit in the blink of an eye. Just a few short days had passed. At dawn, when the sun had only just begun to rise, Adio approached the outskirts of the camp, sword in hand. Before him lay a stretch of flat land, thoughtfully designated as a small training ground for the warriors, which also served as Adio's usual practice area. At this early hour, the soft light of morning illuminated the scene, yet no one else was present. Adio quietly walked to the edge of the training ground and slowly drew his sword. With a swish, the sharp sound of the sword slicing through the air rang in his ears, accompanied by a gust of wind as it soared forward. A few meters ahead, a 2-meter-high wooden post suddenly manifested a deep crack, clean and precise, without a single splinter flying off. Witnessing this, Adio felt a spark of understanding. He gradually raised his hand and, in a fleeting moment, summoned the life seed within him, unleashing a mysterious power that had recently emerged. A glimmer of silver light materialized in his palm, strikingly visible under the sun, swirling around his arm in an almost ethereal dance. Adio stepped closer, gazing at the imposing wooden post, and with a clenched fist, he struck forward with force. Bang! The sound of the immense collision echoed in the air. The firmly anchored wooden post trembled violently, as if struck by an overwhelmingly powerful force. In the center of the post, a large indentation appeared, almost penetrating it entirely, leaving a scattering of debris around. Is this the fighting spirit? The power belonging to the great knights? Adio murmured to himself as he beheld the results of his efforts. After days of recuperation, his injuries had healed completely, and the life seed within him had flourished, facilitating a rapid transformation of his body, culminating in the end of his adaptation period. This newfound strength, referred to by others as fighting spirit, was indeed a hallmark of great knights, possessing tremendous might. Yet, why is my fighting spirit silver? Standing still, watching the wisps of fighting spirit materializing in his palm, Adio pondered aloud. Is it influenced by that unknown power? Or could it be due to my half-elven heritage? He recalled his silver hair and Kuden and Apos. He helped but contemplate this notion. Previously, Adio had delved into an array of literature concerning knights, gathering insights from books as well as first-hand accounts from seasoned knights like Fueler. The consensus from his research indicated that the life energy radiating from a typical knight should manifest as a prominent white hue. As for someone like Adio, only his lineage could provide an explanation. Not dwelling excessively on this matter, Adio moved aside, continuing to experiment with his newfound power. It was only when the number of people around him began to swell that he glanced at the sky and decided to depart. As time progressed, the situation in the northern regions grew increasingly chaotic. Due to severe troop reallocations, nearly all of Count Bolia's warriors had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving the garrison forces alarmingly sparse. Only Fueler and a few elite fighters remained to maintain order in various locations. At noon, the sound of thundering hooves echoed across the wilderness. Adio, they have arrived. Beside Adio, Elhua and Apos, S' exuberant voice resonated in his ears. He struggled to muster his spirit and gazed into the distance, where a golden lion flag unfurled majestically. At that moment, the castle gates slowly opened, revealing Count Boria. Impeccably dressed, a slender sword at his waist, his face adorned with a broad smile as he walked out accompanied by others. Beside him, Sir Fueler stood solemnly, leading the elite guards closely behind the Count's figure. In the distance, several knights had detached from their ranks, hastening towards Count Boria. Akadira, my friend. As he approached, recognizing the familiar silhouette, a joyful smile graced Count Boria and Apos' face, seemingly delighted by the return of his companion. I knew you would bring me victory and good news. Wouldn't you? Approaching on horseback was a robust man clad in white armor, who, upon hearing Count Boria's words, also smiled. He appeared handsome and radiant, hinting at an underlying arrogance, yet he exhibited no signs of tension as he casually replied, Indeed, my friend. Observing the knight's nonchalant demeanor, a flicker of displeasure crossed Count Boria's eyes, though he concealed it adeptly, masking his feelings with hearty laughter as he congratulated him. This is Lord Akadira, truly valiant. Standing beside Adir, Elhua gazed in admiration at Akadira, who was engaged in jovial conversation with his father, his expression reflecting awe and reverence. Meanwhile, Adir remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the distant army, his heart heavy with concern. In the distance, a knightly order clad in black leather armor stood vigilantly, each figure stained with blood, suggesting they had just emerged from a fierce battle, an aura of iron and blood enveloping them. This was perhaps the most formidable army Adio had witnessed in this world. On the surface, they appeared even stronger than the elite guards personally led by Count Boria. Ahead, Count Boria conversed with Fuller and Akadara for a while before swiftly guiding them towards the castle. During this exchange, Adir noticed that the Black Knightly Order directly under Akadara was moving in another direction, seemingly not stationed in the castle but rather assigned elsewhere. "You are Adio?" A voice suddenly pierced the air, causing him to flinch. Adir raised his gaze to the handsome blond man before him. It was Akadara, Lord Akadara. Upon seeing him, a chill ran through Adir as a wave of pressure emanated from the knight, instinctively invoking a sense of vigilance within him. The voice of the chip in his mind resonated at that moment. Name, Akadara. Strength, 7, 5. Agility, 7, 1. Constitution, 7, 7. Ding. This target possesses a certain level of danger. It is advised that the subject maintain distance. At that moment, Adio's heart raced, and his entire being tensed instantaneously. In comparison to the esteemed Count Polier, the current figure of Arcadilla possesses an immeasurable superiority, one that even Adir must regard with utmost seriousness. For a single misstep could lead to downfall. Name, Adio Farkas. Strength, 6, 9. Agility, 6, 9. Constitution, 7, 2. These are the current statistics of Adir, who has experienced explosive progress over the course of a month, now vastly superior to his previous self. With such metrics, should he face his opponent directly, Adir harbors confidence that, owing to the advantages conferred by his chip, he could exert a degree of control over his adversary. However, the prospect of decisively vanquishing the opponent is fraught with uncertainty. Even in the event of success, the costs incurred would be exceedingly steep. Do not be so tense, Arcadilla remarked, observing Adir's lowered gaze without concern. With a hearty laugh, he added, I have merely come to celebrate your ascension to knighthood. He patted Adir on the shoulder, offered a smile, and then made his exit. Chapter 40. The banquet at noon, standing outside the castle and gazing at the distant figure of Akadira. A flicker of gravitas crossed Adir's eyes. It might have been an illusion, but he always sensed an incongruous chill lurking beneath the other's cheerful smile. Lord Akadira actually spoke to you, came the familiar voice of Elhua, tinged with overt envy. Elhua, astride a magnificent black steed and clad in a formal attire that stood out amidst the surroundings, was unmistakably noticeable. As the offspring of Count Boria, he had also received a smile from Akadira when the night passed through, though it was evidently lesser than the attention bestowed upon Adir. Glancing sideways at Elhua, Adir felt a sense of exasperation. He recalled how Elhua, the Count and Apos' younger son, had always idolized the knight Akadira, yet he never anticipated such fervor. Reminiscent of the ardent fans from his previous life. Upon reflection, this fervor only underscored Akadira's formidable personal charm and influence. As the most powerful knight in the north, Akadira hailed from a once great noble family that had fallen into disrepair. From a young age, he exhibited an undeniable knightly prowess, earning a resounding reputation in the north, becoming an idol for many young nobles. The fact that Count Boria, as Akadira's liege, had his own son become an admirer illustrated the knight's far-reaching influence. Pondering this, Adir shook his head inwardly. He had never fully grasped the intricacies of the northern elite, neither in the past nor present. However, from his observations, both Count Boria and Akadira possessed dominant personalities, which might not necessarily cultivate a close camaraderie between them. That evening, to celebrate the triumphant return of Knight Akadira, Count Boria hosted a grand banquet. As the youngest knight in the history of the North and the sole heir to a prosperous barony, Adir undoubtedly attracted considerable attention at this gathering. With his striking appearance, being a half-elf, he inherited the finest traits from both parents, standing tall and handsome. In terms of looks, he even surpassed the cheerful and dashing Akadira, naturally garnering a warm reception from many. Numerous young nobles, having heard of Adir's renown, brought their eligible daughters to introduce them, seemingly intent on forging marital alliances. Adir maintained a placid expression, appearing amiable, yet he strategically positioned himself beside Knight Fural, thereby evading the advances of those young ladies. As a trusted confidant of Count Boria, Knight Fural was notorious in the north for having vanquished countless foes over the years, including bandits, orcs, and many nobles who dared to challenge Count Borea, instilling great fear among lesser nobility. Seated next to this formidable knight, the noble young ladies who had been vying for Adair and Apos' attention all but vanished, too intimidated to approach him, allowing him a moment of respite. Though he found the situation somewhat amusing, not far from him, El-Hawa was also present at the banquet. In this context, as the second son, El-Hawa is likely to inherit everything from Count Polia, becoming the de facto ruler of the north, far more esteemed than the ordinary knight, Adair. Unlike Adair, who is indiscriminate in his acceptance of the young maidens flocking to him, having already danced with 7 or 8 of them in a mere short while. He appears to revel in such an atmosphere. Observing him, Adair shakes his head in resignation and shifts his gaze to the center of the gathering. There lies the true heart of the banquet. Despite the brilliance of both Adair and El-Hawa, they merely serve as background to the figures at its core. In that space, Akadira and Count Polia are engaged in hearty laughter, sharing amusing anecdotes and seemingly enjoying each other's company. Beside Count Polia stands a middle-aged knight, with rugged hair and a taciturn demeanor, quietly accompanying the Count, exuding an air of intimacy. "Who is that gentleman?" Adair inquires, casting a curious glance at the figure in the distance, addressing the knight Flailor seated beside him. "That is Caddis, the captain of Count Polia's guards," Flailor replies, observing the distant figure. Pondering Flailor's words, Adair nods thoughtfully and softly asks, "What is the prowess of this Lord Caddis?" Among knight apprentices, he is competent, however. He cannot be compared to a true knight. Flailor shakes his head. Caddis is an excellent combatant who met the standards for knighthood in his youth. Yet he has never achieved promotion since then, and it seems unlikely that he will ever do so now. His loyalty to Count Polia is unwavering. He has fought valiantly, sustaining grave injuries on several occasions, which led to his elevation to captain of the guards, despite his inability to ascend to knighthood. Advancement to knighthood necessitates formidable physical prowess and vitality. Generally, if an ordinary human has not succeeded by the age of 30, the likelihood of promotion diminishes significantly. Count Polia appears to be at least in his 40s, which suggests that he is unlikely to break through to knighthood in this lifetime. Listening to Flailor's elucidation, Adair nods, but a cold glimmer flickers in his eyes. In his mind, the mechanical voice of the chip resonates. Name, Caddis. Strength, 5-1. Agility, 5. Endurance, 5-2. This hardly reflects the physique of a mere knight apprentice. It evidently reaches the zenith of knightly standards, nearly attaining that of a grand knight. In the entirety of the north, aside from Akadira and Count Polia, it is improbable to find another warrior of such formidable caliber. There is something amiss with this Caddis. Silently observing the distant, taciturn figure of Caddis, this thought flashes through Adair and Apos' mind. In this world, the status of a grand knight is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, granting noble titles and corresponding territories in any realm. Such a formidable warrior has, astonishingly, disguised himself as a mere squire. Even ascending to the esteemed position of chief guard to the ruler of the north, there must undoubtedly be a profound reason behind this transformation. Chapter 41. Perfection. Was it the Count of Polia who deliberately concealed this information, or were there other underlying reasons? He gazed at Polia in the distance, pondering this question. Among these two possibilities, Adair leaned more towards the latter. The reasoning was simple. Sorcerer, as the commander of the royal guard, had fought for the Count of Polia for many years and was undoubtedly an ally. In terms of lineage, Sorcerer had a distant blood relation to the Count, and throughout the entire territory, he ranked just below the leader of the Black Knights, Arcadia. Given their shared status and connections, it was illogical for the Count to keep such matters from him, let alone conceal them so deeply. With this thought, his gaze shifted, gradually focusing on Arcadia, who stood opposite the Count. Before him, Arcadia donned a tailored suit, his golden hair cascading down, exuding an air of handsomeness and cheerfulness. Having undoubtedly captured the hearts of countless noble maidens at this gathering, seemingly sensing Adair's gaze, he set down his wine goblet and turned to look into the distance. Their sharp glances collided in midair, sparking an unspoken tension. Adair, observing Arcadia's approach, allowed a gentle and humble smile to grace his face. He raised his goblet in a respectful toast, then lowered his head, choosing not to gaze in that direction any longer, thereby appearing modest and reticent. As the banquet raged on into the late hours, inebriated nobles and warriors were carried away by servants to rest. As the crowd dwindled significantly, only the final group remained, continuing the revelry. Nearby, as they watched the two central figures depart, the knights who had previously sat aside rose. forming two distinct factions that encircled each of the departing individuals. What is the situation? After walking a considerable distance beyond the castle, Arcadia inquired of the knight beside him. His expression was calm, his posture upright. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled and reeking of alcohol, he exuded an undeniable aura of valor, wholly uncharacteristic of a drunken man. Perhaps it could be said that he was never truly inebriated. His earlier state of apparent intoxication had been a mere fade. Among the four of them, the most difficult to handle was that old fellow, Fueler. You've overlooked one. Do not forget that newly appointed knight named Adair. That makes 5 of us, someone interjected. That cannot possibly be the same, came the dismissive reply from the first speaker. A mere newly promoted knight, who has likely not yet even completed his adjustment period. I could easily handle him with one hand. Do not underestimate this knight. Although his promotion was recent, his strength is not to be trifled with and may very well be approaching that of Fueler, Arcadia stated, standing at the center. How is that even conceivable? Exclaimed the knights accompanying Arcadia in unison, their eyes reflecting disbelief. This is indeed true. My instincts cannot possibly be mistaken. The pressure this child exerts upon me is astonishing. Akadira spoke slowly, a cold smirk gradually forming on his face. If memory serves me right, he still has a few months before he turns 14, does he not? A 13-year-old knight of remarkable strength, the blood of a half-elf truly proves advantageous. With such talent, even I find it difficult to contemplate his demise. His expression grew increasingly frigid, an undeniable murderous intent etched upon his youthful visage. Hesitated a knight nearby. Since you regard his talents so highly, perhaps we should send someone to test him, to see if he could be swayed to our side? Futile, Akadira replied, his expression unwavering, his voice cold. Have you forgotten that this child shares kinship with that ancient creature, Polia? Why would he aid us outsiders against his own uncle? Moreover, do you recall? He continued. Not long ago, we conspired with those orcs to ambush the noble coalition on the front lines. If I remember correctly, Baron Ezelin met his demise there, surrounded by a throng of orc warriors, perishing in a most tragic manner. We have only just orchestrated the death of his father, and now you dare speak of seduction? At this, Akadira shook his head, arriving at a conclusion. In the entirety of the north, anyone could potentially be swayed, but not Flaler or Adir. On the other side, Adia walked alone along a narrow path, enveloped in silence. It was the dead of night, with the intermittent chirping of insects shattering the tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a flat expanse, the very training ground of his past. In this familiar place, devoid of any presence, Adio made his way to the center of the training field, unsheathing his sword and entering into silent contemplation. The knightly techniques, once masterful, appeared rather crude at the level of a grand knight. While they sufficed against those of knightly rank, they would likely prove inadequate against someone of Akadira's caliber. Reflecting upon Akadira's formidable physique, Adir stood still, lost in thought. Chip, initiate the task to refine the knightly techniques based on the existing data, he commanded mentally. In an instant, a torrent of vast information surged within Adir's mind. His past experiences and insights regarding knightly techniques, as well as those he had witnessed others employ, materialized one by one, serving as foundational data for the enhancement of his knightly skills. The task was successfully established, with an estimated completion time of 4 days and 3 hours. The mechanical voice resonated in his mind momentarily. Adia remained in place, training for a while before taking his leave. Days later, on a crisp morning, the mechanical prompt within his mind jolted Adia awake. Ding! The simulation has been completed. Listening to the familiar mechanical sound echoing in his mind, Adir slowly opened his eyes and touched his forehead, gradually coming to his senses. Chapter 42. Command standing still. Feeling the overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, Adir rubbed his forehead. He activated the simulation template. After a while, as the sensation of swelling in his brain gradually subsided, he commanded the chip within his mind. In an instant, a vast stream of information manifested before him. In an open space, Adir's human model was simulated, wielding a longsword. He swung the sword forward, and an immense surge of fighting spirit erupted from within him, enveloping the area before him in a radiant silver realm. This was merely a simulation within his mind. Through the chip's formidable computational power, the effects of the secret technique could be accurately replicated and transmitted to his consciousness. A torrent of information surged into his mind once more, containing numerous simulated movements, all conveyed to Adir with precision. As he absorbed the simulated secret technique, Adir nodded slightly. Indeed, both its power and stability had improved at least twofold. It would surely suffice even at the level of a great knight, based on the original knightly secret technique, combined with that explosive effect. He decided to name it Silver Radiance. Contemplating the shimmering, explosive silver fighting spirit, he felt compelled to assign it a name. After standing still for a moment, he opened the door and stepped outside. He proceeded to an empty expanse, where he appeared to be the sole occupant. This location, discovered by chance, was seldom frequented, making it far more suitable for his use than the shared training grounds of the knight apprentices. Drawing his sword, he began the movements as directed by the chip's transmission. The life energy within him began to flow in harmony with Adir and Apos' actions, gradually coalescing around his body, melding and combining. When this reached a critical point, Adir swung his sword fiercely at a massive boulder before him. A delicate shimmer emerged in front of him, and under the impetus of the life seed, the life energy within him solidified, transforming into a more potent fighting spirit that surged outward. Silver radiance erupted, sweeping forward and momentarily engulfing a distance of 2 to 3 meters before him. Crack! Crack! The boulder before Adio seemed to bear an immense weight for an instant, as deep sword marks appeared under the influence of the fighting spirit. At the center where Adir and Apos' longsword struck, a substantial pit emerged, surrounded by a dozen deep sword scars. Estimated deviation, 41.5, echoed the mechanical voice of the chip in his mind. Adir was not surprised by this. Achieving such results on the first attempt was commendable. Standing firm, he issued commands to the chip within his mind. After several repetitions, the stream of information in his mind gradually dissipated. He lifted his sword once more. Moving forward, and after rectifying his previous errors, he continued to repeat the process of employing the secret technique, resuming his training. Time swiftly passed, and over a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. The numerous bandits and wandering orcs that once roamed the northern territories have mysteriously vanished, seemingly intimidated by the formidable reputation of the strongest knight in the north. In an instant, the previously harsh security conditions experienced a notable improvement, allowing the local nobility to exhale in relief. Consequently, Arkadira ascended to new heights, his title as the mightiest knight resonating deeply among the nobles and knights in the vicinity, who began to regard him with admiration, even positing that his abilities surpassed those of Count Borea. A new sentiment emerged in the north, suggesting that as long as Arkadira remained, unrest would be averted, garnering widespread support from lesser nobles who had previously suffered at the hands of marauders and orcs. Adele. A command has been issued. A familiar voice suddenly resonated from afar. Standing in the training grounds, Adele turned to see Elha approaching from a distance, clad in a form-fitting black suit, glistening with perspiration as he hurried towards him. "I'm not entirely certain," Elhua stated upon reaching Adele, shaking his head. "The order has just come through, and I have only just learned of it myself. It seems that, due to the ongoing efforts to eradicate the bandits and orcs, my father intends to dispatch you." Elha shrugged. "As you know, things have been exceedingly chaotic of late, and the local nobility has been thoroughly frightened by those brigands." "That is indeed the case," Adele replied with a smile and a nod. "This is, in fact, a rather routine assignment." After contemplating for a moment, he inquired further, "What is the nature of this task that necessitates your personal delivery of the message?" "It is reported that a particularly formidable band of robbers has been uncovered, their strength requiring a concerted effort to subdue," Elhoa explained, regarding Adele. "This time, you are not alone. Several knights from the castle have also been summoned to accompany you on this mission. However, I cannot provide further specifics, as I have not been following these developments closely." Elhua shook his head and continued, "Is it truly necessary for multiple knights to engage in the hunt?" Adele instinctively furrowed his brow at Elhua's words. The power of a knight is formidable. Even an ordinary knight, when clad in full armor, can single-handedly suppress a small band of marauders. The need to mobilize several knights indicates that this target is indeed extraordinary, far exceeding the previous rabble. With this realization, Adele shook his head and, after a moment of contemplation, assessed his own physical attributes. Name, Adele Farkas. Strength, 8.3. Agility, 8.2. Constitution, 8.5. Over the course of a month, Adele and Apos' strength had seen considerable advancement. Such a level of physical prowess now surpassed that of Arkadira, the current foremost knight of the north. Although physical fitness does not encompass the entirety of one and Apos' strength, it is undeniable that, under normal circumstances, the party possessing greater physical power holds a distinct advantage. This is the very confidence that empowers Otto. With such formidable capabilities, the majority of dangers can be disregarded, even when confronted with the onslaught of a vast army. As long as one does not engage directly, escape remains a feasible option, ensuring self-preservation without difficulty. Chapter 43. The Disturbance as Dawn Broke. Gentle rays of sunlight gradually spread across the land. At the edge of a desolate forest, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. Ahead lay a vast plain, marred by unmistakable signs of human activity, which could not be concealed. "Have we arrived?" a middle-aged man murmured to himself. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene before him. Clad in dark, pale armor and mounted on a black steed, he exuded an imposing presence, reminiscent of a formidable knight. A robust man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned similar armor and rode up slowly behind him. Trailing behind them was Adair, who followed at a leisurely pace, also scrutinizing the signs ahead. "Yes, Lord Gru," he replied. The plain ahead appeared eerily quiet, despite the numerous traces left behind. The individuals who once occupied this space had long since vanished, leaving behind an empty expanse. Taking the lead, Adair casually scanned the surroundings, examining the traces in hopes of uncovering useful information. He detected a plethora of unfamiliar scent molecules, the analysis suggesting the presence of adult males. Upon reaching this location, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Startled by the chip's notification, Adair gazed toward the distant western horizon, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. This was the direction indicated by the chip. As he continued his examination, he noted that the scent molecules of the group had spread westward, extending into the distant forest. The direction seems amiss, Adair pondered, a flicker of insight crossing his mind. Prior to their departure, he had meticulously studied the terrain in this region. Based on his calculations, if the bandits sought to escape Count Polier's domain and evade pursuit, their optimal route would have been northward. "Lord Adair, the results of the examination are in," a voice called out, breaking the stillness. Adair turned towards the sound and saw a middle-aged man approaching with a group. This was his deputy, Izira, another formidable warrior. Based on the traces at the scene, it appears the bandits headed north, Izira stated, his expression grave as he regarded Adair earnestly. Adair's penetrating gaze met Izira's, the intensity causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease. With a calm demeanor, Adair addressed his deputy, "This." Izira hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face as his gaze shifted to the side. Following his line of sight, Adair turned to look toward the direction they had come from. Observing this moment, Adair regarded his deputy with serene eyes. "Gather the others. Accompany me to investigate another location." "What?" Izira was taken aback, unsure of Adair's intention. "I believe I just saw a figure moving to the west. It's possible that some of the bandits remain and have taken refuge there," Adair casually remarked, his peripheral gaze fixed intently on Isola's countenance. As he expressed his intention to venture westward, Adair distinctly observed a sudden change in the previously tranquil expression of Isola. He stood his ground, forcing a smile towards Adair, saying, "My lord, we have thoroughly searched this surrounding area. The bandits have indeed fled to the north. There can be no mistake." Before he could finish his statement, he caught sight of the unwavering calmness in Adair's eyes and could not help but bitterly amend his words. "Very well, if you insist, my lord." Only then did Adair nod, raising his right hand as he slowly urged his horse forward, seemingly truly prepared to investigate the western path. Observing Adair's movement, Isola seized the moment he turned away, discreetly signaling with his hand, then hastily mounted his horse to follow. As they progressed, the surrounding warriors mounted their steeds, swiftly pursuing Adair. Before long, they traversed the expansive plain at a rapid pace. They crossed a small river and arrived at the edge of a forest, dismounting to proceed on foot. Here, numerous human tracks re-emerged, almost blatantly visible. Witnessing this scene, Adair instinctively furrowed his brow, his attention captivated by the unfolding sight as he stepped closer. Meanwhile, the other warriors advanced, silently encircling him while he remained oblivious. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed, a flicker of blade shimmering in the air, subtly pulsating with vital energy. With a resounding clash, a black longsword burst forth, colliding violently with the sword behind him. "Who are you to wield such knightly techniques?" A shadow before him swiftly retreated, seemingly unable to withstand the force of their earlier clash, stumbling back several paces. Gazing at the youth before him, Isola felt a tremor within, his eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment directed at Adair. "Who am I?" "I am, of course, your subordinate, Lord Adair." Shortly thereafter, upon hearing Adair and Apos' words, a cold smirk appeared on his face. "I do not recall having a knight-level deputy." Adair maintained an expression of calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Regarding the individual opposite him with an impassive visage, "Speak, who sent you?" He continued, "You have clearly been a knight for some time. Yet you feign the appearance of a recent initiate. What is your true motive?" As he scrutinized Adair, a chilling aura emanated from his visage, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. It was evident that Adair and Apos' prowess exceeded his expectations, far surpassing that of a newly ascended knight. This compelled him to entertain doubts. Suspecting that Adair had indeed attained knighthood long ago, yet had concealed it until now, only recently revealing his true capabilities. Chapter 44. The turmoil at the edge of a forest, a young lad stood in silence. Opposite him, a dozen warriors wore grave expressions, their anxiety palpable as if they faced a formidable enemy. Indeed, the threat was real. A knight-class powerhouse, if unopposed by an equal, could effortlessly eliminate several elite warriors without a hint of doubt. "Are you from Arcadia?" Adair suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on Isola across the way. Though Arcadia boasted the title of the North's foremost knight, the number of knights under his command would be limited, and they would not dispatch 2 knights merely for my presence. As Adair spoke, a flash of sword light erupted beside him, and a figure darted swiftly from the side. Clad in a pale green leather armor that blended seamlessly with the surroundings, this individual seemed to possess a unique skill, moving without a sound. Sensing the gust of wind from the sword beside him, Adair slightly shifted, evading the strike amidst the astonished gaze of his assailant. The verdant energy emanating from the sword gradually dissipated as it lunged toward Adair from an astonishing angle. In a mere heartbeat, the short distance was traversed. Just as the blade was about to pierce Adair and Apos' chest, he deftly retreated a step, summoning a flicker of black sword light in his hand. Clash! The swords collided with a resounding impact, their energies clashing violently, producing an ear-splitting noise. With a subtle exertion, Adair sent the assailant hurtling away, leaving them breathless and bewildered. The knight's secret technique was abruptly disrupted, and the individual felt a sharp pain in their chest, spitting blood upon hitting the ground. The exchange between Adair and his opponent transpired with such swiftness that only Isola among those present had a moment to react, charging fiercely toward Adair. Upon witnessing Adair's prowess, Isola showed no restraint, his aura sharpening with newfound intensity. A series of resounding pulses echoed from within him as the seed of life surged forth. His muscles tightening into a formidable stance, his presence magnifying immensely. Target entering the seed of life explosion state. Immediate interruption required. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. As Isola charged forward, Adair remained composed, merely raising his sword slightly before delivering a powerful downward strike. The sword cleaved through the air, gathering life energy that unleashed a terrifying force, rivaling the full might of a peak knight, complemented by Adair's exceptional physical prowess. The chilling wind from the blade held forth, reaching Isola and causing his countenance to shift as he sensed the imminent threat of death. "I cannot withstand this." The thought flashed through his mind, propelling him to leap aside just in the nick of time, narrowly evading the lethal blow. A palpable gust of wind, akin to the slice of a sword, wreaked havoc before him, cleaving a massive tree several meters away and causing it to topple with a resounding crash. Witnessing such formidable power, cold sweat beaded on Isola's brow. Had that strike landed upon a person, even clad in heavy armor, it would have undoubtedly severed them in two without a hint of surprise. Observing the man before him evade the strike, Adair felt no disappointment. His expression remained serene. He stepped forward, his remarkable agility allowing him to traverse the distance to the group of warriors in mere seconds. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed swiftly as several heads soared into the air, followed by the thud of headless corpses collapsing to the ground. An astonishing display of efficiency. Although the warriors before him were commendable, possessing exceptional training and superior physical prowess, clad in leather armor, they posed no resistance against Adair. Their reaction times were woefully inadequate. Even upon witnessing Adair's movements, their bodies and minds failed to synchronize, let alone keep pace with him. The rudimentary leather armor offered some measure of protection, yet Adair and Apos' mastery over his body ensured that he struck with precision, deliberately avoiding any armored areas. With the aid of a chip, he could swiftly analyze the enemies and Apos' weaknesses amidst the fray, ensuring that each sword stroke targeted the most vulnerable points with unwavering certainty. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers encircling him, these warriors would have posed little threat to Adair. As several long swords arced toward him simultaneously, the warriors, having finally registered his lethal efficiency, began to converge. Adair deftly retreated a step before they could fully encircle him, swinging his sword back to cleave through one warrior's breastplate, sending him crashing to the ground in anguish. Behind him, Isola exchanged a glance with another knight and, seizing the moment while Adair dispatched the soldiers, they charged forward to join the fray. With two knights now embroiled in battle, the pressure on Adair intensified, momentarily slowing his previously relentless slaughter. Yet, this was merely a brief deceleration. In an instant, Adair's speed surged, propelling him to Isola's side. Staring at the figure before him, Isola's face registered shock, and instinctively, he reached for his sword. However, before he could lift it, a sudden chill enveloped his chest. A black long sword had silently pierced through his heart, emerging from his back. Adair's grip tightened, and the life energy coursing through the blade swiftly radiated outward, obliterating Isola's internal organs. You. Isola's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the sword protruding from his chest. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. But as his strength gradually ebbed away, he ultimately lacked the vigor to continue, his body collapsing backwards. Upon his demise, the vibrant state of life that had once flourished abruptly vanished, reverting to its original form. Silently withdrawing his sword from the corpse, Adair turned to face the remaining few warriors behind him, a serene smile gracing his lips. The warm-up is complete. With those words, his right hand slowly ascended, a glimmer of silver energy gradually materializing. Opposite him, the lone knight, sensing this flicker of silver light, widened his eyes, his heart suffused with despair. The piercing silver radiance began to twinkle, a vast reservoir of life energy roaring within, gradually transforming into strands of fighting spirit. Confronted with a force more terrifying than mere life energy, the knight's expression shifted dramatically. It is impossible. You are a grand knight. His eyes betrayed disbelief and fear, struggling to accept such a reality. Typically, a knight, no matter how gifted, requires rigorous training to elevate their physical prowess to the standards of knighthood, often not achieving full development until adulthood. Those who ascend to knighthood before reaching maturity are unequivocal prodigies, akin to the Northern Realm's foremost knight, Arcadilla. As for someone like Adair, who attained Grand Knight status at merely 13 or 14, such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Even with a half-elf lineage, it was strikingly astonishing. Though his heart was shaken, Adair's sword would not pause in deference to their emotions. Flickering silver light danced upon the obsidian blade, intricate sword marks manifesting, imbued with immense fighting spirit. In an instant, the world within a few meters before Adair transformed into a sea of silver, the fighting spirit rampaging within. A terrifying force striking all present in a heartbeat. Silver radiance. Adair's nightly secret technique erupted, revealing its prowess for the first time. Bang! The resounding thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed in Adair's ears. At this moment, no one remained standing before him. They had all been swept away by his earlier strike, now sprawled lifelessly on the ground. This marked the first real-world application of this technique since he had conceived it, and its effectiveness was undeniably impressive. Even the most formidable knight, at the pinnacle of their power, would find themselves gravely wounded or worse if they failed to evade this strike in time. However, despite the significant increase in power, the corresponding energy expenditure had also escalated. Adair paused to gauge his condition. Should he unleash his full might? The life energy within him could sustain this technique for a maximum of 5 or 6 uses before diminishing in potency, rendering it incapable of achieving its full potential. Nevertheless, that would suffice. With this thought in mind, he turned and advanced forward. Before him lay a multitude of corpses, now devoid of any sign of life, appearing utterly lifeless. Among them, a few warriors who had been grazed by the nightly secret technique were left in a pitiful state, their bodies cleaved by the sharp fighting spirit, nearly severed in twain. Observing the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Adair made his way to the farthest point, reaching the spot where the green-armored knight had fallen. At this moment, the knight, clad in light green leather armor, lay quietly on the ground. Several distinct cracks marred the armor, extending deeply into his body. Gazing at this corpse, Adair furrowed his brow. Previously, although this knight had been at the epicenter of his attack, Adair had not exerted excessive force, given the knight's formidable physical prowess. It seemed improbable that he had succumbed so swiftly. Had he resorted to poison for suicide? Crouching down, Adair scrutinized the body, conducting a meticulous analysis through the chip embedded in his mind, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. Shaking his head at this scene, Adair had initially hoped to spare the knight's life, intending to extract some information from him. However, the knight had displayed such resolute determination, opting for death instead. With this, all potential sources of information had been severed, leaving Adair with no avenue to inquire further. Thus, he knelt and began to meticulously search among the lifeless forms, hoping to uncover any clues. Unperturbed by the grimness, Adair rummaged through the bloody corpses, gathering any items of interest he could find. Other kingdom and Appos, as possessions? After a while, Adair mused to himself as he regarded the objects before him. A considerable pile of gold and silver coins lay at his feet, a significant portion of which bore a striking difference from the currency of the Ariel kingdom. This world was vast, with each nation issuing its own currency. Though predominantly based on gold and silver standards, the specifics varied from one realm to another. The currency of the Ariel kingdom was embossed with a 7-leaf flower entwined with vines, emblematic of the royal family and Appos' dominion over the realm. In contrast, the coins before him featured an array of designs. Some bore the likeness of a mighty bear, while others depicted a soaring eagle, each varying in weight and characteristics, reminiscent of the northern kingdoms. After careful examination, Adair reached a decisive conclusion. The symbols on the coins were predominantly royal crests or the visages of founding monarchs, easily identifiable. He felt no surprise at this revelation. The training and nurturing of knights were not pursuits for the ordinary. Aside from the innate limitations of knightly talent, the secretive breathing techniques unique to knights were unattainable for the common populace, not to mention the myriad of other requisite conditions. Even among the nobility, only those with ancient lineages and illustrious ancestors could possess such knightly breathing techniques. Golden floral patterns, and the Malara serpent. These were the insignia of the nobility from the kingdom of Bode. In this moment, a tapestry of questions began to weave into a coherent narrative. Although many aspects remained unclear, enough clarity emerged for Adair to form conjectures regarding the current circumstances. With this thought, he rose to his feet, casting a glance around. Apart from the coins, the items he had collected included several other valuable trinkets. Certainly, the armor and weapons adorning those warriors, albeit somewhat battered now, could fetch a handsome price if brought to market. Particularly, the armor and longswords of the two knights are exquisite pieces that could rival the annual revenue of an ordinary knight's domain if sold individually. After a moment of contemplation, Adair stowed the two longswords on his steed and mounted swiftly, setting off at a gallop towards the distant castle of Count Borea without a moment's pause. Chapter 46. Rebellion time passed gradually. One night, Akadira quietly emerged from the camp behind him, accompanied by two knights. Their pace was brisk, and before long, they had distanced themselves from the camp and arrived at a secluded spot. A few figures were already standing there, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Upon sensing the footsteps approaching from afar, they turned to look in Akadira's direction. "Akadira, you have arrived." A deep voice resonated from ahead. Emerging from the shadows were several figures clad in light green leather armor, their expressions cold and indifferent, showing no signs of trepidation even in the presence of the legendary First Knight of the North, Akadira. Standing behind them was a remarkably youthful man, whose face, though young, bore unmistakable signs of hardship. "Soul, you summoned me. What is the matter?" Akadira inquired, his gaze reflecting a rare hint of caution towards the young man before him. As a collaborator, he was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by this seemingly youthful individual, which was undoubtedly on par with his own. Hearing Akadira and Appos' call, the young man named Soul turned around, his expression composed as he regarded Akadira. "I have come to inform you that the previous plan is nearly complete. Aside from a few stragglers, all those we dispatched have been eliminated by our forces." "Stragglers?" Akadira latched onto the term, a note of confusion in his voice. "The half-elf has escaped, the very youth you specifically warned us about." Soul and Appos' expression carried a hint of admiration. "It is truly remarkable. In an effort to deal with this boy, I dispatched 2 capable knights and a small elite troop, yet he single-handedly vanquished them all. It is hard to fathom. At his age, I had yet to become a knight myself." "Humph." Akadira scoffed, a note of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "I had warned you all to keep an eye on that boy. It seems my words fell on deaf ears." In response, Soul shook his head and continued. "What is done. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. I have come specifically to remind you that the next phase of our plan may commence." His demeanor regained its tranquility as he regarded Akadira. "For over a month, under your cover, our forces have been lying in wait nearby. Prolonging this further benefits no one. Our informant within the castle is prepared, and in 7 days, we shall initiate our actions. Then it will be our turn to take the stage." The dialogue continued to echo in that place, and after an indeterminate amount of time, Akadira finally stepped out from the shadows, the two knights still following closely behind him. A few days later, on a sunlit morning, Count Polier sat quietly in his hall, contemplating a hefty stack of parchment. Recently, unrest had been proliferating in the north, leaving the de facto ruler of this region feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In the northern territories of the Arai Kingdom, the Farkas family had reigned for nearly a century. Although nominally still part of the Arai Kingdom, in reality, it resembled an independent principality. As the front line bordering many northern kingdoms, the north had never been particularly stable, with skirmishes erupting almost every few years, plunging the area into chaos. It was only after Polier assumed control of the Farkas family that the tumultuous situation began to improve. As he meticulously brought order to the north, tightly grasping it in his hands. However, of late, the circumstances had grown dire. First, the orc turmoil in the northern mountains siphoned off substantial resources and energy, and soon, the borders became restless, with hordes of bandits and orcs invading, further disrupting the region. Contemplating this, he felt a throbbing headache and an unprecedented fatigue blossomed within him. He had grown old, nearing 50 and stepping into the realm of seniority, his vitality and vigor waning significantly. Perhaps, once this tumult was resolved, it would be time for Elhua to take the reins. This thought flickered in his mind, casting a shadow of weariness over him. Gradually, a gust of wind rustled through, and upon hearing it, Polier rose slowly, suddenly sensing something amiss. "Caddis!" he exclaimed. Hearing the familiar voice of his captain of the guard, Polier felt a wave of relief wash over him, instinctively turning towards the source of the sound. In that instant, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out sharply, accompanied by a fierce gust of blade wind that rushed towards Polier, causing his face to ache. Before his eyes, a long sword appeared, almost touching his visage. "You!" Polier's heart raced, and sensing the impending thrust of the sword, he instinctively rolled aside. Despite the sudden assassination attempt, his knightly physique allowed him to react swiftly. Barely evading the initial strike, he drew his own sword from his waist, charging back with reckless abandon. The two knights, akin to superhumans, clashed fiercely within the hall, each blow delivered with reckless abandon, as if they had no regard for their lives. The clash of steel reverberated through the air with a resounding crash. Taking advantage of the recoil from their swords, Polier and Caddis momentarily separated, finally afforded a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. "Why?" he shouted at Caddis, his expression twisted with intense fury. "Polier, do you remember the child you brutally killed over a decade ago?" Caddis and Apos' face contorted in rage, appearing most fearsome. "That was my son." Upon hearing these words, Count Poliabert was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was ensnared by Caddis, who lunged forward, resuming their previous skirmish. Chapter 47. The battle of thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the spacious hall seemed to have just endured a demolition. Utterly devastated by the rapid movements of two figures, transforming its once opulent decor into mere debris. In the midst of their clash, Caddis appeared as a frenzied beast, recklessly charging at his opponent, Polia, employing desperate, all-out techniques. The ferocity of his demeanor would surely astonish his former comrades, who could scarcely believe he possessed such formidable strength. Despite Polia and Apos' superior abilities, he found himself in a most exasperating predicament, continuously pushed back by Caddis until he nearly reached the corner of the hall. The disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. Under ordinary circumstances, Count Polia could triumph over Caddis in a direct confrontation, though he could not claim to emerge unscathed, as he would inevitably sustain severe injuries. Furthermore, their differing levels of preparation significantly influenced the encounter. Caddis was evidently well-equipped, clad in robust, full armor, while Polia, dressed in lighter garb, faced a considerable disadvantage. The strikes of Polia and Apos' longsword, which could have delivered crippling blows, were rendered ineffective against the armor, merely inflicting superficial wounds. Both were formidable knights, and in this life-or-death struggle, their contrasting auras clashed with such intensity that the sheer force was enough to instill fear in ordinary knights. Clang! The sound of clashing swords echoed once more. In an instant, the two figures collided violently, blades meeting with a force that resonated with their combined energies. Locked in a fierce struggle. "Caddis, submit to your fate." Count Polia's face contorted with rage as he bellowed at his former captain, straining with exertion. Veins bulged on his arms as he pressed forward with all his might. Opposite him, Caddis showed no signs of yielding, gripping his sword fiercely and pushing forward with equal ferocity, undeterred by the blade poised before him. Both were resolute and valiant warriors, seasoned by countless battles. Even in such a dire situation, neither displayed a hint of trepidation. Instead, they channeled their full strength into a relentless confrontation. This was a perilous contest of strength. Should one falter, the sword before their face would swiftly plunge down, unhesitatingly piercing through the opponent's skull. Die, Count Polia growled, his voice low and menacing. As he intensified his efforts, pressing forward with relentless force. His physical prowess surpassed that of Cadis, making him a formidable opponent even among the elite knights, unlike Cadis, who had only recently crossed the threshold of knighthood. The balance of power shifted. The tightly locked swords began to descend, slowly yet resolutely making their way toward Cadis's head. With the corner of his eye observing the scene, Cadis's countenance remained utterly impassive as he exerted forcefully forward, striving to withstand the descending long sword before him. The sword pressed down ferociously, nearly grazing his visage, intent on delivering a fatal blow. It is over. Count Polia and Apos' face twisted into a grotesque grin as he bellowed madly, unleashing all his strength forward. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, momentarily stunning him. A scar of energy sliced through the air, thrusting forward with ferocity. Instinctively, Polia evaded to the side. The fierce energy cleaved into the hall's floor, carving a profound sword mark into the ground. A long sword suddenly lunged forth, swiping across Polia's shoulder, drawing forth a crimson line. Polia felt a searing pain radiate throughout his body, pulling him back from his previous stupor. Have you realized? Across from him, Cadis regarded Polia with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Do you think my years as your chief guard were in vain? Had I not awaited this day, I would have had countless opportunities to eliminate you. Rest in peace, Polia." His expression remained serene as he observed Polia and Apos' current state, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Your wealth will be seized by your enemies, your castle will be besieged, and you will lose everything, including your life. The powerful Farkas family, who has ruled the northern territories of the Arya kingdom for nearly a century, shall meet its demise with your generation. Before him, Count Polia clutched his shoulder, his face ashen and unwell. A fierce wave of weakness surged within him, and even as a high knight, he felt utterly drained, the long sword in his grasp feeling unbearably heavy. Die. Observing Polia's condition, Cadis sighed internally, yet his hand showed no mercy as he pressed forward with unrelenting resolve. A violent surge of pale energy swept past him, a terrifying force unleashed, charging directly at Polia. Should this strike land, even a high knight would be reduced to mere halves, with no room for reprieve. Sensing the impending power, Count Polia remained motionless, as if resigned to his fate. Standing still, the longsword surged forth without pause. Just as it was about to descend upon his adversary, Cadis's expression suddenly shifted. Energy, wild and frenzied, surged forth at that moment, colliding furiously against him. Before him, Count Polia's body slightly swayed, his momentum suddenly elevating, the pallor of his face momentarily restored to normalcy. Dragging his heavy form forward, he took a deep breath before swinging his longsword fiercely. The violent energy was unleashed in that strike, gradually forming a vortex that enveloped Cadis as he charged. This was a full-force strike following the life explosion of a high knight, the power of knightly secrets unfurling, its intensity causing Cadis to blanch. Boom. A figure was suddenly hurled backward, retreating for a good 7 or 8 meters before gradually coming to a halt. At that moment, Cadis's armor lay in shambles, his body drenched in blood, creating a ghastly sight. Life eruption. Polia, you are finished. He labored to rise from the ground, gazing at Polia before struggling to articulate his words. The life eruption of a great knight is unlike that of an ordinary knight. Due to the potency of their life energy, the life eruption of a great knight is significantly more formidable, yet the physical toll it exacts is equally severe. The after effects are magnified several times. In Polia's current condition, although he could temporarily suppress the negative impacts on his body following the life eruption, once he reverted to his normal state, the ensuing after effects, compounded by the toxins he had previously endured, would be sufficient to claim his life, merely a matter of time. With this thought in mind, Cadis propped himself up with one arm and, after struggling to stand, hastily fled towards the hall's exit, choosing not to engage further with Polia. Behind him, as he watched Cadis retreat into the distance, Polia and Apos' body stirred slightly, as if he intended to pursue, yet ultimately, he could not muster the strength to follow. He rapidly exited the state of life eruption, a dark gray hue flickering across his face, plunging him into a terrifying state of weakness. forcing him to rely on his long sword to barely support his weight. Chapter 48. Elhua staggering out of the hall. Several guards approached from a distance. They were taken aback upon seeing Caddis emerge, drenched in blood, and hurried forward, their expressions tinged with caution. Before they could reach him, flashes of sword light erupted around them, and several figures surged forth, swiftly dispatching the guards. These were tall silhouettes clad in the guise of guards. Yet their aura was strikingly different, exuding an air of formidable prowess far surpassing that of the guards. At the forefront of this group stood a towering knight clad in full armor, who, upon witnessing Caddis's injuries, was visibly taken aback. "My lord Caddis," he exclaimed. "I am unscathed," Caddis replied, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain and discomfort as he inquired, "What is the situation?" Hearing this, Caddis nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "What of Akadira? Has he arrived?" Flailer. Caddis's gaze grew complex. As a former subordinate, he had received much care from Flailer over the years, and their personal rapport had flourished. Yet now, they found themselves on opposing sides. As an old friend, he understood Flailer's character well enough to know he would never betray Count Borea to ally with them, leaving Caddis no choice but to eliminate him. "May you find peace soon. After your demise, I shall look after your family," he sighed softly, a cold glint flashing across his face. "Tell me, where is Elhua?" After today and Apos' events, Count Borea, the absolute ruler, was undoubtedly doomed. However, should Elhua, the heir, manage to flee, it would pose a significant dilemma. The Farkas family had ruled the north for nearly a century, their influence deeply entrenched, with a multitude of northern nobles as their supporters, many of whom were directly related to the Farkas family, including Adir's father. If Elhua were to escape and unify the remnants of power in the north under his claim as the heir of the Farkas family, it would undoubtedly affect the allegiance of the north, creating additional complications. With this thought, his eyes turned icy. Ignoring his injuries, he strode purposefully in a specific direction. Amidst the chaos, the castle was engulfed in flames of war. The once secure and tranquil fortress had transformed entirely, with warriors clashing everywhere, plunging the castle into utter disarray. In a narrow corner, Elhua was hiding, clutching a long sword, his body drenched in sweat, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Though the tense situation surrounding the north had persisted for some time, Count Borea had thus far kept it at bay, ensuring no impact on him. When the turmoil erupted unexpectedly, he had been resting in his chamber with a companion, only to be confronted by several formidable warriors intent on capturing him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a loyal guard who intervened, he might have already been taken away. Standing still, listening to the piercing sounds of battle echoing around him, Elver felt a surge of dread, his right hand gripping the long sword trembling slightly. In comparison to his father, Count Polier, during his youth, Elver was markedly inferior. Born of noble lineage, with a father who ruled the north and a mother of esteemed descent, his own talents and character were rather mediocre. Although he possessed some knightly aptitude, he detested the arduous training that accompanied such a path. Even with Count Polier's insistence, he had only managed to surpass the average person slightly, likely unable to defeat even a seasoned warrior. As time elapsed, Count Polier essentially abandoned his aspirations to mold Elver into a knight, opting instead to prepare a few gifted relatives to assist him, one of whom was Adiel. Count Polier had only 2 sons. The elder had ventured far away, leaving Elver as the sole heir. Throughout his life, he had never faced any real dangers, let alone engaged in combat with others. Such experiences loomed over him like a nightmare, leaving him in a state of disorientation that he had yet to recover from. Suddenly, a distant shout pierced the air, causing Elver to flinch instinctively. In the distance, several warriors clad in black leather armor approached, weapons in hand, evidently preparing to scour the area. What should I do? As the sound of their footsteps drew nearer, a wave of fear surged within him, cold sweat breaking upon his brow. Although the space around him was sufficiently vast, there were few places to conceal oneself, and they would soon reach his hiding spot. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Elver gritted his teeth and resolved to step out from his corner, racing towards the distance. There, it is the heir of Polier. An excited shout rang out from afar, and the warriors quickly pursued Elver's retreating form. Their speed was formidable, and their numbers greater, as they systematically began to block any possible escape routes, encircling him. Suddenly, a soft thud resounded as Elver stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. As he gazed up at the advancing warriors, despair washed over him, and he could scarcely believe the scene that awaited him if captured. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of a massive sword that cleaved through several of the black-armored foes before him. "Elver, my lord." A familiar voice called from ahead. Surprised, Elver looked up to see a tall, imposing knight standing before him. Sir Fleural, clad in full armor, wielded a great sword that appeared heavy, effortlessly dispatching the black-armored warriors in his vicinity. His armor bore dried crimson stains, uncertain whether they belonged to foes or himself, as he swiftly approached Elver and aided him to his feet. "Sir Fleural, where is my father?" Elver, feeling a glimmer of hope in the presence of the formidable knight, urgently inquired. "I do not know," came the solemn reply. In the midst of Elhua's disappointed gaze, Flailer shook his head. The situation had already deteriorated significantly, yet Lord Borea had yet to make an appearance. Chapter 49. The arrival. The castle was on the verge of collapse. "We must hasten to find Lord Polia and depart from this place immediately." Positioned in front, Flailer's countenance was grave as he lifted Elvira, who had fallen to the ground, and swiftly maneuvered to the side while speaking. His pace was remarkable, carving a path with the prowess befitting a knight at the pinnacle of his strength and coupled with the warriors guarding him. It was as if he were a force of nature, unstoppable by any adversary. Flailer progressed until reaching a flat expanse, where he finally halted, his expression heavy with concern as he gazed ahead. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated from a nearby corner, accompanied by the faint clinking of armor and the clash of weapons. This was the unmistakable sound of a vast troop advancing, preparing to intercept them. Flailer had anticipated this outcome, and although his heart tightened at the prospect, his demeanor remained composed. He simply observed the approaching threat, slowly raising the colossal sword in his grip. The castle may have been engulfed in chaos, yet Elvira's objective loomed so large that the opposition would spare no effort to thwart them. Under Flailer's stern gaze, elite warriors surged forth, blocking their path. At the forefront of this formidable contingent stood Codex. His wounds had been hastily tended to, the blood dried and cleansed, yet the remnants of his injuries remained visible. "Lord Flailer." Upon seeing Flailer and Elvira from a distance, Codex could not suppress a smile as he advanced quickly. "Codex." In that moment, seeing the familiar figure before him, Flailer felt a fleeting sense of relief, lowering his sword slightly in preparation to approach. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. He perceived a flash of sword light erupting before him, imbued with tremendous force that transcended even that of a knight. "You." Gazing at the unmistakable silhouette, Flailer's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated. A streak of light, infused with pale energy, sliced across his chest, leaving a gash in its wake. A trickle of crimson began to seep forth, and disbelief clouded Flailer's features as he beheld this once familiar subordinate. Dueling energy. "Codex, you." "Flailer, I am sorry." Codex, standing opposite him, did not seize the opportunity to strike, his demeanor somber. "Surrender. By now, the majority of the knights within the castle have defected, and Count Polia himself has sustained critical injuries. He shall soon perish. You have no hope left. Yield immediately, and I assure you a title of Baron along with lands." Observing this scene, Codex felt a faint sigh escape him. As a former subordinate of the opposing side, he possessed a profound understanding of Flailer. The latter was obstinate and solemn, his thoughts conservative, and he was exceedingly harsh towards his subordinates, flaws of considerable magnitude. However, as a traditional knight, his greatest virtue lies in his unwavering loyalty, impervious to external influences. "It seems I must resort to combat with you." A myriad of thoughts flashed through Cadis's mind as he maintained a tranquil demeanor, letting out a soft sigh. In that instant, a sudden gust of sword wind erupted between the two, slicing through the air with a brilliant flash of white light. Upon witnessing this blinding sword light, Flailer instinctively recoiled to the side, yet his body could not keep pace with Cadis's swift strike, resulting in a gaping wound on his shoulder. Had it not been for the sturdy armor's protection, that single blow might have rendered his arm useless. He felt a sharp pain coursing through him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, a figure abruptly appeared before him. It was Codex, who had swiftly closed the distance, his longsword cleaving through the air with ferocity towards Flailer. The oncoming sword wind howled, stinging his face and filling him with an overwhelming sense of peril. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. In that critical moment, Flailer raised his right hand, hoisting his massive sword high to deflect the attack. The clash of weapons echoed repeatedly as the two figures darted across the ground, moving with remarkable speed. After a brief yet intense exchange, a dull thud reverberated as one of the figures was hurled back, crashing heavily to the ground. In the next moment, Flailer sprang to his feet. Drenched in sweat from the exertion of battle, his expression grave as he regarded Cadis before him. At this point, he appeared to be in a dire state. His complexion pale, and several wounds, oozing blood. His armor lay shattered, though it had absorbed numerous attacks. Its defensive capability had now reached its limit. Yield, Fueler. You are no match for me, Cadis declared, observing Fueler's condition with a shake of his head, opting not to pursue further, but standing firm in his persuasion. Yet, Fueler slowly rose, disregarding Cadis's words entirely. Witnessing this, impatience flickered in Cadis's heart, and a glint of murderous intent surfaced in his gaze. He raised his slender longsword high, bringing it down with force towards Fueler's neck. The chilling sword wind surged forward, grazing Fueler's skin with a painful reminder of its lethal edge. Sensing the impending strike, Fueler yearned to evade. However, having endured the previous skirmishes, he found himself utterly drained of strength. Even as the danger loomed, his body could not respond, leaving him unable to escape. It is over, Cadis declared, his expression calm as he watched Fueler enveloped by the might of his blade, slowly closing his eyes. Crash! A sudden, powerful force emanated from the sword, sending a jolt of shock through Cadis's arm, forcing him to stagger backwards several paces. He abruptly opened his eyes, gazing ahead with a look of astonishment. Before him stood a young boy, having appeared unbeknownst to him, quietly holding a black longsword and observing him intently. It was evident that the earlier strike had been thwarted by this very youth, who had forcefully shattered Cadis and Apos' sword momentum. Adair! The voices of surprise echoed simultaneously as Elwa and Flariel exchanged glances, a flicker of joy illuminating their eyes. Adair, swiftly escort Lord Elwa away. I shall impede him for you. Taking a deep breath, Flariel, feeling the ache of his injuries, revealed a resolute expression as he shouted towards Adair in front of him. Chapter 50. A fateful encounter on a level ground amidst a chaotic battlefield. Warriors clashed fiercely, while at the center stood Adair, quietly observing the opposing Cades. Beside him, Furel's face suddenly flashed with determination, and without hesitation, he charged forward, seemingly intent on buying Adair time to escort Elhua to safety. Witnessing this scene, Cades' eyes flickered with a momentary change, his body trembling slightly, yet he refrained from advancing. Beside him, a black-armored knight, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward, brandishing a longsword towards Furel, engaging him in a fierce struggle. The knight's strikes were powerful and resonant, each swing of the sword producing a heavy clang, forcing Furel to retreat repeatedly, revealing him to be a master of the pinnacle of knighthood. Now, it was just the two of us left. Observing Furel, who was becoming increasingly overwhelmed, Cade sighed inwardly before turning his gaze towards Adair and the Elhua standing behind him. Wisps of pale white energy began to manifest around him. Albeit faint, yet his status as a Grand Knight was unmistakable, commanding respect from all present. Witnessing this, despair washed over Elhua, her eyes reflecting terror. Grand Knights of such caliber were a rarity in any kingdom. If knights were capable of safeguarding a territory, Grand Knights possessed the strength to single-handedly uphold a minor conflict. Unless constrained by an equally formidable opponent or surrounded by a multitude of warriors, otherwise, they posed no threat. In the entire northern lands, there were only two renowned Grand Knights, the esteemed First Knight, Akadira, and Count Bolia. Now, another had emerged in this very place. Facing Adair, Cades refrained from unnecessary words. Swiftly advancing with a sword strike enveloped in pale energy, aiming a fierce thrust towards Adair. This was an almost full-powered strike from the Grand Knight. Employing the secret techniques of knighthood, an assault that an ordinary knight could not hope to withstand, destined for either death or severe injury. As Cades launched his attack, Adair stood resolutely, maintaining his calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the formidable onslaught before him. Adair! From behind, Elhua instinctively shouted, her voice laced with fear as she witnessed the unfolding scene. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a beam of sword light suddenly ignited. The silver energy surged violently, manifesting dozens of sword marks that surged forward, colliding with Cades and Apos' offensive. Silver light. The shimmering silver radiance flickered continuously, emanating a potent energy far more intense than Cades' own, effectively thwarting his attack. Cades' expression morphed into one of astonishment as he beheld Adair suddenly materializing before him. Clang! The sound of colliding swords reverberated as two powerful knightly secret techniques clashed, their contrasting energies erupting in a spectacular display. The forces collided head-on, determining supremacy in an instant. Cadis violently expelled a mouthful of blood, and several new wounds instantly appeared on his body. He was propelled backward, crashing forcefully against a wall 6 meters away. As a formidable knight, his vitality was remarkably robust. Even after sustaining such a severe blow, he struggled to rise. Gazing incredulously at Adair, his expression brimming with disbelief. In that moment, the gaze of everyone present seemed to freeze. All eyes were drawn to the young lad at the forefront, filled with astonishment. Before Elha, a figure stood serenely, his expression calm, unaffected by the intense scrutiny of those around him. Wisps of pale silver aura swirled gently around him, heralding the presence of immense power. Adair, are you a Grand Knight? Elhua stuttered, his face a portrait of shock as he beheld the scene before him, feeling the ethereal silver energy emanating from Adair. This revelation struck him profoundly. In the span of a single day, everything he had known was upended. The once peaceful castle erupted into chaos. His formidable father vanished without a trace, and the outlook appeared grim. Now, even his childhood friend seemed transformed, suddenly a Grand Knight, leaving Elhua in a daze, as if ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Yet, Adair did not pause. With his sword raised in his right hand, he stepped forward and swung toward Flailer and Apos' direction. The pale silver aura coalesced on the blade, solidifying into tangible sword energy that surged forth with fierce intent. 8 meters away, the black-armored knight, engaged in combat with Flailer, felt a sudden shift in his demeanor, overwhelmed by an instinctual sense of impending doom that halted his movements. The sound of the sword and Apos' ringing echoed ominously, the vibrations resonating around him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back, swinging his longsword forcefully forward. The life energy within him surged, enveloping his sword in a faint green hue, colliding violently with the solidified sword energy, neutralizing the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Flailer deftly extricated himself from the knight's grasp and retreated swiftly to Elha's side, his gaze complex as it rested on Adair. "Are you not coming out?" Adair suddenly turned, addressing a shadowy corner. As he spoke, the pale silver aura solidified once more, surging toward that very corner. Crack! A subtle sound of collision resonated, as Adair's unleashed aura was abruptly dispersed, transforming into wisps of silvery light that vanished into the air. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a black longsword, albeit distinct in design from Adair and Apos'. It was Akadila, donned in pale white armor, his handsome and cheerful visage now tinged with a hint of confusion. "How did you discover me?" he inquired. "By simply using my eyes," came the straightforward reply. As he gazed upon the figure before him, Adiel and Apos' eyes narrowed. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. His words, however, were mere fabrications. Akadira had concealed himself so thoroughly, employing some arcane technique, that not a trace of his presence was discernible, even to Adiel at that moment. His awareness of the other's existence stemmed from the chip embedded in his mind, though he would never divulge such a detail. Naturally, Akadira was skeptical of this explanation. Nevertheless, he had merely posed a casual inquiry and chose not to press further. His gaze now fixed solemnly on Adiel, who stood in the distance. He had witnessed the earlier eruption of power and the formidable silver aura radiating from Adiel, leading him to form a substantial estimation of his strength. This was not akin to Cadis, who had barely ascended to the status of a knight. Instead, this was a veritable knight of great renown, and for one of Adiel's youth, such prowess was nothing short of astonishing. "Akadira, you have betrayed as well." Behind Adiel, Flailer's eyes blazed with fury as he regarded Akadira from afar. "Lord Polia has not treated you harshly. Why resort to this treachery?" "Not treated harshly?" Akadira and Apos' lips curled into a cold smirk as he listened to Flailer and Apos' words. "Is that truly the case? Flailer, you and I are not of the same ilk." He regarded Flailer with a frigid stare. "Though your surname is not Farkas, both your mother and your wife are of the Farkas lineage, making you kin in the eyes of Polia. And what of me?" He gestured to himself, his mocking expression growing more pronounced. "My ancestor was once a marquis. Though now fallen, my status remains unimpaired. As a knight of renown, I have personally established the Black Knights, contributing significantly to Polia's endeavors. Yet, what territories have I garnered in return? Ultimately, the Farkas family is far too numerous, having thoroughly divided the northern territories, leaving no opportunity for outsiders to stake their claim. What they refuse to grant me, I shall seize with my sword." "You." Flailer's countenance turned ashen. The truth of Akadira's words was undeniable. The Farkas family's dominance over the northern lands had been excessively tyrannical. Without the bloodline of the Farkas family, noble outsiders would inevitably face suppression. Over the near century of Farkas rule in the north, The rebellions of those with foreign surnames had never ceased, yet never had they been so devastating, with even Akadira, the foremost knight of the north, leading the charge of insurrection. Lord Akadira. Behind Adiel, Elhua gazed at Akadira in disbelief. He had always idolized this knight as the epitome of greatness, yet he found himself astounded to see his idol standing opposed to him, spearheading a rebellion. Adiel. Before him. Arkadira paid no heed to the reactions of others, his gaze fixed with a complex and solemn expression upon Adier. You truly astonish me. In the annals of the Arya kingdom, the legend of the swiftest ascent to knighthood belongs to the former illustrious king, Aviad, who attained the rank at the tender age of 15, 2 years later than you. Alas, were you not a scion of the Farkas family? I would have devised a means to compel your surrender. He began with admiration, but his tone abruptly shifted to one of cold severity. Allow me to impart some grim news. Your father, Baron Ezelin, recently met his demise, slain by my subordinates. Upon uttering these words, he lifted his gaze forward. His icy eyes fixated upon Adier and Apos' countenance. Yet, contrary to expectations, Adier displayed neither fury nor madness. His visage remained tranquil, and even upon hearing this dreadful tidings, he merely paused for a moment. Unbeknownst to Arkadira, Adier harbored scant emotional ties to the concept of a father in this world. The news of his death would evoke little more than indifference, even if the man were to perish before his very eyes. Arkadira believed that as a member of the Farkas family, Adier would never surrender to these rebels. In truth, had he previously attempted to sway Adier, the latter might have acquiesced. Given the current circumstances, with Arkadira and his cohorts advancing with ferocity and an uncertain number of forces looming behind them, the faction of Count Boria might indeed prove inadequate as adversaries. Thus, for Adier, choosing to align with the rebels to avert danger would pose no psychological burden. However, now it was too late. With his biological father slain by the very foe he faced, even if he were inclined to offer his allegiance, they would surely reject him. This formidable adversary, leaving him with no path but to plunge into darkness. Chapter 51. Farewell. Standing on level ground, gazing at the distant Adil, Arcadia gradually raised the longsword in his hand. In the next moment, 2 surges of battle aura roared furiously. With a resounding clash, 2 figures instantaneously appeared in the center, colliding fiercely. Within a fleeting moment, the crisp sounds of dozens of sword clashes echoed continuously. The 2 engaged in a fierce struggle, their longswords meeting dozens of times before they finally separated, their expressions grave as they regarded one another. In the following instant, a faint silver battle aura swiftly danced, enveloping a figure as it charged towards Arcadia, swinging a sword with great force. Silver radiance. Dozens of silver beams angled sharply, enveloping the area around Arcadia, leaving no corner unilluminated. Sensing this power, Arcadia and Apos' expression shifted. He tilted the longsword in his right hand and struck forward at a different angle, bringing down his sword in response. Clash. The 2 powerful battle auras collided, the force of the knightly techniques canceling each other out, transforming into a powerful shockwave that impacted both combatants. As the battle aura had yet to fully dissipate, Arcadia and Apos' gaze hardened as he looked at Adil across from him. He suppressed the turbulent blood energy surging within his chest, enduring the residual waves of battle aura as he charged forward, seeking to overpower Adil. Around them, onlookers barely perceived a shadow flit past, followed by a more intense sound of clashing. Clash. At that moment, the 2 black longswords continued their fierce engagement. In a critical moment, Adil quickly reacted, raising his sword to parry, narrowly blocking the thrust aimed at him. Stepping back, he countered with a rightward slash. The mechanical voice of the chip resounded once more in his mind. Adil exerted force, forcing his opponent back a step, then leaped backward, delivering a powerful strike to the right with his longsword. The sound of clashing swords rang out again, accompanied by a distinct, crisp tone. Before Adil, Arcadia's complexion turned ashen. In his left hand, he held a unique, pale green short sword, which had been shattered by Adil in the recent clash, leaving only the hilt relatively intact. A powerful force emanated from the sword, causing his left hand to tingle, and blood began to trickle down from the wound. This sensation was far from pleasant for him. As the strongest knight of the North, he had never encountered anyone capable of contending with him in strength. Yet today, he faced a formidable opponent. The opponent's physical prowess was astonishing, both in power and speed. He was flawless, even slightly surpassing Arcadia, exhibiting a performance far beyond that of an ordinary person. He had reached such a level. Observing the fierce battle between the 2, Flailer, standing beside Elha, wore a grim expression, his tone complex. Both knights before him were undeniably powerful, each a paragon among knights, far surpassing the ordinary ranks of great knights. Even those like Cadus, who barely met the standards of a great knight, would find themselves overwhelmed within mere exchanges in the hands of these two. Beside Flaler, witnessing the fierce battle, Elhua was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the formidable Adir, who stood ready to rival Akadira, almost believing he was under the spell of an illusion. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from the ground. In front of Adir, silver auras swirled and transformed into streaks of sword energy, dispersing into the surroundings. At the center of these myriad silver marks, a black longsword descended, striking fiercely upon Akadira. There was no escape. The thought flashed through Akadira's mind as he sensed the imminent strike. To knights of their caliber, the distance of mere meters vanished in an instant. Faced with Adir's full force assault, even he lacked the confidence to evade. With no options left to dodge, he resolved to withstand the blow. Unyielding, Akadira advanced. A faint white aura emanating from his body, glowing with brilliance as he charged forward. A swift figure darted by, a terrifying clash reverberated as their energies collided. Adir, with superior physical prowess, reacted a fraction quicker, enduring the searing pain coursing through him as he surged ahead. In Akadira and Apos' gaze, the silhouette of the youth was reflected, and his pupils constricted in alarm. His reaction was merely a heartbeat slower than Adir's. As the latter closed in, he barely managed to raise his longsword for defense. A figure was violently propelled back, crashing onto the ground several meters away. It was Akadira, who had just endured the full force of Adir's close-range strike. His armor now marred with cracks. The onslaught of energy at such proximity would have stripped him of skin had it not been for his armor's protection. Lord Akadira. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. The warriors, previously engaged in combat, now gazed in horror at Akadira sprawled on the ground, their dread unmistakable. Move. Adir suddenly murmured, sensing the faint sound of approaching footsteps. A large contingent of warriors was hastening toward their location in such confined quarters. Being surrounded by numerous elite fighters would pose a significant challenge, even for him. Without further ado, he charged ahead to clear a path for Elhua and the others. Seeing this, Flaler and the others wasted no time, swiftly following behind Adir as they pressed onward. Meanwhile, Akadira, with a darkened expression, clutched his chest, his right hand trembling slightly around his sword. Lord Polia. Outside a towering structure, Flaler hastily advanced, calling out ahead. Elhua stood beside him, equally tense, shouting in all directions. Behind them, Adir, drenched in blood, with a faint silver aura surrounding him, coldly surveyed the area ahead. The ground outside is now strewn with corpses. The guards who once stood watch have been entirely vanquished by Adir. Let us proceed inside and investigate, he declares. With a swift motion, Adir strikes forth with his sword, channeling the life energy within him, which swiftly crystallizes into a concentrated force, cleaving through the tightly sealed door. With a resounding crash, the formidable door is split asunder, unveiling the scene within. They hastily enter, calling out loudly in search of the Count of Polaria. Who goes there? From a distant corner, amidst the echoes of their cries, a faint voice emerges, tinged with an unmistakable frailty. This voice, almost lost amid the clamor, is nonetheless perceived by Adir. He pauses momentarily, and then, following the sound, swiftly makes his way into the grand hall, gazing upward. At the apex of the hall sits a figure, who, sensing Adir's presence, turns with a weakened gaze. It is the Count of Polaria, appearing wretched and forlorn, his body oozing with dark crimson blood. His complexion is ashen, marked by a pallid hue. He appears somewhat bloated, and his skin is riddled with grotesque, dark red blisters, evoking a sense of revulsion and horror. In his relentless pursuit of ultimate power and eternal life, he has resolved that all obstacles shall be reduced to ashes. Chapter 52, The Wizard A. Adiel sat quietly in the forefront, gazing weakly at the distant figure of Adiel. Borja struggled to speak, his voice strained. He perceived the faint silver aura enveloping Adiel and sensed its unique power. His once tranquil eyes now reflected a complex turmoil, evidently lost in thought. However, at this juncture, all else seemed inconsequential. Borja sat in silence, releasing a faint sigh, exuding an air of exhaustion and suffering. Observing his state, Adiel felt a pang of emotion. Whether from his original memories or their previous encounters, Borja had always struck him as an imposing figure, never once revealing such vulnerability before him. The target's body was rapidly deteriorating, with internal organs suffering irreversible damage, on the brink of collapse and death. In his mind, The mechanical voice of the chip resonated, transmitting Borja's physical condition to Adiel. Is there a solution? He inquired of the chip within his mind. Recovery requires the following medications: therapeutic-grade gene serum, secondary methylvalerate, advanced restorative drugs. In an instant, a multitude of solutions were presented, yet they all necessitated an abundance of advanced pharmaceuticals from his previous life or high-tech medical equipment, which was utterly unattainable in this world. Hearing these conditions, a bitter smile crept across Adiel's face, revealing his impotence regarding Borja's condition. Lord Borja! A fervent shout erupted from the side. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Flailer and others rushed towards them, their incredulous cries echoing upon seeing Borja and Apos' state. Indeed, the sight was quite tragic. Compared to the once formidable and composed Borja, he now seemed like an entirely different person, leaving them astounded. Witnessing their expressions, Adiel shook his head. Standing still for a moment before drawing his sword and walking towards the hall and Apos' exit, silently guarding the door. He held little interest in the conversation between Borja and Flailer. For him, having successfully escorted Ella and others to this point to witness Borja's final moments was already fulfilling his duty, a way to repay the care previously bestowed upon him. With that, Adiel and Apos' mind was set. After ensuring Elhoa and Apos' safe departure, he would promptly head south, escaping the chaotic vortex of the north to explore the myriad kingdoms of the southern lands. This world was vast. From the books Adiel had perused, many descriptions of the south painted it as the most prosperous region of the continent, housing the mightiest nations and attracting diverse races from afar, making it the true heart of the land. As for Elhua's thoughts after being rescued, whether he intends to consolidate power to vie for dominion over the north or pursue other ambitions, such matters are of no concern to him. Contemplating this, he stood silently in place until a faint call echoed from behind. Adiel, a deep voice, belonging to Fulel, resonated, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lord Palia requests your presence. Adiel paused, surveying his surroundings. Beside Fulel stood Elhua, quietly rooted in place, his eyes slightly reddened, clearly having just wept. Witnessing this, Adiel shook his head inwardly and, without hesitation, proceeded through the grand entrance. The familiar hall materialized before him, and behind, Fulel gently closed the door, ensuring no one would intrude upon their moment. Adiel, you've arrived, came the voice of Count Palia from ahead. Though still weak, he managed to speak with a semblance of fluidity. Lord Palia, Adiel replied, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing Adiel's voice, Palia lifted his gaze, regarding him with a mixture of complexity. Though I have long believed in your innate talent and potential, I did not anticipate you would reach this juncture so swiftly. He remarked in a tone laden with intricacy, evidently informed by Fulel and others of prior events. Listening to Count Palia's words, Adiel shifted slightly, but ultimately refrained from responding. Well then, even now, I can finally put my mind at ease, Palia continued, his voice weak as he spoke to himself. Adiel, come with me. Rising with effort, he enunciated, at this juncture, certain matters are ready to be entrusted to you. With that, he moved aside, his steps unsteady yet resolute. Adiel hesitated for a moment, contemplating the figure before him, then followed suit. Within the chamber, Count Palia laboriously retrieved a wooden box from a corner. The box, a deep purple resembling carved jade, appeared exquisite. Its surface bore a black lock, featuring a depression. Gazing at the indentation, Palia trembled as he removed a ring from his right hand and aligned it with the recess. With a soft click, the black lock yielded, revealing a dark talisman within. Adiel, are you familiar with the legends of the extraordinary? Palia inquired, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he regarded Adiel. Extraordinary? Adiel responded, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar term. Before he could fully grasp the implications, Palia's voice rose again. In legend, there exists a type of being in our world. They command the winds and rains, wield flames and shadows, possessing supreme power over all mortals. These individuals are collectively referred to as wizards. Palia spoke with a serene countenance, recounting the tale, yet a flicker of reverence ignited in his eyes at the mention of the wizards. Adele, do you comprehend why our Farkas family has been able to govern the north for nearly a century, while the kingdom of Aria and numerous northern realms have refrained from launching significant offensives, enduring in silence until now? As these words resonated within him, a profound clarity began to dawn in Adele and Apos' mind, as if a long-standing mystery was on the verge of unraveling. Indeed, this inquiry had lingered in Adele and Apos' thoughts for quite some time. The geographical position of the north is rather precarious. Nominally, it falls under the dominion of the Kingdom of Aria, surrounded by fiercely aggressive kingdoms, each significantly more formidable than the ruling Farkas family. In such a hostile environment, the Farkas family's ability to maintain stable governance over the north for nearly a century is truly perplexing. It is because our ancestor was an exceptionally powerful wizard. Ahead. Under Adele's gaze, Count Polia articulated the answer, echoing Adele's own contemplations. Chapter 53, The Guardian of the Orphan in the Tranquil Confines of the Room. The ailing Count Polia sat beside Adair, continuing his narrative with a slow and deliberate cadence. Our ancestors hailed from a distant continent, and among them was a formidable sorcerer. Over a century ago, he journeyed to the northern lands, leaving behind not only his bloodline but also certain relics. Gazing at Adair, Polia retrieved an amulet from a purple wooden box, his expression tinged with complexity. This is a relic of the Sorcerer, a legendary enchanted item, and also a token. Among the descendants of our Farkas family, should a person with sorceress talent arise, this token would grant them passage to the Southern Kingdom, where they could embark on a vessel to the continent of sorcery. Could it be? Adair pondered, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. Indeed, Polia replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. My eldest son possesses the gift of sorcery, and thus I sent him away at an early age, yet to this day, I have received no word of him. This absence has also provoked those who seek to harm us. He spoke with a solemn tone. Within our Farkas lineage flows the blood of a sorcerer, and thus, it is not uncommon for some among us to exhibit sorceress potential. In truth, it is not solely our family. Within the many surrounding kingdoms, the royal families and noble houses often share this sorceress blood, enabling them to maintain their reign over their realms for generations. In recent decades, instances of sorceress talent within our family have dwindled, with my eldest son being the sole bearer of such gifts. The prolonged silence regarding his fate has incited the ambitions of those around us. As he spoke, he succumbed to a fit of coughing, his voice growing increasingly frail. Adair, do you comprehend why your father and I hold you in such high regard? The offspring of humans and elves are poised to inherit the virtues of both, rendering them more likely to possess the gifts of sorcery than ordinary folk. Adair, you not only embody remarkable knightly prowess but also possess sorcerer's potential. Upon hearing these words, Adair paused momentarily, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Observing his reaction, Polia shook his head. Do not doubt it. You indeed possess the gift of sorcery, a fact I confirmed with your father at your birth. His trembling right arm gradually raised, extending the black amulet toward Adair. This token should have been entrusted to you over 6 months ago. However, the recent orc uprisings and the tumultuous state of affairs prevented me from sending you away at that time. Now, even if I wish to facilitate your departure, it may be beyond my reach. A wry smile appeared on Polia's face. Every year, the distant fleet of sorcerers docks on the southern shores to accept new apprentices. After departing from the northern lands, you could journey with Elva and the others to a certain kingdom in the south, where members of our family are stationed, ensuring your sustenance and safety. Upon arriving there and presenting this letter to the person in charge, he will comprehend the necessary course of action. Trembling, he extracted a letter from his bosom and handed it to Adair. The letter was inscribed on a type of paper rare in the north, meticulously folded. Though some of the handwriting appeared somewhat hasty, as if the pen had wavered during its execution, Adair accepted the letter in silence, placing it carefully in his garment, revealing a sense of reverence. The atmosphere fell into a brief stillness until the voice of Count Boria shattered the quietude. Regarding Elwa, you need not concern yourself with extraneous matters. Count Boria stated solemnly, at this juncture, the North can no longer withstand the pressure. The incursions by the Arcadillians are merely preliminary probes. The true might of the great kingdoms has yet to be unleashed. Remaining here in Elwa will not yield a favorable outcome. For many years, our family has held considerable influence among the kingdoms of the south, albeit not on par with the north, and while we cannot sustain ourselves as we once did, maintaining a respectable existence is certainly feasible. Listening to these words, Adair remained silent, merely nodding in understanding. This was indeed a prudent choice. Given Adair's knowledge of Elwa, he recognized that the character of the other party, if he continued to linger in the north under the current circumstances, would be devoured by those around him, leaving nothing but bones behind, a grim fate indeed. Count Boria was evidently well aware of his child and imp, Apos, as capabilities and had a clear perception of the surrounding circumstances, harboring no illusions of fortune. Time gradually passed. Sensing the impending end of his life, Count Boria spoke unusually at length, divulging many past events, attuned to the emotions of the man before him. Adair wisely refrained from interrupting, occasionally posing questions. According to family records, this continent is relatively barren compared to others, lacking not only resources but also sufficient environmental conditions. Having been forsaken by sorcerers, the realms inhabited by those sorcerers belong to different continents, rife with dangers far more terrifying than our own. Unconsciously, Count Borea began to reminisce about Adair and Apos' mother, murmuring softly. "Refugees?" Adair inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, refugees," Count Borea replied, shaking his head. After regaining some clarity, he affirmed, "Decades ago, a horrific calamity seemingly erupted in the lands of the elves, leading to the swift collapse of several elven kingdoms within a few years. With countless elven refugees captured and sold into slavery. Your mother was among them. All we know is that she was born into a minor noble family within one of those elven realms." Before him, Count Borea continued to murmur, though his voice grew increasingly faint, on the brink of silence. Adair stood quietly for a moment, waiting until the sound before him had completely faded, before he let out a sigh. At that moment, a strong hand suddenly reached out, resting upon Adair and Apos' shoulder. A sudden jolt of fear surged through Adair, instinctively compelling him to wrench free from the grasp of that hand. Yet he remained motionless. "Adair." Before him, Count Borea suddenly spoke, his voice raspy yet resolute. He clutched Adair's shoulder, seemingly expending the last vestiges of his life forced to shout, "Promise me. Take care of Elwa." Borea gripped Adair's shoulder with all his might, his visage contorted into a ghastly and terrifying mask. His gaze bore into Adair's, a flicker of pleading evident in his eyes. The scene fell into a poignant silence. Listening to Count Borea and Apos' words, Adair found himself enveloped in contemplation. As time meandered on, Borea and Apos' life ebbed away rapidly before his eyes. The strength of the arm that clutched his shoulder diminished, nearing its final moments. Observing the sorrow reflected in Borea's gaze in the dimming light within, Adair sighed and finally spoke, "I will do my utmost." His voice barely above a whisper, he looked at the man before him. Just as his words lingered in the air, an arm fell limply, having surrendered its last flicker of strength. Chapter 54 Departure. In the vast, empty chamber, a limp arm fell away from Adair's shoulder, marking the end of a life. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment, Adair lifted his gaze to the lifeless form before him. The body of Count Polier had distorted, now covered with dark crimson blisters, rendering it grotesque and swollen. Thick, dark red blood seeped from the corpse, saturating the garments and creating a ghastly sight. Sighing at this grim tableau, Adair rose silently, casting one last glance around the room, imprinting the scene in his heart before resolutely departing towards the grand entrance. As he approached the door, Elwa and the others awaited him in silence. Adair surveyed his surroundings. Sir Flailor stood quietly, his demeanor somber, his expression betraying a blend of past rigidity and solemnity, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Beside him, Elwa's eyes were swollen, clearly having wept moments earlier. They refrained from inquiring about Count Polier's fate, having already surmised the dire outcome. "Let us depart," Adair remarked, shaking his head at their expressions. "The castle is no longer safe. We must leave immediately." "Where shall we go after leaving the castle?" Elwa interjected, a look of confusion clouding his eyes. "To the southern kingdom of Gunno," Flailor responded, his tone decisive. "There, we have allies who can ensure our safety and sustain our livelihood." It was evident that plans for their next course of action had already been contemplated. With their decision made, the group swiftly exited the estate, capitalizing on the remaining control over the castle's forces. Flailor summoned a select contingent of the elite guards under Count Polier's command, hastily gathering essential supplies for their departure. "Let us move." Adair, drenched in blood, sat astride a jet-black steed, emanating a strong scent of iron. This was the residue of their breakout from the castle. The perimeter had been encircled by adversaries. During their escape, Adair had plunged directly into the enemy ranks, single-handedly breaching the attacking forces at the gates, facilitating Elwa and the others and Apos' flight. In Adair and Apos' wake, Sir Flailor patrolled on horseback, guiding the search for any threats in their vicinity. A few soldiers advanced slowly around them. Though their numbers were few, only 300 or 400, they comprised the most elite warriors under Count Polier's command, each a formidable fighter in their own right. With such seasoned warriors, coupled with the support of Sir Flailor, a peak knight, and the considerable wealth extracted from the castle, Elwa's status and livelihood were assured. Should Adair one day embark upon the path of the sorcerer, with Flailor's guidance and the integration of the Farkas family and Apos' influence in other realms, the foundation of a great family could be established, potentially averting their decline. They were on the verge of leaving their once direct domain behind. Beside him, Fuller rode alongside Adier and remarked, "Though we are still in the northern territories, we have now encroached upon the domains of other nobles, and we may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Since Akadira has chosen to strike against us, it stands to reason that they would not spare the lands of other nobility. It is likely that chaos has engulfed the entire region." He analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. Adier nodded in agreement. To preclude any unexpected occurrences, Fuller, after allowing the group to rest momentarily, ventured out once more with several cavalrymen to survey the surroundings and gather intelligence on the terrain. The following day, unexpected events began to unfold. In the territory of a minor noble, they encountered forces from other noble houses who, upon sighting Erua's party, became quite agitated and expressed a desire to join their ranks. After a thorough inquiry, Adier and his companions discerned the underlying reasons. It turned out that several days prior, the northern territories had been besieged by invading armies. The major kingdoms to the north seemed to have coordinated their attacks, each launching incursions into the domains of various lords. Akadira, the traitor, ostensibly engaged in combat against the orcs, had in fact orchestrated the demise of our forces, deliberately sacrificing them to create the very situation we now face. An unnamed noble brought forth new intelligence, vehemently denouncing the actions of Akadira. During the earlier Orc campaign, Akadira had treacherously led the coalition of northern nobles to their doom, sending numerous noble armies to their slaughter, with only a scant few surviving, and even fewer of their leaders remaining unscathed. As a member of the Farkas family with wizardly prowess, one would expect that even if sent to the battlefield, he would be afforded substantial protection. How then could he have been so brazenly dispatched to the front lines to partake in the fiercest of battles? Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters now serves little purpose. Before them stood numerous nobles who had lost their lands and were seeking to retreat. Upon seeing Erua, they implored to join their ranks. After conferring with Fuller for some time, Adier ultimately resolved to accept them. Despite their current misfortunes, these nobles were largely vassals of the Farkas family, either by blood or by marriage, thus ensuring a measure of loyalty. Furthermore, while they had lost their domains, they still possessed considerable strength. Integrating them would augment their own power and bolster their influence. The sole concern was that an influx of nobles could complicate their ranks, thereby slowing their progress. After much deliberation, Adier and Fuller resolved to proceed without hesitation. Accepting these nobles might indeed invite some complications. Yet the combined strength of Adier and Fuller was sufficient to quell any internal discord. Moreover, in this time of utter turmoil in the north, the invading forces were preoccupied with seizing territories, be it Akadira's faction or those of other kingdoms. It seemed unlikely that they would allocate resources to pursue them at present. In fact, Adier surmised that those factions might secretly wish for Erua and his companions to depart, diminishing the likelihood of any attempts to thwart them. Chapter 55. The limit time gradually elapses. A month later, a lengthy procession meanders along the desolate road outside the wilderness. After traversing this mountain and continuing for a few more days, they will finally emerge from the northern territories. Nearby, Flailor's voice resonates, tinged with fatigue. Upon hearing this voice, Adiel turns to glance back. Behind him, the long line continues to advance slowly, having increased significantly in number compared to over a month ago, now swelling to a scale of 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. This assembly comprises the collective of several noble families, accompanied not only by the soldiers and warriors brought by these nobles but also by their relatives and kin, all progressing steadily with the caravan. At the tail end of the procession, several carts move forward slowly, laden with provisions and other supplies, safeguarded by a contingent of soldiers who accompany the main body of the group. These idle parties and excess baggage have severely hampered the overall pace of the caravan, turning a journey that should have taken merely a fortnight into an arduous trek lasting over a month. However, having traversed the most perilous stretches, a sigh of relief can now be breathed. Let us rest here. At the forefront of the caravan, Adiel, surveying the distant landscape atop his steed, glances up at the sky before issuing orders to the trailing line. Behind him, the soldiers maintaining order gradually come to a halt, seeking out any shade available for respite. It is now October. Logically, the hottest days should have passed, yet the northern climate remains oppressive, akin to a great furnace, relentlessly pouring down scorching sunlight. They discover a sprawling grove of trees, conducting a brief reconnaissance before deciding to halt here. The agile soldiers deftly maneuver the carts into suitable positions, while some attendants begin to kindle a fire, preparing to share a meal. From this point, if they adhere to their original route, They should reach the cities of the southern realms within a month's time. Beneath the boughs of a red-leaved tree, Flailer stands alongside Adiel and remarks, "Upon our arrival there, what shall be our course of action?" Standing still, Adiel inquires. "We shall seek our outpost there," Flailer replies, a hint of ease in his demeanor. "In the past, we organized several large caravans each year to journey southward for trade. Over time, we established numerous outposts in the southern lands to facilitate our annual commerce. Although these outposts exist solely for trade, they have grown in scale over the decades, functioning as small merchant leagues, providing refuge for our people without issue." He casts a smile at Adiel and gestures toward the surrounding nobles. "It is not just us. These dispossessed nobles also possess a degree of strength in the south. Though not as formidable as ours, they should manage to sustain their livelihoods. Should any struggle to do so, our mutual support will ensure that we can eventually take root in the south, preventing our families from facing utter ruin." Listening to this, Adiel nods in agreement and then queries, "What kind of place is the south?" "It was a bustling place," Fulala remarked. "The southern kingdoms, though referred to as such, are essentially a coalition. Within this alliance, there exist powerful kingdoms alongside smaller nations that possess merely a handful of city-states, yet all nominally belong to this union. In comparison to the north, it is indeed far more prosperous, characterized by a vibrant commercial atmosphere." He gazed at Adir, speaking to him slowly. Absorbing these words, Adir nodded in acknowledgement. He had perused numerous accounts regarding the south, which aligned closely with Fuller's narrative. Soon, the mealtime arrived. In the distance, a girl approached Adir, cradling a bowl of soup in her hands. She was adorned in a white dress that appeared to have been meticulously chosen, her hair elegantly arranged, exuding an aura of comfort. "My lord Adir, are you hungry?" she inquired softly, a gentle smile gracing her beautiful face as she stood before him. "Thank you," Adir replied as he accepted the bowl of soup, offering his gratitude, then quietly seated himself, saying little else. Observing that Adir showed no inclination to retain her company, the girl's smile faltered. After lingering in place for what felt like an eternity, she slowly turned to retrace her steps. Watching her retreating figure, moving at a deliberately slow pace, Adir shook his head gently, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. In this era, a sense of insecurity enveloped everyone, particularly those nobles who had lost their territories. The days ahead appeared bleak. The nobles, despite their misfortunes, could still rely on their past accumulations. Although the lavish lifestyles of yore were unattainable, their basic needs were not in jeopardy. The true hardship lay with the descendants of these nobles, even those distantly related, whose futures were now fraught with uncertainty. In such circumstances, Adir naturally became a figure of great interest. Over the course of the past month, the prowess of this esteemed knight became abundantly clear, instantly elevating his status among the surrounding nobility. A knight of such caliber, even before the North's downfall, was a person of significant standing. Regardless of which kingdom one sought allegiance with, a fief of at least a barony was assured, making him a coveted ally, especially to these fallen nobles. Detection complete. No harmful substances, echoed the mechanical voice of the chip in his mind. Beneath a grand tree, Adir surveyed the steaming meat soup in his hands, cautiously scanning it with the chip before finally feeling at ease. He consumed his meal with great speed, and shortly thereafter, he placed the now empty bowl aside and grasped his sword, setting off towards the distance. As he ventured further away, he eventually arrived at a tranquil clearing where he drew his sword and began to practice. A series of nightly breathing exercises were swiftly completed. Upon concluding, Adir, feeling no substantial change in his physique, sighed in dismay. It appeared that such rudimentary training proved to be futile, given his current physical condition. Even the improved night breathing technique could not serve as a means of enhancement. No matter how extensive the training, it would be exceedingly challenging to elevate his physical attributes further. This is a limitation inherent to knights. According to Adir's understanding, upon reaching the rank of Grand Knight, the path of a knight reaches its conclusion, with no further metamorphosis achievable. Reflecting on this, Adir scrutinized his own physical prowess. Name, Adir Farkas. Strength, 9, 6. Agility, 9, 5. Constitution, 9, 8. Beep. Main body data nearing physical limits. The mechanical voice of the chip resonated in his mind, offering a reminder. Has it truly come to this? As he felt the chip's alert in his mind, Adir experienced a sense of helplessness. His current statistics had reached an alarming threshold. The average Grand Knight, regardless of rigorous training, could never hope to attain such levels. Yet, at this juncture, Adir's physical capabilities were on the verge of hitting their current ceiling. The growth of an individual's strength is inherently limited by their biological structure and the essence of life, akin to a mere human. Even if they were to sculpt their body into pure muscle, they could never rival the strength of an elephant. The training of the night breathing technique is, in essence, a transformation of one's life essence. When an ordinary person ascends to knighthood, the cumulative effects of life energy and relentless training gradually alter their internal structure, rendering it more perfect and optimized, thereby enhancing both their biological composition and life essence. Strictly speaking, a knight represents a more perfected individual. Although still not entirely detached from humanity, their life level diverges significantly from that of an ordinary person, thus amplifying their limits of strength. The same principle applies to Grand Knights, who undergo further transformation beyond that of Knights, with their life levels becoming even more formidable, thus magnifying their potential for power. Humans are biologically balanced in various attributes. According to the chip's analysis and Adair's mind, the physical limit for a knight is approximately 5 across all attributes, while that of a Grand Knight hovers around 10. Standing still, a flurry of thoughts coursed through Adair's mind. After a period of contemplation, he retrieved a crystal from his waist pocket. It was a red crystal core, now reduced to mere grains of sand due to excessive consumption, appearing nearly depleted. Grasping the ascending red crystal core in his hand, a warm current began to flow from his palm, radiating throughout his body. Experiencing this warmth, Adair shook his head in disappointment. To transcend his physical limits, he must elevate his life level once more. Currently, with the knightly path completely obstructed, the only viable option left is this crystal core, imbued with unknown powers. According to the detection and comparative analysis of the chip, this crystal core harbors an extraordinarily potent energy capable of gradually elevating living beings on a fundamental level. If sufficiently abundant, it could, over time, engender a profound transformation in life, propelling it towards an advanced evolutionary state. Regrettably, after enduring such prolonged consumption, the crystal cores acquired in that apocalyptic world are nearly depleted, leaving only enough to perhaps push him to his physical limits, let alone facilitate any metamorphosis. With a mere thought, a flicker of starlight slowly materialized in Adil's mind. This represented the coordinates of the apocalyptic realm, now appearing rather dim, clearly indicating that the amassed power remains insufficient. Adil attempted to reach out with his consciousness, yet ultimately failed to unlock that portal, receiving only instinctual messages that conveyed the time required for the remaining energy. It seems this is the only possibility left. In resignation, he retrieved a black talisman from his bosom and murmured softly. The talisman, round and square in form, exuded an air of antiquity and age, as if it had endured the passage of an extensive duration, with intricate patterns etched upon its surface. This artifact belonged to a sorcerer, symbolizing a different formidable system within this world, and it now stands as Adil's last glimmer of hope. Chapter 56. Support. A month has swiftly passed. Outside a range of hills, a lengthy procession is steadily advancing. Their pace is languid, and their composition is peculiar. Not only do they carry a substantial amount of supplies, but they are also accompanied by numerous children and women, resembling a migrating group rather than a dedicated caravan. At the forefront of the line is a youth clad in a black sleeve, appearing to be merely in his teens, strikingly handsome. His visage adorned with an air of composure and tranquility as he surveys his surroundings. It seems they are nearing the next city. As he walks at the head of the procession, observing the knights gradually returning in the distance, Adair muses to himself. The present moment marks over a month since they departed from the northern territories. They have been following the established trade routes, and now, calculating the distance, they are not far from the southern realms. With the proximity to the southern lands, some individuals within the group have begun to diverge from the main line, opting for a different route than that of El Hua and his companions. The first country we shall enter along this path is the Duchy of Baron, a small nation with which we are familiar and where we possess considerable influence. Riding alongside, Flairel approached, a smile gracing his face as he gazed upon the distant signs of habitation. I have already dispatched messengers. Upon reaching the next city, our people will come to assist and facilitate Lord Elha's settlement. Upon hearing this, Adair's expression sharpened. Has it been decided then? Indeed, this is the most suitable outcome. Flairel nodded in affirmation. Over the years, we have established a substantial presence in the Duchy of Baron. Once Lord Elhua arrives, he will immediately inherit all our family's assets there. Our preparations are thorough. He continued. Many years ago, to preempt today's circumstances, Lord Polia undertook significant efforts here. In the Duchy of Baron, we not only possess several small trading companies, but Lord Polia also holds an earldom and several estates. all of which are entailed for generations. With these holdings, even in the event of losing the northern territories, Lord Elha will retain his noble status and can commence a new life here with stability. Flarrell's countenance bore a relaxed smile as he spoke to Adair. Such phenomena are entirely commonplace. As nobles, particularly in this chaotic and perilous world, it is customary to maintain several contingencies to ensure the continuity of the family line in times of adversity, preventing total decline. If this is true for ordinary nobles, it is even more so for a prominent family like the Farkas. Lacking any backup would be rather unusual. Thus, Adair felt no surprise at this revelation, but rather countered with a question: what does Elha himself wish? He inquired, casting a glance at Flarrell. Following the rebellion in the north and the death of his father, the once buoyant Elha has sunk into despondency. The individuals within the procession appeared to share this sentiment. No matter how diminished Elha may be, he still possesses the legacy left by Count Polia, along with the formidable support of the Knights Fueler and Adair. For those noblemen who have lost their lords, he remains a significant ally. Thus, when an opportunity arises, they eagerly seek his favor, accompanying him in games and gambling, while each night, various women are willingly sent to his tent. Over the course of 2 months, Elha has become a mere shadow of himself, his previously average constitution now weakened further, as he increasingly succumbs to gambling and intoxication, living in a state of perpetual debauchery. Observing this decline, Adair, despite maintaining a facade of indifference, inwardly shakes his head. Elha possesses only mediocre capabilities, and his inherent will is fragile. Without the relentless supervision of Count Polia, he has indulged in excesses, failing to inherit even a fraction of the Countess' prowess. Not only Adair, but even Fueler, who had been steadfastly loyal to Count Polia, has completely lost faith in Elha, harboring no expectations or illusions, only wishing for him to live a life of quiet stability. When questioned by Adair, Fueler's expression revealed a resigned demeanor, choosing not to elaborate on the matter. In nearly a century of history, aside from our own established power, the Farkas family has many kin who have migrated south, where they hold considerable influence. Some have become nobles in other kingdoms, while others have established large trading caravans and guilds. Even I hold a title of Viscount within the Baran Kingdom. With our support, barring unforeseen circumstances, Lord Elha's future will be secure, allowing him to live out his days in carefree tranquility. Indeed, for Elha, such a life may not be so bad, Adair mused, standing quietly, listening to Fueler's account while gazing into the distance, remaining noncommittal. The caravan continued its slow progression. However, within the center of the procession, Adair's keen eyesight caught sight of a disheveled young woman emerging from Elha's carriage, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Witnessing this scene, Adair furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment for his former friend. In truth, relative to Lord Elha, you are the most vital figure for the entire Farkas family, Fueler remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Adair before sighing. The northern lands are lost, although the once thriving Farkas family has not entirely fallen from grace. It can no longer boast the strength it once had, remaining far from its former stature. Even if Elha were to change, restoring the family's former glory seems unlikely. The only glimmer of hope lies within you. Raising his hand, he continued from his mount. The power of sorcery is formidable. Legends speak of certain powerful sorcerers who can single-handedly lay waste to entire cities, an unimaginable force that mortals cannot withstand. Should you ascend to such heights, the Farkas family could not only reclaim its former splendor, but potentially surpass it. He smiled at Adair. Upon hearing this, Adair was taken aback for a moment, then offered a wry smile, choosing not to respond. Observing his demeanor, Fueler shook his head and added, "In truth, there is no need for you to venture far. All that is required is for you to become a wizard. This will benefit the entire Farkas family, including myself and Elha, and the advantages gained will undoubtedly surpass your expectations. To ensure that you can progress further on the path of wizardry, we shall all stand behind you in unwavering support." At this point, a glimmer of reverence appeared in his eyes, accompanied by a smile on his face. This has always been the tradition. The existence of wizards is not a secret among the great nobles. In the past, whenever a member of the Farkas family exhibited wizardly potential, all family members would rally to assist, enabling those with wizardly gifts to advance further. Even though we have now lost the north, our support for you shall not wane. Admittedly, it may diminish compared to former times, yet it should still prove to be of considerable assistance to you. Chapter 57, Duke Adair. As time gradually passed, Adair and his companions continued their journey southward. After several days, they arrived at a region where the surrounding landscape no longer resembled a desolate wilderness. Instead, they began to encounter other travelers and merchant caravans. Following these individuals along the rudimentary path, they soon reached the Duchy of Baron. At noon, leading the procession, Adio gazed into the distance. Ahead, a city loomed in the horizon, coalescing into a discernible point within his line of sight. The others in the party, lacking his keen vision, could not yet perceive the distant city, though they were not oblivious to the information circulating among them. Observing the increasing number of travelers ahead, smiles began to emerge among the group. Even El Hua, who had hitherto appeared despondent, emerged from the carriage with a faint smile gracing his features. In the distance, Flailer galloped swiftly towards them, addressing El Hua with urgency. Moments later, as the distance closed, Adier looked forward. There, a substantial caravan approached, comprising 100 or so individuals. Leading the charge was an elderly man clad in a black coat, riding swiftly towards Adier's group. A figure darted forth from behind Adier. Flailer, clad in armor and wearing a smile, greeted the oncoming elder. Vala, it has been far too long. Indeed, it had been quite some time. The elderly man, upon seeing Flailer, managed a slight smile, breaking his previously stern demeanor. They met at the center of their respective groups, dismounted swiftly, and embraced each other before proceeding to discuss other matters. I am already aware of the situation. What of Lord Polia and Amp, Apos, as child? Vala inquired, regarding Flailer with a hint of nostalgia. At the mention of El Hua, Flailer's expression darkened momentarily, and he replied, Lord El Hua is still resting in the carriage behind us. Noticing Flailer's countenance, Vala's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and he gradually turned his gaze towards Flailer's rear. His eyes, sharp and discerning, swept across the party until they landed upon Adier, causing his eyes to brighten with curiosity. Could this be? He asked, looking towards Flailer with an inquisitive tone. Indeed, Flailer affirmed with a nod. This is Adier, the child of Baron Ezelin, a most rare half-elf. Half-elf, Vala echoed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he fixated on Adier, as though he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Behind him, a middle-aged man in noble attire, who had been following closely, scrutinized Adier with fervent interest. Noticing this, Flailer interjected, And who might you be? Greetings, I am Sidru, the middle-aged nobleman said, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Ah, so you are Lord Sidru. As I gazed upon the middle-aged noble before me, a look of reverence and admiration suddenly graced Fueler's face. I never anticipated that Duke Aurier would send someone on this occasion. As descendants of wizards, the members of the Farkas family extend far beyond just Count Boria's lineage. The southern region serves as the true stronghold of the Farkas family, housing numerous branches, some of which are even mightier than that of Count Boria. Among them, Duke Aurier stands as the most formidable, governing a small principality with great power, surpassing even Count Boria, who originally ruled the northern territories. Hearing Fueler's words, a bitter smile emerged on Sidru's face. The bloodline of our ancestors has grown increasingly diluted over the ages. In the past century, the number of individuals with potential within our entire family has dwindled, making it imperative to cherish each one. Moreover, this time, not only do we have a family member present, but also a half-elf. At this juncture, a hint of joy appeared on Sidru's visage. As a half-elf, even if this child does not become a wizard, his offspring will at least have a 50% chance of possessing talent. Should he ascend to the status of a formal wizard, it is certain that his descendants will inherit wizardly capabilities for at least 3 generations, which holds significant importance for us. After conversing for a while, they left a group of individuals to escort the arriving nobles to the city for resettlement, retaining only a few, including Elhua and Adair. Lord Sidru, Adair approached with a gentle smile after a brief introduction. Name, Sidru Farkas. Strength, 5-4. Agility, 5-7. Constitution, 5-6. In the depths of his mind, the mechanical voice of the chip echoed once more, startling Adair. He recognized this man as a great knight. Although he was by no means Adair's match, he inspired a sense of solemnity within him. In the northern regions, there were only 2 known great knights. Yet upon arriving in the south, he encountered one, leaving Adair somewhat astonished. Of course, it is also plausible that Duke Aurier, for the sake of security, had intentionally dispatched a great knight. Lord Boria should have informed you that upon your arrival in the southern kingdoms, you would be under the care of Duke Aurier. Observing Adair and Apos' demeanor, Sidru smiled, appearing quite pleased with him. That you are a descendant of Lord Boria, you are equally our kin. In terms of relations, Duke Aurier is also your uncle. You may rest assured in coming to our abode. Standing nearby, Fueler fell into a contemplative silence, before finally responding. I shall reside in the barren principality with Elha. There is no need to worry about us. In that case, I entrust the two of you to your care. Adair replied sincerely, maintaining his smile. Upon hearing this, both Vala and Sidru exchanged smiles, silently breathing a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Elhoa, standing beside Adair, seemed to have been overlooked by those present, quietly remaining to the side without the slightest opportunity to interject. His complexion was pallid, and his steps somewhat unsteady as he stood silently beside Adair, with a hint of reluctance gleaming in the depths of his gaze. Throughout this scene, Adair couldn't and Apos, help but sigh, yet he remained reticent. From the moment the northern realm fell, Elhua and Apos' identity had irrevocably transformed. He was no longer the resplendent heir of the north but merely an ordinary noble. Were it not for his connection to Adair, he wouldn't even possess the right to stand here and listen. After ensuring Elhua's accommodation, Adair accompanied Fueler and others to the southern realm of Duke Allier. Half a month later, amidst a bustling city, Adair arrived at a grand palace. Nearby, Vala and Sidru stood quietly, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man appeared ahead. He was a tall figure with an imposing demeanor, somewhat robust, clad in a blue leather attire, who approached Adair. Lord Allier, came a chorus of voices from beside him. Upon seeing the middle-aged gentleman, Vala and Sidru promptly responded, revealing the identity of the man before them to Adair. You are Adair? He regarded Adair, his stern countenance softening into a genial smile as he inquired. In response, Adair displayed a hint of nervousness and awkwardness, nodding slightly as he replied, yes. Observing his demeanor, Allier maintained his warm smile and spoke kindly to Adair. After conversing for a while, Adair and Apos' initial apprehension gradually dissipated, and he appeared much more at ease. It was at this juncture that he rose, retrieving a letter from his breast. This is a letter from Uncle Polia for you. He extended the letter as he spoke. Allier's expression momentarily faltered upon seeing the letter, before he composed himself, accepting it from Adair and standing still to read. Adair had previously perused this letter, which primarily contained detailed intelligence regarding the Northern Realm and the reasons for its downfall, with little else of significance. At the conclusion of the letter, special mention was made of Adair and Elhua, requesting that they be looked after, due to his grievous injuries sustained before his demise. The handwriting was somewhat hasty, yet it remained legible. Duke Allier swiftly concluded his reading, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow inevitably crossed his gaze, though he skillfully concealed it from prying eyes. I am aware of Polia's requests, he stated, addressing Adair, his face revealing no sign of unusual emotion. Regarding the matter of the sorcerers, I presume Polia has already briefed you. Seeing Adair nod, Allier continued. The fleet of distant sorcerers arrives here every year to collect apprentices from various sorcerer families, transporting them to another continent. Calculating the time, there remain 2 to 3 months until the arrival of the wizard fleet. Your life may seem unsatisfactory, and I am here to unveil the mystery. This author has completed a 1,000,000-word novel, and their integrity is assured. Upon perusal, I found the prose to be quite remarkable. Albeit the overall style leans more towards the realm of the second dimension, which might not appeal to the average reader. For those who appreciate this particular style, I encourage you to express your support. Chapter 58. Excess in the early morning, sunlight illuminated the earth. In a spacious room, a handsome young man sat quietly on a wooden chair, engrossed in a book. His reading pace was remarkably swift, almost akin to the speed of flipping through the pages, raising doubts about whether he could truly comprehend the content within. The mechanical voice of a chip echoed in his mind as he completed his reading, transmission commencing. Once he finished the book, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, swiftly embedding itself in his memory. Shaking his head to dispel the momentary disorientation caused by the transmission, he picked up another book, swiftly leafing through its pages. Before he realized it, he had perused all the books laid out on the wooden table. That will suffice for today, he mused, gazing at the nearly depleted bookshelf. A sense of days washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, over a month had slipped by since his arrival here. During this time, he had not been entirely idle. Situated in a bustling southern region, the Duke of Allier's collection of books far surpassed that of Count Polia, containing numerous rare volumes and precious materials that, if fully displayed, could construct several small libraries. Such collections epitomize the essence of nobility, symbolizing both strength and history. Drawing from his previous life as a researcher, Ariel possessed a greater capacity to endure solitude than most, finding joy amidst the coldness of books and knowledge. This attitude, coupled with the formidable learning ability bestowed by the chip, enabled him to voraciously consume the text before him over the past month. Gently organizing the array of books on the table, Ariel then examined his physical attributes. Name: Ariel Farkas. Strength: 10. 1. Agility: 9. 9. Constitution: 10. 2. The body has reached its physical limits. The cold voice of the chip resonated in his mind. After more than a month, under the influence of the residual red crystal core, his physical prowess had finally attained its current zenith, reaching a state where further enhancement was impossible. As for that red crystal core, it had been depleted long ago. Reflecting on this, Ariel felt a tinge of helplessness. He picked up his longsword from the table and exited the room, making his way to a nearby open area. This was the training ground specially prepared for him by the Duke of Allyre, complete with various training equipment and dedicated servants attending to his needs, providing an exceptional level of care. Moreover, the Duke had previously mentioned that should Ariel desire, he could even summon a knight to serve as his sparring partner. An extravagant offer that seemed somewhat excessive. The so-called sword testing involves deliberately seeking out individuals to strike, employing the human form as a means of practice. This not only enhances a knight's familiarity with human anatomy, but also allows for the honing of certain esoteric techniques. It is said that some ancient lethal arts necessitate the use of flesh and blood during their practice, and there are knights who derive pleasure from such murderous training. Although Adair does not consider himself a virtuous man, he would not descend to such madness without cause. However, despite his refusal of these proposals, the support from Duke Aurier is evident, not to say it is boundless, but certainly substantial. Quietly making his way to the center of the training ground, Adair slowly unsheathed the longsword from his waist. The blade, forged from black steel, was drawn with deliberate slowness, gripped firmly in his hand, and then thrust forward at an angle, initiating his daily training regimen. With upward slashes, direct thrusts, and forward sweeps, a series of fundamental movements flowed seamlessly from Adair's hands, devoid of the clumsiness often displayed by others during their training. Before long, Adair concluded this session, standing still to sense the changes within his body, a satisfied nod escaping him. The swordplay before him, though fundamentally basic, had been reanalyzed and reconstructed through the formidable analytical prowess of a chip, resulting in a technique most suited to the human form. Compared to the past, this newly streamlined swordsmanship not only required less exertion, but also minimized the potential for harm. This was largely thanks to the unwavering support of Duke Aurier. With such backing, the once precious troves of information, encompassing knightly breathing techniques and esteemed advanced sword arts, were made readily accessible to Adair. It is through the accumulated knowledge of a principality spanning centuries that Adair could gather sufficient foundational data for analysis and extrapolation. Yet for Adair, such resources were of little immediate utility, rather suited for the future cultivation of knights. He shook his head, contemplating this notion. After a moment and pause, as if recalling something, he stepped to a corner, raised the longsword with his right hand, and slowly brought it down towards his left arm. This strike was executed without excessive force. The sword gently descended, guided by gravity, producing a faint sound as it sliced through the air. Adair felt a slight sting in his left arm, which quickly dissipated, as if it had never occurred. Upon retracting the sword, he examined his left arm, where a faint scar was visible, yet it swiftly vanished as the sword was withdrawn. Have I truly reached this point? He mused aloud. Although this strike was delivered with minimal force, the sharpness of the black steel sword could have severed the arm of another with ease. Yet upon striking his own flesh, it merely left a fleeting red mark. This was the result of having achieved a comprehensive physical quality of 10. This was not merely an enhancement of strength and speed, but also an augmentation of defensive capabilities and recuperative powers, rendering him effectively superhuman. In a vast and desolate plain, the formidable warrior, Adair, commanded the chip within his mind to simulate the outcome of a direct confrontation with a 100-strong battalion, comprised predominantly of the Black Knights. Standing resolutely, Adair's figure was the first to be conjured by the simulation. Before him, an army of 100 charged forward. Observing the advancing forces, Adair's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotion, as he drew his longsword and surged ahead. The blades of the soldiers clashed against him, apart from a few formidable strikes. Most merely grazed his skin, failing to inflict significant harm, and were swiftly dealt with. His speed was remarkable, and his efficiency in dispatching foes was unparalleled, with a soldier falling every few seconds. Even when surrounded, he effortlessly broke through their ranks, eliminating them one by one. Before long, The skirmish concluded with Adair emerging victorious, his body scarcely bearing any substantial injuries. Sensing the end of this simulated battle, he proceeded to adjust the parameters, increasing the adversary's numbers by another 100. This time, while he triumphed once more, the effort was markedly more strenuous, lacking the grace and composure of his prior performance. As the numbers swelled to 300, Adair still claimed victory, albeit with a cost. With each escalation in opposition, the struggle intensified, and by the time the battalion exceeded 500, his victories grew precarious. After several simulations, the outcomes varied. Either he emerged with a Pyrrhic victory or was overwhelmed after dispatching the majority of the enemy. When facing such overwhelming numbers, even Adair's remarkable speed could not evade every strike, despite his formidable strength, capable of vanquishing multiple foes with each swing. He was still susceptible to the onslaught of weaponry raining upon him. His defenses and regenerative abilities, though potent, risked being exhausted under such relentless assault, making victory increasingly elusive. It appeared that the limits of a great knight were being tested. Reflecting on the simulated results, Adair shook his head, acknowledging that this was but a rough approximation. Serving merely as a reference for estimation, the reality of battle was far more intricate. Factors such as weaponry, armor, terrain, and the proficiency of the soldiers would deeply influence the actual outcomes. Not every soldier belonged to the elite ranks of the Black Knights under Arcadia, equipped with superior weaponry and armor. In ordinary circumstances, a battalion of 500 Black Knights could likely secure an effortless victory against even numerically superior forces. Should a true clash occur with the Black Knights, the opposing side would undoubtedly employ ranged weaponry against a knight of Adair's caliber. Moreover, Adair would not foolishly engage in a frontal assault. Rather, he would leverage his individual mobility and stealth to diminish the enemy's strength. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Adair shook his head, sheathed his sword, and began to walk away into the distance. Chapter 59. The Fleet. The annual extraordinary time is swiftly approaching. As time elapses, the arrival of the distant wizard fleet draws ever closer. In the early morning, at a bustling port, Adair stands silently, gazing at the increasingly sparse vessels and merchants in the distance. Beside him, Sidru and Vara stand quietly, their expressions betraying a hint of tension and unease as they observe the distant fleet. This is the largest port along the southern coast, a unique haven where the wizard fleet docks each year. Due to the influence of the wizards, it has developed into a distinct safe harbor, untouched by the ravages of war and conflict. Over the centuries, this port has flourished. Each year, wizarding families from across the continent send their kin, endowed with magical potential, to this place, embarking on journeys to distant lands. A week has passed, and by the reckoning of time, today is the day. Sidru's voice breaks the silence, addressing Adair. Duke Aurier holds Adair in high esteem. Although unable to attend in person, he has dispatched Sidru and Vara, accompanied by a retinue, to accompany Adair. Observing the somewhat stiff demeanor of those beside him, Adair smiles, exuding an air of calm and composure, devoid of any signs of nervousness. He scans his surroundings. The area they occupy has long been cleared, and although many stand nearby, none are ordinary. Rather, they are outsiders akin to Adair. These are members of wizarding families, a testament to their lineage and strength, indicating that their ancestors were once formidable wizards. With a casual glance, Adair identifies several noteworthy individuals. To his left, a haughty blonde youth stands adorned in opulent attire, bedecked with several gemstone rings that mark him as no ordinary person. Beside this blonde youth is a red-haired maiden, seemingly in her late teens, her expression aloof. She carries a striking green longbow on her back, suggesting her exceptional nature. These two are the most conspicuous figures present. Beyond them, numerous others from various families are present, their depths unknown. The blonde youth, named Andrew, has just come of age and is a prince from a southern kingdom, having been recognized from birth for his wizarding talent and subsequently indulged by his parents, resulting in his proud demeanor. Observing Adair's movements, Sidru remarks, as for that red-haired maiden, she too is the daughter of a hereditary noble. Both individuals are supported by top-tier aristocracy, placing them among the highest echelons of status here. He pauses briefly before adding with a smile, "Of course, Adair, you need not fear them. You are a member of the Farkas family, backed by the unwavering support of Duke Allier. While our lineage may not rival that of the two illustrious families, it certainly holds its own merit." He patted Adiel on the shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, the support you require will be delivered promptly and without deficiency. Once you have journeyed to the new continent, feel free to send us your needs, and we shall endeavor to meet your requests." After these words, Adiel nodded, and a smile graced Sidru's face as he began to elucidate the backgrounds of those present. He recounted the families that had arrived, their histories and traditions, as well as the apprentices they had sent along, providing Adiel with a comprehensive understanding of the current situation. Adiel listened intently, occasionally posing questions of his own. As he prepared to enter this unfamiliar environment, it was prudent to familiarize himself with those around him to avoid any potential pitfalls. At last, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, a faint murmur of conversation arose, only to quickly dissipate into silence. Everyone in Apos' gaze turned towards the horizon, where a massive black ship was slowly approaching across the boundless sea, appearing no different from a typical cargo vessel. However, as the ship drew nearer, the countenance of many present grew grave, casting a solemn and oppressive atmosphere over the scene. As the great vessel glided towards the harbor, an unsettling warning echoed in Adiel's mind. Unknown distortion field detected. Startled, he fixated on the ship as a flicker of anticipation sparked in his eyes. Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, the black ship finally docked, and figures began to emerge from within. Dozens of individuals clad in black robes disembarked, their expressions vacant as they surveyed their surroundings with an air of indifference. Among them were several black-clad knights who stood stoically at the forefront, wielding massive swords and enveloped in dark attire. "They have arrived," murmured voices filled the air. In that moment, Adiel observed a fleeting blend of anxiety and complexity on the faces of those around him, prompting many to hasten toward the front. Having been forewarned of the fleet's arrival, the area had been meticulously cleared. Though vessels remained docked, the vicinity was largely deserted, with all having temporarily vacated the space. "Lord Alaron," a voice rang out from the crowd. Adiel turned his gaze forward, where a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe emerged, flanked by the black-clad knights. His countenance was impassive, marked by signs of age and wrinkles, as he strode purposefully toward the center of the gathering, eliciting a chorus of hushed whispers from the onlookers. As the figure clad in gray robes made his appearance, the representatives dispatched by various families wore faint smiles, approaching this enigmatic individual. "Enough, step aside," Alain remarked with a hint of impatience, surveying the throng of representatives encroaching upon him. "Is every apprentice from the respective families present?" With his words, the faces of those who had hurried forward paled, and they halted in their tracks, seemingly affected by an unseen force. Unknown radiation field detected. The alert from the chip resonated swiftly in his mind. Upon receiving this information, Adair cast a penetrating glance towards the approaching Alain, remaining silent in place. At the very moment the latter spoke, Adair sensed a subtle tremor in the fabric of space, which distinctly impacted those nearby. To be chosen as a representative from a wizarding family, those who had advanced to greet Alain were undoubtedly formidable, with several possessing knightly prowess. Yet, in a fleeting instant, they were all subdued by the mysterious figure. This revelation ignited a spark of anticipation in Adair, deepening his curiosity about the power wielded by wizards. Chapter 60. Testing. It appears that the only individuals present for this test are those standing before me. Alaron, dressed in a black robe, remarked with a furrowed brow as he surveyed the surroundings. "Alaron, we may commence," a voice from behind declared coldly, under the watchful eyes of Adair and others. A frail old man clad in gray emerged from the midst of the black-robed figures, his expression as icy as his gaze, surveying the crowd with indifference. He bore an austere demeanor, his emaciated form reminiscent of a man who had lived for ages, yet his eyes sparkled with a sharpness and detachment. "Krisu, you have also descended," Alaron acknowledged without surprise, nodding slightly. "Let us proceed." At the behest of two gray-robed individuals, the assembly began to move. Under Adair and Apos' scrutiny, the participants gradually advanced, halting at the designated spot. "Apprentices participating in the test, come forth." A booming voice resonated from the front. A black-robed knight stepped forward, his countenance devoid of warmth as he shouted at the gathering. In response to his command, a number of young boys and girls began to emerge from the crowd, making their way toward the knight. "Go ahead," Sidru murmured to Adair, who nodded in agreement and moved with the throng. As he approached the forefront, he took the opportunity to observe those around him. The group was rather small, consisting of only a handful of individuals, most appearing barely of age, with few showing signs of advanced years. Among them, the youngest was a girl who seemed no older than 11 or 12, clad in a red dress. Despite the multitude of unfamiliar faces surrounding her, she displayed no sign of anxiety, her expression as frigid as ice, devoid of the innocence and charm characteristic of her age. As time passed swiftly, The apprentices formed a line under the stern admonitions of the black-robed figures. Among them were Andrew and the red-haired girl, positioned prominently near the front, which Adair had previously noted. "Name?" The cold voice rang out from the forefront. Krisu, resembling a skeletal figure, addressed a nearby boy with an unyielding gaze. Leon, the boy stammered, betraying his nerves, fear flickering in his eyes. 15? Krisu casually remarked, casting a brief glance at the boy before resuming his writing, seemingly recording essential information. "Step down." His voice, cold and hoarse, sent a shiver through the air. Upon hearing this, the boy exhaled in relief and quickly retreated, a trace of apprehension lingering in his expression. "Name?" The familiar voice continued, Krisu's gaunt figure now targeting Andrew directly. "Andrew," a confident voice resounded from the front. Andrew, with his golden hair and a confident smile, stood there like a proud lion, seemingly disregarding the sorcerer before him. "Well, 18, proceed," came the indifferent voice, laced with a hint of nonchalance. Angered by such a dismissive attitude, Andrew instinctively felt a surge of frustration. However, he was soon ensnared by a pair of cold, piercing eyes. A chill ran through him, and a flicker of trepidation compelled him to retreat hastily. The procedure appeared to be merely a means of confirming the ages and basic details of the apprentices, advancing with remarkable swiftness until it was now Adair and Apos' turn. "Name?" The familiar question resonated once more. "Adair," he calmly announced, standing still in place. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Unknown radiation field detected surrounding the subject. At that moment, a sensation of being scrutinized washed over him, keenly perceived by Adair's sharp instincts. A faint note of surprise escaped the lips of the gray-robed elder. He slightly lifted his gaze, his sharp, icy eyes locking onto Adair. Upon noticing Adair's slightly pointed ears and silvery hair, a glimmer of interest ignited within him. Adair, 14 years old, he spoke softly after a brief pause, uttering no further words. Hearing this, Adair internally acknowledged the result. Nearly a year had elapsed since his arrival in this world, and indeed, his physical age was accurately 14. However, this was merely in terms of the corporeal. When accounting for the age of his soul, spanning 3 lifetimes, the number was undoubtedly far greater. This indicated that the assessment was confined to the physical realm, not delving into the depths of the soul, which eased Adair's mind considerably. Yet, the examination was far from over. In another corner, another gray-robed figure stood at a distance, poised to conduct assessments for the apprentices. In contrast to the mere age verification here, the evaluations on that side bore significant weight, potentially determining the lifelong achievements of an apprentice. Contemplating this, Adair inhaled deeply and began to walk slowly toward the distant figure. "I have concluded my part. You may commence," came the cold, raspy voice of Claris from afar. Nodding, Alaron turned to the approaching Claris and replied, "Then let us begin." As he spoke, he quietly rose to his feet, though his slender frame was not imposing. It captivated the attention of all present in that moment. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Alaron produced a black crystal. This circular gem, roughly the size of a human head, contained profound power, resembling the eye of some colossal creature. It was the eye of the underworld beast, though it was regrettably nearing complete destruction. Gazing at the circular crystal in his hand and feeling the power within, Alarion remarked with a hint of awe. "Had it not been so severely damaged, it would have been impossible for us 2 apprentice wizards to bring it out." Beside him, Chrysis's voice continued. "One must understand that a complete eye of the underworld beast is an invaluable treasure worth no less than 10,000 magic stones. Now, let us dispense with the trivialities and commence," Alarion declared as he gently placed the black crystal upon the wooden table, addressing those around him. Chapter 61. Qualifications. As a voice gently resonated, the already tense atmosphere around became even more solemn, exuding a sense of oppression. Under the guidance of the figure clad in black, the surrounding apprentices gradually advanced, forming an orderly queue. Their expressions were marked by anxiety, with the exception of a few. Most wore taut faces, their hearts heavy with gravity and trepidation. "Step forward," Arelon and Apos' voice echoed ahead, addressing the line of apprentices. At the forefront, a brown-haired youth, seemingly on the cusp of adulthood, took a deep breath and swiftly approached. "Place your hand upon this crystal," the familiar voice continued. As Arelon gestured toward the apprentice before him, obeying the command, the young man promptly placed his hand upon the crystal orb before him. "Close your eyes and attune your senses." Ethereal whispers began to fill the air, carrying a strong undertone of suggestion that reached the apprentice's ears. Under the gaze of those around him, the previously tense countenance of the brown-haired youth gradually softened, his eyes slowly closing as if he were silently reciting an incantation. As time trickled by, subtle changes began to manifest within the depths of the black crystal sphere. With the passage of moments, a faint light emerged from the profound darkness. Flickering like a fragile candle flame, yet undeniably real, easily discernible against the obsidian surface of the crystal. First-class qualification. Erelon's voice broke the silence, tinged with a palpable sense of disappointment as he observed the faint glow. Step aside. After a brief interval, noticing that the young man before him had yet to respond, Erelon waved his hand. Two figures in black swiftly approached, unceremoniously escorting the youth away. In an instant, the sound of his body colliding with the ground echoed through the air. Erelon's expression remained impassive. Next, at his command, the apprentices behind hurriedly stepped forward, initiating their own tests, much like the previous individual. Seizing the opportunity while the others were engaged, Adair cast his gaze into the distance. As the apprentices undertook their evaluations, the members of the wizarding families in the background continued to pace, their expressions equally fraught with anxiety and unease, suggesting that their tension rivaled that of the apprentices. Among them, Adair spotted Sidru and Vala, their faces equally anxious as they observed him from afar, their restless movements betraying their concern. Witnessing this scene, a sigh escaped Adair's lips. Prior to his arrival, Duke Allier had provided him with extensive insights regarding wizards, with a primary focus on the significance of a wizard's qualifications. The term wizard qualifications refers to an inherent talent that can profoundly influence a wizard and Apos' future accomplishments, rendering it immensely important. With this thought in mind, Adair returned his attention to the front, where the individual currently undergoing testing was none other than Prince Andrew, a golden-haired scion from a distant kingdom. In stark contrast to the nervousness exhibited by others, he appeared to be brimming with confidence, his countenance not displaying the slightest hint of tension or seriousness, but rather radiating assurance, as if he were already privy to the outcome of the test. Of course, given his family's esteemed lineage and background, it was entirely possible that he had indeed undergone a private assessment beforehand. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, the black crystal before him emitted a brilliant luminescence, far surpassing that of the previous candidates. Observing this result, the members of the Andrew family, stationed at a distance, collectively exhaled in relief. As a powerful family governing a principality, they possessed the means to gauge an individual and Apos' potential. However, they often encountered unexpected outcomes, yielding only approximate results, with the possibility of errors looming large. Thus, witnessing the final result, a considerable weight lifted from their hearts, leaving them invigorated. Indeed, a third-tier aptitude had been confirmed. From afar, sensing the outcome, Alaron was somewhat taken aback, regarding Andrew with a hint of admiration. "You may stand behind me," he instructed. In response, Andrew and Apos' face brightened with a confident smile as he strode forward, exuding an air of pride. He certainly had the credentials to be proud. The aptitude of a wizard is a crucial standard, with each rank affording different privileges. A third-tier aptitude is remarkably commendable, with sufficient diligence, even without familial support. There exists a 1 in 10 chance of ascending to the rank of a formal wizard. In comparison to the meager advancement probabilities of others, this figure is indeed notable, warranting the designation of genius. In the distance, whispers of astonishment began to circulate upon hearing this news. A multitude of envious, jealous, and exhilarated gazes converged upon Andrew, further illuminating his radiant smile. Observing the scene closely, Adair shook his head. Thus far, 10 apprentices had been tested, 7 with first-tier aptitude, 2 with second-tier, and only Andrew with third-tier. Truly, this was. He shook his head, appearing somewhat resigned. After a brief moment, under his watchful gaze, a red-haired girl bearing a light green longbow approached for her test. A gleaming radiance slowly emanated from the black crystal, and the girl, named Cities, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She too possessed third-tier aptitude, seemingly surpassing Andrew in strength, and was similarly beckoned to stand behind the two robed figures. Although the pace of the testing was not particularly swift, it was steady, and soon it was Adair's turn to step forward. Without uttering a word, he advanced and placed his hand upon the black crystal. A unique sensation began to emanate from his palm, imbued with a distinctive warmth that gradually enveloped his entire being. As he closed his eyes, Alaron's voice drifted into his ears, gradually penetrating the depths of his mind, causing Adair's consciousness to blur. Detecting an unidentified radiation field, The entity registered a strong hallucinogenic effect on the subject. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed within his mind, jolting Adair's previously drowsy awareness into clarity. With the peak physical prowess of a grand knight, he exhibited a remarkable resilience against the power of the gray-robed figure before him, feeling merely a hint of fatigue, far from being completely overwhelmed. At that moment, the awakening facilitated by the chip revitalized him instantaneously. Standing still, Adair contemplated briefly before relinquishing his mental resistance. Allowing the enigmatic force to gradually envelop him, an ethereal sensation washed over him, akin to the disorienting experience within a dream, accompanied by a sense of isolation and loss. Amidst this haze, Adair beheld a profound expanse of sky, shrouded in deep gray mist, while stars twinkled around him, casting their luminous glow upon him. Fourth-tier aptitude. A voice exclaimed, shattering the fog of his reverie, echoing in his ears. Adair opened his eyes to the sight before him. The once ominous black crystal now radiated with brilliance, its glow dispelling the surrounding darkness, appearing exceedingly resplendent. Before him, Alaron's expression shifted. Surprise etched upon his features as he regarded Adair. So, you are a half-elf? A flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes, revealing a keen interest in Adair. As he marveled, a fourth-tier aptitude half-elf, truly a rarity. The blending of elven and human blood often births genuine prodigies. Such aptitude, while astonishing, was not entirely unforeseen. From behind, a raspy voice emerged, tinged with a hint of astonishment. You two should join me behind. Observing Adair, Alaron's demeanor softened, addressing him with unexpected warmth. In response, Adair nodded with a tranquil visage, gradually making his way to the rear of the two gray-robed figures. In contrast to the mere 1/10 chance of advancing from a third-tier aptitude, the prospects for a fourth-tier aptitude were significantly more favorable, nearly reaching a 50% likelihood. This indicated that Adair and Apos' future held a solid chance of ascending to the rank of a formal sorcerer, barring unforeseen circumstances, a matter of considerable import. Moreover, this represented the pinnacle of aptitude theoretically attainable among ordinary individuals. As for the elusive fifth-tier aptitude, it was a rarity exclusive to the progeny of formidable sorcerers, never to be found among the common folk. Adair, too, was taken aback by his own aptitude. Prior to arriving here, he had gleaned much knowledge about sorcerers from Duke Allier. Sorceress aptitude was exceedingly rare. Even the lowest first-tier aptitude was seldom seen within sorceress families. While fourth-tier aptitude was exceptionally scarce, often not manifesting even once in several years within a continent, an undeniable testament to its rarity. The occurrence of such a precious aptitude in Adair himself was nothing short of astonishing. The lineage of the half-elf undoubtedly contributes to his aptitude as a sorcerer. Yet there must be other factors at play to reach such a level. If we consider the strength of the soul alone, my 3 lifetimes of reincarnation have endowed me with a soul that surpasses that of an ordinary individual. This may have fortified the innate potential of this body, resulting in the current state of affairs. Furthermore, the crystals acquired in the previous world, if they not only reinforced the body but also enhanced other attributes, could have potentially influenced my capabilities to a significant degree. Though his mind raced with thoughts, he maintained an expression of calmness, standing quietly behind Alaron, alongside the 2 others who had previously stood with him. In the distance, a wave of excited whispers surged, drawing collective attention towards Adair. Among the crowd, Adair spotted Sidru and Vala, who regarded him with fervent admiration. Surrounding them, members of other sorcerer families gazed at Adair with equally fervent interest. As a member of a sorcerer lineage, Adair held great allure for them. Possessing a fourth-tier aptitude as a half-elf, Adair stands a considerable chance of ascending to the rank of a formal sorcerer in the future. Once he attains this status as a half-elf, his offspring within 3 generations will inherit sorceress aptitude, and the proportion of descendants with such capabilities will undoubtedly increase, presenting an irresistible prospect for the sorcerer families present. Chapter 62. The voyage time trickled by imperceptibly. As the final apprentice concluded their examination, Alaron rose and surveyed the 3 individuals behind him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Those under the age of 18 who have been promoted to first-tier apprentices may step forward." As his words resonated, a ripple of reaction coursed through the crowd, yet none chose to approach. Observing this lack of response, Alaron felt no surprise. His inquiry had been somewhat rhetorical, devoid of any expectations for these apprentices. "You shall have a half-day of free action, returning to the ship promptly this evening. We depart immediately," Alaron stated, his expression impassive as he turned towards the vessel, disregarding the mixed emotions of excitement and disappointment among the apprentices. As Alaron and his companions departed, the black-robed knight moved away as well, seemingly preparing to guard the ship. Only then did the members of the sorcerer families dare to approach, each seeking their respective apprentices. Adil. The somewhat exhilarated voice of Sidru reached his ears. Adil looked up to see Sidru and Vala rapidly approaching, their knightly speed evident in an instant. The excitement and exhilaration were palpable on their faces as they reached Adil. There was indeed ample reason for their enthusiasm. As a member of the Farkas family, Adil's aptitude had genuinely astonished them. "Let us depart," Adil said with a gentle smile. "This is hardly a suitable place for conversation." Sidru glanced around, suppressing his excitement, and nodded in agreement. With approximately half a day remaining before the ship's voyage, they swiftly left the area under the watchful protection of the surrounding guards, making their way to the location where they had previously resided. There, Sidru and Vala engaged Adil in numerous discussions. It was not until the onset of the night that they finally exited their lodgings and arrived at the dock where the ship awaited. "Be cautious once you arrive," Sidru advised, his demeanor having calmed after some time. "Lord Arya will surely be pleased to learn of your situation." "I hope so," Adil replied. As the appointed hour drew near, apprentices began boarding the vessel in succession. Observing this, Adil made no further delay and followed the throng onto the ship. After the last apprentice had embarked, Alaron checked the time and nodded approvingly. "Excellent. No one is tardy. Let us proceed." As his voice faded, the ship's door closed slowly. Moments later, the vessel began to move, charting a course into the unknown expanse. At this juncture, Alaron and Krisu were no longer discernible, leaving only a solitary black-robed knight behind, occupied with various tasks. "Andrew, Sisti, Adil," he casually mentioned the names of the three individuals, directing them. "You shall reside on this level. The rest, follow me," he casually remarked and led the remaining apprentices to the lower levels. It was evident that the accommodations were allocated based on potential. Among the group, Adair, along with his two companions, possessed the highest potential and were thus assigned to the mid-tier of the ship, while the other apprentices were uniformly designated to the lower level. As the surrounding apprentices gradually departed, only Andrew and Sistra remained beside Adair. Observing the two, Adair greeted them. "I recognize you, a member of the Farkas family." In response to Adair's gesture, Andrew's face broke into a radiant smile, his golden hair accentuating his charm. "I am Andrew." Sistra, on the other hand, displayed no expression and spoke directly, her voice imbued with a distant, unwelcoming demeanor. This was not a deliberate attitude but rather a product of her nature and habit. Even when addressing Adair, her tone remained unchanged. Adair, however, took no offense. In his extensive experience, Sistra appeared merely as a young girl, and thus he felt no aversion. Overall, both individuals exhibited a measure of goodwill toward Adair, a talent of fourth-tier qualifications, making communication less challenging than anticipated. After conversing for a while, Adair gained a preliminary understanding of the two. Andrew exhibited a proud and self-assured personality, with a strong sense of self-esteem, yet being born into royalty. He displayed the basic etiquette and emotional intelligence expected of nobility. His willingness to befriend Adair was evident as he extended clear gestures of goodwill. Conversely, Sistra, despite her noble lineage, seemed considerably less adept in the realm of social interactions. She spoke sparingly and her tone lacked emotional resonance, rendering her somewhat taciturn. With a gentle creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing the interior of the room. The space was quite spacious. Although it was aboard a ship, the decor was commendable, comparable to the environment Adair had previously inhabited. While prolonged sailing could induce seasickness, Adair's current level, being closer to the bottom of the vessel, mitigated this concern. He entered his chamber, hung his sword beside him, and promptly closed the door. Half a month later, to Adair's astonishment, the ship gradually docked at a port. Outside, Alaron and Krisu disembarked, seemingly preparing to conduct assessments for another group. "Are you surprised?" In the distance, Andrew approached, his familiar radiant smile gracing his face. Despite its unremarkable exterior, this vessel was specially crafted for wizards, allegedly imbued with magical power during its construction, resulting in remarkable speed during its voyages. He stood there, contemplating, and then remarked, "According to the records of my family, although we shall make several stops at various ports along the way, the journey from our departure to our ultimate destination typically requires no more than 3 months. It has already been half a month." The notion was truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Adair could not suppress a sigh, marveling at the power of the wizards. He had previously perused accounts and books stating that traversing from the original continent to the realm of the wizards, by sea, would take no less than 3 or 4 years. Despite the fact that the vessel beneath their feet was specifically dispatched by the wizards to retrieve apprentices, and was undoubtedly swifter than an ordinary ship, Adair had anticipated that the journey would require at least half a year. He was taken aback to learn that it would only take 3 months. Such speed indeed exceeded Adair's imagination, awakening within him a burgeoning curiosity for research. Look, another group of apprentices is arriving. Andrew's voice continued to resonate beside him. Adair turned his gaze to the distance where a throng of apprentices waited, their faces revealing a mixture of apprehension and anxiety as they prepared for testing by Alan and others, reminiscent of their previous demeanor. According to my father, the routes taken by the wizards' vessels to collect apprentices vary each year, Andrew stated while observing the apprentices from the deck, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Though the fleet arrives annually, the course they navigate changes each year. In this maritime expanse, there are 3 distinct routes. Aside from our continent, which serves as a fixed stronghold, the other locations are only visited once every 3 years. This implies that those before us have likely waited here for at least 3 years. A trace of scorn and pity surfaced in Andrew's expression as he spoke. Then why do the wizards not dispatch more fleets? Adair inquired, puzzled. Because it is not worthwhile, Andrew replied, shaking his head. Adair, the area we inhabit is referred to as an archipelago in the realm of wizards. Within this sea, the number of islets is nearly incalculable. Even our continent is merely regarded as a somewhat larger isle by the wizards. Among these isles, the bloodlines of our noble families predominantly reside on the continents, rendering them far superior compared to the countless lesser isles. As he spoke, he gestured toward the distant port and the apprentices, those apprentices awaiting their tests. Save for a scant few who are descendants of local wizard apprentices, are primarily ordinary individuals selected from the masses, and they cannot possibly be compared to us. Upon hearing this, Adair nodded in understanding. The likelihood of an ordinary individual becoming a wizard apprentice was not only minimal, but the vast majority of their qualifications were exceedingly weak, rendering them unable to compete with those born into wizarding families, and thus, they were naturally undervalued. In truth, if one's ancestors do not possess the bloodline of a formal sorcerer, then among ordinary individuals, even if one possesses the potential to become a sorcerer, it is typically limited to a first-class aptitude. Second-class aptitude is already deemed the caliber of an extraordinary genius. The emergence of talents like Andrew, with a third-class aptitude, is nearly inconceivable. Contemplating this, Adair gazed into the distance. Unlike his cohort, this group of apprentices had no time to linger. After completing their assessments, they immediately boarded the ship without a moment's pause. Adair cast a casual glance at them. Among the 7 apprentices boarding, each countenance bore a subtle hint of disappointment and dejection, reflecting Andrew and Apo's earlier sentiments that the test results were rather unsatisfactory. Chapter 63, Credentials more than 2 months later. As the scenery rapidly receded before his eyes, Adair stood quietly on the deck, gazing into the distance. Behind him, a group of apprentices stood in silence, gathered closely together. Compared to the time when Adair first boarded the ship, the vessel was now populated by many more individuals. Over the span of 2 months, the ship had docked at numerous locations, each time acquiring apprentices. Some places welcomed 7 or 8, while others had merely 3 or 4, all of whom were brought aboard, thereby increasing the number of apprentices on the ship. However, as Andrew had previously remarked, among these later arrivals, only a scant few possessed exceptional qualifications. Out of more than 100, merely 1 apprentice with third-tier qualifications had emerged, ultimately assigned to Adair's vicinity. This is the last stop, after we pass this place. In a few days, we shall reach our destination, Andrew said, holding a cup of fruit wine, his expression tinged with excitement. Indeed, it is nearly over, Adair replied, echoing the sentiment without elaboration. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent until a voice broke through once more. Adair, which academy do you intend to join upon arrival? A female voice inquired, sounding somewhat stiff, like a formal greeting. Turning to his right, Adair saw Sisti standing there, quietly observing him. The red-haired girl donned a modest red and white long garment, her expression appearing distant and rigid. At that moment, Adair felt a gentle tap on his left hand. There. Andrew flashed him a brilliant smile, imbued with a peculiar significance, as if encouraging something unspoken. I'm not entirely sure. Is there a particular requirement? Adair said, his countenance warm as he shook his head, glancing at the 2 beside him. Observing his demeanor, Sisti managed a stiff smile. Of course there are requirements. The destination we are heading towards is a realm where wizards congregate. There, Numerous academies and schools regularly seek to recruit apprentices. Given your qualifications, Adair, I believe many academies would be eager to accept you. Curiosity piqued, Adair inquired, is it true that joining a wizarding academy only necessitates one's qualifications? Are there no other conditions? As soon as he spoke, both individuals beside him regarded him with astonished expressions. Certainly not. For those with average qualifications. Joining such wizard academies requires not only sufficient aptitude, but also the payment of tuition fees, Andrew interjected. However, for someone of your caliber, Adair, gaining entry into those academies would pose no challenge. Many would gladly waive tuition fees to enroll you. Moreover, aside from these conventional methods, there is said to be another approach, Sisti added. Certain powerful wizards create unique enchanted items as credentials, which they bestow upon select individuals. Should one be fortunate enough to obtain such credentials, they would gain immediate access to the tutelage of the corresponding wizard, and perhaps even receive some of their generous gifts. According to the records, any wizard capable of bestowing credentials is at least of the formal wizard rank. To be able to directly enter the ranks of such formidable wizards is, in comparison to others, already a commendable starting point. Upon hearing this, Adair instinctively reached for his chest, recalling the black amulet that Count Bariah had entrusted to him. As per the Count's words, this amulet is a magical artifact crafted by a wizard, a legacy from the ancestors of the Farkas family, and undoubtedly serves as a credential. Adair had initially assumed that such credentials were not exceedingly rare. However, he now realized he had underestimated their value. Otherwise, the note of envy in the voices of Andrew and Sisti would not have been apparent. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he stood still, engaging in conversation with them, gradually acquiring information about the wizarding continent. In the wizarding continent, competition among wizards is equally fierce. Various wizards, divided by their schools and academies, often find themselves embroiled in disputes that are far more intense than those seen elsewhere. Depending on their organizational structures, wizards can be broadly categorized into wandering wizards, schools, and academies, among other distinctions. Wandering wizards refer to those mortals who have undoubtedly inherited a fragment of wizard lineage, as well as those wizards who wander alone for various reasons. They often lack the necessary heritage and resources, resulting in generally diminished capabilities. Schools typically consist of wizards united by similar philosophies, often through master-apprentice traditions, leading to a varying range of abilities, some formidable, others weak, but generally comprising a limited number of members who do not extensively recruit apprentices. Conversely, academies represent the true backbone of wizardry, usually developed from a singular school or wizarding family, gathering a substantial number of wizards and actively recruiting apprentices. Apprentices like Andrew and Sisti typically find their way into these wizarding academies. However, those who join in such a manner often begin their journey under the guidance of a select few advanced apprentices, lacking dedicated mentors. Only upon achieving the status of an advanced apprentice before a certain age will a mentor take notice and offer specialized instruction. Otherwise, they must independently finance their attendance at lectures given by formal wizards, requiring significant effort and resources at every step of their education, as well as for the resources needed for advancement. Those born into wizarding families, like Andrew and Sisti, are at least fortunate enough to have familial support. In contrast, apprentices from common backgrounds, regardless of their talent and luck, may barely become advanced apprentices but struggle to gather the necessary resources for further advancement. In Adair's case, possessing the appropriate credentials alters the situation entirely. He can commence his studies under a mentor of at least formal wizard rank from the outset, creating a significant gap between himself and others from the very beginning. Contemplating this, Adair could not help but sigh, fully grasping the weight of the gift bestowed upon him by Count Bariah. I fear that among the entire Farkas family, this solitary token may remain solely with me. Adair stood still, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. During his time with Duke Ollier, although the Duke had shared numerous tales concerning wizards, he had neglected to mention anything about this token. It now appears that this token must have been discreetly preserved by the branch of Count Bariah, intended for the benefit of his descendants. The plan was to bestow this token upon a promising heir, thereby enhancing their chances for ascendance. Adair surmised that this token was originally meant for the direct descendants of Count Bariah. However, in recent times, individuals within the Farkas family possessing wizardly aptitude have become exceedingly rare. The sole offspring of Count Bariah, it was said, had been found lacking in wizardly potential, which ultimately led to Adair receiving this token at the last moment. Chapter 64. Arrival after a fortnight. As the vast ocean gradually receded from view, the distant land emerged, easily perceived by Adair and his companions. Are we nearly there? This thought crossed Adair's mind as he gazed at the distant terrain. Beside him, the other apprentices stood in silence, their expressions tinged with excitement upon sighting the land ahead. Cheers erupted from behind, with some apprentices whispering jubilantly, creating a chorus of sounds around them. Yet, this was merely the first leg of their journey. Upon reaching that place, we shall inevitably part ways. A female voice suddenly chimed in, carrying a hint of melancholy. Adair turned to the side and noticed, approaching him slowly, a red-haired girl clad in a crimson robe. A smile adorned her face, markedly improved from her earlier demeanor, though still somewhat rigid. A delicate expression was now discernible as she gazed quietly at Adair. Which wizarding organization do you intend to join? She asked softly as she came to stand beside him. I will be heading to the Tower of White Stones. I have relatives studying there who can provide me some guidance, Andrew remarked while looking towards the distant continent. I shall likely go to the House of Fire, Sisti added. And you, Adair? They inquired curiously, turning their gaze towards him. Unlike them, who belonged to established wizarding families with prior connections to these academies, Adair found himself at a crossroads. I still need to contemplate my options, he replied with a smile after a moment's reflection. Haven't made a decision yet? Andrew expressed surprise upon hearing this. It makes sense. With your aptitude, you need not worry about gaining admission to any of those academies. No matter where you go, you will be valued, so it is only prudent to choose wisely. With a fourth-tier aptitude, even large wizarding organizations would consider you a promising candidate. With careful cultivation, there is at least a 50% chance of ascending to become a formal wizard, marking you as an exceptional seed of potential. It is evident that, should Adair wish to, the vast majority of wizarding organizations would be eager to accept him, leaving no door closed. Noticing Adair's silence, the two companions aboard the deck gradually fell into quietude. At that moment, the long-absent Arlen and Clyso reappeared before the apprentices, guiding them slowly off the vessel. Back on familiar soil, the apprentice's expression softened, visibly uplifted by the return to solid ground. Adair surveyed his surroundings. The land was unremarkable, the dark earth seemingly well-tended, devoid of any weeds or trees. No passers-by were visible. Only a few burly figures in black robes moved about the port, glancing indifferently at Adair and his companions without any sign of acknowledgement. In the distance, neither Alaron nor Kellissa displayed any reaction to the scene. They simply retreated to the side in silence, exchanging no words. A voice, mechanical and precise, echoed in Adier's mind. The target's physique exhibits an unidentified radiative field. Adiel observed the black-robed figures moving about, his pupils narrowing slightly. Their physical prowess was evident, each seemingly at the pinnacle of knightly apprenticeship. Gazing into the distance, the chip within Adier's mind whirred into action, rapidly processing and analyzing the information. The anomalies of those black-robed men were meticulously summarized, with their deviations from the norm distinctly highlighted. They were not knightly apprentices forged through conventional breathing techniques. Their bodies bore no signs of regular training, resembling more the products of human modification. After a lengthy contemplation, Adio arrived at this conclusion. These individuals were imbued with a certain radiative power, evidently altered by sorceress influence, resulting in their enhanced physical capabilities. However, the expressionless demeanor and the abnormal distortions of their bodies suggested that such modifications were not without consequences. At that moment, several figures appeared in the distance. A group of black-robed men approached, their expressions vacant, each leading a horse-drawn cart. 3 men accompanied each cart. Observing this, the surrounding apprentices wisely refrained from speaking and complied with the instructions given, each selecting a cart to enter. The gray-robed men also gradually climbed aboard the carts, seemingly assuming the role of drivers. After a while, once all the apprentices had boarded, the black-robed knights mounted their horses, proceeding alongside the carts as they moved forward. Days later, as noon approached, peculiar sounds began to emerge ahead. A large encampment came into view, where several gray-robed apprentice sorcerers stood guard. From a distance, a voice resonated. A middle-aged man, resembling a sorceress apprentice, approached, accompanied by others who appeared to be fellow apprentices. "Sism, you have arrived as well?" Alaron remarked with surprise upon seeing the approaching figure. "What has been your harvest this time? The sea folk?" Upon hearing this, Alaron furrowed his brow. "I have heard that the sea folk in the distant waters are embroiled in internal strife. Why would they come here?" He then added, "You, on the other hand, must have discovered several promising prospects." A smile graced Alaron's face as he spoke. "It's been satisfactory." At that moment, the grand gate ahead began to creak open. as two gray-robed apprentices approached, handing over their possessions to Alaron and the others. The gate is now open. You may enter at your discretion, Alaron instructed, glancing back at the apprentices behind him. Chapter 65. Uraldo Academy. With a soft sound, the door ahead gradually creaked open. Two wizards clad in gray robes silently stepped aside, patiently awaiting the arrival of the many apprentices who seemed indifferent to their presence. "Let us enter," whispered Adair, surveying the surroundings, as several gray-robed wizards departed. The apprentices exchanged glances before advancing through the grand entrance. Following the flow of the crowd, Adair and his companions remained inconspicuous, blending seamlessly into the throng. "We have arrived." A hushed murmur rippled through the assembly. Coming to a halt, Adair gazed ahead. Within the expansive encampment, dozens of distinct outposts stood silently, each showcasing a unique style and design. Before these outposts were wooden signs adorned with inscriptions, seemingly offering introductions to various subjects. These signs varied not only in appearance and shape but also in the text they bore, with few sharing identical wording. Enrala, Ancient Cc's, Ancient AUH. Adair casually glanced over the diverse signs, discerning several languages among them. While these languages were widely utilized, mastering them posed a considerable challenge, even among nobility. It was a feat to command one or two, let alone an array of such tongues. Indeed, Adair sighed, somewhat at a loss at the situation. Though it was rumored that wizards were learned scholars, the current circumstance felt like a deliberate trial for the apprentices. Aside from the textual content, the signs bore distinctive emblems representing each academy. At that moment, Andrew and Sisti had already departed to seek the locations of the White Stone Tower and the House of Sira. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Adair continued onward. Passing by various tents and small dwellings, his gaze brightened upon nearing the end of the path. Before a pale gray stone structure, a tall monument stood resolutely, featuring a double-headed eagle insignia at its apex, identical to the emblem on the black amulet cradled in Adair's arms. Beneath the eagle, an abundance of text was inscribed. It was Ancient Cc's, an exceedingly obscure script reputed for its ancient lineage, often found in the tombs of the aristocracy. Adair recognized this script, though not an expert. The assistance of his chip enabled him to comprehend some of the text without difficulty. Uraldo Academy? He mused aloud. The inscription on the monument detailed not only the academy's name but also its history and founder, including the types of magic it excelled in teaching, as well as crucial information regarding tuition fees. However, Adair surmised that few of the apprentices present could fully grasp the entirety of the content inscribed there. Without lingering in place, upon reaching his destination, he stepped directly inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, a sudden shroud of night enveloped him, within which faint glimmers of light gradually emerged, casting an enigmatic veil over the scene ahead. Before him, an unknown radiance obscured his vision, and in an instant, an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness surged through him, as if his once heavy body had entirely shed its burden. Was it an illusion? This thought flickered through his mind as he suppressed the intense discomfort within, taking 2 steps forward. Ah, such formidable will and spirit! A voice suddenly rang in his ears, emanating from ahead. As the darkness before him dissipated, Adil gazed forward, his eyes laced with caution. "Haha, don't be alarmed." A middle-aged man, with hair as white as snow, stood several meters away, clad in a gray robe adorned with the emblem of a double-headed eagle. He remained stationary, observing Adil with a smile. "What you just experienced was a magical array established by our Academy's wizards. Anyone whose mental frequency has not been recorded will undergo a test of will and spirit upon entering this chamber, much like your recent experience. This is also a means to assess the capabilities of newcomers, for on the path of a wizard, only those with formidable will and spirit can travel further." Wooden and Apos, do you agree? He regarded Adil with a casual demeanor, continuing to speak at length, before pausing to admire Adil. "However, your speed in passing the will test is the fastest I've seen among newcomers. What is your aptitude level?" "4th level," Adil replied nonchalantly. Sensing no malice from the man before him, a sudden cough interrupted the conversation, and the gray-robed man, seemingly oblivious to his own wizardless stature, regarded Adil with disbelief. "Wait, did you say what level?" Adil found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." The gray-robed man's face brightened with a smile. "Since you've entered here, you must be interested in joining our academy, correct?" At this juncture, he regarded Adil with a hint of anxiety, and upon receiving a nod from him, he shouted toward the rear, "Psychum, come quickly. We have a newcomer with 4th level aptitude." No sooner had he spoken than a commotion of footsteps echoed from afar. An elderly man, disheveled and clad in a gray robe, approached, loudly inquiring, "Emilo, where's the newcomer?" As he took a few steps closer, he finally caught sight of Adil, his gaze igniting with fervor. Observing this scene and feeling the intensity of the man's stare, Adil couldn't help but twitch his lips, perplexed by the situation. From what he understood, fourth-level aptitude was indeed rare, warranting a certain degree of attention. However, it hardly seemed sufficient to evoke such fervent reactions from two wizards. Observing the bewilderment reflected in Adair's eyes, Amaro displayed a wry smile as he spoke. "Do not be surprised, due to certain peculiar circumstances. We have recruited very few new students this year." He had no intention of deceiving Adair and gradually revealed the reasons. As representatives dispatched by the wizarding organization, they carried specific responsibilities, including the recruitment of a designated number of apprentices. However, this year, for reasons unknown, a significant number of sea creatures had invaded the nearby waters, wreaking havoc on several vessels sent by the wizards to gather apprentices, resulting in a drastic reduction in the number of newcomers. Having spent more than half a month in this place, they had yet to recruit many new students, making it impossible to meet this year's quota. Adair, possessing the potential of a fourth-level aptitude, was equivalent to 10 ordinary apprentices in value, which naturally made him a priority for Amaro and his companion. After conveying this information, under Adair's gaze, Sycam presented a contract, placing it on the wooden table before them. "This is the enrollment contract. You may review its terms, written in ancient Shisi. Do you comprehend it?" Feeling the scrutiny of the two, Adair nodded gently. "That is splendid. This will save me considerable trouble," Amaro remarked from across the table. Under their watchful eyes, Adair carefully picked up the contract. Its contents were not overly complex, outlining only a few fundamental clauses without excessive elaboration. Furthermore, tuition fees were still required, as stipulated in the contract, amounting to 2 magic stones annually. From a distance, Amaro interjected, "This price is quite reasonable. Few institutions in the vicinity offer a lower rate. Naturally, as a fourth-level aptitude newcomer, you might receive some concessions, and there is a possibility of tuition exemption." At this moment, Sycam added, "However, such applications must be submitted upon reaching the Academy and Oppo's main campus during enrollment. As third-level apprentices, we lack the qualifications to request that. What do you think? Any questions?" he inquired. "No," Adair replied after a moment's contemplation, ultimately deciding against producing the token he held, instead shaking his head. Chapter 66. Enrollment. In the brief span of a fortnight, time swiftly passed. One morning, as a convoy gradually emerged from the roadway, a cluster of buildings slowly came into view ahead. Before this architectural ensemble stood a middle-aged man clad in a pale crimson robe, seemingly awaiting something. As they approached, Emilo and Sycam hastily disembarked from their carriage, accompanied by several apprentices, and advanced towards the man. "Lord Alares," they said, regarding the robed figure before them with a hint of reverence and a glimmer of awe in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Emilo and Sycam instantly felt a surge of anxiety. They were about to offer an explanation when they were interrupted by the man in the crimson robe. "Enough," he said, shaking his head. "I am merely here to escort you. I am not responsible for these matters." Alertes turned his gaze towards the apprentices trailing behind them. "Welcome to Uraldo Academy. I hope that your forthcoming years here will be filled with pleasant experiences. Now follow me." With that, he turned on his heel and proceeded down a narrow path behind him. "You should follow. The responsibility is no longer ours," Amilo remarked, shaking his head as he looked back at the apprentices. At this, the apprentices exchanged glances before closely trailing the footsteps of the man in crimson, hastening forward. Among them, Adiel silently followed, keenly observing his surroundings. Through the observations facilitated by the chip in his mind, he noted a significant presence of high-energy radiation in this area. Unlike other locales, it was evident that sorcerers frequented this place. Strangely affected, the surrounding weeds appeared utterly lifeless, leaving only dark, barren soil, evoking a sense of desolation and silence. On the vast terrain, aside from the cluster of buildings, only the figures of the apprentices could be seen. 2 hours later, as the number of surrounding structures increased, a magnificent stone gate loomed ahead, firmly blocking their path, resembling a grand portal. Beside the stone gate stood numerous statues, each towering at least 3 to 4 meters high, resembling lifelike stone creatures. Upon reaching this location, the high-energy radiation intensified dramatically, prompting the chip in Adiel's mind to emit warning signals intermittently. Feeling this, Adiel's gaze fixated on the stone statues. His previously relaxed right hand had unconsciously moved to the sword at his waist, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. The peak physical prowess of a knight endowed him not only with formidable strength but also with an extraordinarily keen sense of perception. At that moment, standing before the colossal statues, an overwhelming pressure surged against his chest, instilling a faint sense of danger emanating from these figures. "These statues appear almost lifelike," murmured a nearby apprentice in astonishment. "Heh, had I not brought you here, those statues would indeed seem real to you," the man in crimson remarked with a cold smirk, as if alluding to something deeper. After uttering these words, he ceased further explanation and retrieved a round stone bead from his waist, gently placing it into the recess of the grand door. Under the gaze of Adair, as the stone bead nestled into its designated spot, the imposing door began to transform. A faint light emerged, and, under the watchful eyes of all the apprentices, an elderly visage gradually materialized upon the stone gate, appearing almost lifelike, its lips moving incessantly. The colossal face bore eyes as dark as voids, staring intently ahead. "Traveler, articulate your command." Alethus stood still, murmuring softly, seemingly imbued with an extraordinary power. As he gestured, the immense visage slowly faded, reverting to the original form of the stone door, which began to creak open. "Let us proceed." Observing the door's gradual opening, Alethus addressed those behind him, stepping forward first. Following in his wake, as all the apprentices passed through the threshold, the once mighty stone door gradually closed, returning to its former state. "Alethus, you have arrived?" After an indeterminate passage of time, a frail voice echoed from before them. Adair looked ahead to see an elderly man clad in a black robe seated quietly by a building, his murky, hollow eyes fixed on them, devoid of any emotional hue. "Master Ashira, this is the new cohort. Please register them." A rare, stiff smile graced Alethus and Apos' face as he spoke with a hint of reverence. "I have a crucial experiment to attend to, so I shan't delay you further." Noting the elder's nod, Alethus turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. "Now, please submit your information. After the tuition is paid, someone will guide you to your accommodations." The elderly man and Apos' wrinkled face broke into a smile as he addressed the gathered apprentices. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the smile, an unsettling chill radiated from his demeanor, imbued with an air of danger. High-energy radiation source detected. At that moment, a mechanical alert reverberated within Adair's mind, startling him. This high-energy radiation was not unfamiliar to him. It emanated from apprentice sorcerers or objects associated with sorcery. However, according to the chip and Apos' readings, the radiation emanating from the elder before him was the most potent he had ever encountered, far exceeding that of the previous third-tier apprentices. Is this an official sorcerer? In an instant, this thought flickered through Adair and Apos' mind, prompting him to exercise greater caution. From a tome he had previously perused regarding sorcery, he learned that over the ages, powerful ancient sorcerers meticulously delineated the hierarchy of sorcerers, each level possessing specific criteria. Among these, the classification of an official sorcerer represented a significant threshold, with 3 distinct tiers preceding it. The closest third-tier apprentice to a formal wizard, Adair, had encountered several individuals of this rank during his previous journeys. Among them were 2 gray-robed wizard apprentices who had guided ships to this continent, as well as Amelo and Sism, who also belonged to the same echelon. Before him stood an elderly man clad in black robes, named Asira, who was registering the apprentices while distributing various items to them. Once the distribution was complete, several servants quietly approached from behind, escorting the apprentices to their dormitory. "All right, the last one." A familiar hoarse voice continued to resonate. Asira regarded Adair and remarked, "I sense a familiar resonance. You bear a certain enchanted item associated with our academy." Adair was taken aback, revealing a look of surprise on his face. Observing his reaction, Asira shook his head and casually explained, "The enchanted item you possess is partially damaged, and its power is waning, revealing that distinctive resonance." Upon hearing this, Adair hesitated not a moment longer and retrieved the black amulet from his pocket, placing it on the wooden table before him. "Oh." Asira's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the amulet, picking it up for a closer examination. The double-headed eagle emblem, along with this unique mental encryption, indeed, it belongs to our academy. He continued, "According to our academy and Apos' regulations, you may be granted special admission, allowing you to directly study under the wizard who crafted this enchanted item." However, he abruptly changed his tone, adding, "Yet, there exists a minor complication." "What is it?" Adair inquired, taken aback. Under Adair and Apos' gaze, Asira pondered for a moment before speaking again, if I am not mistaken. This enchanted item originates from a wizard of our academy over 200 years ago. This wizard passed away more than 30 years ago due to an experimental accident. Therefore, you now face two choices. What are the two choices? Adair steadied his emotions and asked. The first is to randomly select a wizard, which comes at no cost. Asira elaborated. As for the second option, you may allow me to assist you in choosing one, which incurs a fee. I choose the second, Adair declared without hesitation, dismissing the first option from consideration entirely. Throughout his journey, he had gleaned some understanding of the world of wizards from books and fellow apprentices. Wizards were undoubtedly powerful, capable of commanding the winds and storms, wielding thunder and flames, achieving feats beyond the reach of mere mortals. Yet, simultaneously, wizards were exceedingly dangerous and formidable. As an apprentice, one faced considerable peril, particularly if fortune did not favor them. A precarious experiment conducted by a wizard could easily claim the life of an apprentice. If assigned to a wizard known for their volatile temperament or penchant for hazardous experiments, one might not even comprehend their demise until it was too late. A most prudent choice, Asira remarked. Before him, Asila wore a smile. As the price for this choice, you must pay 5 magic stones. Upon hearing this, Adair and Apos' lips twitched. The so-called magic stones refer to a type of black crystalline ore prized for its versatility. It can stimulate the mental growth of wizards and serve as essential materials, thus functioning as a form of currency among sorcerers, making it quite precious. Prior to his departure, Duke Alair had entrusted Adair with several items, among which were some magic stones. This was not merely the support of the Duke's family, but rather the collective backing of the entire Farkas lineage for him. Yet, the total amounted to only a handful, and now he was to part with nearly half in one go. Nevertheless, he felt no hesitation. He promptly retrieved 5 black magic stones from his pocket and placed them quietly upon the table. Chapter 67. The Mentor. Very well. You may take your leave now and follow the servant to your quarters to rest for a while. Before him, Asila gathered the 5 magical stones from the wooden table, a smile gracing her features. Tomorrow, someone will notify you to come over, at which point you shall decide under which mentor you will study. Furthermore, as a specially admitted student, your tuition fees at our academy will be waived, as per regulations. Adair nodded, a polite smile illuminating his face. I appreciate it. With that, he walked aside. There, a maid clad in pale blue stood quietly, her expression somewhat vacant. Upon noticing Adair and Apos' approach, she remained impassive. Please follow me, she stated, before turning and walking away, seemingly indifferent to Adair's presence. Behind her, Adair chose not to speak further, simply following her in silence. After a considerable half-hour's walk, they arrived before a grand building. The dormitory was structured in layers, with each level accommodating a single apprentice. However, as Adair casually surveyed his surroundings, he noticed no signs of other apprentices residing within. It was quite likely that he was the sole occupant of the entire edifice. This was not entirely unexpected, as throughout his journey, aside from the vacant servants, he had encountered few wizards or apprentices, indicating a sparse population within the academy. Given the vastness of the institution, it was reasonable that he had not been assigned a roommate. Upon reaching his designated floor, Adair opened the door to his room, finding it remarkably clean and orderly. Not only was there an array of furniture, but various everyday necessities had also been thoughtfully prepared, suggesting that it was regularly maintained. Adair set his luggage aside and seated himself at a nearby wooden table, resuming his reading of a book he had brought along. The following morning, as the gentle sunlight poured over the earth, a knock echoed at Adair's door. He opened it to find a youth clad in a black trench coat, his complexion pallid. "Hello, are you Adair?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on Adair with a hint of certainty. Seeing Adair nod, the youth's face broke into a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Karama, here to escort you to meet your mentor." After a brief moment of tidying up, they swiftly departed. Along the way, Karama remained silent, guiding Adair forward without uttering a word. After a short while, they arrived at an immense tower, where they encountered a woman dressed in a flowing white robe. One side of her face was adorned with a silver mask, appearing both decorative and enigmatic. Upon noticing Adair and Karama and Apos' arrival, she exhibited no reaction, her demeanor icy and detached. "Mentor Adalai." Upon seeing her, Karama displayed a respectful expression. "This is Adair, the newcomer assigned to our group." "You may leave now," Adalai, clad in her white robe, replied with a nod, her tone rigid and frigid. Kula nodded. casting a glance at his companion Adair before stepping outside. Once he had departed, Adair turned to face Itiri, who managed a stiff smile. "Your name is Adair, is it not?" "Indeed, my lady Itiri," Adair replied respectfully, nodding at her. Observing Adair's demeanor, Itiri continued, "You have been assigned to me. Henceforth, you may address me as Mentor. I have reviewed your profile, ranked at the 4th tier, quite impressive." As she spoke, she retrieved a black crystal orb from the side and placed it gently on the wooden table. The orb appeared profound, seemingly imbued with a unique power, emanating an inexplicable allure. Use your body and mind to perceive it. Amidst his confusion, Adair heard Itiri and Apos' voice. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand to touch the black crystal orb. A sudden lightness filled the air, and his vision was momentarily obscured, revealing only a cascade of indistinct figures. In that instant, a plethora of unknown symbols emerged before him, seemingly infused with arcane power and knowledge, quietly manifesting in his sight. Countless symbols began to intertwine, ultimately transforming into intricate runes possessing distinct qualities, weaving together into extraordinarily complex structures. Time lost meaning as the spectacle faded, and the previously shifting scene returned to normalcy. Adair shook his head vigorously, feeling as though his mind had been struck by some force, leaving him in a state of swelling discomfort and mental fatigue. Yet, amidst this turmoil, vast new knowledge crystallized in his mind, firmly imprinted. "In light of this, Mentor Itiri, I shall take my leave," he declared, suppressing his weariness. Itiri nodded, allowing him to proceed towards the door. Upon exiting the room, Adair found Kula clad in a black robe, standing quietly at the threshold. Upon seeing Adair emerge, Kula greeted him with a smile. "How do you feel?" "It seems somewhat unpleasant." Adair managed a forced smile in response. "Haha, that is a normal phenomenon," Kula remarked sympathetically, noting Adair's pallid complexion. "You have yet to undergo extensive meditation training. Even with commendable aptitude, your mental strength cannot yet rival that of a first-tier apprentice. The direct mental transmission naturally incurs greater damage, and some after-effects are simply unavoidable. However, it is an inescapable reality." "What do you mean?" Adair inquired, having regained some composure from his previous mental days. "In comparison to ordinary apprentices, your mental fortitude is considerably superior. In 3 lifetimes, even without specialized training in mental cultivation, the passage of time alone suffices to elevate one's spirit to its zenith. Although the great knights primarily hone their physical prowess, the connection between body and spirit is intrinsic. As the body gradually strengthens, the spirit is inevitably invigorated as well. While it may not reach the level of a formal sorcerer, it certainly rivals that of ordinary first and second-tier apprentices. The practice of meditation is inherently a complex endeavor. Even the most fundamental techniques are no exception. Without the personal experience of the unique sensations encountered during meditation, learning solely through written texts and images could take years." With a smile on his face, Kalama addressed Adair, stating conversely, the transmission of memories is distinctly different. During this process, the unique sensations of meditation are conveyed to you, allowing both your body and spirit to retain that experience. Subsequently, you merely need to familiarize yourself gradually to meditate independently. This alone could save you a year or 2. In comparison, the minor residual effects that can be remedied in just over half a month are negligible. Indeed, Adair nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kalama's words. In fact, Mentor Adeli is quite commendable. Being assigned to her is a stroke of good fortune. Kalama, like a garrulous companion, continued to elaborate. Among all the mentors in the academy, Mentor Adeli possesses the most amiable temperament and is exceptionally attentive to her apprentices. Moreover, unlike other mentors who have lived for centuries, Mentor Adeli, having recently ascended in the past decade or so, has only a handful of apprentices, merely 5 or 6, including you and me. This tranquility allows for a greater allocation of care and resources compared to those under other mentors. As Kalama spoke, Adair maintained a smile, exuding an air of attentive listening, occasionally echoing Kalama's sentiments. With the newfound insights regarding Mentor Adeli, Adair felt a sense of relief. According to Kalama, Mentor Adeli was just over 50 years old, a formidable age among mortals, yet quite youthful among formal sorcerers who typically live for 2 centuries. Due to her recent promotion, she had few apprentices. Thus, she placed significant emphasis on each one, treating them with respect rather than viewing them as mere subordinates or experimental subjects. Her guidance was sincere and dedicated, Although there may be certain aspects where she lacked the experience of seasoned sorcerers, Adair was content. After all, the 5 magical stones had not been squandered. Standing before the dormitory building and watching Kalama's receding figure, a thought flickered through Adair's mind. Chapter 68. Meditation. With a resounding thud, the door to the room was forcefully shut. Among the knowledge imparted to him, there existed not only precise textual imagery, but also a profound sensation unique to meditation, etched deeply within his being, making it impossible for Adair to forget. However, the overwhelming influx of information led to a brief state of mental lethargy. This was the after effect of knowledge transmission due to excessive mental strain. He required a significant amount of time to recuperate. The chip reorganized the transmitted knowledge, embedding it entirely into his memory. Standing still, Adair contemplated before issuing a command to the chip in his mind. In an instant, a vast array of information flooded into his consciousness, considerably gentler than the previous mental transmission. In this regard, the memory chip undoubtedly excelled. Compared to the mentally taxing transmission, it proved far superior in both efficiency and stability. The practice of foundational meditation necessitated entering a meditative state and conjuring specific runes to construct intricate structures, thereby fostering the growth of mental strength. This process was particularly arduous for apprentices. The mental runes themselves represented an exceptionally complex architecture, intricate in structure and often adorned with subtle textures. A single misstep could nullify the entire endeavor and even result in mental backlash. As time progressed, through Adair and Apos, as persistent efforts, the first mental rune began to take shape in his mind. At a critical moment, a sharp mental pang surged through his consciousness, causing him acute discomfort. The rune, on the verge of formation, shattered, resulting in a backlash that left him mentally fatigued. It was clear that the depletion of his mental energy was too severe, rendering him incapable of entering a meditative state. Feeling the changes within his body, Adair opened his eyes, his complexion paling. He surveyed his surroundings and promptly reclined onto the bed to rest. Recovery of the mind was a gradual process. Perhaps the sorcerers possessed methods to expedite this. But for Adair at present, the most effective remedy was simply to indulge in slumber. When Adair awoke again, it was already morning, evidently having slept nearly an entire day. Reflecting on this, he stepped out of his room. Upon awakening, he felt that the pervasive fatigue that had haunted him had diminished significantly, and his condition was markedly improved. Chip, assess the surrounding environment and document the changes in my body during meditation, he commanded silently to the chip in his mind. He then closed his eyes once more. Enveloped by darkness, slowly, he sought the sensation of meditation. As his body entered a deeper meditative state, his vision began to transform, becoming more profound against the backdrop of the initial darkness. In a state of confusion, he seemed to perceive an empty, desolate expanse of darkness before officially embarking on his meditation. In contrast to the previous failure, this time the process of meditation unfolded smoothly. Within a mere hour, the first spiritual rune was successfully condensed. This step is crucial in the meditation practice. Strictly speaking, the ability to condense a single spiritual rune signifies a natural aptitude for wizardry, allowing one to pursue the study of magic. Ordinary individuals, due to their inherent lack of talent, find it impossible to enter a meditative state, let alone condense spiritual runes. After the first spiritual rune took form, Adair gritted his teeth and resumed his meditation to condense the second rune. As the structure of the second rune gradually emerged through meditation, the pressure Adair experienced intensified significantly, nearly causing the first rune he had already formed to collapse. As time passed, beads of sweat began to dot his forehead, and his entire body became drenched. When the second spiritual rune was halfway condensed, its structure began to unravel, resulting in the immediate collapse of the previously formed rune. Exhaling deeply, Adair exited his meditative state, opened his eyes, and vigorously shook his head to dispel the overwhelming fatigue that had settled in. This sensation was indeed. The difficulty of meditation proved to be far greater than he had anticipated. The challenge of condensing spiritual runes was immense, even with sufficient mental strength. A single misstep necessitated starting the entire process anew, rendering it exceedingly tedious and exhausting. Having meditated only a few times, Adair could already empathize with the suffering of other apprentices during their meditative practices. Without the direct guidance of a formal wizard through mental transmission, these ordinary apprentices had to painstakingly decipher the intricate structures of spiritual runes from written texts and images, greatly amplifying the difficulty of their learning. It became clear to him why every formal wizard must also be a profound scholar. Standing still, Adair sighed contemplatively before commanding the chip in his mind. Chip, display the changes in my body during meditation. In an instant, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beep. During meditation, the activity of the primary brain cells begins to change, and overall physical attributes slowly increase. To his astonishment, it could also enhance his physical prowess. Listening attentively to the chip's prompts and observing the transformations in his body during meditation, Adair felt a surge of delight. His physical attributes had long since reached their limits, and he had not experienced growth in quite some time. According to various sources, meditation primarily augments mental strength. Yet he had not anticipated that it could also stimulate improvements in physical condition. Reflecting on the meditative process, Adair mused, it seems that the practice of meditation, akin to the nightly breathing technique, can bring about a transformation of life itself, continuously evolving to higher tiers of existence. However, the wizarding system is far more powerful and refined than that of knights, with a significantly greater potential for advancement. In that moment, Adair's mind was flooded with thoughts. After a while, once the distractions in his mind had settled, he closed his eyes once more and embarked on the meditative journey anew. Chapter 69. Progress more than a month later. Ah, Adair, you have arrived as well? A gray-robed apprentice greeted Adair with a smile upon spotting him. Gray. Has the lecture commenced? It is nearly time, Gray replied, casting a glance at Adair. No sooner had he spoken than a figure began to emerge ahead, appearing somewhat hurried. This individual was also clad in a gray robe, but unlike the other apprentices present, his robe bore 3 distinctly visible patterns, eliciting a sense of reverence among the surrounding apprentices. This insignia indicated that he had attained the rank of a 3rd-tier apprentice, a mere step away from becoming a full-fledged wizard. All right, since I have some experiments to attend to, I shall dispense with the pleasantries, the 3rd-tier apprentice began. Today's lesson will focus on the fundamental properties of energy particles. Without further ado, he launched into his explanation. As the lecture commenced, the apprentices present were taken aback, their expression shifting to one of solemnity and seriousness as they attentively absorbed the material. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Upon the conclusion of the lecture, the 3rd-tier apprentice hurriedly departed, leaving no time for the surrounding apprentices to pose questions. Sigh. At the moment of his exit, Adair distinctly heard a chorus of disappointed sighs emanating from many apprentices. However, if he were to leave without engaging, such an opportunity for inquiry would be lost, leaving the apprentices feeling disheartened. The topic of energy properties was exceedingly challenging. Even the foundational aspects were fraught with complexity. Beside Adair, Gray sighed in exasperation and then turned to him. Adair, how did you fare? How much did you comprehend? It was bearable, though he spoke too swiftly, and I missed much of the content. That is all one can do, Gray lamented, falling silent. As the lecture concluded, the throng of apprentices quickly dispersed, each hurrying away, seemingly burdened with their own tasks. Chip, did you manage to record the lecture content? Once the crowd had cleared, Adair inquired of the chip in his mind. Beep. Recording successful. Hearing this, Adair felt a sense of relief wash over him. As an apprentice who had paid tuition to study, not all courses at the academy were complimentary. The foundational and fundamental knowledge was predominantly delivered by 3rd-tier apprentices, most of which was free. Even the few that required payment involved ordinary coins or other items, which the majority of apprentices could afford. In contrast, advanced knowledge was imparted by full-fledged wizards, and this portion was critical, charging not only fees but exclusively in magic stones, which posed a significant burden for apprentices like them. As Adair, the apprentice of Mentor Edith, one of the privileges he enjoys is the ability to attend lectures given by her free of charge, sparing him a considerable amount of fees compared to ordinary apprentices. The vast library is constructed entirely of stone, exuding a somewhat dim ambience with a hint of humidity in the air. Occasionally, robed apprentices drift in and out, seemingly akin to Adair himself. Upon entering the library, one is greeted by layers of stone walls, each adorned with recesses measuring half a meter in length and width, housing books inscribed in ancient Scythian, detailing their titles and specific content. Without hesitation, Adair made his way to a secluded corner of the library, where he found an elderly man seated. It's you again. Although accustomed to this remark, Adair could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Within the academy, while magic stones serve as the primary currency, gold coins are also accepted. After all, magic stones are exceedingly precious, and basic necessities cannot be expected to be paid for with them. However, due to the overwhelming presence of wizards, the prices here are rather inflated. with gold coins being the minimum standard, leaving no room for lesser currencies. A single gold coin could sustain a person for several months outside, yet here, it might be overlooked if dropped. With a composed demeanor, Adair settled his payment and departed with the books he sought, not lingering any longer. After leaving the library, he soon found himself in the garden outside a tall tower. This was the private garden of Minter Edith, abundant with flowers and rare materials, requiring meticulous care. To tend to such a garden effectively demands not only diligence, but also a profound understanding of various plant characteristics and knowledge. The responsibility of maintaining this garden is an obligation for apprentices under Minter Edith. Apart from certain privileges, formal apprentices also bear the duty to serve their mentors. The task of caring for the garden, though tedious and time-consuming, is relatively benign compared to the more perilous experiments that many formal wizards require their apprentices to assist with. After a silent survey of the expansive garden, Adair seized a moment to sit on a nearby bench and began to meditate. As he closed his eyes, he swiftly entered a meditative state, a process that had become considerably quicker since his initial attempts. After over a month of rigorous practice, Adair had progressed to the point where he could manifest 5 mental runes during meditation. This achievement is nothing short of astonishing compared to his peers. Many of the apprentices who entered the academy alongside him have yet to even reach a meditative state, let alone conjure mental runes. Within the depths of his mind, as he entered this meditative state, the mental runes began to coalesce, illuminating the dark, profound space with a subtle radiance. Upon the manifestation of the 5th spiritual rune, Adair commenced his meditation on the 6th. This endeavor proved to be quite arduous for him. As one progresses through the spiritual runes, the difficulty escalates exponentially. By the time he reached the 6th rune, the challenges he faced had multiplied, leading to numerous prior failures. However, this particular meditation seemed to unfold with remarkable ease. And as time passed, the 6th spiritual rune was successfully conjured. With this pace, it is conceivable that within a month, I might ascend to the rank of first-tier apprentice. He mused. Concluding his meditation and standing still, Adair calculated his progress and found himself astonished by the speed of his advancement. Typically, for an ordinary apprentice starting from scratch, the journey from novice to first-tier apprentice spans at least 3 to 4 years. Even those fortunate enough to have mentors who can facilitate direct spiritual transmission require a minimum of over a year to enter a meditative state and elevate their status through the meditation of spiritual runes. Adair, having transitioned from an ordinary individual to an academy member in just over a month, would find it extraordinary indeed if he were to achieve the rank of first-tier apprentice within another month. Such velocity transcends the definition of talent. It would be nothing short of astonishing to others. His remarkable speed can be attributed primarily to the formidable strength of his spiritual energy. The foundational meditation technique primarily serves to cultivate the spirit, meeting the requisite standards of spiritual energy for ascension to first-tier status. Adair's initial spiritual capacity may have already aligned with the first-tier apprentice criteria, allowing him to memorize the intricate spiritual runes with relative ease, consequently accelerating his progress compared to others. It seems prudent to temper my pace. I cannot afford to appear overly exceptional, he contemplated with a furrowed brow. While standing out in a typical scenario is advantageous, garnering attention and support from others, exceeding certain thresholds may yield unintended consequences. Although Adair and Apo's tested aptitude is commendable, it remains merely at the 4th-tier level. Achieving the status of first-tier apprentice in under 3 months seems inconceivable and would undoubtedly provoke a sensation. While the ultimate outcome may not be detrimental, Adair recognizes the necessity of proceeding with caution, as there exists no need to embrace such risks. Chapter 70. First-class apprentice. An hour later, Adair concluded his meditation, tidied up a few items left in the garden, and set off towards the distance. Each day at the academy, several third-class apprentices were scheduled to give free lectures, and every few days, formal wizard-level instructors would also conduct classes. Although these sessions required a fee, they were invaluable opportunities for apprentices like him. Whenever he had the chance, Adair would attend these free courses, even recording those he could not fully comprehend at the moment, ensuring no knowledge was wasted for later review. His evenings were dedicated to practicing meditation. The practice not only served to strengthen his mind, but also accelerated mental recovery. As long as he adapted to the tedium of hours spent in contemplation, it could effectively substitute for sleep. Months later, on a bright morning, sunlight gradually illuminated the earth. In Professor Edith's laboratory, Adair stood beside her, assisting in small experiments. His movements were precise, his technique so deft that he nearly rivaled Edith herself in certain aspects. Before long, the experiment concluded, and Adair skillfully tidied up the remnants. Maintaining a calm demeanor throughout, observing his actions and reflecting on his performance over the past 6 months, Edith couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. His talent was remarkable. Not only was his capacity for learning exceptional, but his practical skills were also outstanding, with hardly any mistakes quite uncharacteristic for a 14-year-old. Edith recognized the diligent efforts Adair had invested during this time, fostering a growing appreciation for her apprentice. In this world, many possess talent, yet few combined that gift with such relentless dedication. Such individuals garnered respect wherever they went. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed her face, her gaze intently fixed on Adair. She sensed a subtle mental fluctuation emanating from him, indicating he had undoubtedly reached the status of a first-class apprentice. "Adair, have you ascended to first-class apprentice status?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Taken aback, Adair paused before responding respectfully, "Yes, I was just promoted yesterday." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him, as if an unseen force was drawing him forward. Sensing the shift around him, Adair resisted the discomfort and refrained from struggling against it. In an instant, he found himself before Professor Edith, who gently placed her hand on his forehead. A peculiar wave of mental energy enveloped him before dissipating swiftly. "Professor, what is happening?" Adair asked, perplexed by the experience. "What are mental impurities?" "Nothing to worry about," she replied, and Adair nodded in understanding. This was merely a precaution to avert potential hazards. Before him, observing Adil's nod, Edith continued. "The requirements for advancing to a first-level apprentice fundamentally revolve around mental strength. Some apprentices, due to an innate deficiency in mental prowess, find their progress exceedingly slow and resort to potions and magical stones to enhance their mental capacity, striving to meet the standards for promotion. Is there anything wrong with that?" Upon hearing this, Adil inquired with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, there is," Edith replied with a smile. "While potions and magical stones may rapidly augment one's mental strength, they often leave behind spiritual impurities for those who are not even first-level apprentices. These impurities can adversely affect an apprentice's control over their mental faculties and subsequently hinder the natural growth of their mental power, rendering future advancements increasingly arduous. In essence, such apprentices will find their progress tremendously challenging, and the likelihood of advancing to a formal wizard is nearly impossible. For those who normally would not be able to progress further, this may not pose a significant issue, but for you, Adil, it is of paramount importance." Listening to her words, a flicker of apprehension crossed Adil's mind, accompanied by a sense of relief. He realized that he had been oblivious to the Academy's regulations, as no one had forewarned him. Reflecting on the potential consequences of unwittingly violating these rules, he felt grateful for the newfound awareness. Henceforth, it would be prudent to avoid engaging with any prohibited matters unless absolutely necessary. Noticing Adil's expression, Edith smiled reassuringly. "Rest easy. Your mental fortitude as a first-level apprentice far surpasses that of an ordinary apprentice. As long as you refrain from excessive use of potions in the short term, you should encounter no issues." With a gentle smile, she gazed at Adil, adding, "However, at this juncture, those concerns are no longer significant. Adil, congratulations on officially becoming a wizard apprentice today." Under her watchful gaze, a smile graced Adil and Apos' face as he responded, "Thank you." Nearly 6 months had passed since his elevation to first-level apprentice, a pace that was somewhat unconventional, yet given the instructor's demeanor, it appeared to remain within acceptable limits, unlikely to render him an object of scrutiny. With this thought, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. As runes rapidly formed within his mind, Adil's perception of his surroundings sharpened, as if he were on the verge of sensing the myriad forces embedded within the surrounding space. In this darkened realm, under Adil's mental perception, the world began to transform, revealing luminous particles of energy that quietly manifested within the space around him. These particles represented the elemental energies that permeated the world, serving as the foundation for the powerful spells wielded by wizards. Following the completion of the first-level apprenticeship, the next stage of advanced learning entails not only the continued meditation on spiritual runes, but also an endeavor to sense the energy particles that permeate the surrounding world. Once all 36 spiritual runes, as documented in the foundational meditation techniques, have been successfully condensed, one may then attempt to draw upon the energy particles in the vicinity, transforming them into one's own magical power. At this juncture, under the guidance of the spirit, countless energy particles gently oscillate in the environment, revealing their unique characteristics through mental perception. In the realm of Ardal's mental sensing, the energy particles exhibit varying behaviors in response to his presence. Some particles resist mental attraction, while others are readily drawn to Ardal, demonstrating differing degrees of affinity. This phenomenon reflects the affinity of each wizard, primarily determining which types of energy particles a wizard can more effortlessly attract. Typically, as a standard wizard apprentice, one can attract most energy particles, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty. Due to the inherent differences among wizards, the challenge of attracting energy particles of different attributes varies. Some particles are inherently easier to draw, while others present greater challenges. This variance also delineates the elemental affinities of wizards and, to some extent, influences their future trajectories. A wizard with an affinity for fire energy particles will naturally find it easier to wield fire-based spells, and their potency will be significantly enhanced. However, in relation to a wizard and Opos, innate abilities, elemental affinity, while important, does not impede a wizard and Opos as progress. Even if one is aligned with water energy particles, it does not hinder the execution of fire-based spells, albeit requiring greater effort. In the stillness of the room, as the meditation concludes, Ardal opens his eyes. He finds himself most attuned to the energy particles of light and plant life. Apart from a few that exhibit aversion, the majority seem readily attractable. Rising quietly, recalling the sensations experienced during meditation, Ardal muses to himself, "Is my affinity for plants and light a consequence of my elven heritage?" In that fleeting moment, he contemplates the elven blood coursing through his veins. Chapter 71. The Magic Stone. During his 6-month tenure at the Academy, Adair had taken the initiative to seek out information regarding the elves, uncovering a few intriguing leads. In locales where wizards congregated, elves, though scarce, were not entirely rare. Fragments of elven lore would occasionally emerge. According to the Academy's archives, the ancient moon elves, symbolized by the moon, represented one of the original royal bloodlines of the elven race. Thus, it could be surmised that Adair's mother belonged to a branch of the moon elf royalty, inheriting a portion of the elven noble blood within her. Adair's affinity for light and plant elements likely stemmed from this lineage. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. Not every wizard possessed exceptional elemental affinity. In fact, most wizards exhibited only average connections to all elements, and some even experienced repulsion towards certain elemental particles due to their physical constitution. Adair's degree of elemental affinity was commendable. As for plant magic, I recall that Master Edith is particularly adept in that domain. I could consult her for guidance. Perched on the edge of his bed, Adair pondered. Light magic, however, poses a more significant challenge, as it seems no instructor at the Academy specializes in such arts, leading to a dearth of knowledge and resources in that area. Given this situation, I shall focus on plant magic for the time being and seek out knowledge pertaining to light magic when the opportunity arises. Having made this resolution, Adair rose swiftly and headed outdoors, intent on visiting the library to gather some materials. Time passed, and life returned to its tranquil rhythm. The only notable difference was the considerable increase in his expenditures at the Academy. After advancing to a first-tier apprentice, he had nearly mastered the previously offered foundational knowledge. And with his accelerated pace of learning, he now needed to enroll in numerous paid courses to prepare for his elevation to a second-tier apprentice, significantly escalating his financial burden. 3 months later, in the classroom, as a lecture concluded, the third-tier apprentice responsible for the instruction hastily departed, seemingly eager to leave the premises, much to the dismay of the countless apprentices who had anticipated the session. With the lecture over, the surrounding apprentices showed little inclination to linger, promptly vacating the room. Once most had departed, a sudden knock echoed from the door, followed by the entrance of a robust apprentice clad in a gray robe, carrying a parcel. "Adair, a package has arrived for you," Gray announced with a smile, extending the parcel toward Adair while observing him seated at his desk. "So, how much of the analysis class did you comprehend?" "I understood most of it, I think," Adair replied, taking the parcel with a wry smile. "This analysis class covers an extensive array of topics, and in just a few hours, we went over the characteristics of dozens of creatures. It's impossible to retain everything in one session. To grasp the majority is already quite impressive," Gray remarked encouragingly. Before him, Gray listened to Adair's words, expressing a sense of admiration. "I am quite different. I have been in the Academy for 2 to 3 years, yet my progress is still inferior to yours." Setting that aside, noticing the expression on Gray's face, Adair adeptly shifted the topic. "How is your meditation progressing?" I have heard you are close to advancing to a first-tier apprentice? This change of subject proved effective, as a flicker of joy appeared on Gray's face. I have successfully advanced, just yesterday. Congratulations, Adair smiled, offering his heartfelt commendation. Since entering the academy, Adair had lived a life of asceticism, resulting in a rather limited circle of friends. Among them, Gray was one of the few he had grown familiar with through their shared classes and discussions. After exchanging a few more words, Adair departed the classroom, heading towards the dormitory area. Upon returning to his quarters, he closed the door and opened the package he held, revealing its contents. At the top lay 2 letters, one from the Whitestone Tower, sent by Andrew, who had traveled to this continent alongside him, and the other from the Ball Islands, signed by Duke Aaliyah. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to open Andrew's letter first. Within, Andrew recounted his experiences at the Whitestone Tower. Although he lacked a token like Adair's to directly serve under a formal wizard as an apprentice, he had successfully established contact with a third-tier apprentice from their family, and under the latter's care, he was faring quite well. As for Sisti, while she did not have the protection of a third-tier apprentice as Andrew did, she was also doing well, having connected with several apprentices from various families. Although none were third-tier, several were second-tier, and together they were managing quite satisfactorily. Conversely, Adair, despite being the fastest to advance among the 3, found himself rather isolated within the academy, lacking familial connections. Andrew's letter contained little more than a brief overview of his situation and an inquiry into Adair's current progress. After quickly perusing the letter, Adair smiled, then opened the letter from Duke Aaliyah. Due to the considerable distance, sending items from the Ball Islands to this continent required a substantial amount of time, even under the most expedited conditions, taking at least half a year regardless of the costs involved. In comparison to Andrew's correspondence, Duke Aaliyah's letter was notably thicker, conveying not only concern for Adair, but also detailed intelligence regarding conditions over there. The southern kingdoms had once more descended into chaos, with several kingdoms in a state of stalemate, on the brink of war. Considering the time it took for the letter to arrive, hostilities may have already erupted by now. As for the northern lands where Adair was born, they had been occupied by several kingdoms, and the members of the Farkas family who had not managed to evacuate were nearly annihilated. Within the letter, Duke Aaliyah also mentioned the current situation of Elhua. He had inherited the legacy of Count Berea in the Duchy of Baron and remained a count, although he spent his days in a state of inebriation and despondency. It could not be said that he was faring poorly. According to Duke Aaliyah, they have essentially relinquished all hope for Elhua, merely awaiting his marriage to a suitably noble bride, thus ensuring the continuation of the Farkas family lineage. After silently perusing the entire letter, Adiel let out a sigh and retrieved a wooden box from the depths of the parcel. The box, crafted in a deep black, was exquisitely made, adorned with the distinctive crest of the Farkas family. Upon casually opening it, he discovered 8 magical stones nestled within. These stones were meticulously arranged and appeared to have been specially cleaned, gleaming with a pristine quality. Holding the stones, Adiel felt a weight settle upon his heart. Each of these magical stones had been provided by the Farkas family in support of his endeavors. In the continent Adiel had arrived at, resources for wizards were scarce. Acquiring these stones had required considerable effort. Some were obtained at great expense, while others necessitated military expeditions into perilous territories. Each stone represented the labor and hopes of the Farkas family, dedicated to nurturing Adiel's potential. Wizards, he murmured, a note of resignation in his tone. The path of a wizard, while formidable, demanded an overwhelming array of prerequisites: talent, resources, knowledge, and an appropriate environment, all indispensable. Without support, traversing this path becomes exceedingly difficult. Gently tucking the magical stones away, Adiel felt a slight alleviation in his spirit. In truth, these stones had arrived at a most opportune moment. The resources required for a wizard's education were immense. Whether borrowing precious tomes or attending the formal classes of established wizards, vast amounts of magical stones were necessary. Having completed much of the foundational knowledge as a first-tier apprentice, he was now poised to delve into more advanced studies, the majority of which incurred substantial fees for access to books and public lectures. Consequently, within a mere 3 months, the magical stones he had initially possessed were nearly depleted. However, under normal circumstances, the consumption of magical stones for merely borrowing books and attending classes would not have been so rapid for a typical first-tier apprentice. Adiel, however, was an exception. Equipped with a memory chip, he possessed a significant advantage in his studies, far surpassing the learning efficiency and speed of his peers. The more he engaged with fee-based knowledge, the greater his need for magical stones became, leading to his current predicament. Apprentices from powerful wizarding families who could achieve such learning efficiency would undoubtedly be valued by their clans. The stronger their demonstrated talent, the more resources they would command, rendering concerns over magical stones unnecessary. Yet Audiel's situation was different. Although the Farkas family had produced wizards in the past, they had long since fallen into decline and were no longer present on this continent. Despite their best efforts, the support they could offer Audiel remained limited, insufficient to sustain the pace of his current studies. Reflecting on his circumstances, Audiel felt a pang of frustration and rubbed his forehead, speaking softly to himself. Chapter 72. Materials. Seated at the edge of his bed, Adair quietly contemplated his current predicament. After more than 3 months of diligent meditation, he had made remarkable progress. He could now successfully meditate on the majority of the 36 mental runes documented in his studies. It was estimated that within 2 to 3 months, he would complete his meditation, thereby advancing to the rank of a second-level apprentice. Compared to his peers, this pace was indeed commendable. However, having reached this stage, the knowledge required for further advancement was significantly more extensive, with a considerable portion derived from paid courses. This not only increased the difficulty of learning, but also greatly escalated the expenses involved. This was merely the cost of public courses. Should he wish to acquire the unique knowledge from the mentors later on, or purchase the spell templates needed for advancement to a second-level apprentice, the required magical stones would be staggering. Alas, merely daydreaming would not solve his dilemmas. He resolved to explore other areas of the academy daily, in hopes of discovering ways to earn magical stones. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, Adair ultimately decided to set aside his musings and resumed his meditation for the day. The following day, as the sun bathed the land in its golden light, Adair ventured into the underground space of the academy, located beneath the first level. This area was significantly larger than the academy above. During the past 6 months, due to lack of necessity, Adair had not become well acquainted with this locale, having only visited it once upon his initial arrival at the academy. Surrounding him were clusters of small markets, where gray-robed apprentices set up stalls, displaying a myriad of items. Among these were common materials as well as various other curious objects. As Adair casually surveyed the scene, he observed that the majority of the stallholders were first-level apprentices, with the presence of higher-level apprentices being exceedingly rare. The items on display were indeed eclectic, though most were rather shabby, while there might be some treasures among them. The likelihood of encountering counterfeit goods was alarmingly high, posing a significant challenge to the discerning eye of the apprentices. Suddenly, an expression of surprise crossed Adair's face as he recognized some familiar items. At one of the stalls, he spotted deep black metal, appearing remarkably pure and shimmering with an enigmatic luster. "Hello, may I assist you with something?" the gray-robed apprentice at the stall inquired, noticing Adair's pause. "Greetings," Adair nodded. "Could you tell me the purpose of this metal?" "This is black ruined steel, a type of low-grade magically infused material," the apprentice explained. "This black ruined steel generally occurs as a byproduct of magical stone mines. Over the ages, it has accumulated unique properties due to its long association with vast quantities of magical stones, making it suitable for crafting various magical items. However, even without its application in magical artifacts, this black ruined steel possesses superior qualities compared to ordinary metals. It is not only robust and lightweight, but also exhibits commendable conductivity for both magical and life energies. However, this matter holds little significance for us apprentice wizards. Rather, utilizing it to forge weapons for those valiant knights would be quite advantageous." At this juncture, a faint smile graced the individual's face. "What do you think? For just a single magic stone, all this black steel could be yours. With it, one could craft numerous weapons." As he listened to the words, Adair instinctively reached for his waist, where a long sword forged from black steel hung. He then inquired, "Apologies, but I fear these materials may not serve my purpose." "Is business rather slow?" Adair remarked, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, a few apprentices meandered past, and while the foot traffic at other stalls was not particularly abundant, it certainly did not suffer the desolation present here. Indeed, the apprentice admitted, seemingly resigned. Although black steel can be utilized for crafting magical items, it is not particularly rare, and those adept at forging magical creations are scarce. Even among the official wizards at the academy, few possess such skills, let alone us apprentices. He sighed. "I've been peddling here for quite some time. Aside from a recent encounter with a third-tier apprentice who purchased a few items, I have yet to sell anything else." The gray-robed apprentice appeared somewhat disheartened. Were it not for the fact that selling here is merely a side venture, I would have departed long ago. Side venture? Adair inquired, a touch puzzled. Indeed, the gray-robed apprentice replied, glancing at Adair. My mentor, Professor Glamour, teaches materials and anatomy and is among the few at the Academy capable of crafting magical items. He requires a plethora of exceptional materials for his experiments. I came here hoping to acquire some materials that other apprentices might have unwittingly obtained. The black steel is a mere afterthought, as it would be rather unseemly to set up a stall without making any sales. Pausing for a moment, he turned his gaze back to Adair. If you happen to possess any precious materials, feel free to seek me out in the future. I assure you, the prices will be to your satisfaction. Adair felt a flicker of interest. What materials are you primarily looking to acquire? Let me see what I have on hand. Any materials from rare creatures, unusual minerals, or even the flesh and blood of lineage beings would suffice, the apprentice explained. Standing still, Adair contemplated for a moment before ultimately producing a gray object. It was a horn, entirely gray with faint, enigmatic markings, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. Upon seeing the horn, the gray-robed apprentice's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He accepted the horn and proceeded to test it before Adair, employing various methods. Eventually, his countenance grew serious. Its strength and resilience far exceed the standard, and the intricate structure does not correspond with any creature I am familiar with. It should not be of southern origin. Where did you acquire this? As he concluded his analysis, he could not suppress his curiosity, directing the question toward Adair. In truth, it was entirely reasonable that the apprentice could not identify the object. This material hails from the apocalyptic world previously traversed by Adair, sourced from the formidable body of a night-class insect beast. Due to its commendable strength, he collected a portion of it, in dire need of magic stones. He specifically brought these along, hoping to encounter someone interested in such items. Opposite him, observing Adair's expression, the gray-robed apprentice shrugged. Well, if you prefer not to divulge, that's fine. In my experience, this type of material should possess considerable value. Although some standard data may appear mediocre, its structure differs greatly from that of other beings, likely endowing it with unique properties. He analyzed slowly, then turned to Adair, continuing, Do you possess a substantial quantity of this material? Quite decent, I would say. In that apocalyptic realm, to gain that mysterious power, I hunted numerous insect beasts and gathered a significant amount of material. Although originating from different individuals, they all stemmed from the same apocalyptic world, so their values should be relatively comparable. That's reassuring. With a hint of reluctance from Adair, the gray-robed apprentice examined the gray horn in his hand with interest, saying, I have never encountered such material before. To assess its precise value, I must entrust it to my mentor for evaluation. At this, he produced 2 magic stones from his waist and handed them to Adair. Consider these as a deposit. In a few days, you may bring the materials you wish to trade, and I shall await your arrival. Adair pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to this proposal. By the way, I am called Elysis. Suddenly, the apprentice inquired, What is your name? Adair, he replied, his expression unchanging. They continued their conversation for a while, settling on the specific time and place for their exchange before parting ways. After leaving, Adair glanced at the 2 magic stones in his hand, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seemed the value of that otherworldly material was indeed considerable and could be exchanged for a batch of magic stones. Reflecting on the materials stored at his lodging, Adair thought, however, this merely represents a one-time income. The pursuit of a wizard's knowledge is an insatiable abyss. I must discover a sustainable means of acquiring magic stones. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, striding purposefully into the distance. As he moved forward, the surroundings gradually receded until he reached a corner and halted. This is the place. Adair looked up ahead and swiftly entered. This location was a special area within the Academy, serving as a task distribution center. Given the vastness of the Academy and the multitude of aspects it encompassed, maintaining its normal operations required a significant number of personnel. Thus, tasks would occasionally be issued in the form of missions, allowing qualified apprentices within the Academy to undertake them. Moreover, some wizards or apprentices, when in need of assistance, occasionally post tasks here, functioning as private bounties. Upon entering the hall, one is greeted by immaculate stone slabs, which, although devoid of inscriptions, emanate a subtle psychic resonance. These slabs, crafted from a unique material, possess the ability to retain the mental messages of wizards, preserving various pieces of information upon their surfaces. After arriving, Adiel casually surveyed his surroundings. Nearby, several apprentices clad in gray robes, their expressions stoic, wandered about, though their numbers were not overwhelming, amounting to merely a dozen or so. Each appeared to be in a hurry, exuding an air of busyness. Chapter 73. The task standing still and surveying his surroundings. Adair finally fixed his gaze upon the stone tablets ahead. As his eyes met the surfaces of these stones, lines of text materialized before him, revealing the contents inscribed within. Assist Mentor AEL with an experiment. Procure 10 units of nail and grass. Patrol the academy. Adair and Apos, SI swiftly traversed the tablets, pausing momentarily on each one to peruse the tasks listed. Chip, record the task information. After a brief contemplation, he commanded the chip in his mind. Organize the task information. Eliminate those with negligible rewards, and transmit the remainder. In an instant, a surge of information flooded his consciousness. Procurement of nail and grass. This task was rather time-consuming. Although the purchase price for each unit was 5 magic stones, it was exceedingly difficult to locate. Clearing the dangerous creatures surrounding the academy was a consideration. Though somewhat perilous for apprentices, given his peak Great Knight prowess, he could manage it with caution, ensuring his safety. Furthermore, encountering rare life forms could yield significant income. Standing in place, Adair silently deliberated, feeling a stir of interest. He refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead to examine the tasks further, contemplating each one in hopes of selecting those most suited to his abilities. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. The extensive procurement of awakening potions. Each priced at 4 magic stones. Awakening potions were commonly used elixirs, not only by apprentices, but also frequently by wizards, as they expedited mental recovery. For wizards, the strength of their spirit is paramount. During meditation, spell practice, or even the construction of magical templates, their mental energy is often depleted. This potion not only accelerates mental recovery but also possesses healing properties for mental harm, making it a highly versatile remedy for wizards. Upon seeing this task, Adair felt a surge of enthusiasm and continued to peruse the other tasks. Among the offerings listed, numerous tasks involved the procurement of various potions or enchanted items, often with generous rewards. The profit margins in the realm of potions and enchanted goods were indeed substantial. After a while, having reviewed all the task information in his mind, Adair pondered, I have some understanding of the potion crafting process. It is said to require extensive knowledge of both the herbs and the recipes, alongside a precision that is notoriously difficult to master. In this regard, I possess a memory chip, which should provide me with a relative advantage over others. Lost in thought, he realized that he was in dire need of magic stones. Mastering the skill of potion brewing could undoubtedly alter his precarious situation. At the very least, it could help him gather the stones needed for his studies. Let us give it a try, he mused. I recall that the Academy offers some free courses on potionology. My schedule isn't too tight at the moment, so attending classes shouldn't pose a problem. After careful consideration, he resolved within himself and swiftly made his way to one side. In a corner, a middle-aged apprentice clad in a black robe maintained a serene countenance. Engrossed in a book, what task shall you undertake? He inquired calmly from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. I wish to accept the duties of patrolling the academy and instructing in the field of force guidance, Adair responded after a moment's reflection. Having pondered these 2 tasks for quite some time, though the patrolling task was time-consuming and carried certain risks, the rewards were comparatively substantial. As for the tutoring, it involved privately teaching several apprentices, aiding them in grasping knowledge not fully covered in class. Although the influx of magic stones was slow, the time commitment was minimal, thus falling well within Adair's capacity. The black-robed apprentice, initially calm, showed a flicker of surprise at Adair's words, unable to suppress the urge to glance at him. Both tasks are not trivial. Turning his body, he paused momentarily upon seeing Adair's appearance, taking a while to respond. Are you certain you wish to undertake these 2 tasks? Indeed. Might I inquire if a preliminary assessment is necessary? Adair nodded. Then, observing the apprentice's astonished expression, he inquired further. That one be required. The black-robed apprentice shook his head, subsequently retrieving some documents from a nearby wooden table to register the details. After watching Adair nod, he hesitated before continuing. As for the tutoring task, since it is a private commission, the client requests that you conduct a free trial lecture for 3 days, totaling approximately 6 hours. Only if the client is satisfied will the tuition fee be paid for you to commence formal instruction. Is there any issue with this? Once the registration was completed, he wandered around for a while, familiarizing himself with the surroundings before departing. The following day, at the break of dawn, Adair rose and set out towards the academy's exterior. The expansive Uraldo Academy was vast, thus. The term patrolling the academy referred to each individual overseeing a specific corner rather than the entire premises. Armed with the certificate obtained from the patrolling task, Adair exited through the academy gates and retrieved a weathered yellowed map from his waist. This map, purchased the previous night for a magic stone, illustrated the terrain surrounding the academy. After studying it for a moment and confirming his destination, Adair tucked the map away and began to move swiftly. With his current physical prowess, even without sprinting at full capacity, his speed surpassed that of a horse, allowing him to traverse the unoccupied areas expeditiously. After walking for over an hour, he finally halted by the riverside. "This is the place," Adair remarked, comparing his surroundings with the map. Along the riverbank stood a wooden shack, its exterior revealing the passage of time. This is a resting place for the apprentices stationed in this region, where, if necessary, one may occasionally spend the night. Upon entering the wooden cabin, the interior appeared relatively intact, furnished with various pieces of furniture. If one were to disregard the surrounding perilous environment, it could easily serve as a residence. However, around the cabin, Otto perceptively noticed some dried bloodstains, which, according to the analysis of his chip, were likely left just a few days prior. After spending a moment in the cabin, Otto set down some supplies he had brought from the academy before stepping outside, ready to commence his duties. Otto walked at a moderate pace, while in his mind, the chip swiftly processed information, continuously analyzing the external environment to detect potential hazards. Before him stood a tree large enough for two to embrace, and beneath it lay some desiccated bloodstains alongside a few strands of dark hair that resembled needles. The chip's mechanical voice announced the detection of unknown molecular scents. "Can you identify the organism?" Otto inquired, listening to the chip's prompts. "Is it a dangerous wolf species?" Standing still, he contemplated the chip's comparative results and mused, "Alas, I have yet to reach the rank of a second-tier apprentice, thus, I cannot learn those reconnaissance spells. Otherwise, with these traces, I might have attempted to track it down. However, as long as the entity has not vacated this area, it will inevitably seek me out, due to the necessity of absorbing energy particles during meditation. Wizards and their apprentices often exude certain high-energy radiation. This radiation is harmful to ordinary individuals. Prolonged exposure can directly jeopardize their lives. Yet it possesses a compelling allure for high-energy creatures. As long as Otto remains in the wilderness, his aura will eventually attract such beings to him." With this thought in mind, Otto rose and continued his journey to other locales. Along the way, aided by the keen observations of his chip, he occasionally stumbled upon some medicinal herbs. Although their value was typically modest, he found a few of considerable worth, which he carefully collected. This too constituted an unexpected boon during his patrol, serving as an additional source of income for Otto. The entire perimeter of the academy has been divided into numerous sectors, and the area Otto is responsible for patrolling is not particularly vast. With his speed and the assistance of the chip, he could complete the inspection in just 2 to 3 hours. Chapter 74. Pharmacy days later, within a classroom in the academy's teaching area. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Standing at the front of the podium, Adair glanced at the outside sky, calculated the time, and spoke to the apprentices before him. Several apprentices were seated below, each wearing a serious expression. Upon hearing Adair's words, they all stood up in unison. Furthermore, according to the tutoring regulations, your 3-day free trial period has now elapsed. If you wish to continue with the tutoring, you must pay the tuition fees. Adair addressed the apprentices across from him. Of course, if you are dissatisfied with my instruction, you are free to forego this opportunity and seek guidance from someone else. You're jesting. A handsome young man clad in a white embroidered robe sighed upon hearing Adair's words. If we are not satisfied with your level of expertise, then I fear no one could meet our expectations. We have no doubts about your teaching capabilities. Here is the fee for your tutoring. Indeed, the price is quite reasonable. As for now, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He calculated the time once more and bade farewell to the apprentices before hastily departing. Watching Adair's distant figure fade, the leading handsome youth couldn't help but exclaim, "Remarkable. I and Oppos, V heard he has achieved this level in less than a year since entering the academy. To ascend to a first-grade apprentice through his own meditation in just 6 months is impressive enough, yet his grasp of advanced knowledge is equally astounding." Upon hearing this, the other apprentices present also expressed their admiration, visibly moved. All of them came from backgrounds supported by wizarding families, having received superior education and resources from a young age. Yet, Even those who had been in the academy for 1 or 2 years could not compare to Adair's rapid progress. They were simply not on the same level. This was no longer merely a matter of study and effort. It was an undeniable disparity in innate talent. "What a pity," remarked a gray-robed apprentice, his tone tinged with a mix of regret and schadenfreude as he observed Adair and Apos' retreating figure. With his displayed talent and potential, he would be cultivated as an heir in any family. Yet, tragically, he hails from a dilapidated family in a rural corner, which only serves to hinder his gifts. Even with such exceptional aptitude, without the backing of a supportive family, he will undoubtedly struggle with resources once he reaches the third-grade apprentice level. He may find it impossible to gather what is needed to advance to a formal wizard. In the realm of wizardry, knowledge is indeed paramount, yet resources are equally indispensable. This point was not apparent before reaching the third-tier apprentice level, but it becomes increasingly prominent thereafter. To ascend to the status of an official wizard, in addition to the necessary accumulation of knowledge, an abundance of resources is equally indispensable. Without such assistance, even a talent of the fourth-tier rank would find their chances of promotion significantly diminished. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless. Listening to his companions, the previously handsome youth shook his head, stating, "What we can observe, others can undoubtedly perceive as well, to say nothing of the matter at hand. The innate talent currently displayed by the individual in question is already sufficient to attract considerable attention. Should he choose to make concessions, many would be eager to invest in him. After all, the genius of the fourth-tier potential, provided the necessary resources for advancement are available, has a promotion probability of no less than 50%. Indeed, as if prompted by the conversation, a previously silent blonde girl suddenly interjected, her gaze ablaze with intensity. "Have you noticed the traits he possesses? My elder is quite familiar with Lord Asira, who oversees the registration of new students. According to some information disclosed, it is highly probable that Adair is a rare half-elf." "Half-elf?" A chorus of astonished gasps echoed around them. Upon hearing this revelation, several female apprentices' eyes brightened in unison. It became clear, if he were indeed a half-elf, then his remarkable talent could be elucidated, for the emergence of geniuses among half-elves is considerably more common. The white-clad youth's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this news. If this information holds truth, then he has no need to worry about resources for the future. Merely announcing this fact would attract numerous wizard families eager to forge a union with him. He need not even be a consort. As long as he ensures the continuation of his bloodline, that would suffice. Listening to his words, the expressions of those around him turned contemplative. As Adair traversed the path of the academy, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of discussion among other apprentices. Instead, he appeared preoccupied and hurried. The garden of Mentor Edith had gone unattended for a day, and he needed to find time to tend to it. Additionally, he had a foundational class in potion-making to attend in the afternoon. Furthermore, the time he had agreed upon with Assis was fast approaching, and he must make a trip to the underground market that evening. While walking, Adair hastened his pace, mentally calculating his upcoming itinerary. Ever since he had undertaken the academy's tasks, he felt increasingly pressed for time, with each moment tightly scheduled. As an apprentice to Mentor Edith, he was required to assist with experiments whenever needed, manage materials, and tend to the garden. Following the acceptance of the task to patrol the academy, he found himself spending 5 to 6 hours each day in the wilderness, with additional responsibilities of tutoring other apprentices during midday classes. Amidst such a demanding schedule, he still needed to balance his studies, including regular classes, research, and meditation, leaving him with scarcely a moment to rest. This heavy burden of commitments was something only Adair could bear. For anyone else, it would surely be overwhelming. In a hurried rush to the classroom, Adair discovered that the number of apprentices surrounding him was surprisingly considerable, even exceeding his expectations. Before he could ponder further, a figure clad in a black robe slowly emerged from the doorway ahead. The individual was gaunt, with deep wrinkles etched into his face, exuding an air of frailty. Yet his expression bore an unsettling chill. As the black-robed elder appeared, a voice emanated from the chip in Adair's mind, announcing that the radiation levels in the vicinity had abruptly reached a formal classification. It turned out to be a formal wizard teaching in person. Startled by the chip's alert, Adair couldn't help but glance towards the black-robed wizard. Both wizards and their apprentices absorb external energy particles during meditation, filling themselves with a terrifying array of high-energy radiation. The more powerful the wizard, the stronger the radiation emanating from them. Excellent, just as I surmised. There are many new faces, the black-robed wizard rasped, addressing the multitude of apprentices below. "I am Samora. You may refer to me as Mentor Samora." I hope that when I return for my next lesson, I shall see more familiar faces. After uttering this, he proceeded to the lectern and commenced his formal lecture. As the lecture officially began, Adier and Apos' spirit surged, and he focused intently on the lesson. However, as time passed, some apprentices around him appeared to be in a daze, evidently struggling to keep up. Even Adio occasionally furrowed his brow, clearly encountering certain challenging points. The foundational course in pharmacology, despite its introductory nature, presented knowledge of such complexity that it was no wonder pharmacology was revered as one of the most difficult disciplines to master. Listening to Mentor Samora's lecture, Adier's expression darkened as he contemplated the situation. Logically, although studying pharmacology is arduous, the foundational material should not be excessively challenging. Indeed, while the foundational study of pharmacology is relatively demanding, it remains within the realm of acceptability. The true difficulty lies in the breadth of knowledge encompassed by pharmacology. In just over an hour of the lecture, the content had already traversed at least 7 or 8 different fields of study, some of which even included advanced concepts, leaving listeners feeling overwhelmed. In other words, to comprehend this lesson fully, one must first master all the relevant disciplines, an endeavor that would require an astonishing amount of mental energy. This was merely the foundation. As one progresses further, the difficulty is likely to escalate significantly. Reflecting on this, Adier sighed, beginning to understand why wizards proficient in pharmacology are so rare. Before long, the class came to a close, and as Mentor Samora concluded his lecture, the audience collectively exhaled in relief. Observing this, Samora shook his head inwardly and, without lingering, descended from the lectern and departed towards the classroom and Apos' exit. After his departure, the numerous apprentices below finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was over at last. Beside Adair, a young apprentice clad in a red sleeve exhaled deeply, expressing his astonishment at the arduous nature of alchemy. He had heard of its challenges but never anticipated it to be this formidable. Even the foundational course was so demanding. Alpher, will you return next time? I shall not. It was curious, he mused, why other departments offered their foundational courses taught by advanced apprentices, while alchemy was directly instructed by formal wizards. A murmur of confusion arose around him. I happen to know the reason, the young apprentice replied casually. It is said that due to its overwhelming difficulty, few have mastered alchemy. The Academy hasn't produced a proficient alchemist in 7 or 8 years. Hence, Master Samora has been entrusted with the task entirely. Not only does he teach the free foundational course, but he also conducts the advanced and fee-based classes. Alas, even with this arrangement, it has been 7 or 8 years since an apprentice capable of mastering alchemy has emerged, interjected a blonde girl nearby. Listening quietly to the apprentice's discourse, Adair rose to leave, preparing to head to another location. After a while, he spotted the figure of Eshes at his stall. Clad in a black robe, Eshes stood silently, continually scanning the surroundings, as if awaiting someone. His stall, however, appeared devoid of customers, suggesting a rather dismal business. Adair, you have arrived, Eshes exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Adair approaching. What brings you here? Adair inquired, his confusion evident. My mentor wishes to meet you, Eshes replied, seemingly relieved upon seeing Adair. Your batch of materials seems rather unique and has piqued my mentor's interest. Therefore, I am here to take you to him today, to finalize this transaction personally. Upon hearing this, Adair's heart skipped a beat. The materials were indeed extraordinary, hailing from another world and presumably possessing traits absent in the creatures of this realm. Being a formal wizard, Eshes might discern far more from those materials than Adair anticipated. Contemplating Eshes before him, Adair felt a flicker of uncertainty. He stood still, reflecting seriously for a moment, before slightly easing his concerns. The Academy's records contain some references to other worlds, including ancient wizards' battles across dimensions. However, those who were qualified to engage with other worlds were formidable wizards worthy of being chronicled in history, far surpassing formal wizards in strength. Moreover, I currently have no alternative. Evasion would only heighten their suspicion. Various thoughts flitted through Adair's mind as he stood there. Having resolved these considerations, he nodded affirmatively to Eshes without hesitation. Before his arrival, Adio had already brought the materials intended for trade. At this moment, he simply followed his companion. The individual was cloaked in black robes, yet wore a remarkably serene expression as he sat to the side, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing this person, the chip's detection indicated that the surrounding high-energy radiation levels had reached that of a formal wizard. Master Glamour, I have brought the person you requested, Adier said respectfully, gazing at the middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing his voice, Glamour turned around. A sharp and aggressive gaze met him, imbued with an air of scrutiny. In that instant, Adier felt an inexplicable pressure surge within him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger and terror. As he sensed the intensity of Glamour's stare, Adier suppressed the urge to draw his sword and lowered his head, feeling a strange emotion welling up within him. It seemed as though there was a palpable impulse in that gaze, as if Glamour wished to dissect him. "Ah, a half-elf," came an exclamation from ahead. Tinged with a curious excitement, Glamour's eyes ignited with fervor, fixating intently on Adier. It cannot be mistaken. This unique aura undoubtedly belongs to such a rare being. In that moment, an apparition flickered before Adier's eyes, a shadow rapidly coalescing into Glamour's form. With his gaze fixed upon Adier, Glamour extracted a contract from his robe and, with a hoarse yet exhilarated voice, addressed him. "Come, sign this. I require your cooperation for certain experiments. If you agree, I shall provide you with all the resources necessary for your advancement to wizardry." Adier was momentarily taken aback by these words. For one in desperate need of magic stones, the proposition was undeniably enticing, stirring a flicker of desire within him. However, upon observing Glamour's demeanor, a chill swept through him, extinguishing any inclination he had. The aura emanating from Glamour resembled that of a mad scientist from a bygone era, bearing an unsettling resemblance to insanity. The risk of collaborating with such an individual for experiments was far too great. He could easily become a mere subject of study. Resolving to voice his decision, he was suddenly startled. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable force had ensnared him, tightly binding him in place. Under Adier's watchful gaze, his right hand rose involuntarily, slowly extending towards the contract before him. In an instant, a cold realization washed over him, and he summoned every ounce of his strength. His arm, which had been inching forward, hesitated momentarily, yet still moved uncontrollably ahead, albeit at a much slower pace than before. Subject is under the influence of an unknown force field. Immediate activation of the life seed is advised. The chip's warning reverberated through his mind. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, and the sound of his frantic heartbeat echoed relentlessly within Adier's consciousness. With a fierce determination surging within him, Adier's aura underwent a sudden transformation, becoming tumultuous and frenzied. Dispelling the previous tranquility, a distinct sound of shattering echoed abruptly. In that moment, it seemed as if something had fragmented around Adier, triggering a multitude of reactions in his mind. The life force of a Grand Knight unleashed. Before him, observing Adier's actions, Glamour's eyes flickered with disbelief. Impossible. How could the mere power of a Grand Knight possibly escape my sorcery? Suddenly recalling something, a burning thought flashed through his mind. Could this be a peculiar ability of the half-elf? It could withstand the enchantments of a bona fide wizard. If I dissect you, I shall uncover the reason. Before him, Glamour's visage contorted, his expression manic, resembling a madman, fervently gazing at Adier as if wishing to tear him apart. Under the intense scrutiny of a formal wizard, Adier felt as though his blood had congealed, as if targeted by some horrific creature. "Master Glamour!" An urgent cry broke through the air. Beside Adier, seeing Glamour in such a state, Isis hastily shouted. At the sound of this voice, Glamour momentarily paused, a flicker of clarity passing through his eyes. A soft white radiance swept through the space, illuminating Glamour's form. As this glow enveloped him, the earlier manic expression on Glamour's face gradually faded, restoring a semblance of calm. When the pale light dissipated, Glamour slowly rose, his expression now markedly placid. Observing this transformation, Adier felt a sense of relief. Compared to the previous lunatic demeanor, Glamour appeared significantly more composed, devoid of the imminent threat that had loomed. Cough, cough. Under Adier's vigilant gaze, Glamour cleared his throat a few times before speaking in a hoarse voice. "Young apprentice, sheath your sword. The state of life force eruption carries considerable detriment to your body." His tone lacked the previous frenzy and excitement, now imbued with an inscrutable depth. Heeding his words, Adier remained still, fixating on Glamour, and after a prolonged moment, he voluntarily relinquished the state of life force eruption. "Of course, as compensation for the recent incident, I shall provide you with some measure of recompense. What do you think?" A gentle smile graced Adier and Apos' face, appearing utterly benign. Naturally, it was merely an unfortunate accident. Despite his words, in his heart, the seemingly ordinary wizard before him had already been inscribed on his list of dangers. Had he not narrowly escaped Glamour's sorcery, he might have found himself on the dissection table by now. Chapter 76. The transaction. Very well. let this matter rest here. Gazing at Adair, Glamour, clad in a black robe, gave a slight nod. Have you brought the materials prepared for this transaction? Adair nodded, unfastening a package he had previously carried and placing it upon the table. As the package was opened, various materials came into view, including exoskeletons of insect beasts and other components, all undeniably sourced from that apocalyptic world. Upon examining these materials, Glamour's eyes brightened. He reached forward, casually picking up a small piece of exoskeleton from the assortment before placing it on a nearby experimental platform, seemingly conducting some form of analysis. Indeed, although not from the same creature, it possessed many properties akin to the earlier material, suggesting a common origin. Glamour's expression turned grave as he turned toward Adair. I am quite satisfied with this batch of materials. Shall we agree on a total of 50 magic stones, as previously discussed? Adair was momentarily taken aback by this price. It clearly surpassed his initial expectations. From what he had gathered, the Academy did not hold these unknown materials in high regard unless they were confirmed to possess some unique function. Otherwise, the prices were generally modest. 50 magic stones constituted a substantial offer for his materials. Consider the excess as my personal compensation to you, Glamour continued, perceiving Adair and Apos' reaction. It seems you are in dire need of magic stones. At this remark, Adair's lips twitched, yet he refrained from retorting. In comparison to Glamour, he indeed found himself in one of magic stones, thus, receiving a greater sum was not something he would contest. Moreover, although I have returned to my usual state, my previous proposition remains valid, Glamour interjected suddenly. If you are in need of magic stones, I can fully provide the resources you require before your ascension to an official wizard, with the sole condition of assisting me with minor experiments. Should you have reservations, we can draft an agreement under the Academy's supervision to safeguard your rights. After speaking, he turned to observe Adair quietly, seemingly awaiting his decision. Feeling Glamour's gaze, Adair bowed his head, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, however, he shook his head, rejecting the offer. I apologize, but I do not have such intentions at this time. Despite the allure of Glamour's proposal, Adair had already categorized him as a potential threat after their previous encounter. To Adair, the Academy's oversight appeared unreliable as an official wizard. Even if Glamour were to breach their agreement and eliminate Adair by accident, he would likely face only nominal repercussions, incurring merely a token cost. The Academy would never compel a formal wizard for the sake of a mere first-class apprentice, and the outcome would inevitably be inconclusive. Before him, as he listened to Adair's words, a hint of regret flickered in Glamour's eyes. Very well. However, my offer remains valid. Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out. I understand, Adair replied with a gentle nod. This is the gemstone from our transaction, Glamour stated, his demeanor returning to composure as he placed a small pouch on the table. Quietly, Adair picked up the pouch from the wooden table, his expression respectful as he bid farewell to Glamour, appearing to have forgotten the earlier events, showing no trace of concern. Holding the pouch in his hand, an unusual sensation enveloped him, causing a stir within. He then turned directly towards the laboratory's door, seemingly prepared to leave. Behind him, as he observed Adair's departing figure, Glamour's expression gradually shifted to one of uncertainty, entirely shedding the previous calmness. His gaze remained fixed on Adair's retreating silhouette, and as the latter moved further away, Glamour slowly raised his right hand, a faint shadow beginning to envelop it. With a soft sound, the laboratory door was gently closed. Once outside, Adair let out a quiet sigh of relief. His arm, which had almost reached for his sword, fell to his side, appearing considerably more relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already drenched in sweat. Now, as he faced the gentle breeze outside, a chill washed over him, sending a shiver down his spine. That suffocating sense of terror, it was unmistakably an intent to strike against me. Recalling the scene moments ago, a wave of coldness surged within Adair. At the instant he turned to leave, he had acutely sensed a strong malevolence trailing closely behind him, locking onto him tightly. Realizing this, he retrieved the alert from the previous chip. High-energy radiation response around the subject has intensified. The moment he read this record, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Adair's brow. It was evident that the other party was unwilling to let Adair depart so easily, and upon failing to entice him, they were poised to resort to force, nearly casting a spell. Fortunately, being within the confines of the Academy, the adversary likely had reservations and ultimately refrained from taking action against Adair. Beyond the Academy's regulations, there was likely also the influence of Minor Edith, even among apprentice wizards. The treatment of ordinary apprentices and those with mentors differed significantly. For a regular apprentice, taking action would only lead to minor complications from the perspective of a formal wizard. However, targeting Adair was a different matter altogether. It could easily be interpreted as a provocation against another formal wizard, with consequences far more severe than those faced when dealing with an ordinary apprentice. It was clear that this place was off-limits for him in the future. If he were to engage with these formal wizards again, thorough investigation into their backgrounds would be imperative. Otherwise, the risks were simply too great. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered it contained 5 gemstones. Compared to ordinary magic stones, the hues of these 5 stones are significantly darker, and the energy emanating from them is considerably more potent. These are medium-grade magic stones, which, in contrast to their ordinary counterparts, contain a higher concentration of high-energy particles, resulting in far superior effects. In terms of standardized units, a single medium-grade magic stone is roughly equivalent to 10 low-grade magic stones, making it quite valuable. Chapter 77. Inspection. Seated before his bed, Adair gazed intently at the 5 magical stones before him, each shimmering with a profound luminescence. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he removed the cloth bag that encased the stones and set it ablaze, ensuring its complete incineration. This was a precautionary measure. Not only the bag, but even the 5 medium-grade magical stones acquired from his adversary were destined for replacement, as Adair sought to mitigate any potential risks. Fortuitously, the items he had been unable to procure previously due to the scarcity of magical stones could now be acquired in a single endeavor. He weighed the stones in his hand, relishing their unique texture, as thoughts swirled within him. After meditating briefly in his dormitory, he departed the residential area, making his way towards the underground market. As he entered the familiar subterranean bazaar, the number of apprentices around him began to swell. Though still sparse, there was a palpable increase in vitality. Numerous familiar stalls lined the vicinity, each brimming with an array of goods, reminiscent of the marketplaces from his past life. However, in stark contrast to the merchants of the mundane world, the apprentices here exhibited a markedly brusque demeanor, often displaying disinterest even when customers approached. Adair scrutinized his surroundings before approaching one particular stall. "How much for these items?" he inquired. Upon hearing his question, the apprentice, who had been staring at the ground, lifted his gaze to meet Adair and Apos. "I have rotting ants here, freshly captured and still alive, ideal for studying the nest of corruption." As he spoke, he unveiled a container cloaked in dark fabric, revealing a sizable piece of flesh within, tinged with green and exhibiting signs of decay. Swarming upon the surface were terrifying, deep-hued ants, burrowing into the putrid meat, evoking a sense of dread. These creatures could indeed be classified as high-energy organisms, thriving in the remains of larger high-energy beings. They were not only rare but also perilous to capture. The apprentice elaborated briefly before offering a flat rate of 1 magical stone for 10. "I'll take 20, Adair replied, nodding in agreement. He then pointed to a round pouch nearby. "And what about that? An additional magical stone for it, please. You have a discerning eye." The apprentice responded, somewhat astonished. "This is a venom pouch from a Komodo dragon. It's uncommon knowledge among apprentices." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a price. "At 5 more rotting ants," Adair said, furrowing his brow. "Very well, it's a deal," the apprentice conceded after a brief deliberation. With the transaction complete, Adair exchanged his magical stones for the goods, which he subsequently placed in a storage area, preparing for them to be transported to his lodging. With a few magical stones still in hand, he seized the opportunity to procure additional items, primarily experimental materials. The study of a wizard transcends mere classroom attendance. It necessitates that apprentices engage in hands-on practice, conducting experiments to thoroughly comprehend the data through personal observation. Previously, due to a scarcity of magic stones, Adair seldom undertook these experimental endeavors. Now, having finally acquired a modest supply of magic stones, he was determined to procure materials for this purpose. After a stroll through the underground market, Adair proceeded to the library, where he borrowed several valuable tomes, rich in knowledge, for his studies. In this pursuit, he expended nearly half of his initial 50 magic stones, carefully exchanging the remainder for lower-tier stones. The following day, in the afternoon, as the sun hung high in the sky, Adair's figure appeared on the thoroughfare outside the academy. After more than an hour's trek, the familiar wooden cabin came into view, seemingly unchanged from a few days prior. However, compared to earlier days, Adair had recently sensed the presence of large, high-energy creatures lurking nearby, leaving behind traces of their essence. They appeared cunning, having manifested in the vicinity without leaving any overt signs. Had it not been for the chip in Adair's mind capturing their essence, he might have remained oblivious to their arrival. With this thought, a chill flickered in Adair's gaze. Maintaining his composure, he conducted a routine patrol of the area under his watch. Upon completing his duties, he raised his eyes to the sky. Several hours had passed, and dusk was beginning to settle beneath the expanse of the heavens. The remnants of sunset had darkened into a somber twilight. Observing the waning light, Adair furrowed his brow, contemplating before ultimately entering the wooden cabin. Seemingly prepared to rest for the night, hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the dead of night, a low, rumbling roar echoed across the wilderness, barely noticeable amidst the symphony of chirping insects. This was the outskirts of the academy, a natural habitat where wild creatures roamed. Such occurrences were not unusual. Moreover, these ordinary beasts posed little threat to the cabin, despite its dilapidated appearance, constructed entirely from wood. The structure was erected by a wizard who had inscribed basic magical formations during its construction, allowing it to automatically repel some wildlife and insects. However, this night felt distinctly different. Adair heard the low, echoing growls manifesting from the front, suggesting something unusual was afoot. As he listened intently, his heightened awareness during meditation allowed him to sense the presence of a formidable life form quietly lurking outside the cabin, observing its confines. Aware of this, he calmly opened his eyes, willingly terminating his meditative state. Drawing the long sword from his waist, he stepped forward, opening the cabin door, his gaze directed outward, following the instinct that guided him toward the unseen presence. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, Adair distinctly observed a colossal beast standing quietly amidst the distant, low-lying grass. Its deep green eyes were fixed intently upon him, as if it were gazing at its prey. Chapter 78. The Arrival of the Gamer Wolf in the Distance. A tall silhouette swiftly traversed, drawing ever closer to Adair. Standing before the wooden cabin, Adair furrowed his brow, perceiving the indistinct shadow ahead. His eyesight had always been commendable. Perhaps it was due to the inheritance of a portion of elven blood that endowed him with superior vision compared to ordinary humans. This trait became particularly pronounced after his ascension to the rank of Grand Knight, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkest of nights. However, in this regard, he could not compare to certain exceptional beings. As he listened to the faint sounds of footsteps in the nearby grass, he observed fleeting phantoms, unable to accurately discern the figure and Apos' appearance. Yet, Adair remained unperturbed by the situation. The area surrounding the cabin had been specially treated. A desolate expanse devoid of vegetation extended for several meters. Regardless of how well his adversary concealed themselves, if they intended to harm Adair, they would ultimately need to approach. Once they drew near, the absence of lush foliage would inevitably reveal their form. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and just as a low growl reached his ears, Adair suddenly turned his gaze to the side. In the corner he focused upon, a shadow darted forth, racing towards him with remarkable speed. How fast? At that moment, the realization struck Adair as he sensed the proximity of another creature. Roar! The beast's low growl reverberated close by, resonating with an unsettling intensity. A pair of eerie green eyes flashed before Adair as a colossal and perilous beast materialized in front of him. It was a massive wolf. Standing 2 meters tall and measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, its deep black coat rendering it nearly undetectable in the night. A unique stench wafted through the air, prompting Adair to retreat sharply, narrowly evading the wolf's onslaught. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his black longsword, executing a horizontal sweep that conjured a flash of silvery light. The silver aura flickered momentarily in the darkness before vanishing. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in the wolf's emerald gaze, and upon failing its initial strike, it lunged to the side. Ahead of him, specks of silver light rapidly illuminated the area within several meters of Adair. At that moment, a surge of fighting spirit coursed through him, ignited by the life seed within, and he unleashed a powerful strike forward. Silver radiance! Dozens of silver flashes erupted at that instant, striking the formidable beast and sending it hurtling away. Blood from the wolf splattered across the surroundings, staining the ground crimson. Adair glanced to the side. In the grass a dozen meters away, the giant wolf swiftly rose to its feet, a deep gash visible on its shoulder, exposing a glimpse of bone. It emitted a low, pained growl, leaning forward slightly, its eyes locked onto Adair's, as if memorizing his visage. Realizing it was outmatched, the massive wolf turned and swiftly retreated into the dense underbrush, seemingly intent on fleeing. Standing motionless, gazing at the retreating figure, Adier's countenance betrayed a cold smirk. Having prepared so extensively, allowing you to escape would indeed be a monumental loss. Chip. Activate the detection template and record the essence and traces left by the target. He commanded swiftly while racing forward. Head right. He noted the chip and Appos as instructions in his mind, disregarding the traces on either side, and hastened toward the designated direction. The formidable wolf was cunning, possessing strength rivaling that of the finest knights, coupled with remarkable intelligence. It would even leave deceptive traces to mislead the pursuing Adier. Its cunning far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. However, all such ruses proved futile against the chip's capabilities. With its formidable analytical prowess, the chip could instantaneously detect all traces left by the creature, discerning its ultimate escape route without the risk of being misled. Under the faint illumination of the moonlight, Adier pursued until he reached a small stream. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he veered aside, leaping several meters in an instant. Where he had stood mere moments before, a colossal shadow darted past, emanating a fierce, menacing aura that sent chills down his spine. A pair of green eyes fixated intently on Adier as the great wolf let out a low growl and lunged ferociously towards him. A powerful gust accompanied the sound of wind rushing through the air, carrying with it a scent of blood. A massive wolf's head surged toward Adier, its jaws snapping. Adier swung his sword forward with great force, gleaming with silver light. The impact resonated as if striking the hardest metal, accompanied by the wolf's furious howl. Once more, the wolf charged at Adier, blood seeping from its wounds, staining the earth and enhancing its ferocity. Adier deftly sidestepped, his agility surpassing that of the colossal beast, allowing him to evade its attacks. Although the situation was perilous, he managed to maintain control for the time being. A low growl erupted from the beast. Observing Adier's evasive maneuvers, the wolf unleashed a frenzied roar, its body finally succumbing to exhaustion as it collapsed heavily to the ground. From a distance, Adier remained calm, standing still, refraining from advancing. As moments slipped away, he finally approached, seemingly prepared to examine the wolf and Appos' carcass. His steps were slow yet cautious, devoid of any urgency. After taking several measured strides, Adier suddenly vanished. A vast shadow loomed in the area, and unbeknownst to him, the wolf's body stirred once more, its latent power erupting in a fleeting moment, yet ultimately missing its target. In the distance, beneath a tree, Adier stood quietly, his gaze steady and calm as he observed the great wolf. Feeling the gaze of Adier, the gigantic wolf let out a low growl before collapsing with a thunderous thud. This time, Adier stood still for quite a while, finally confirming that the creature was not merely pretending but had truly fallen. The gamer wolf appeared to be somewhat unusual in size. It must be a mutated variant. Approaching the fallen giant, Adier arrived at this conclusion. The gamer wolf is a unique species in this continent, said to be a hybrid of the black abyssal demon wolf and ordinary wild wolves, possessing a thin bloodline of magical creatures, making it quite formidable. Once matured, it could rival the great knights among humans. Fortunately, he had prepared extensively before this endeavor. Otherwise, capturing it would have been a daunting task. Reflecting on the chase, Adier recalled that after discovering the trace of the gamer wolf days ago, he had meticulously planned to capture it, even spending the night in a wooden cabin in the wilderness to lure it out. To ensure the creature would emerge, he had deliberately amplified his own aura. To prevent its escape, Adier utilized materials he had procured earlier, extracting toxins from the venom sacs of the corrupted ants and the Komodo cannibal lizards to coat his sword. The tenacity of life is remarkable, indeed. It is a being imbued with the bloodline of magical creatures. Observing the colossal wolf before him and sensing its fierce heartbeat, Adier sighed. Even after being poisoned, the giant wolf had yet to succumb. It was merely in a state of near death, temporarily incapacitated. With this thought in mind, and confirming the creature was no longer a threat, Adier sheathed his sword and moved forward to lift the massive body of the wolf. The wolf and Appos' size dwarfed Adier and Appos' own. Yet he managed to lift it with apparent ease, showing no signs of struggle. After the skirmish, his mind was highly focused, and the effects of meditation were greatly enhanced. Time passed slowly. As dawn began to break, Adier finally opened his eyes. Several hours had elapsed, and the gamer wolf lay motionless on the ground. Although he had tended to its wounds earlier, stopping the bleeding, its life force was undeniably waning. In no more than 2 days, it would likely become a lifeless corpse. After briefly assessing the condition of the giant wolf, Adier reached this conclusion with a sense of urgency, deciding to carry the creature towards the academy. Due to the weight of the enormous beast, Adair and Apos' speed was significantly reduced, and after 3 to 4 hours of laborious travel, he finally arrived at the academy. Upon entering, Adair made his way directly to the underground market, intending to find a place to dispose of his spoils. As he carried the 2-meter-tall, 3 to 4-meter-long gamer wolf, he caught the attention of many onlookers. Is that a gamer wolf? It seems considerably larger than the ordinary specimens. One of the apprentices recognized the creature being carried by Otto and was instantly taken aback. It was astonishing that it was still alive. Chapter 79, Second-class apprentice. With an air of tranquility, Adair walked past the gazes of those around him, eventually halting at a stall he had specially applied for a few days prior. This stall served the purpose of dealing with some medicinal herbs he had unexpectedly acquired during his inspection tasks, and now it proved to be quite timely. Observing Adair's actions, the surrounding apprentices were stirred with curiosity, drawing closer. "How much for this gamer wolf?" one apprentice inquired, unable to restrain himself as he gazed at the massive creature before Adair. 15 magic stones, Adair replied, after a moment of contemplation, casting a glance at the inquirer. This price, while exorbitant for an ordinary apprentice, was not unreasonable for such a formidable beast. The gamer wolf possessed immense strength, comparable even to that of a high knight. And this particular specimen was among the finest, with a magical bloodline that far surpassed its kin, warranting a higher value. Upon hearing Adair's price, a wave of astonishment swept through the apprentices present. Most of them were from humble backgrounds, their families lacking sufficient resources to offer more than what was necessary for their studies at the academy, leaving them unable to compete financially. 15 magic stones. That price is quite fair. While many apprentices retreated in shock, a few discerning individuals nodded in agreement, satisfied with the valuation. "I'll offer 20 magic stones." A cold voice suddenly pierced the air, interrupting the previous apprentice and Apos' bid. Everyone turned to see a slender figure cloaked in black approaching them. "It's Lord Ima." Gasps of surprise filled the air as the apprentices recognized the third-class apprentice, astonished at his early arrival. Upon spotting Ima, the apprentice who had initially made an offer fell silent, clearly intimidated by the formidable reputation of his counterpart. 20 magic stones. How about I take this mutated gamer wolf?" Ima stated, his gaze lingering on the majestic creature before him. He had recently been engaged in some intricate experiments, in need of rare bloodlines from powerful beings, and would not let this opportunity slip away. Adair felt a twinge of surprise, but welcomed the prospect of a higher sale. He nodded in agreement. "It's a deal." "Pleasure doing business," Ima replied, a faint smile gracing his pale face. He retrieved a cloth bag from his waist and, before the eyes of the surrounding apprentices, produced 2 medium magic stones, handing them directly to Adair. "I am a student of Master Ziva. Should you encounter any more creatures with such potent bloodlines in the future, please inform me at once. I assure you, the price will be most satisfactory." Before him, several puppets carried a giant wolf, slowly following the figure of Ima ahead. Observing the surrounding apprentices gradually dispersing, Adair shook his head, swiftly stowing away his belongings in preparation to depart. In the afternoon, Adair hastily traversed the pathways of the academy, making his way toward the instructional district. Today marked the commencement of the alchemy course, and he pondered how much more challenging this session would be compared to the last. As he walked, Adair contemplated this thought. Finding a random seat, he surveyed his surroundings but failed to recognize anyone familiar. To his dismay, none of the apprentices from his previous visit had returned, save for him. Other apprentices around him were engaged in quiet conversations, from which Adair gleaned that most were not newcomers. Rather, they were individuals who had struggled to comprehend the material during the last session and had returned for a second attempt. Upon realizing this, Adair felt somewhat speechless. Before he could dwell on it further, a figure swiftly emerged from the side door. Simora, clad in a black robe, his wrinkled visage reflecting impatience, hurried to the front of the lectern. Upon entering the classroom, he scanned the sparse audience without any sign of concern, evidently accustomed to it. His gaze flickered with a hint of surprise upon spotting Adair, and he offered a barely perceptible nod. The lesson would cover the fundamentals of alchemy once more, albeit with greater complexity than the previous session. Standing at the lectern, Simora gestured lightly, summoning a collection of experimental apparatus to his side. This time, in addition to the foundational knowledge, practical observations of real experiments were required. As the course formally commenced, the apprentices instinctively straightened in their seats, their expressions becoming markedly more focused as they earnestly listened to Simora's elucidations. After several hours had elapsed, the class concluded amidst the bewildered gazes of many apprentices. "Well, Today's lesson ends here, Simora remarked, shaking his head at the sight of the students, his gaze drifting to one side. In that corner, Adair sat quietly, his demeanor calm and composed compared to the other apprentices in the classroom, observing Simora intently. I shall grant you an additional 10 minutes, Simora said, momentarily halting his departure as he noticed Adair, his words eliciting surprise among the apprentices below. The implication was clear, a deliberate allowance of time for the apprentices to seek clarification on their inquiries. Adair, too, felt a flicker of astonishment at this rare opportunity. The time of a wizard is often exceedingly precious. It is uncommon for even third-tier apprentices to remain after a lecture to provide guidance to those of lesser rank. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Adair did not hesitate in his actions. The assembly consists primarily of lowly apprentices, whose responses and speed pale in comparison to that of him. The pinnacle knight, thus he surged ahead of them with ease. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. 3 months later, in a spacious chamber, Otto sat before his bed, silently closing his eyes. After more than 3 months of meditation, he had mastered the 36 mental runes of the foundational meditation technique, leaving him but a step away from advancing to the rank of second-tier apprentice. As he sat there, darkness enveloped him upon closing his eyes. With each mental rune conjured in his mind, he became acutely aware of the energy particles floating through the darkened space around him, gently drifting in the ether. Sensing Otto's mental fluctuations, these energy particles exhibited varied states, beginning to respond to his consciousness. With the 36 runes fully meditated upon, it was now time to draw in the energy particles, calmly perceiving the myriad energy particles in the surrounding space. Otto entertained the thought that now was the moment to act. With a shift in his mental focus, the energy particles gradually began to gravitate towards him. This process unfolded smoothly. The ability to draw energy particles necessitated sufficient mental strength, supplemented by the specialized techniques outlined in the meditation method. In this regard, Otto's inherent mental prowess had already been formidable, and after rigorous training through meditation, he had undoubtedly met the criteria for attracting these particles. Success. After a while, he quietly emerged from his meditative state, opening his eyes and murmuring to himself. Indeed, the particles of plant and light attributes were the easiest to attract, while energy particles of differing natures, though not resistant to his consciousness, presented a considerably greater challenge. Reflecting on the sensations experienced during his recent meditation, Otto concluded that in future meditations, he should primarily focus on attracting plant and light particles, while only occasionally engaging with those of other natures. As he considered the scenes from his recent meditation, a thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to assess his physical attributes. Name, Otto Farkas. Strength, 11. 2. Agility, 11. 4. Constitution, 11. 5. How far I have come. Gazing at his physical stats, Otto sighed softly. Although meditation primarily enhances the mind, it also exerts a fortifying effect on the body. Over the course of nearly a year, he had managed to augment his already maximized physical attributes to this extent. My physical prowess had already reached the limits of a great knight during meditation, and yet, after further refinement through meditative practice, I have attained such growth. One can only speculate how much others might improve. An apprentice endowed with wizardly potential, even if they were once an ordinary individual, would, through persistent meditation, likely find their physical attributes rivaling those of formidable knights upon reaching the second-tier apprentice status. Sitting at the head of the bed, Ado found himself at a loss for words. Given the current state of affairs, it was no wonder that those wizarding families looked down upon knights. It was likely that by the time one reached the rank of a third-tier apprentice, even if the apprentice had not undergone any rigorous training, their physical prowess would rival that of a grand knight. With such a level of physical quality, combined with the formidable power of spells, one could dominate among knights, provided they did not encounter a peak grand knight like myself. As Ado sat on the bed, he extended his hand. With a mere thought, he summoned a nascent surge of magical energy within him, enticing the surrounding particles of energy, which gradually coalesced in his palm, emitting a soft green luminescence. I have finally attained the status of a second-tier apprentice. Observing this spectacle and feeling the distinct power that diverged completely from the knightly system, Ado could not help but sigh. It was only after reaching the rank of a second-tier apprentice that one could genuinely harness a portion of a wizard's power. Not only could they manipulate the energy particles within the world, but they could also, on this foundation, learn some fundamental spells. Chapter 80. The diminished time from the moment I entered the academy to my elevation to a second-tier apprentice, even with the assistance of a chip. It took me over a year. Sitting on the edge of my bed, Adair mused to himself, this pace, relative to my 4th-tier aptitude, seems rather excessive. However, it should not lead to any complications. Previously, when Adair ascended to the rank of 1st-tier apprentice, he had worried that such rapid advancement might draw the suspicion of others, prompting him to deliberately squander 3 months without engaging in meditation. Some apprentices born into powerful families even had the means to hire official wizards for personalized guidance, making their progression incomparable to that of ordinary apprentices. In comparison, while Adair's rate of advancement was indeed swift, it was not necessarily exceptional when juxtaposed with those privileged individuals. However, upon reaching the 2nd-tier apprentice status, he had successfully meditated all 36 mental runes from the foundational meditation method. Any further enhancement of mental capacity would now proceed at a considerably slower pace. Reflecting on this, Adair felt a twinge of helplessness. It was purely a grueling process. After his promotion to 2nd-tier apprentice, the effectiveness of the foundational meditation method would significantly diminish, and the rate of mental growth would become exasperatingly slow. Fortunately, with my 4th-tier aptitude and my relatively young age, even through sheer perseverance, I should be able to meet the standards for advancement to 3rd-tier apprentice within a few years. With this thought, Adair felt a sense of determination and turned his gaze to the side. In his mind, a countdown silently emerged, the time gradually dissipating until it reached 0. Data collection complete. Mental analysis concluded. Shall I proceed with data digitization? In his mind, the mechanical voice of the chip resonated once more. Hearing this voice, a glimmer of joy appeared on Adair and Apos' face. Updating body data. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 11. 2. Agility, 11. 4. Constitution, 11. 5. Mental, 4. 2. In an instant, the familiar data panel materialized before Adair, now including the mental attribute in comparison to the previous data. Upon entering the academy and acquiring the meditation method, Adair had instructed the chip to establish a task to collect data by observing his mental fluctuations during meditation. Utilizing the chip's immense computational power for analysis, hoping to accurately quantify his mental capacity for better observation. At long last, this task was complete. Chip, establish a database and analyze the requirements for advancing to 3rd-tier apprentice. Gazing at his body data, Adair commanded the chip. Database established. In an instant, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Projected requirements for advancement to 3rd-tier apprentice. Mental capacity must reach 5. Mastery of at least 1 spell template. Listening to the chip's voice in his mind, Adair stepped down from his bedside, a smile unwittingly gracing his features. The memory chip. This was his paramount advantage compared to other apprentices. With a chip endowed with immense computational power, he was fully capable of simulating the necessary conditions for advancement, thereby swiftly discerning the path forward, unlike other apprentices who had to navigate cautiously. This train of thought led him to recall a certain other world he had once visited. As his mind stirred, a coordinate of that world gently materialized within his consciousness, manifesting as a somewhat dim portal to another realm. Time was fleeting. Nevertheless, the accumulation of power within Adair's being was gradually accelerating. In merely 3 more years, he would amass sufficient strength. Could it be that the rate of this power accumulation is linked to my mind and even my soul? Therefore, upon advancing to a 2nd-tier apprentice, the speed of power accumulation correspondingly increased. This realization sparked a glimmer of insight in Adair and Apos' eyes. This discovery held great significance for him. Each new world inevitably harbored an abundance of unique resources. For Adair, the opportunity to traverse into other realms, enriched by their myriad resources, could propel him further along the path of the wizard. The journey of a wizard intertwines with the essence of the soul and spirit. If the accumulation of energy is dictated by these aspects, then one day, the rate of energy accumulation may soar, even granting him the freedom to explore other worlds. However, the specifics would remain to be validated upon reaching the 3rd-tier apprentice status. Contemplating his own attributes, Adair mused quietly, standing still to regain his composure. He eventually opened the door to his room and stepped outside. By now, it was afternoon, and numerous apprentices were bustling about in the lodging area, seemingly in a hurry, with little inclination to greet those around them. Adair had grown somewhat accustomed to this behavior. Most wizards were not adept at socializing, unless they were familiar faces. Their demeanor towards others tended to be rather aloof. Considering the time, it was once again the afternoon potion class taught by Wizard Samora. As this thought crossed his mind, Adair continued walking, lost in contemplation. Upon arriving at the lecture area and standing before the familiar classroom, He calculated the time and entered directly. Instantly, he was taken aback. In the vast classroom, rows of desks and chairs were meticulously arranged, appearing remarkably well-preserved. At the front of the room, Wizard Simora, clad in a black robe, stood quietly at the podium, his gaunt figure appearing so slight in the spacious, empty classroom. As if sensing Adair's presence, Simora slowly turned, gazing in the direction from whence the sound originated. He too was momentarily stunned. Chapter 81. The teacher in the spacious classroom. Two figures stood silently. "Are you here to attend class?" Seymour inquired hoarsely, lifting his gaze to the distant figure of Adair, who had just entered. After posing the question, he fixed his stare upon Adair, a flicker of anticipation unconsciously gleaming in his eyes. Adair, sensing the intensity of the gaze upon him, nodded in confusion. "Yes. Is today not the pharmacology class?" In the distance, upon hearing Adair and Apos' words, Seymour fell into a moment of silence before responding in a husky, subdued tone, "No. You are in the right place. The time has come. Please come in and take your seat." Having uttered these words, he averted his gaze from Adair, quietly turning to retrieve some items from beneath the lectern. Seizing this moment, Adair let out a quiet sigh as he observed Seymour at the podium. This scene had long been foreshadowed. The complexity of pharmacology posed a formidable challenge, demanding a great deal from the apprentices and Apos' learning capabilities. As the course progressed, fewer and fewer students managed to keep up. Previously, Adair had been too absorbed to notice, but in retrospect, he realized that during the last session, only a handful of apprentices had remained, and now he was the sole attendee. "Very well, let us begin." Standing at the lectern and gazing at Adair, a glimmer of hope flickered in Seymour and Apos' eyes, invigorating him as he commenced the lecture. His classes were always conducted with utmost seriousness, even with only one student remaining. He showed no signs of leniency and instead became even more diligent. As he listened attentively, Adair activated his chip assistance, immersing himself in the lecture. Despite the difficulty he faced, the chip's formidable support allowed him to barely keep pace, preventing him from falling too far behind. Time swiftly passed, and after an hour or two, Seymour, standing at the lectern, rapidly elucidated various concepts. Perhaps due to the singular presence of Adair, he made a concerted effort to pause and slow down whenever a challenging point arose, ensuring that Adair could grasp the material more clearly. "All right, let us conclude today's lesson." It was only when the sky outside began to darken that he halted his lecture. "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask." Looking at Adair, Seymour prompted him to speak. Taken aback for a moment, Adair quickly regained his composure. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip by, and he approached with determination, asking, "Sir, could you please explain how to alleviate rejection reactions when concocting bloodline potions from different beings?" This inquiry was indeed complex. Listening to Adair's question, Seymour nodded inwardly, his expression gradually becoming serious as he began to address Adair's queries with diligence. Time swiftly elapsed during the after-class tutoring session. Seymour did not proactively indicate when he would depart. Thus Adair naturally seized this opportunity to its fullest. He inundated Seymour with all the queries that had arisen during his studies in pharmacology, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. Listening to these inquiries, Seymour displayed not a hint of impatience. Instead, he patiently assisted Adair in unraveling his doubts. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable amount of time slipped by, and it was only when the outside world had plunged into complete darkness that Adair finally came to his senses. "Apologies for disturbing you for so long," he said, casting a somewhat apologetic glance at Seymour. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave." At these words, Seymour nodded and gestured for him to depart. Sensing the implied permission, Adair exhaled in relief and rose directly from his seat, making his way towards the door. As he reached the entrance, a raspy voice called out from behind him, "From now on, just call me teacher." Standing at the threshold, Adair was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting surprise. "Yes, Teacher Seymour." As he silently watched Adair leave from the podium, a flicker of gratification passed through Seymour's eyes as he reflected on Adair's performance over the past few months. How many years had it been? Standing still, he turned to glance at the darkened sky outside, letting out a sigh. Over the many years since he had become a formal wizard, he could scarcely recall the last time he encountered an apprentice as exceptional as Adair. The transmission of pharmacology is, in truth, a formidable endeavor. Many apprentices yearn for the art of potion making, yet not all possess the requisite talent. The lineage of wizards often diverges significantly, even in the realm of potion crafting. Differing schools of thought lead to varying methodologies and specialties among wizards. Given the challenging nature of pharmacology, many traditions struggle to find suitable successors for their teachings. Even Seymour, a formal wizard, found himself contemplating the notion of accepting Adair as a student upon witnessing his remarkable aptitude. The title of teacher seemed somewhat reminiscent of certain wizarding factions. Could it be that Minter Seymour belonged to a particular school of thought? As Adair strolled along the spacious avenue, this notion flickered through his mind. On this continent, aside from organized academies, there exist numerous schools, both great and small. These factions often preserve unique knowledge and spells, typically transmitted through the mentor-apprentice relationship. Though their numbers are fewer compared to wizards in academies, their connections tend to be much closer. However, due to their reclusive nature and the potential loss of teachings, many faction wizards often lack strength, and true formal wizards are a rarity. Reflecting on this, it seemed only natural. As he walked along the path, Adair pondered. In comparison to the Academy, a grand organization endowed with abundant resources and a well-established system, independent sect wizards, despite possessing unique legacies, fell significantly short in other aspects. It was entirely reasonable for them to seek affiliation with the Academy. Given Minter Seymour's formidable prowess as a formal wizard and his mastery in alchemy, no institution would refuse his entry, extending the most generous offers to entice him. At this juncture, Adair experienced a flicker of understanding. Uraldo Academy, renowned for its expertise in shadow spells and magical artifact crafting, actually exhibited a deficiency in the legacy of alchemy. Hence, with Minter Seymour's joining, the Academy's upper echelons would ardently promote alchemical courses, likely aspiring to cultivate their own alchemical wizards to fill this void. Having already demonstrated exceptional talent in alchemy, Adair realized that if he maintained this trajectory, he might catch the attention of the Academy and Opos as higher authorities and garner their support. With this thought, a glimmer of hope illuminated Adair and Opos' mind. Chapter 82. Spell Template. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended, casting its gentle radiance upon the earth. In the dim light of early morning, in a spacious chamber, Adair slowly opened his eyes. Name, Adair Farkas. Strength, 11. 3. Agility, 11. 5. Constitution, 11. 5. Spirit, 4. 2. Indeed, after his promotion to the rank of second-level apprentice, the efficacy of the basic meditation technique had diminished considerably. Observing his physical data and sensing the almost imperceptible growth of his mental energy, Adair could not help but furrow his brow. It had been over half a month since his elevation to second-level apprentice. Despite this period of meditation, Adair's mental energy had seen only a slight increase, nearly indistinguishable compared to his past progress. As his mental energy continued to grow, the effectiveness of the basic meditation technique waned further. If this trend persisted, advancing to third-level apprentice would likely require at least 3 years. Through calculations in his mind, Adair arrived at this conclusion in an instant, sighing softly. I now grasp the significance of a wizard's innate talent. With a fourth-level aptitude, I find it exceedingly arduous to make progress at this juncture. Those with first or second-level aptitude, without fortuitous circumstances, may never achieve the conditions necessary to ascend to a formal wizard, perhaps meditating until death. There are indeed prerequisites for advancing to a formal wizard, the most fundamental of which is to achieve this before the age of 40. Should one fail to advance by that age, the likelihood of success diminishes considerably, rendering hope nearly non-existent for the remainder of one's life. Sitting on the edge of his bed, contemplating the various accounts regarding the challenge of becoming a formal wizard, Adair reflected. However, according to the tomes within the Academy, the probabilities associated with this endeavor vary. The earlier one attempts, the greater the chance of success, and the benefits gained upon ascension are likewise more substantial. Furthermore, the success rate for the first attempt at becoming a formal wizard is the highest. However, failure in this initial attempt significantly decreases the chance of success in subsequent attempts. After 3 failures, the prospect of advancement becomes almost impossible. With this thought in mind, Adair's expression remained serene, though a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes. Thus, in order to enhance my chances of promotion, I must expedite my ascension to third-level apprentice and swiftly meet the conditions for challenging the title of formal wizard. Silently, he rose from his bed, donned a fresh set of garments, and stepped beyond his door. The day had scarcely begun, the sky still tinged with darkness, not yet fully illuminated by daylight. Outside, apart from a few dazed servants meandering about to tidy up, there was no sign of other souls. As he walked along the path and observed these servants, Adair's pace faltered for a moment. These servants were primarily acquired by the Academy from external slave traders. Their consciousness obliterated and subjected to rudimentary bodily modifications before being assigned throughout the Academy as menial help. However, due to the congregation of numerous wizards, places like the Academy were rife with perilous high-energy radiation, which posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals over time. Upon reflecting on this, Adil sighed, casting a glance at the rigid and dazed faces of the surrounding servants before departing. He made his way to the area designated for the Academy's mentors. Confidently approaching a tall tower, standing before the tightly shut door, he murmured to himself. According to the whispers of some familiar apprentices, several months prior, a disturbance seemed to have erupted in the northern plains, leading to a standoff among various wizarding organizations for reasons unknown, potentially affecting this region. Consequently, 3 months ago, the Academy's higher-ups dispatched a contingent of wizards to engage in negotiations with several wizarding academies in the north, among whom was Edith, a formerly accompanying wizard. This recollection prompted Adil to suddenly remember Andrew and Sisti, who had journeyed with him from the Ball Islands to this continent. If memory serves, the White Stone Tower and the House of Zira, both wizarding organizations, seemed to be located in the northern plains. He fervently hoped nothing untoward had transpired. As he pondered the youthful visages of the two, Adil reflected on the correspondence they had maintained throughout their time on this continent, which fostered a sense of closeness due to their shared journey. In the absence of necessity, Adil naturally wished for no misfortune to befall his acquaintances. Standing still, his expression tranquil, Adil's mind raced with countless thoughts. At this moment, it had been over a year since he arrived at the Academy, during which time he had received several parcels from Duke Allier, containing not only a few magical stones but also letters that illuminated the current circumstances there. Warfare had erupted. According to the letters, the borders of the southern nations had transformed into a battlefield, with several great powers advancing southward, compounded by the already tenuous and complex alliances among the southern states, rendering the situation exceedingly chaotic. Amidst this turmoil, the influence of the entire Farkas family began to contract, consolidating their primary forces around the territories of a few prominent nobles, including Duke Allier, though the specifics of the situation remained uncertain. In the concluding remarks of his correspondence, Duke Allier emphasized Adil's academic progress, indicating that he need not concern himself with the family's current plight nor the resources required for his studies, but should instead focus on his diligent learning at the Academy. This thought weighed heavily on Adil and Apo's heart. After a while, he departed from the tower, heading to the garden surrounding it, intending to tend to the plants within. Once these trivial tasks were completed, Adil left the spot and made his way toward the underground market. Observing his surroundings, he approached a stone chamber nestled in a corner, striding boldly inside. Upon entry, a chill enveloped him, bringing with it a palpable sense of coldness. Inside the stone chamber, slabs of stone were displayed, each featuring depressions adorned with inscriptions in ancient Scythian script. This is the place where the Academy compiles spell templates, and a few apprentices meander about. Compared to other areas, the number of individuals present is significantly lower, yet their caliber is notably superior, predominantly consisting of second-tier apprentices. Ah, Adair? A familiar voice resonated from ahead. Stopping in his tracks, Adair paused, instinctively directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. In the center of the stone chamber stood Gray, robust and powerful, clad in a gray robe as he moved about. Upon seeing Adair, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Adair, you've already advanced to a second-tier apprentice? Contemplating this query, Adair nodded, opting not to dispute the assertion. After his elevation to second-tier apprentice, he had begun absorbing energy particles, and his radiant aura was intensifying. Even those keenly perceptive third-tier apprentices could sense it, leaving no need for concealment. Observing Adair's affirmation, Gray's expression stiffened, and he stood frozen for a considerable time before regaining his composure. I was still reveling in my advancement to first-tier apprentice. Yet you have outpaced me by such a margin. A wry smile emerged on his face as he shook his head, clearly astonished by Adair's rapid progression. Come now. You've also advanced to first-tier apprentice, haven't you? Adair remarked gently, his smile warm, before inquiring curiously, what brings you here? Spell templates can only be attempted by those who have reached the second-tier apprenticeship. Thus, a mere first-tier apprentice, even with the ability to purchase a spell template, cannot mentally construct it, rendering a visit unnecessary. I'm here on a task. Acting as an introducer, Gray replied, shaking his head as he regained his composure, gesturing toward the numerous stone tablets in the distance. This place houses the Academy's collection of spell templates, accumulated over centuries. Each template possesses distinct effects and prerequisites. I came here to introduce these spells to you advanced apprentices in need. For instance, what type of spells are you seeking? A dare? He paused, observing Adair closely. Plant-based and light spells, I suppose Adair responded. Plant and light spells, you say? Those are quite niche categories here. Upon hearing Adair's request, Gray initially frowned. Then turned to him. Follow me. I will show you. All right. Adair nodded in agreement. Leading Adair, they swiftly traversed to a secluded corner, where they finally came to a halt. Chapter 83. The selection of spells before him lay the entirety of the botanical spells available at the Academy. A mere handful of a dozen or so, which hardly constituted a vast selection. Gray regarded Adair and remarked, as for the light spells, there appear to be only a few, and they are rather impractical. I would advise against your selection of them. Adair nodded in understanding, and then turned his gaze forward. Before him, on the stone tablet, were several depressions, each containing various items. Beside these depressions, an abundance of intricately carved ancient Scythian script detailed the origins and history of these spell templates, along with their general effects and the prerequisites for learning them. The spell templates here were all rudimentary versions. The first-level spell templates were notably absent. Observing Adair's expression, Gray continued his explanation. Upon hearing this, Adair comprehended the gravity of the situation, stating, I understand. Spell templates represent a wizard and Opos' application of knowledge and constitute one of the most treasured assets for any sorcerer. While these foundational templates are indeed valuable, primarily consisting of zero-level spells, they do not hold significant weight for a formal wizard. Conversely, first-level spells are a different matter entirely. Each one embodies the dedication of a certified sorcerer and is seldom relinquished under ordinary circumstances. Naturally, given the rarity of spell templates, even if a first-level template were to be produced, few apprentices could afford such a luxury. Contemplating this, Adair examined the stone tablet before him. Although the number of spell templates was relatively scant compared to others, he still needed to make a selection. Standing still, he scrutinized the descriptions of the spells. And in an instant, a cascade of thoughts surged through his mind. After reflecting on his deficiencies, he resolved not to hesitate and began searching among the spells laid out before him. Thorn Armor, Catalysis, Life Drain. Despite the considerable number of spells before him, only these three met his criteria after careful consideration. The remaining spells either did not align with his requirements or demanded prerequisites beyond his current abilities. Take the spell Catalysis. For example, its function is to slightly accelerate the growth rate of botanical organisms. However, to master this spell, one must first grasp several disciplines, including basic energy theory. Without this foundational knowledge, it would be impossible to coalesce the spell template within his mind, let alone successfully cast it. Ultimately, knowledge is the essence of a wizard. Spells merely represent the fruits of a sorcerer's intellectual labor. Should one's understanding of knowledge be superficial while attempting to solidify the corresponding templates, it would result only in failure, squandering one's mental energy and potentially causing irreversible damage if mishandled. Have you made your decision? Gray's distinctive booming voice resonated beside him, clad in a gray robe. He stood watching Adair with a curious expression, eager to learn which spell he would choose. I have made my selection. I will choose the Catalysis spell. He currently finds himself within the confines of the Academy, where, as long as he remains inside, he is unlikely to encounter any peril. Should he opt for the other two spells, their practical application would be limited. Moreover, in comparison to the other two, the Catalysis spell is considerably more economical, fitting neatly within his financial means. Ah, Catalysis, how fitting. Upon hearing Adair and Opos' choice, Gray rubbed his nose, a look of understanding dawning upon his broad face. After all, you are an apprentice under Master Edith. It is not surprising that you would choose to learn this spell. How so? Gray inquired, a hint of astonishment in his tone. Do you not realize? Your mentor is the finest plant mage in the Academy, reputed to be the most formidable in the study of botanical entities among our sorcerers. With your innate talent, once you ascend to the rank of third-tier apprentice, you will surely be taken on as a pupil by Lady Edith. And perhaps she will even provide you with a formal spell template. At this juncture, he paused, a look of envy crossing his features. Though Catalysis is but a fundamental spell, its utility is vast. Many formal spells have been derived from it. By beginning your studies now, you will save yourself considerable effort when you later pursue similar formal spells. Is that so? Standing still, Adair pondered these words. He had not previously considered such implications. His financial constraints regarding magic stones had led him to this choice, alongside the belief that the other spells would not be immediately necessary. Very well then. Since you have made your decision, you may proceed to settle the payment. Gray gestured towards a corner, directing Adair. The person in charge is over there. You need only approach him. Adair nodded, bidding farewell to Gray before making his way towards the indicated corner. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the designated spot. There, an elderly man clad in gray robes sat, his face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an aura of decay. Sensing this atmosphere, Adair halted his steps. He understood that the apprentices assigned to such locations were typically former third-tier apprentices, whose advanced age precluded any hope of ascending to the rank of formal sorcerer, thus relegated by the academy to roles of management. The frail figure before him was likely one such individual, whose vitality had been consumed in a failed attempt to attain formal sorcerer status. Ah, a new apprentice, the elderly man remarked, seemingly attuned to Adair and Apos' approach. His murky eyes met Adair's gaze. What spell do you seek? Catalysis, Adair replied succinctly, foregoing further elaboration. Ah, a very fundamental spell, the elder acknowledged, nodding with a calm demeanor. The cost is 20 magic stones. Despite having anticipated this price, Adair could not suppress a grimace at hearing it. This was merely a basic spell template, and while it was considered inexpensive within that category, the cost still felt rather steep. The more advanced spell templates, even those that have been enhanced, are estimated to be priced at an exorbitantly unacceptable level. Standing still, Adair extended his right hand towards his waist, retrieving 2 medium magic stones and placing them quietly on the table. Observing the stones, the expression of the gray-robed elder remained unchanged. He merely swept his sleeve across the table, collecting the 2 stones. The key is a standard universal item of the academy. You should be aware of that, he remarked, casting a glance at Adair. In response, Adair nodded, reached for the blue crystal orb on the wooden table, and departed from the spot. Upon exiting the recording room and surveying his surroundings, he made his way out of the underground market, choosing to head towards the accommodation area. Upon returning to his familiar room, he closed the door with a decisive thud and seated himself on a nearby chair, extracting the pale blue crystal orb from his pack. This crystal orb was crafted from a unique essence crystal, capable of preserving information through special techniques, serving as a universal resource for wizards. Holding the orb, Adair sat in his chair and began to murmur softly, his voice resonating in a deep tone. As his voice grew louder, the pale blue crystal orb began to emit a radiant glow, gradually illuminating the surroundings. Witnessing this spectacle, Adair remained impassive, reaching out to grasp the orb in his hand. With contact made, his consciousness began to extend outward, engaging with the orb and accessing its contents. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Adair and Apos' mind through the connection between his spirit and body. Chip, organize the newly acquired information and transfer it to my memory zone, he commanded within his mind, enduring the momentary sensation of mental fragmentation. As the chip within his mind executed its task, a substantial influx of external information was swiftly organized and subsequently integrated into Adair's consciousness. Indeed, compared to the crude method of information transmission, the chip's delivery proved to be far more efficient, minimizing damage while enhancing memory retention. As the pain in his mind rapidly subsided, Adair reflected on this experience. At that moment, a wealth of intricate new knowledge flooded his consciousness. This encompassed specific details about the Catalysis spell template, including not only its historical context and the identities of its creators and improvers, but also the outcomes of its applications. Most importantly, it elucidated how to mentally consolidate this template through spiritual power. After sitting silently for a while, Adair began constructing the spell template in his mind. He had already mastered the extensive prerequisite knowledge required for this spell, and his understanding surpassed that of the average apprentice. Nevertheless, the process remained arduous. The construction of the spell template bore a resemblance to meditation, necessitating the mental formation of complex templates through spiritual energy, ultimately striving to stabilize them. The spell template is akin to an engine, while the various energy particles condensed into magical power serve as the fuel. By injecting the appropriate energy particles into a stable spell template, one can manifest the spell. Depending on the structure of different spell templates and the corresponding energy particles utilized, the resulting effects may vary. Even the slightest alteration can lead to disparate outcomes. When wizards cast spells, they typically construct the relevant spell template in their minds prior to execution. Thus, the faster the spell template is condensed, the shorter the time required for casting. If one can condense the corresponding spell template in an instant, the spell can be unleashed instantaneously, releasing the desired magic in a heartbeat. Chapter 84. The release of spells in a spacious chamber, Adair sat in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a jarring sensation of mental rupture surged through his mind, momentarily halting his progress in constructing the spell template. Yet again, he had failed. Battling the agony of this mental disarray, Adair pressed his right hand against his forehead, muttering to himself. This marked the fifth attempt at constructing the template, and, without exception, each endeavor had faltered at the outset due to some error, leading to the collapse of the template and preventing it from achieving stability. Having faced 5 failures, his mental fortitude was nearing its limit. The weariness he felt began to manifest within him, prompting a troubling thought. The raw material required for constructing a spell template was mental energy. Regardless of whether the construction succeeded or failed, it invariably consumed the wizard's own mental reserves. Consequently, an excessive number of failures would swiftly deplete his mental power, necessitating a prolonged recovery period. After a few more attempts, he would have no choice but to cease, lest he risk inflicting permanent damage to his psyche. Reflecting on his mental state, Adair felt a sense of resignation. As a second-tier apprentice, his mental capacity was not particularly high. Merely a few attempts at constructing the template posed the risk of total exhaustion. "Chip, simulate the construction of the spell template in my mind," he commanded suddenly, his thoughts crystallizing. The memory chip possessed the innate ability to perform deductions and analyses, and with its formidable computational prowess, it could replicate the entire construction process of the spell template within his mind and relay the information back to him. In the next instant, Adair closed his eyes. Through the chip simulation, he found himself transported to a void of darkness. Within this space, vast streams of data flowed ceaselessly, converging at a central point. Under Adair's keen gaze, a complex structure began to coalesce, rapidly taking form within the abyss. As the simulation concluded, a wealth of information flooded into Adair's consciousness. He opened his eyes, a spark of enlightenment igniting within him. Compared to his previous attempts to navigate the construction of the template alone, this simulation proved to be far more intuitive and effective. Leveraging the chip's immense computational capabilities, he could directly observe the intricate construction process of the spell template. Without hesitation, Adair closed his eyes once more, resuming the construction of the spell template in his mind. Armed with the insights gained from the prior simulation, he avoided the pitfalls of his earlier attempts and confidently completed the initial stages of the construction. However, as he progressed to the halfway point, an error arose. A sudden surge of intense pain radiated through his mind, prompting him to pause. After resting momentarily in his chair, he resumed his efforts. The second and third attempts also culminated in failure, yet he had managed to construct a significant portion of the template. One more try, regardless of the outcome. I must stop afterward, he resolved, grappling with the relentless fatigue that assailed his mind. Gritting his teeth against the exhaustion, Adair continued to forge ahead in his mental construction. This time, his endeavor unfolded seamlessly. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the embryonic form of a spell template materialized within his mind, nearing completion. It was accomplished. Suddenly, a subtle vibration resonated in his consciousness. Sustaining this template, while sensing the rapid depletion of his mental energy, Adair retreated to a nearby corner. In that nook, several flower pots were arranged, each housing seedlings that had begun to sprout. Approaching them, Adair unleashed the spell residing in his mind. An extraordinary sensation engulfed him. As the spell template ignited, in that fleeting moment, he felt energy particles he had partially absorbed surge into the forming spell template. A pale green light emerged before him, swiftly materializing. Marvelous transformations commenced. Under Adair's gaze, the recently sprouted seedlings began to thrive, growing swiftly into mature plants several centimeters tall. Is this the power of a wizard? Observing the unfolding metamorphosis, Adair sighed internally, moved by the spectacle. After casting the spell, the weariness in his mind lingered. The toll on his mental energy was excessive. He required rest. Glancing at the vibrant green plants before him, he felt the weight of fatigue, and a thought flickered through his mind. The depletion of mental energy is a common plight among apprentice wizards. During such times, a wizard's spirit becomes exceedingly fatigued, rendering them incapable of casting spells or even entering a meditative state, marking a wizard's most vulnerable moment. Wealthy wizards can easily remedy this by consuming restorative potions, but Adair, being destitute, could not indulge in such luxuries. He approached his bedside, opting not to change his attire, and simply lay down, ready to indulge in a restorative slumber. This was indeed the optimal method for ordinary apprentices to regain their vigor. The recuperation of mental energy while asleep surpasses that of waking hours significantly. Lying in bed, Adair closed his eyes and swiftly descended into profound slumber. It was not until midday the following day that he roused from his sleep. His mental energy had partially replenished, yet not entirely restored. Rising silently, he sensed the lingering fatigue in his mind and felt a twinge of resignation. Despite a night of rest due to prior overexertion, his mental energy had only regained a fraction, and full recovery would demand at least 3 or 4 additional days. Clearly, meditation would have to be set aside for the upcoming nights, he mused to himself. After a moment, he turned and gazed at the corner where he had cast his spell yesterday. There, the flower pot stood silently, but the plants within appeared far from well. The leaves had begun to yellow, exuding an aroma of decay, a stark contrast to the vibrant greenery of the previous day. They had already begun to wither. Standing still, Adair conducted a careful examination and ultimately arrived at a disheartening conclusion. He shook his head, realizing that even the most fundamental spells are not easily executed flawlessly. The ordinary plant catalyst spell, when properly employed, undoubtedly accelerates the growth of flora, ultimately resulting in robust specimens without the issues presently at hand. The root of the problem lies in the spellcasting process. The spell template is a complex structure constructed from mental energy. To successfully unleash a spell, one must not only establish a stable template in the mind, but also infuse it with the corresponding energy particles. For instance, in the case of the basic plant catalyst spell, a substantial infusion of plant-based energy particles is required, along with a significant quantity of other types of energy particles, which must be introduced into the spell template in appropriate ratios and methods to achieve the desired effect. This is inherently a complex endeavor, as both the stability of the spell template and the accuracy of the energy particles are crucial. Any error may lead to unpredictable results, compromising the spell's efficacy. If the casting technique falters, one risks depleting mental and magical energy without successfully casting the spell. Alternatively, the attempt could result in the destruction of the plant's vitality instead of its enhancement. Moreover, even with correct spell casting, it is essential to comprehend the target of the spell. In the case of the plant catalyst spell, one must not only execute the spell correctly, but also be well acquainted with the specifics of the plant. A thorough understanding of its variety, habits, structural nuances, and growth cycles is necessary to make appropriate adjustments based on the circumstances. Contemplating this, Adair felt a throbbing headache as he gazed at the few wilting flowers before him. These plants were evidently the result of improper spell application. Although they had been catalyzed, their life force had nearly been exhausted, leaving them mere husks. These were merely common weeds, resilient and requiring minimal environmental conditions, making them among the easiest to catalyze. However, those with unique characteristics would demand even more stringent requirements. Resigned, he acknowledged that his mental energy had yet to fully recuperate, and thus he decided to pause his spell experimentation for the time being. Fixing his gaze on the flower pot, Adair rose and turned towards the window. After studying potion making for so long, it was time to put his knowledge to the test. This was also a form of learning. As the ultimate goal of studying pharmacology is to concoct potions, practical experience is essential in this process, akin to the experimental observations required in other advanced disciplines. With this thought in mind, he quietly disposed of the wilting plants in the pot, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and stepped out of his dormitory. As he exited the residential building, the invigorating outdoor air rushed in, accompanied by a gentle breeze that caressed Adair's face. He surveyed his surroundings and chose a narrow path, swiftly making his way toward his destination.